The battle with Ling Yun thousands of miles away obviously took a lot of Miao Fenghuang's energy. She tried to calm down for a long time before she slowly recovered. Who is it that can suppress my life go? Miao Fenghuang muttered to himself, and at the same time, his 10 fingers flicked slightly, making a few mysterious and indescribable movements. People outside are talking on mobile phones, and no matter how far they are, they can hear each other's voices. When Miao Xiaomiao said this, her face suddenly changed, and she hurriedly got up and said, "Mother-in-law called me. I'll go over first, and I'll tell you later in the evening." This Miao village not only grows seedlings, but even the ordinary Miao people talk about the gu seedlings, and the family raises gu seedlings, so a few girls are not surprised by Miao Xiaomiao's abnormal behavior, and let her leave with a smile. Miao Xiaomiao had slender legs and light footsteps. She ran quickly and arrived at Miao Phoenix's residence in a few minutes. "Mother-in-law, you are so eager to find me, what happened?" "What?" Miao Xiaomiao hurriedly ran into the room. As soon as she came in, she saw Miao Fenghuang sitting cross-legged. Before the blood from the corner of her mouth was wiped away, Miao Xiaomiao exclaimed when she saw it. "Don't be nervous, my life gu was restrained, and it was just backlashed." Miao Fenghuang slowly raised his head and looked at Miao Xiaomiao with a complicated look, but his tone was very indifferent. Miao Xiaomiao stood still. She looked at Miao Fenghuang with a little fear, some worry, but also a hint of sympathy and pity that was hard to detect. She hesitated for a while, then lowered her head and whispered, "Mother-in-law, it's been decades, why bother? I think you should take back the gu worm." "Shut up!" Miao Fenghuang shouted fiercely, and stopped Miao Xiaomiao's words with anger on her face. The trace of blood on the corner of her mouth made her charming face look a little hideous. "Xiaomiao, our Miao girl loves only one man in her life. Since my life gu is planted on him, it means that I only like him in this life. How can I take it back?" The hatred and pain on Miao Fenghuang's face were fully revealed, and he taught Miao Xiaomiao a lesson. Miao Xiaomiao bowed her head in fright, but did not dare to speak again. "You must remember that the men outside don't have a good thing. Did you hear that?" Miao Fenghuang said with hatred to the sky, staring at Miao Xiaomiao. She didn't know how many times she had said this to Miao Xiaomiao. "Mother-in-law, don't worry, I don't like men outside." Although Miao Xiaomiao was a little afraid of Miao Fenghuang, she was more understanding and sympathetic. Miao Fenghuang just nodded, looked at Miao Xiaomiao worriedly, and said lightly, "Xiaomiao, your gu technique and poison technique have been passed down by me, and now you are considered a small success. I want you to do something for me." Miao Xiaomiao was full of doubts, waiting for the next paragraph. Miao Fenghuang continued, "Just now, my life gu was controlled by someone with a very clever technique. He did everything he could, and I couldn't fight him at such a distance. However, he is also contaminated with the unique aura of heart-devouring gu. You can find him based on the breath. After you find him, use the gu technique to subdue him, and then let him release heart-devouring gu again." Relying on forgetfulness, Eater Gu was able to maintain contact with the divine doctor, Shui Xingqi, for more than 40 years. Once it was cut off, Miao Fenghuang was of course not reconciled. Miao Xiaomiao could only nod his head, but hesitantly said, "Mother-in-law, since that person can even control your heart-eater gu, can I deal with him?" Miao Fenghuang smiled disdainfully, "Xiaomiao, you are overthinking it. The person who controls my gu insect is just a unique technique. His true cultivation is not high at all, and he is just a little stronger than ordinary people. You can use gu completely. Beat him. When the time comes, if he can't survive or die, he will take the initiative to lift the suppression of heart-devouring gu." Miao Xiaomiao didn't say anything else. She just asked gently, "Mother-in-law, when will I leave?" "Tomorrow." Miao Fenghuang said decisively. She pondered for a while, and then said with complicated eyes, "If you have a chance to meet that Shui, just give him a word for me." Qingxi Villa Underground Parking Lot, Qingshui City, Jiangnan Province. This is your car? Ling Yan stared at the red sports car in front of him in a stunned manner and asked xuanhuan. Xuanhuan seemed to like Ling Yan's reaction very much, and nodded proudly. Limited edition Ferrari, how is it, pretty? Ling Yan didn't understand cars at all, but even if he didn't understand, he could see that compared to other cars in the parking lot, this car definitely stood out from the crowd. The smooth and perfect curves and the cool metal texture make anyone who sees it shine. But Ling Yan didn't have time to worry about it. He angrily said to the little demon girl, "You have a car and you take a taxi? You want me to pay for the taxi? Pay back." Xuanhuan raised her eyes and gave him a blank look. "Isn't it just $36.05? Look at your stingy look. Do you understand low-key? I'm going to drive this car to school, to find you, and the school hasn't exploded yet?" Really? Since Ling Yan always wanted to keep a low profile, he still understood Xuanhuan's statement, but he asked again, "What about now?" Xuanhuan opened the trunk, put the sandalwood box in her hand carefully, then looked at Ling Yan like an idiot and said, "Did you ask this girl to accompany you to dinner with this box? Really, do you understand liangxiang's Ziyu? Get in the car, I haven't eaten lunch, I'm starving." The engine roared, and Ferrari rushed out roaring like an arrow from the string. It has to be said that a famous car is a famous car, and the designers definitely took into account the various body shapes of the people in the car. Ling Yan's body is more than 200 pounds, and there is no feeling of a small space in the car. "Where are we going?" "Didn't Grandpa say, sure sway people, go eat fish? Why are those people on the road looking at us? What do you think? Hey, you don't even know Ferrari, do you?" Xuanhuan smiled smugly. Her beauty was beyond measure. She was a real beauty in a car. Qingshui family is only a few kilometers away from Qingxi Villa, only a few minutes away. These days, the car represents the identity and status of a person. When Ling Yan and the two got out of the car, they were warmly received by the hotel staff. Ling Yan glanced at the outline of the Qingshui family and the decoration outside the door, and couldn't help but secretly praised, not to mention other, just talk about the area, the 5 champion buildings are not comparable. Xuanhuan obviously came here to eat often. She just said the name of a private room, and the two were taken to the 4th floor by the hotel waiter. Ling Yan came to the window, opened the window, and the fresh air rushed in. The whole Qingshui Lake had a panoramic view, the blue waves were rippling, and the green mountains were facing each other across the clear water, which made people feel relaxed and happy. "The Qingshui family is really good." Xuanhuan giggled and shouted from behind Ling Yan, "Don't be poor there, come and order food." Only then did Ling Yan turn around. "You can do whatever you want, I don't care." Xuanhuan glanced at Ling Yan in surprise, as if she was puzzled that Ling Yan did not take the opportunity to torture her. The little demon girl ordered 4 or 5 large dishes in one go, sent the waiter away, hesitated for a while, and then asked, "Ling Yan, how did you find out that my grandfather has goo worms in his body?" If there is only one word for Xuanhuan's opinion on Ling Yan now, mysterious. She couldn't help but want to ask Ling Yan for a long time, and it was not easy to endure it now. Ling Yan sat down lazily and said casually, "Bullshit, I can even cure it, what does it mean?" Such an answer was actually like no answer. Seeing Ling Yan didn't want to say anything, Xuanhuan rolled her eyes and asked, "Have you ever met someone from outside the world to teach you your peerless medical skills? It's the kind that appears in front of your eyes inexplicably, and then the mysterious old man who disappeared in a blink of an eye. The 9 needles of the spirit pivot is only in the legend, and this legend is only understood by a Chinese medicine master like Xuesheni. Since Ling Yan can do it, Xuanhuan, who has an infinitely rich imagination, has to think about it." Ling Yan pretended to smile mysteriously, neither saying yes nor no. He did this. Xuanhuan took it for granted that Ling Yan must have been instructed by an expert, and then she deliberately lowered her voice and said mysteriously, "Brother Lingyun, can you teach me the 9 needles of the spirit pivot?" Pfft. Lingyun almost spit out the Longjing tea that was in his mouth. The little demon girl really has my style, she wants to take advantage of it when she sees it. He knew that as long as this little demon girl called him Brother Lingyun, she would definitely ask for something. Lingyun shook his head resolutely. No, this is a unique skill and cannot be spread out. Xuanhuan pouted her sexy little mouth, and looked at Lingyun pitifully with her big eyes. Her 2 snow-white and crystal small hands grabbed Lingyun's arm and shook it violently. "You just secretly pass on my hands, don't worry, I will never pass it on." The little demon girl swears her promise. Lingyun said that the 9 needles of the spirit pivot are true, but without my aura, only the acupuncture of the 9 needles of the spirit pivot cannot save your grandfather. Another one, even if I teach you, do you have no spiritual energy to use? But when he saw the little demon girl who didn't give up until she achieved her goal, he smiled and said, "Well, it's not impossible to pass it on to you a few times, but you have to stand the test." Test? What test? Xuanhuan was stunned. "Let's not say anything else, at least I have to observe you for 2 years. After all, we just met, right? I still don't know you, right? So you always have to observe your performance for a while. If your performance is good enough, I will teach you." Lingyun was there to talk freely. "It takes so long to observe?" Xuanmei believed Lingyun's words, her excited expression a little disappointed. "What do you think, when I was studying, I was tested for 9 years. Seeing that the little demon girl was finally frightened by him, Lingyun was very proud. "I'll see if you will listen to me in the future. 2 years is 2 years. The lost expression of the little demon girl quickly turned firm again. For the legendary 9 needles of the spirit pivot, she was willing to give up. Soon she stopped worrying about this issue and asked Lingyun instead, "Lingyun, you cured my grandfather, why didn't you want anything just now?" Lingyun laughed, "Your grandfather gave me his gold needles and a set of silver needles, what else do I need?" But. What Xuanhuan wanted to say was that she judged based on Lingyun's character, that Lingyun was not the kind of magnanimous person who did good deeds without asking for anything in return. That's why she wondered why Lingyun only asked for the needle, but didn't make any other requests. "But, do you know who my grandfather is?" She thought about it for a long time and finally asked in a different way. The little demon girl asked this question very meaningfully. First, after Lingyun showed the 9 needles of the spirit pivot, Xuanhuan suddenly found that when she was talking to Lingyun, her confidence was a bit lacking. Therefore, she wanted to use her grandfather's name to boost her worth. She wanted Lingyun to know her status and worth, so that Lingyun could not underestimate her from now on. Second, she really wanted to know why the shameless, despicable, and stingy cheapskate didn't take the opportunity to make a fortune, but instead let such a good opportunity slip away in vain. But Lingyun's answer next made her so angry that she almost jumped off the building. "I know, didn't you say it? Your grandfather is an old Chinese medicine doctor with good medical skills, but he is a heartless man." "Medicine is good? Negative man?" "My grandfather, Shuizhengqi, is a dignified doctor of traditional Chinese medicine." "Is the first Chinese doctor good?" "That was the one who once treated the top leader of the country." Xuanmei jumped up from her seat in a huff, her big eyes widened and she put on a posture that she wanted to fight Lingyun desperately. "Dare to say that to my grandfather, I'll kick you to death." The little demon girl was furious, she lifted up her snow-white, slender, elastic legs, ready to kick. Lingyun smiled and waved his hand, calm down, don't forget that you still have 2 years to study, are you still learning the 9 needles of the spirit pivot? Besides, there is a bet between us. Now that you lose, you haven't fulfilled the bet yet." Lingyun's eyes glanced at the little demon girl's snow-white legs with interest, and without rushing, he used 2 big trump cards. You. Seeing Ling Yan's lustful expression and shameless appearance, xuanhuan was completely speechless. Feelings, you just pretended to be a good person with me? Xuanhuan was actually very nervous in her heart. She deliberately asked the question, but she never mentioned the bet between the two. She even expected Ling Yun to forget about it. Unexpectedly, Ling Yun not only did not forget, but also brought it up at this juncture. Could it be that Ling Yun had really changed his mind from someone who would hold on to his hands firmly and never let go as long as it was something that made cheap money, to suddenly become generous and do good deeds without expecting anything in return? If anyone thinks this way, it would be completely different. Ling Yun is really not that noble. Treating a disease without benefit is definitely not Ling Yun's style. Even if the person being treated is the genius Dr. Shui. However, what kind of character is Ling Yun? Cheap must be earned, but cheap is also divided into big cheap and small cheap. According to Ling Yun's current understanding of the world, he has long seen that Dr. Shui is no ordinary person. To be able to live in such a place where land is expensive, to afford such a large villa, and to speak and behave without deliberately carrying the majesty of a superior, how could it be an ordinary person? He didn't make any request to Xuesheni, but if he didn't make a request, it didn't mean there was no request. For Ling Yun, getting Xuesheni's gold and silver needles is a small price. Don't look at Xuesheni taking his food guy so seriously. Ling Yun couldn't see such a thing at all. In Ling Yan's eyes, even the value of the sandalwood box and the jade box are more valuable than those 2 sets of needles. Why? Really? He believed that as long as he took those 2 items and sold them anywhere, it would be a lot of money. That's why he quietly accepted the sandalwood box and jade box, but not for the purpose of placing gold needles. The shameless man is ready to sell them for money. Of course, if xuanhuan knew about this idea, she would definitely raise her legs and kick Ling Yun into the Qingshui Lake neatly. Regardless of whether it was a gold needle or a silver needle, or sandalwood or a jade box, in Ling Yan's eyes, they were all just cheap. So what is the big bargain? Is it a sum of money? Of course not. Ling Yun believed that if he asked old man Shui for money just now, he would definitely get a lot of money. What is money? Ling Yun saved the life of Dr. Shui. What Ling Yun wants is for Shui Jingqi to remember his life-saving grace, for Shui Jingqi to be grateful to him, and for a sense of control over what he wants. No, I don't need anything. I'm sitting in a famous car, eating in a big hotel, and I have to go shopping for clothes in a while. This time Ling Yun said that he would also buy 2 Nikes. This is the big bargain, Ling Yun calculated. He pretended to be confused, didn't say anything without humming, but his heart was actually bright. As someone who cares so much, how could he forget the bet with xuanhuan? Joke. Xuanhuan was completely stunned. She sat back in her seat in a fit of anger, and looked at Ling Yun again. She was becoming more and more unable to understand Ling Yun. Just as he was about to give Ling Yun a high hat, he was completely defeated by Ling Yun's shamelessness. Is this guy smart or stupid? With such a good opportunity just now, Ling Yun can say that he can have anything he wants, but he doesn't want anything, and now he is here to care about these things with me? But now is not the time to think about it. Ling Yun asked her to fulfill the bet. She couldn't really let Ling Yun hug her and kiss her fiercely, right? The little demon girl tilted her head and thought, and finally she came up with a reason. She raised her chin and said, Ling Yun, I admit that we had a bet just now, but you haven't cashed it yet. As soon as Ling Yun heard it, he knew that the little demon girl wanted to cheat. He smiled and said, Oh, is that right? The old man didn't cough until we left. Why didn't he deliver? Xuanhuan snorted and said in a plausible manner, Our bet is that if you cure my grandfather, I will lose to you, but you have only cured my grandfather, temporarily, and the worm is still in my grandfather's body. Where? Oh, Ling Yun deliberately raised his chin and made a long tone, pretending to be suddenly enlightened, and looked at xuanhuan with a smile. Xuanhuan got goosebumps when he saw it. Isn't it? You haven't completely cured my grandfather. The little demon girl blushed, endured her guilty conscience, and insisted. This was a top priority for who she gave her first kiss, and she certainly wouldn't give in easily. It makes sense, then wait for me to cure your grandfather, and then you can fulfill the bet, how about it? The little demon girl was silent, but Lingyun knew 9 needles of the spirit pivot. It turned out that she really didn't believe it, but now she can't help but believe it. If Lingyun really cured his grandfather, would he have to dedicate his first kiss that he had treasured for 17 years to him? The little demon girl secretly glanced at Lingyun with her big eyes, and felt very unwilling to see his fat face. Very, very unhappy. Brother Lingyun, why don't you change your bet, okay? Xuanhuan began to soften. Hey, if you want to cheat, you can, but if I miss it. Lingyun was not in a hurry and took time to tidy up. The little demon girl's face changed greatly when she heard this. Okay, if you don't change, you won't change, isn't it just to give you a kiss? It's like someone is afraid. Xuanhuan has the heart to cry now. From childhood to adulthood, who dares to force her into this? At this time, the waiter happened to come to deliver the food. It was already past 2 o'clock, and the 2 of them were already empty. When they saw the food was served, they both began to devote their heads to eating. That scene was like the reincarnation of a starving ghost. The waiter who served the food kept snickering, thinking that this couple was really interesting. They came to such an expensive place to eat, and in a private room with such a good view, they just ate a lot without any emotion. After 40 minutes of eating and drinking, Lingyun burped. There is no doubt that the dishes made by Qingshui's family are really good, full of color and flavor, so Lingyun ate a little more. Hey, aren't you losing weight now? Why do you eat so badly? Xuanhuan stared blankly at Lingyun, thinking to herself, why are you running so hard to lose weight? You can't lose a meal in 3 days of running. Lingyun wiped his mouth with satisfaction. He glanced sideways at Xuanhuan, and said, I'm not calling him hello, remember later, I want to call you brother, understand? To be honest, the little demon girl's voice was very nice, and Lingyun listened to her crisp and numb brother Lingyun, which was very useful. Thinking beautifully. The little demon girl dismissed her. This is one of the requirements during the inspection period. Lingyun coldly threw out a sentence. Brother, are you full? Let's go shopping for clothes when we're full. As expected of a little demon girl, she saw the opportunity very quickly. When she heard that it was a request during the inspection period, she immediately changed her tune. Children can be taught. Lingyun stood up suddenly, he smiled and said, let's go. After checking out, the two got into the Ferrari that pulled the wind one after another. Under the watchful eyes of all the hotel staff, Xuanhuan stepped on the accelerator and the car drove away. What a watery flower, white, rich and beautiful, just sticking in such a pool of cow dung. After the two left, the handsome concierge at the door of the hotel stared at the direction Ferrari left, and cursed with envy. Where do we go to buy clothes? The school gate? Lingyun sat in the Ferrari and asked in boredom. Xuanhuan drove the car proficiently, tilted her head at Lingyun with a sweet smile, and said, go to the school gate? Where to buy garbage? Lingyun was speechless for a while. Yes, the ones that I bought yesterday were all trash in the eyes of this beauty. Let's go to Qingshui City Pedestrian Street, where everything is sold. They are all famous brand stores, and it is rare to encounter fakes. Xuanhuan is a shopaholic. When it comes to famous brands, her eyes are full of little stars and her face is full of excitement. Lingyun was so happy, and he said that the famous brand is equivalent to the unrivaled immortal artifact or the unrivaled elixir in the cultivation world, and everyone loves it. Anyway, don't spend your own money, the more famous the better. The two were driving a car and chatting, but found that the car in front suddenly stopped. Xuanhuan hurriedly braked. Her beloved Ferrari was about to make a close contact with the rear of the car in front of her. Saturday is so annoying, there is another traffic jam. The little demon girl, who couldn't wait to buy a famous brand, pouted and complained. But after 2 or 3 minutes, the traffic in front still didn't move. Xuanhuan guessed, could there be something wrong ahead? Brother Lingyun, can you get out of the car and have a look? Lingyun's bones were brittle when the elder brother Lingyun called him. He nodded and got out of the car. Lingyun glanced forward, and immediately his pupils shrank. Car accident. Another car accident. The reason why Lingyun was moved was not because of the car accident, but because he found that there were too many car accidents in this world. 50 meters ahead, there is an intersection. The accident happened in the middle of the intersection. A black car was firmly on the right side of a white car. Lingyun didn't understand cars. If he did, he could tell at a glance that the black car was an Audi Q7, and the white car that was hit was a BMW X5. Soon, the car owners in front got out of the car and rushed forward, and many passers-by began to stop and gathered towards the intersection. Lingyun knocked on the car window. Come down, there was a car accident ahead, and I won't be able to leave for a while. Oh, it turned out to be a car accident. What? Car accident? Xuanhuan's eyes widened and she got out of the car. She took a sharp look forward, but found that the scene of the car accident in front of her was already crowded with people, and she couldn't see what was going on. Let's go and have a look. Lingyun frowned slightly, did not move his footsteps, and asked lightly, what are you looking at? Xuanhuan glanced at him in astonishment, and wondered. I said, eldest brother, we are doctors anyway, should we be a little professional? Go and see if anyone in front of you is injured. Lingyun was a little speechless, thinking that we are just students, okay? When did you become a doctor? Seeing Lingyun's indifferent appearance, Xuanhuan gave Lingyun an angry look, then came over and hugged his arm. Go and have a look, anyway, I'm just waiting here. How miserable. The owner of the Audi was drunk and ran a red light. After hitting 3 pedestrians crossing the road, he hit the BMW and stopped. Yeah, an old man was directly knocked out, 2 female students were knocked down, and the girl in the BMW is still unconscious. Someone called an ambulance. It's useless, it's no wonder that the ambulance can come in when it's blocked like this. After Lingyun was pulled over by Xuanhuan with his arms in his arms, he realized that the car accident was much more serious than what he had seen. The scene of the car accident has been surrounded by people, and everyone is talking about it and saying anything. Xuanhuan squeezed for a long time and couldn't squeeze in. She shook Lingyun's arm and begged, Brother Lingyun, you are tall and powerful, let's squeeze in. Since she was a child, she had been instructed by Shini Shui, and it was impossible for Xuanhuan to die without help. At this time, she subconsciously believed that she was a doctor, and the parents of the doctor were heartbroken when she heard that someone was injured. Lingyun didn't think so. He saw too much life and death in the great world of cultivation. He wuxia thought about the life and death of others. Everyone has their own destiny, so he was very calm. He was about to persuade Xuanhuan not to meddle in her own business, but suddenly he felt that someone was staring at him in the distance, and he couldn't help but turn his head and glance at the back right. There were 3 or 4 people walking from behind Lingyun to watch the fun. Lingyun's eyes swept past them, and he saw a middle-aged man just over 10 meters away turning his head. Nothing seems to be out of the ordinary. But Lingyun didn't think so. He trusted his intuition. It was an instinct to perceive potential danger. This intuition had helped him escape countless times. Someone is staring at me? A bad feeling suddenly rose in Lingyun's heart. It's just that the middle-aged man in the distance didn't act very special. He was taking out his mobile phone and making a call, and he never looked here again. Hey, brother Lingyun, what are you looking at? Let's. Seeing that Lingyun was still looking around at this time, xuanhuan couldn't help but urged. Go in and have a look. Lingyun stretched out his right hand, easily pushed away the crowd in front, and took xuanhuan's hand to the innermost of the crowd. Is there a doctor? Is there a doctor among you? This old man is dying, please come and help me with first aid. A female traffic policeman shouted at the crowd anxiously. 2 traffic policemen, a man and a woman, are maintaining order inside. The man is questioning the driver, and the woman is squatting in front of the old man who was hit and flying, at a loss. Oh my God! Xuanhuan looked at the tragic scene and exclaimed while covering her mouth. The old man's head was bleeding, and the nose and mouth were also bleeding. Obviously, the trauma and internal injuries were very serious. 2 female students who looked like junior high school students, one had a broken leg, her face was pale and twisted in pain, and she couldn't even cry. The other female student was in a better condition. It seemed that her arm was only scratched, but she was frightened by the sudden car accident and couldn't do anything, so she just sat there and cried. As for the owner of the BMW, the window on the driver's seat was down, and she was already in a coma, her head was on the steering wheel, and her face was covered with long wine-red hair like a waterfall, so she couldn't see her face clearly. Hurry up and save people. Without thinking, xuanhuan rushed to the old man lying on the ground, squatting down to give him a pulse. Taking the pulse is really a habit of traditional Chinese medicine. It seems that no matter what kind of disease, you should take the pulse first and then talk about it. Lingyun frowned when he saw it. It's not a doctor, what can you do? People's chests are still heaving and they are obviously not dead. At this time, they should find a way to stop the bleeding first. Sure enough, the female traffic policeman raised her hand to stop xuanhuan's movements. Hey, what are you doing? This old man is seriously injured and can't act rashly. At this time, she only trusted the doctor. Xuanhuan said anxiously, I will. But after thinking about it for a long time, she realized that apart from being able to identify various medicinal materials, know her pulse, and know acupuncture, she couldn't do anything else. She was so dumbfounded. Are you also a student? Little sister, it's right to be helpful, but if you're not a doctor, don't mess around. If someone has a problem, no one can take responsibility. The female traffic policeman continued, please help me take care of the 2 female classmates, one of them has a broken leg and the other has an arm, they are all terrified. Is there a doctor? The ambulance hasn't arrived yet. If you know how to care, please come and help the old man check it out, give first aid care, and stop the bleeding. The female traffic policeman shouted at the crowd again. She was flustered, but not chaotic. Obviously, she usually had training in this area. I'm a surgeon. In the crowd, a middle-aged man in his 40s finally walked out of the crowd. He was obviously off work on Saturday. He was just wearing his usual clothes and looked clean and calm. He went straight to the female traffic policeman, squatted down, opened the old man's eyelids to take a closer look, then put his ear on the old man's chest and listened carefully for a while. His face suddenly became heavy. Comrade, this old man broke his brain. His pupils are dilated. His breathing and heartbeat are already very weak. The trauma and internal injuries are very serious. What he needs most now is to stop the bleeding. When will the ambulance arrive? The female traffic policeman said anxiously, I've already called 120. It's been 5 or 6 minutes. This Saturday, it's very close to the pedestrian street. I don't know how long it will take. The male doctor hesitated, sighed slightly, and shook his head. He has already judged that if he does not rescue the old man may die at any time. But a modern surgeon, without medical equipment and first aid tools, can only do nothing and watch the old man die. Xuanhuan suddenly raised her head and shouted to Ling Yun, "Brother Ling Yun, this old man is dying, come and save him." Xuanhuan knew that if anyone could save the old man's life, it would be Ling Yun. The male doctor and the female traffic policeman followed Xuanhuan's gaze, but only saw a big fat man standing there thoughtfully. His eyes were very scattered, and he didn't seem to pay attention to these comatose and struggling and crying wounded at all. Ling Yan's eyes seemed to be loose, but he was actually feeling it with his heart. He believed that his feeling was not wrong. It was the feeling of being stared at just now. The reason why he changed his mind and brought Xuanhuan into the crowd was to see if that person would follow. It's a pity that since the first glimpse, everything has returned to normal, and that uncomfortable sense of danger has completely disappeared. Maybe I'm too careful? How can this world be as dangerous as the world of comprehension? Brother Ling Yun, what are you thinking? Come and save people. Xuanhuan's anxious cry was finally heard by Ling Yun. Ling Yun's eyes looked over, and he happened to see the changes in the expressions of the male doctor and the female traffic policeman. It was a change from expectation to disappointment. He didn't care about this, his eyes fell directly on the old man. The old man broke his head and broke at least 2 ribs. The internal bleeding was severe and the blood loss was too much. But he won't die within 20 minutes. Ling Yun quickly made a precise judgment in his heart. Forget it, let's save it, who let himself catch up. Although Ling Yun knew that as long as he did good deeds, he would definitely be in trouble, but he still took a step helplessly. It was not in the direction of the old man. He came to the 2 girls first, and said to the female student who was sitting and crying, "Is there a handkerchief?" "Woo." The female student was crying when she suddenly found a big fat man approaching her. "Yes." Then he took out a handkerchief. Ling Yun grabbed her injured arm with his left hand, flicked the index finger of his right hand, and tapped a few acupoints on the girl's arm, then wrapped a handkerchief around her wound. "Don't cry, you're fine." Ling Yun smiled lightly, giving the little girl an encouraging smile. Then he turned around and said to the crowd, "Come here, 2 people hold this girl, I'm going to get her leg bones." No one came out. Ling Yun's heart suddenly cooled to freezing point. He no longer expected these people, raised his hand to point at the male traffic policeman, and shouted, "Why don't you come to take care of people at this time? What are you asking about that garbage? Come and help." The male traffic policeman was being scolded by the driver of the Audi Q7 at this time. Everyone was about to be scolded for being stupid. Ling Yun's voice sounded like a thunderbolt in his ear, and he reacted. The driver who hit the man was 24 or 5 years old. He obviously drank alcohol, but he didn't drink much. He was very sane, and he could only tell from his scolding. "Chow Nima, you dare to interrogate me? Don't you just hit a few people? I have money, even if I hit them all to death, is 10 million enough? This police uniform has been ripped off." Ling Yun had just listened to it for a long time. The driver was simply a scumbag, so he said it was rubbish. It is estimated that this is also the reason why so many onlookers have dared to stand up and help. If someone bumped into someone and dared to be so rude to the traffic police who dealt with the accident, the family must have money and power, who can afford it? "Brother Ling Yun, this old man is dying, why don't you come and save him first?" When Xuanhuan saw that Ling Yun finally made a move, but did not come to treat the dying old man first, she became anxious. "Don't worry, the old man won't be dead in a while, come and help me hold down this little girl, don't let her move." Ling Yun angrily finished drinking the bloody male traffic policeman who was scolded by the driver who caused the accident, and then said to Xuanhuan, "Trauma? Ling Yun is the ancestor of treating trauma. There have been countless battles in the world of comprehension, and there have been thousands of battles of life and death alone. How can Ling Yun be injured less? If he didn't treat the trauma, Ling Yun would have died 1,000 times without saying anything. Therefore, it is easier for Ling Yin to treat trauma, such as bleeding and broken bones, than eating with chopsticks. Ling Yin could see that it was indeed not appropriate to immediately rescue the old man at this time, otherwise it would only be counterproductive. When xuanhuan heard this, she immediately got up and ran over. She firmly believed that if Ling Yin said that the old man could not die, then he would definitely not die. The male traffic policeman didn't seem to want to stand there anymore and be scolded by that crazy rich second generation, so he temporarily gave up his questioning and walked over embarrassedly. Hold her shoulders and thighs, and don't let her move. After Ling Yin finished speaking, he supported the little girl's injured leg with his left hand and lifted it gently. He gave the little girl a bright smile and said kindly, "Brother is going to help you heal, are you afraid?" Xuanhuan, who was pressing the little girl's shoulder hard, saw Ling Yin's sunny smile, and suddenly felt dazed. That kind of intimacy, that kind of warm feeling, that kind of gaze that can make anyone feel completely relieved at first glance, directly pierced into Xuanhuan's heart, shocking, unparalleled. He is not as indifferent as he said. Also, his smile just now was so handsome. The little girl suddenly stopped crying. She endured the severe pain and looked at Ling Yin with wide eyes and said, "Thank you, big brother, I'm not afraid." Ling Yin smiled and nodded. "People say that girls with broken legs are extra tall, do you believe it?" "This is pure nonsense, the purpose is to distract the girl and make her relax." Sure enough, a smile appeared in the little girl's tearful eyes. "Big brother, you lie, I don't, Before the little girl could say the word letter, she heard a click and immediately cried out in pain. "Take it." Ling Yin smiled indifferently, still holding the little girl's calf with his left hand, as steady as a rock, and with his right hand took out the set of silver needles that Shani Shui gave him from his pocket. "Unfold the needle pocket with one hand." Then he squeezed out 7 or 8 silver needles, and quickly inserted them into several large holes on the little girl's legs, acting like a juggling skill. The quickness of the shot and the accurate recognition of the acupoints completely stunned Xuanhuan. Master of traditional Chinese medicine. The surgeon not far away, his originally disappointed eyes suddenly became excited. Bone setting, acupuncture, Ling Yin completed it in 1 minute, what a powerful medical skill. Ling Yin smiled slightly and asked the little girl, "Does it still hurt?" The little girl suddenly felt that the pain was no longer unbearable, but what followed was a sense of drowsiness, and her eyelids were too heavy to open. "It doesn't hurt anymore, thank you, big brother." Then he tilted his head and fell asleep. Ling Yin stood up and said to the stunned Xuanhuan and the male traffic policeman, "Okay, her legs are fine, lay her flat and let her sleep for a while." Then he picked up the needle bag and came to the BMW. Looking at the comatose female driver's long burgundy hair like a waterfall, Ling Yin sighed. He could see that the woman was only shocked a bit. After being hit, she didn't know where her head was bumped, and she was even shocked by the shock, so she fainted. Ling Yin first inserted a few silver needles into her shoulder and neck. Then he turned around and said to Xuanhuan, "You raise her head and pinch her for a while, and she will wake up soon." After speaking, Ling Yin finally walked over to the most seriously injured old man. He didn't even look at the female traffic policeman, and said directly to the surgeon, "Take off all his shirts." "Okay." After the middle-aged doctor saw the fat man who looked like a student come out, he managed 3 people in a row. His expression was calm, and his techniques were skilled and experienced. "Wait. You can't move this old man. If something goes wrong, who will be responsible? 120 is coming soon. Let's wait until the ambulance arrives." Although this female traffic policeman has received emergency training, she is also subject to the training content. She only knows that the seriously injured elderly cannot move around. She now pinned all her hopes on the ambulance body. Ling Yin frowned slightly. "I can wait for 120, but if the old man dies before 120 arrives, can you be responsible?" The female traffic policeman was speechless and speechless. It was really difficult for her to make a decision now, so she had to look at the male doctor. I believe he can handle it well. The male doctor's expression was firm. The female traffic policeman looked at the male doctor, then at Ling Yun, and then raised her head to ask her male colleague's opinion. The male traffic policeman also nodded. Okay, but if something goes wrong, I'm not responsible. The female traffic policeman finally let go, but first she was busy, clearing her own responsibility. Ling Yin gave her a cold look, get out of the way. Then he motioned the male doctor to undress the old man. Undressing a person who is completely unconscious is troublesome because his head and arms are naturally drooping. The male traffic policeman also crouched down to help, and the three of them took a long time to take off the old man's shirt. Ling Yin casually spread the old man's coat on the road, then wiped the blood on the old man's head and face with the shirt he took off, and moved the old man to a place, lying on the spread coat. Reiki will definitely not be used, this time I can only rely on acupuncture. Just as Ling Yin was about to start acupuncture, she heard xuanhuan exclaim, she's awake. Hey, what are you doing? The four turned back at the same time. 3 minutes passed, and the woman in the BMW finally woke up. Xuanhuan was about to tell Ling Yun when she saw the arrogant perpetrator walking over. He pushed away the unsuspecting xuanhuan, and then sneered at the woman who had just woken up from a coma. Zhuang Meifeng, did you feel good when you bumped into it? Don't think that my son Xing would not dare to touch you after hiding back in Qingshui City. Dare to revoke my marriage? Tell you, our marriage was decided by your family begging my family. Do you want to go back? There is no door. I haven't even touched your hand yet. You and his son will run away from me. If my grandson doesn't teach you a good lesson, how can you stay in the capital? As Sun Xing said that, he was about to grab Zhuang Meifeng's hair, but was stopped by xuanhuan rushing up again. She just woke up from a coma, you can't touch her. Yo, it's true that people say that Qingshui produces beautiful women. The little sister is attractive enough, how about it? Let your brother spoil you tonight? Sun Xing was hooked by xuanhuan's two beautiful legs just now, but now that she can see her beautiful face, she straightens her eyes, and says sensually. As if the three people lying on the ground were not hit by him. Xuanhuan blushed and glared angrily at Sun Xing, scolding angrily, shameless. Indecent. Sun Xing narrowed his triangular eyes slightly and sneered, hey, you're right to scold me. When my brother was playing with women in the capital, they all scold me like that. Has anyone hit you? I do not know when. Ling Yin has come behind Sun Xing, his voice is very cold, colder than 10,000 years of ice. This time, he was really angry, and already had the intention to kill. Sun Xing turned around, who dares to hit me? Don't ask me who I am. Whoever you are, I promise you'll be a pig's head soon. Amidst the exclamations of the onlookers, Ling Yin shot with a sneer. The first punch almost used all his strength, the fist was whistling, and one punch hit Sun Xing's wretched face. Ling Yin was rarely angry. But if he's really angry, it's terrifying. This punch almost smashed Sun Xing's face. However, he was still not relieved, and immediately rushed over and kicked Sun Xing to the ground, and then kicked his body with his foot. So he knew that girl. That's right, at first glance, she hit her on purpose. How can this person be so cruel, and even hit innocent pedestrians, just to save face? Fight. Fight to death. Really relieved. The onlookers were filled with righteous indignation and wished that Ling Yin would directly kill Sun Xing. Seeing Ling Yin punching and kicking Sun Xing's bastard there, everyone in the audience felt relieved, but they were just applauding, and no one dared to step forward to help. When the female traffic police saw Ling Yin said that she wanted to do something, she started to do it. She beat Sun Xing to the ground, screaming and screaming like a slaughtering pig. Although she was also very angry with this scumbag, she had long seen that this Sun Xing had a deep background, because his Audi Q7 had a military license. Ling Yan beat up Sun Xing in front of him. If there was a 3-pointer and 2-pointer, Sun Xing's backer would be held accountable, and she and her male colleague would have to walk away. Xuanhuan didn't care about this. The little demon girl was almost mad at Sun Xing just now. Now that she sees Ling Yan beating Sun Xing to the death, her heart feels better. She also rushed up and kicked Sun Xing more than a dozen times, and finally spit a few mouthfuls on him. Pampering the old lady? I'll spoil you first. The little demon girl seemed to be stepping on someone for the first time. She was so excited that she started to say nothing. Ling Yan sweated profusely, thinking that the little demon girl was so sturdy. Well, that's great. Very to my taste. Stop. Don't hit him again, he will be killed if you hit him again. Seeing that Ling Yan was really fighting to the death, the female traffic police couldn't sit still anymore and rushed over to stop him. It was a pity that Ling Yan had already finished the fight, so he stood still and pulled his foot back. Sun Xing had been lying on the ground like a dead dog for a long time, and Ling Yan's violent beating might have kept him in the hospital for at least half a year. The woman named Zhuang Meifeng in the car was stunned for a long time. She had just woken up from a coma, and her mind was still in a daze. Now that she was just a little awake, she was overjoyed to see the person she hated the most being beaten up. Afraid again. Something is going to happen. Ling Yan didn't know the situation, while Xuanhuan didn't care. These two demons didn't care at all, and they beat Sun Xing half to death. But Zhuang Meifeng knows Sun Xing's identity very well. Zhuang Meifeng looked at these two daring fellows with gratitude and worry, and didn't know how to express it for a while. Ling Yan had a great time playing just now. He turned his head to look at Xuanhuan next to him. He smiled and said, "How is it? Are you enjoying it? It's so cool." "Humph, it's cheap for this kind of person to kill him. I never thought there would be someone worse than you." Xuanhuan's excited little heart was pounding, and she could not wait to throw herself into Ling Yan's arms and kiss him fiercely. "Go, save people." The female traffic policeman who rushed over to stop Ling Yan from beating, stared blankly at Sun Xing, who was curled up on the ground, her face swollen like a pig's head, blood all over her face, and she was dying. He was so arrogant and domineering just now, and in the blink of an eye, he was beaten like a dead dog by two people? Ling Yan and the little demon girl looked at each other and smiled, and walked past the female traffic policeman from left to right, heading straight for the seriously injured and dying old man. Zhuang Meifeng had already got out of the BMW. There were a few silver needles stuck in her neck and shoulders. Although it was a little inconvenient, it did not hinder her movement. No wonder Sun Xing chased Qingshui City from the capital. Zhuang Meifeng really looks very ecstasy. She is about 1.69 meters tall, with long burgundy hair like a waterfall, and a mature, hot and sexy figure, which immediately attracted the attention of passers-by to her. Zhuang Meifeng looked like she was only 20 years old, with snow-white and crystal-clear skin, a soft face that could be broken by blows, and delicate red lips. She has a pair of rare and attractive Danfeng eyes. The most attractive thing is her chest and her waist. Her chest is a perfect peach shape, very plump and attractive. Her waist is an unbearable water snake waist. She doesn't need to step, she just stands there quietly, supporting the wind and swinging willows, naturally exuding a kind of maturity charming temperament. With snow-white skin, enticing phoenix eyes, a perfect breast shape like peach, and an eye-catching water snake waist, it has to be said that Zhuang Meifeng has really won the greatest favor from the creator. It's just that her arrogant and cold eyes can easily drive back the gazes of those men who have been hooked by her and who can't help but want to hit her. Beautiful and charming. Cold and bright. Fabulous stunner. She first glanced at Sun Xing, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, with disgust and fear in her cold eyes. When she turned to look at Ling Yun again, Zhuang Meifeng's eyes were full of gratitude and worry, and her expression was very complicated. The onlookers were talking and saying everything. Why are today's students so fierce? If they say they fight, and they don't even say a word. This was shocked by the power of Ling Yun's beating just now. That grandson really deserves to be beaten, he said it himself. That woman doesn't like seeing him at all, so she drove a car to hit people and injured 3 innocent people. In my opinion, beat him to death, it's all light. This is to see Sun Xing bullying people too much, expressing support for Ling Yun to beat people. That's right, I haven't seen such an arrogant person before. Isn't it just rich and powerful? Don't tell me, just look at his car. His dad is definitely better than Li Gang. This is to know the ins and outs of my father is Li Gang. Humph, you look at that woman's coquettish appearance, she looks like a vixen. I'm driving a BMW, I guess it's the 3rd child of a rich man. This is of course the opinion of a woman who has all kinds of envy, jealousy, and hatred for Zhuang Meifeng's beauty. Zhuang Meifeng turned a deaf ear to these remarks, her expression was indifferent, and she just stared at Ling Yun's back silently. Ling Yun squatted in front of the old man, and once again unfolded the cowhide bag containing the silver needles. He calmly stared at the change in the old man's face, and rubbed his hands together. Ninger, I may spend 7 or 8 minutes this time. During this time, don't let others disturb me. Ling Yun instructed the little demon girl very seriously. His spiritual energy could not be mobilized. This time, he could only save the old man's life by relying on the 9-needle technique of the spirit pivot. Ling Yun did not dare to be careless. Don't worry, brother Ling Yun, I won't let others disturb you. Xuanhuan knew that the old man was in danger and might stop beating at any time, so she nodded quickly. When the rubbing of his hands became a little hot, Ling Yun pulled out his hands together, pinched 7 or 8 silver needles with his left and right hands at the same time, shot like electricity, and began to pierce the big acupoints in the old man's body. The middle-aged surgeon and the male traffic policeman were beside the old man. They saw it clearly and were dumbfounded. Is this fat man treating people or doing acrobatics? Ling Yun's technique is really too fast. Pinch needles, puncture acupoints, and pull out needles, the whole process is like flowing water. Ling Yun's hands were much fatter than ordinary people's, so he should be clumsy to use a needle, but his needle movements were more skilled than an old embroiderer who had been embroidering for decades. In less than 3 minutes, Ling Yun had already pierced 27 needles into the old man. Xuanhuan was fascinated by the look on the side, his mouth was open enough to stuff an egg. She didn't even dare to blink, for fear of missing any detail. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the fun, and experts watch the doorway. Although Xuanhuan does not know how to use the 9 needles of Ling Shu, she can also use TCM acupuncture very proficiently, and recognizes and finds acupoints. Therefore, she could probably tell that Ling Yun had used the 9 needles of the spirit pivot 3 times in a row just now. The first time was to help the old man stop the bleeding completely, the second time was to help the old man strengthen his heart, and the third time was to help the old man smooth his breath. Ling Yun exhaled a long breath, the old man's fate was saved. But that's not the point. Ling Yun knew that the old man's internal injuries and broken ribs were not enough, and the real trouble was that the old man had hurt his brain. If the old man saves his life, but is only in a vegetative state or paralyzed, what's the use? Ling Yun raised his elbow and wiped the sweat from his forehead, his expression extremely solemn, and pinched 9 silver needles from the needle bag. Shuigo, Yingxiang, Sibai, Qingqi, Qingming, Zanju, Yintang, Tuwei. 8 silver needles pierced slowly. It's all about the head. This kid is so bold. Turning a deaf ear to the exclamations and admiration of the people around him, Ling Yun calmed down, holding a 4-inch long silver needle and slowly plunged it into the old man's baihui point. The 9 stitches of the spirit pivot, the last stitch, is also the most crucial stitch. Dive in half. My God, what is he going to do? With such a stab, a good man has also been stabbed to death. Another exclamation. Don't shout. Be quiet and don't interfere with his acupuncture. Xuanhuan was shocked, but did not forget to get angry at the people around her. Bai Hui Point, as the name suggests, is where the hundreds of veins meet, the meeting of hundreds of veins, the master of all diseases. How important is it here? Even if his grandfather wanted to acupuncture this acupuncture point, he had to think twice and be extremely cautious, but Ling Yun did not hesitate to puncture it. How much confidence and courage does it take? Xuanhuan only needed to look at Ling Yun's dignified expression to know that he had reached the most critical moment of needlework, and of course he didn't want him to be disturbed. In fact, she thought too much. Ling Yun would not be affected by everything around him at all, and his spiritual pivot 9 needles had already been used. It's still a success. As long as the old man wakes up and heals his injuries, he will be fine. Ling Yun sat down on the ground with one butt, and performed the 9 needles of the spirit pivot 4 times in a row, and he was exhausted from exhaustion. Brother Ling Yun, are you all right? Xuanhuan wiped the sweat from Ling Yun's forehead rarely with her sleeve, and asked with concern. I'm fine. Ling Yun glanced at Xuanhuan, stood up and said. Boy, please stay. Seeing Ling Yun stand up, the middle-aged doctor thought he was going to leave after saving people, so he hurriedly called to stop him. What's up? Ling Yun had a good opinion of this doctor, who took the initiative to save lives. I'm a surgeon at Jiangnan Provincial Hospital. My name is Zheng Qingshan. This is my business card. Zheng Qingshan walked up to Ling Yun, reported himself to his home, and took the initiative to hand over a business card. Ling Yun took it and glanced down at the words on the business card, Chief Surgeon of Jiangnan Provincial Hospital, Doctor, nodded, and asked, It's Dr. Zheng, what's the matter with you? Young man, you should be studying Chinese medicine, right? I see that you are skilled in medicine. I want to get to know you. Can you give me a way to contact you? Zheng Qingshan was outspoken. Although Zheng Qingshan is modern Western medicine, he is by no means ignorant of Chinese medicine. Just now, Ling Yun bandaged the wounds of the 2 little girls, corrected and connected the broken bones, and used a few silver needles to wake Xuan Meifeng from the coma, and then acted to pull the seriously injured and dying old man back from the front of the gate of hell. It took about 10 minutes. In the same time, 4 wounded with different injuries were treated in a row. This medicine is also amazing. Who can do this, let alone Zheng Qingshan? Even if Zheng Qingshan searched all the famous doctors he knew, he couldn't find one. That's why he started thinking about making friends. Contact information? Ling Yun suddenly got into trouble. He doesn't have a mobile phone. Where can he leave his contact information for Zheng Qingshan? That, Dr. Zheng, I don't have a cell phone. Ling Yun told the truth. Zheng Qingshan thought that Ling Yun wanted to do something good and not leave his name, but he refused to give up. Young man, I heard this girl say your name is Ling Yun, right? It doesn't matter if you don't have a mobile phone, just leave me an address, and I will definitely come to the door. Visit. Seeing that the 2 were at a stalemate, Xuanhuan, who was holding Ling Yun's arm tightly, suddenly rolled her eyes and said to Zheng Qingshan with a tender smile, Uncle Zheng, it's enough to have your business card, we will definitely contact you. Hearing that Xuanhuan said that others would contact him, even if Zheng Qingshan knew that he was trying to prevaricate him, he couldn't continue to ask questions, so he could only nodded with a wry smile. Only then did the peculiar siren of 120 ambulances sounded from a distance. The ambulance is here. At this time, the traffic police at other intersections had come to direct the traffic, and the traffic flow in 3 directions at the intersection was already passable. Vehicles and crowds moved out of the way, and 2 ambulances roared. Numerous medical staff alighted. "Yo, isn't this Director Zheng? Why are you here?" As soon as a young attending physician got out of the car, he saw Zheng Qingshan standing opposite Ling Yun, and hurried over to say hello. In fact, as soon as the ambulance arrived, Zheng Qingshan knew that it was an ambulance from Jiangnan Provincial Hospital. "So it's Xiao Wang? Are you on duty today?" Zheng Qingshan immediately greeted him. "Look, the old man is moving." At this moment, an exclamation suddenly came from the crowd of onlookers. "Hey! It's amazing, the old man's fingers are really moving. Oh, I didn't expect that kid to be so powerful. When he pierced his head just now, it terrified me. This old man's life is really big, just now I can't see it, but I didn't expect it to be saved." Everyone who saw Ling Yun's acupuncture was in awe, shocked by his medical skills. Many medical staff saw that the old man was the most seriously injured and surrounded him. Shui Mining first gave Ling Yun an undisguised admiration smile, and she also ran over to take Ling Yun's arm. "Tell them not to touch the old man for half an hour," Ling Yun urged behind Shui Mining. Then he walked slowly to the little girl with the broken leg. Several medical staff also came here. They were about to carry the little girl to the ambulance, but when they saw the little girl had a silver needle stuck in her body, they didn't know what to do. These silver needles were pierced by Ling Yun in order to relieve the little girl's pain and make her fall asleep. It had nothing to do with her broken leg. After Ling Yun came over, he directly pulled out the silver needle from her body. "Take her into the car, be careful not to touch her injured leg, and this little girl has an injured arm, and she also needs to go to the hospital." Ling Yun got up and touched the other little girl's head. "Thank you, brother Ling Yun." Before the little girl with the injured arm got into the ambulance, she said to Ling Yun with wide eyes. Ling Yun smiled and nodded, but said nothing. He came to Zhuang Meifeng again, and couldn't help but stay for a while. This Zhuang Meifeng's almost enchanting charm is enough to make any man's heart beat and his breath short of breath. Ling Yun couldn't help but turn his head to look at Sun Xing, who looked like a dead dog, thinking to himself that it's no wonder that this bastard chased so far to hit someone. This is a stunning stunner. But, why does this stunner look so familiar? "Thank you for saving me." Seeing Ling Yun coming to her, Zhuang Meifeng hurriedly thanked Ling Yun. Although his voice was still cold, gratitude was written on his face. She was just in a coma. Even if Ling Yun didn't need a silver needle, she could still wake up naturally, but it just took a little more time. But Ling Yun was not as simple as rescuing her. If it wasn't for Ling Yun's actions, she would have been insulted by Sun Xing today. She was grateful to Ling Yun, mainly for this. "No need to thank you, you were not seriously injured, I just did it casually." Ling Yun smiled lightly and looked calm. "My name is Zhuang Meifeng, it's..." Zhuang Meifeng wanted to say that she belonged to the Zhuang's pharmaceutical group, but when she thought that she had rejected the marriage arranged for her by her family, she would definitely not be accepted by the family again, so she immediately stopped. "Who is this Zhuang Meifeng?" "She is the daughter of Zhuang's pharmaceutical group, the sister of Zhuang Meina." Ling Yun didn't care who she was, he did everything from his own heart. If he was saved, he would be saved, and if he was hit, he would be hit. As for what others thought, he didn't take it seriously at all. Of course, this did not prevent him from taking a careful look at Zhuang Meifeng, a beautiful, almost enchanting woman. Of course he had enough to see and feast his eyes on. As for the reward, he naturally counted it on the head of the little demon girl Shui Mining. "Who asked her to ask me to save her?" He looked at Zhuang Meifeng enough, and Zhuang Meifeng was also looking at him with suspicious Danfeng eyes. She is also the absolute school flower of Beijing University of Finance and Economics. As long as a man sees her, who doesn't immediately turn into a pig-like face, and his mouth is full of laziness. But this 18-year-old fat man in front of him is not. Although he was slightly stunned when he first saw the front of him, it was only a moment, and then the expression on his face immediately returned to the original calm. Now, although he is examining himself, there is no lust for beauty in his eyes. As if he was just a flower, a bonsai in his eyes. Good legs, good waist, good breasts. Ling Yan's gaze went from bottom to top, and finally stopped on Zhuang Meifeng's face. He smiled slightly. If you feel that your body is fine, I will pull out the silver needle. Zhuang Meifeng was inexplicably ashamed, thinking of the scene where the big fat man pierced his neck with a silver needle when she was in a coma. Her face became a little hot. I'm fine, you, pull it out. Ling Yan nodded and shot like electricity. Before Zhuang Meifeng could feel anything unusual, she had already squeezed all the silver needles into her hands. The old man seems to be awake. I'll go take a look, please do it yourself. Ling Yan came here just to pull out the needle. This is the silver needle he just got. How could he just stab someone else and just ignore it? Wait. Seeing that Ling Yan had finished pulling the needle and left, Zhuang Meifeng reached out and grabbed his arm in a hurry. What else is there? Ling Yan turned around in confusion. Your name is Ling Yan, right? You saved me, you must leave me a contact information. In the future, I can repay you too. Yes, another person who wants contact information. Ling Yan can't help frowning secretly. Not having a mobile phone kills people. When he goes shopping for a while, he has to ask the little demon girl to buy him a mobile phone. However, this contact information must remain. The two little girls have already left in the ambulance. Although the old man over there was rescued by himself, he is obviously not sober enough to repay his gratitude. Now this beautiful woman is left to say that she wants to repay herself. If she refuses again, isn't that a living Lei Feng who does good deeds without leaving his name? Although Ling Yan just put the whole account on Shui Mining's head, but one more person is one more benefit, right? Although this beauty's car is not as cool as the little witch's Ferrari, since she can drive a car, she is definitely not poor. Thinking of this, Ling Yan smiled. Qingshui City No. 1 High School, Class 3 and 6, you can find Ling Yan. Zhuang Meifeng's face suddenly changed, and she covered her delicate and sexy mouth all of a sudden. Are you from No. 1 Middle School? Ling Yan couldn't help laughing a little when he saw Zhuang Meifeng's actions, and thought to himself, what's wrong with him being in the first middle school? As for all the fuss? Yeah, what's wrong? It's nothing, it's just that you are so skilled in medicine. I didn't expect you to be a high school student. Zhuang Meifeng didn't want to mention her sister, so she quietly covered it up. Wait for me a while. She hurried back to the car, found a piece of paper and pen and wrote down her name and phone number, then came back and handed it to Ling Yan. This is my phone number, you can call me at any time. Ling Yan took it easily, his fingers touched Zhuang Meifeng's small hand inadvertently, and the smooth feeling actually shocked him. But Zhuang Meifeng didn't notice it. She suddenly said with a worried face, you must call me. That Sun Xing's family is a big family in the capital. Their family is very powerful. You beat him like this. Their family, I will never let you go. I will protect you even if I give up everything. Zhuang Meifeng didn't know where the determination came from, but the last sentence was unequivocal. Ling Yan said that he knew that there would be trouble, but he didn't expect it to be a big trouble. But he just smiled lightly and didn't make any statement. Soldiers will come to block, water will come to earth. Since he dares to cause trouble, when will Ling Yan be afraid of trouble? Besides, it wasn't just him who beat people, there was also a little demon girl, right? Brother Ling Yan, come here quickly. This old man woke up and vomited 2 more mouths of blood. Shui Mining suddenly turned back and shouted at Ling Yan. Ling Yan waved at Zhuang Meifeng, indicating that she didn't need to worry, and then walked towards the helpless group of medical staff. Spit blood? That's good, then I can safely pull out the needle. The 9 needles of the spirit pivot worked. After performing the 9 needles of the spirit pivot 4 times in a row, he was exhausted, and he finally didn't waste his energy. After so long delay, it is time to leave. After shopping with the little demon girl and returning home, I will take Lingyun home. Seeing Lingyun approaching, Zheng Qingshan hurriedly smiled at him kindly and said, "Lingyun, this old man has opened his eyes, he is still conscious. Just because he had 2 broken ribs, he couldn't speak, and he vomited 2 more mouths of blood just now. What do you think about the next step?" For fear that Lingyun would not know about it, he introduced the old man's situation in great detail. Lingyun nodded, went straight to the old man's side, then squatted down and gently tapped the old man's left wrist with 3 fingers of his right hand. About half a minute later, Lingyun raised his hand and pulled out the needle. It wasn't that the old man couldn't move just now, Lingyun was just afraid that he would be taken away by an ambulance, and he would follow him to the hospital, so he was too lazy to ask for trouble. Because of the 9-needle method of Ling Shu, he can only pull out the needles. Others who pull out the needles indiscriminately must cause a big mess. Okay, just take the old man to the ambulance and take him to the hospital. He is fine now, except for his ribs. As Lingyun spoke, he put all the silver needles that he had taken back into the cowhide bag and put them away carefully. Suddenly, the old man suddenly tried his best to open his eyes. His eyes were fixed on Lingyun, his lips kept moving, and it seemed that he wanted to speak. "What's your name?" The old man seemed to have exhausted all his strength and finally asked what he wanted to ask. Although his voice was low, every word was clear. "My name is Lingyun." "Don't think too much about it, old man. You take good care of your body. Otherwise, the gods will be hard to save today. As long as you take care of your ribs, everything will be the same as before." Lingyun of course understood the meaning of the old man. It was rare that he did not hit the snake with the stick, but smiled lightly and comforted the old man to recuperate. Seeing Lingyun like this, xuanhuan looked at him strangely, wondering what the little witch was thinking. At this time, Zheng Qingshan became the top leader of all the ambulance personnel present at Jiangnan Provincial Hospital. He instructed everyone to carry the old man into the car. Seeing the ambulance whizzing away, he turned around and grabbed Lingyun's hand tightly, excited. Said, "Lingyun, thank you so much this time, if it weren't for you, a life would be buried here." Lingyun laughed, his expression calm, as if he had done nothing just now. "Ninger, now that everyone has been rescued, can we go shopping?" xuanhuan's pretty face was full of smiles, and she nodded her head. "Of course, we're going to buy a lot of things." Although she didn't save a life, she was extremely happy at this time. "That's a life. Then let's go?" Lingyun suggested cheerfully. "Neither of you are allowed to leave." A loud shout resounded in everyone's ears like thunder. The one who shouted loudly and refused to let Lingyun leave was naturally the female traffic policeman. A traffic policeman is also a policeman. Lingyun beat people up like this right under her nose, making her furious after being stunned for a while. It was annoying enough to be on duty on Saturday, and there was such a serious traffic accident, and this traffic accident was obviously a criminal case of malicious injury, which made her feel very difficult. If ordinary people are not so complicated at all, as long as they are handed over to the criminal police to deal with, they will have nothing to do with themselves. But the female traffic policeman looked at the Audi Q7 that had dented the body of the white BMW by more than 20 centimeters, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt that she would definitely be implicated. This car is over $1 million. And it's still a military badge. Then this Sun Xing is not just a second-generation rich or even a second-generation official, he must have a military background. These days, no one dares to clamor for the police uniform of the traffic police after deliberately bruising someone. The most irritating thing is that this ignorant dead fat man also beat Sun Xing to a half dead. Isn't that making trouble for yourself? Therefore, just now, Lingyun beat Sun Xing like a dead dog in a storm, and then went to treat the old man. When everyone was busy, she was not idle. Not only did she secretly check Sun Xing's injuries, but she also made 2 separate calls. One call was naturally to 120, and the other was to the Criminal Police Brigade. As long as the people on both sides arrived, she only needed to hand over Sun Xing, the perpetrator, and Ling Yun, the beater, to the criminal police, and she would naturally have nothing to do with her. In this way, neither violation of the rules and regulations, but also a good preservation of themselves. It can be said that this female traffic policeman is also a bit quick-witted. She handles such an urgent and complicated scene in an orderly and seamless manner. It's just that the criminal police haven't come yet. Ling Yun is about to leave like a normal person. Of course she is in a hurry, so she quickly stops her. Ling Yun frowned slightly. He looked at the female traffic policeman with a sneer. No one can go? Why? Ling Yun said in his heart that Lao Tzu was kind enough to save people, but if he didn't get any benefit, did he really save trouble? The 2 of you beat him like this, and you have to wait for the police to deal with him before you can leave. The female traffic policeman was very righteous and pointed at Sun Xing, who was trembling violently with pain like a dead dog on the ground. There were still many people around who liked to watch the fun and didn't leave. When they heard the female traffic police handle things like this, they were all unhappy. What? Is this still handled by the police? That's right. What an obvious thing. This rubbish himself admitted that he deliberately bumped into people, so he shouldn't be beaten. Take people's lives as leaks and cut them? I think it's light to kill him. That's right. He's a criminal at all. It's good to kill one person like this. It's good to save him from running out and harming others. This young man saved 4 people in a row just now. He was brave in saving lives and helping the wounded. He should be commended. Why did he hand him over to the police? That's right, when Sun Xing scolded that male traffic policeman just now, why didn't they even dare to fart? The male traffic policeman listened to everyone's discussion. His face was red and white, and he was very ashamed. He also felt that what his female colleague had done was a bit outrageous. Outrage. He walked embarrassedly and barely stood there, and the female traffic policeman who was sullen said, Wang Min, in fact, I have seen it, this Sun Xing only suffered some trauma, let's let Ling Yun go, just hand Sun Xing over to the criminal police. Enough. It turned out that the female traffic policeman was called Wang Min. Wang Min saw that she had committed public anger and was accused in front of everyone. Her face was pale, but she still insisted, Li Yang, we are acting in accordance with legal procedures. We must wait for the criminal police to deal with it. Wang Min couldn't help but despise Li Yang. I said in my heart that you are really a softy and an idiot. Just now I was scolded by Sun Xing for a long time, but I still can't turn my head. If this perpetrator with background is investigated at home, we will not have a good life. Xuanhuan was the first to hold back. She rushed forward and yelled at Wang Min. I said, what kind of legal procedure are you following? You clearly know that this Sun Xing is intentionally hurting people. Why didn't you call the criminal police just now? To deal with it? Zhuang Meifeng was knocked unconscious. Just as brother Ling Yun woke her up, Sun Xing came to grab someone by the hair and wanted to beat her. Why don't you dare to stop her? Not only did we save people, but we also helped you punish criminals. Instead, you asked the police to arrest us. Is this the so-called legal procedure? Ling Yun watched it interestingly from the side, and thought that the little demon girl's eloquence was good. She was really eloquent, every word was reasonable, good, very good. With just a few words, Xuanhuan made Wang Min asked speechless, and she was stunned on the spot with an embarrassed expression on her face. Zheng Qingshan also came over. He first glanced at Sun Xing, who was lying on the ground twitching all over, and then said to Wang Min with a slightly sullen expression, this comrade, Ling Yun beat someone in anger just now, this is what he did. No, but he also saved 4 people. You should know how dangerous that old man is. It can be said that if there is no Ling Yun, if the ambulance arrives, the old man will die, then this Sun Xing will become a murderer. It can be said that Ling Yun also saved him indirectly. What's wrong with beating him? Although Zhong Qingshan was angry, his words were not as strong as xuanhuan's. Instead, he tried his best to help Ling Yun speak. This made Ling Yun nodded slightly. Comrade, you should let Ling Yun go. I will clarify this matter at the police station. Zhuang Meifeng also walked in front of Wang Min. Although her tone was a negotiating tone, her expression was very cold. Ling Yun was fighting Sun Xing to protect her. In this car accident, it was obvious that Sun Xing came after her, and she didn't even care about her life. Zhuang Meifeng knew that if Ling Yun didn't stop her just now, she would definitely suffer all kinds of insults from Sun Xing. According to her knowing Sun Xing would even drag her into the car while she was unconscious. As for my own family, the entire Zhuang's pharmaceutical group can't wait to do this. Then all the resistance she had done in the past would be in vain, so of course she was grateful to Ling Yun from the bottom of her heart. No. Absolutely not. It was he who beat him, and none of you can replace him. I know he acted bravely, but everything has to be dealt with according to procedures. Seeing that she was on the opposite side of everyone, Wang Min felt even more guilty, but her tone was even tougher. Ling Yun smiled indifferently, looking at Wang Min like a funny clown, but still didn't make any statement. Xuanhuan was furious when she saw Wang Min's madness, to keep them from going. She was completely furious. I said, don't think that we are young enough to be bullied. I tell you, we will leave now. If you dare to stop me, I can take your police uniform off right now. Brother Ling Yun, let's go. Then Xuanhuan grabbed Ling Yun's arm and walked away. Her precious Ferrari is still parked on the road at this time. Just now, Guang was in a hurry to save people. Now that everyone has been rescued, the little demon girl is starting to worry about her car. It was a limited edition Ferrari. Even if it was scratched lightly by another car, it would make her feel distressed for days. Wang Min didn't even see Xuanhuan's car. If she knew that the two of them came in a Ferrari, she probably wouldn't have gotten involved long ago. Hearing what Xuanhuan said, Wang Min's eyes were dazed, and she wondered what happened today. How could someone just come out and say that they could rip off their police uniforms? However, she is now riding a tiger, and when she sees the two of them say to leave, she can't think about it anymore, and she stretches out her arm to block in front of the two of them. Seeing that Wang Min was so ignorant, Ling Yun shook his head helplessly, and continued to walk forward with Xuanhuan. When approaching Wang Min, he raised his hand like lightning. His movements were lightning fast, and the direction of his shot was very concealed, so even Wang Min didn't notice it. Seeing that Ling Yun was pushing hard, Wang Min was about to stop her with a stern voice, but she suddenly felt half of her body go numb, and she couldn't even speak. Her right half of her body seemed to be electrocuted, her right hand drooped softly, her body swayed, and she sat on the ground with her buttocks. He could only helplessly watch Ling Yun and Xuanhuan go away. Wang Min, what's wrong with you? Are you all right? Li Yang asked in confusion when he saw Wang Min, who was still tough just now, suddenly sat on the ground. Wang Min didn't know what was going on with her either. She couldn't speak until a minute or two passed. No, nothing. Wang Min's face was pale, and his mouth was trembling. Is there really such a thing as retribution? Wang Min was shocked. Zhuang Meifeng watched Ling Yun leave. She wanted to catch up, hesitated and struggled for a long time, but finally shook her head and returned to her car. Everything started because of her, and of course she couldn't leave until the police arrived. Ling Yun and Xuanhuan quickly returned to the car, and the Ferrari was safe and sound, which reassured Xuanhuan a lot. That female traffic policeman is really angry. We are obviously brave. Brother Lingyun, are you not angry? Xuanhuan started the car and stepped on the accelerator, as if the accelerator was Sun Xing's face. Lingyun looked at him and laughed. Why am I angry? We both saved people and beat that bastard. I'm in a good mood. Brother Lingyun, is that old man really all right? Did he hurt his brain? I see that you put a lot of needles in his head, all of them are big holes. What Xuanhuan admired for Lingyun now was the fact that her 5 bodies were thrown to the ground, and each and every one of Lingyun's elder brother's calls made Lingyun's bones brittle, very comfortable. Well, as long as you go to the hospital to get your rib attached, and then recover from the injury, after 100 days, it will be the same as before. To be honest, Lingyun remembered the 2 little girls, Zhuang Meifeng, and the old man desperately trying to open his eyes to look at his grateful gaze, and suddenly felt that he could save other people's lives, which felt really good. Brother Lingyun, you are amazing. Xuanhuan is not stingy with her admiration and praise. 7 minutes later, Xuanhuan stopped in front of a luxuriously decorated shopping mall. The most prosperous road in Qingshui City, the pedestrian street, has finally arrived. No matter how the ranking is, Qingshui City, which can be ranked in the top 10 in China, has famous cars and luxury cars everywhere. But even so, when Xuanhuan parked the car at the entrance of the mall, this limited edition Ferrari still attracted everyone's attention. No way, this car is really cool. At the same time, Xuanhuan's heroic and beautiful face and those 2 long white legs are really too dazzling. Lingyun felt the envious, jealous, and hateful gazes of the people around him, and he didn't take it seriously. Lingyun fantasized about riding the wind and wielding his sword, looking down from the sky and looking down at the vicissitudes of life in the world, directly ignoring the gazes around him, swaggeringly followed behind Xuanhuan, and walked into the shopping mall lobby. No way, all the eyes around him were looking at a flower stuck in cow dung. The lobby on the first floor of the shopping mall is where all kinds of gold and silver jewelry and brand-name mobile phones are located. Xuanhuan is obviously very familiar with this place. She turned around and took Lingyun's arm with both hands and dragged him straight to the target. Brother Lingyun, what can you do if you don't have a mobile phone? You don't even have the contact information when someone asks you for it. Let's buy a mobile phone first. Well, the emotional little beauty took the scene of Zheng Qingshan and Lingyun asking for contact information in her heart. Of course, this is right in Lingyun's arms, and it is indeed a child who can be taught. He spent a total of 20,000 yuan. He spent 9,000 yuan yesterday. Now he has only a little more than half of it. Of course, he is reluctant to buy a mobile phone for himself. But he is reluctant to buy it himself, which does not mean that he does not want it when others give it to him. Because he did find that in this technologically advanced world, it is really inconvenient to not have a communication tool like a mobile phone. If nothing else, once the people around you are in danger or trouble, you can immediately notify him, right? After all, at the scene of the car accident just now, the uncomfortable feeling was so clear that Lingyun kept pondering. He didn't know whether the other party was targeting him or his family. Brother Lingyun, let's just buy an iPhone 5, we use the same phone. Hee. Xuanhuan dragged Lingyun directly to the apple counter, pointed to the apples of several colors under the transparent glass counter and said, "What color do you like?" "Black." Xuanhuan nodded and said directly to the salesperson, "Please take a black iPhone 5. It seems that the salesperson seldom sees such a straightforward buyer. They are very warm and thoughtful. One of the girls with a ponytail asked politely, "Do you want to pay by cash or credit card?" Xuanhuan smiled slightly, "Swipe the card." "Please come here." The ponytail girl raised her hand and made a gesture of invitation, and took Xuanhuan to swipe her card. "Sir, would you like to try the machine for you?" Another salesperson smiled. Lingyun shook his head slightly, "No need." When I bought a mobile phone for Ning Lingyu with the little gambler Tang Meng yesterday, he already knew how to use the mobile phone, so he directly asked the salesperson to pack it for him. The checkout was very fast. Xuanhuan came back in less than 3 minutes. She looked at the newly bought mobile phone in front of Ling Yun and giggled, "Brother Ling Yun, I know a friend who has a good number there, I will give him a number later. Call and ask him to leave you a pretty number. Do you want a tail number 6/8 or 6/9? Ling Yun said in her heart that the little beauty was thoughtful enough, not only giving her a mobile phone, but also a pretty number. He smiled and said, "Then why are you embarrassed? I like 6/9, but you ask him to get me another number 6/8. Well, just get a few more, I'll be useful." When I bought a cell phone with Tang Meng yesterday, Tang Meng muttered that his cell phone number was only 4 or 8, and felt that it was not enough. Now that Ling Yun heard that Xuanhuan had such a good connection, it would be strange if he didn't open his mouth. What's more, Ning Lingyu's mobile phone number is also a casual number. She should get another one too. When Ling Yun thought about giving such a good phone number to Tang Meng, the wonderful expression on the boy's face couldn't help but feel proud. Xuanhuan couldn't help but curled her lips, thinking that brother Ling Yun really dared to speak. "Do you think such a good number is Chinese cabbage on the side of the road? If you don't know the leader of Shimizu City, it would be strange to give it to us." Ling Yun looked at the little demon girl's expression and knew that she was in trouble, so he lightly provoked her and said, "It's okay, if you can't do it, you can't do it, it's the same with ordinary numbers." The little demon girl was really fooled. She gave Ling Yun a blank eye and said, "Who said it can't be done? But at most I can only ask for 4, and I can't speak if there are more." Ling Yun was waiting for her words. He thought that 4 was enough. He hurriedly nodded with a smile and said, "Enough is enough, why do I want so many pretty names, and I can't eat them?" The conversation between the two was watched by the waiter at the Apple store, and they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The tail number is 6/8? 6/9? Still 4? The relationship between these two students is insane, isn't it? After buying the mobile phone, Xuanhuan took Ling Yun and took the elevator to the 4th floor of the mall. This floor is mainly where men's high-end clothing is sold. "Brother Ling Yun, what kind of clothes are you going to buy? Sports clothes? Casual clothes? Or suit shirts?" As soon as they reached the 4th floor, Xuanhuan couldn't wait to ask. "Just buy 2 sets of sportswear. I will try to lose weight in the next 2 months, and I can hardly wear other clothes." Ling Yun didn't want to buy more clothes. After all, he was sure that he would lose 60 to 70 pounds in 2 months. If he bought it now, he would not be able to wear it in 2 months. How about that? You can't lose weight all the time, can you? Besides, you usually have to wear formal clothes when you meet people and do things. Xuanhuan didn't give Ling Yun a chance to defend herself, and dragged him to start sweeping the major brand clothing counters. Soon, he bought 2 sets of Nike sportswear and 2 pairs of Nike sneakers, and the little demon dragged him to buy shirts and suits. Ling Yun couldn't help but stun secretly, thinking that she would spend more than 20,000 yuan in the blink of an eye. This little demon girl really doesn't care about money. He really guessed right, the little demon girl really never felt distressed about money when she went shopping. Sportswear is easy to buy, but suits are really hard to buy. No way, who made Ling Yun so fat? After trying several outfits in a row, it didn't fit, and the little demon girl couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. "Brother Ling Yun, why are you also 1.8 meters tall? What are you doing so fat when you have nothing to eat? It's a pity that such a good clothes rack." The little witch frowned and complained there. "That's why I'm trying my best to lose weight." "Forget it, let's buy it in 2 months. I promise, it will be up to 150 pounds in 2 months. Ling Yun was very helpless, thinking that it would be fine if only I could eat. I am not trying my best to lose weight. What? Why do you still have more than 200 pounds now? 150 pounds in 2 months. Just how you eat this afternoon? Brag. Xuanhuan scoffed when she saw Ling Yun, swore that she would reduce the weight to 150 pounds. 1.8 meters tall, 150 pounds, almost the perfect body standard, but she lost at least 60 pounds in 2 months, and she didn't believe that she killed the little demon girl. Ling Yun smiled calmly, without any excuse. Facts speak louder than words, and in 2 months, or even a month, he will surprise everyone. But it's my birthday in 10 days. You must come by then. Well. My parents will also come from the capital, you. Xuanhuan folded her fingers and calculated for herself. Ling Yun smiled, without saying a word. It turned out that the little demon girl had this idea. There was a very warm feeling in his heart, and he couldn't help touching Xuanhuan's little head, with a bright confident smile on the corner of his mouth, and said gently, "Don't worry, I will definitely go. What you wear doesn't matter, does it?" Xuanhuan was shocked. He once again saw Ling Yun's very sunny and kind smile that could pierce anyone's spiritual defense. She couldn't help being in a daze. A strange feeling suddenly appeared in her heart, and her face flushed red. The weather is getting hot, and I can't wear a suit. Buy a shirt. It is rare to see Xuanhuan shy, so Ling Yun looked at her with interest and suggested. It could be said that in the few hours since the two met, they had fought and laughed, cried and laughed, but this did not prevent Ling Yun from gradually accepting Xuanhuan. The little demon girl is so passionate, she dares to think and act, and it is rare to know how to be filial and kind-hearted. As for willful coquettishness, it was just her little girl's feelings, so Ling Yun naturally wouldn't take it to heart. The two bought so many things along the way, and Xuanhuan was paying by card. The salesperson in the mall inevitably gave Ling Yun a strange look, but Ling Yun turned a blind eye and didn't care at all. He saved Dr. Shue's life aside. Ling Yun knew what he would give to Xuanhuan in the future, definitely more than what he got from her. This is Ling Yun. If someone sincerely gives him a drop of water, he will give them back an ocean. Okay, then let's not buy suits, let's buy shirts. You should eat less and lose weight quickly, it's too fat. The little demon girl didn't know what to think. She was shy and gentle once, blushed and whispered. Next, Xuanhuan bought Ling Yun 2 Versace shirts, 2 strong men's trousers, and a pair of Levi's jeans. At this point, Ling Yun's hands were full of large and small bags, and he couldn't carry any more. Ninger, is it almost there? I can't take it anymore. Even if Ling Yun likes to make cheap money, he is a little embarrassed at this time. The little demon girl is really domineering in shopping in this mall. Ling Yun calculated silently. The two of them spent less than an hour and a half, and the 40,000 yuan was gone. Xuanhuan finally stopped, looked at Ling Yun's full shopping bags, and smiled with satisfaction. Well, I think it's almost the same. Let's go back to the car and put things down, and then buy mine. Ling Yun staggered abruptly. You still buy it? Xuanhuan pouted and said coquettishly, of course. Do you only buy it for you, not for me? Ling Yun looked at the little demon girl whose eyes were shining, and finally understood that it was such a terrifying thing to go shopping with a girl. But, fortunately, I came home with a reward. Ouch, I'm exhausted. Ling Yun threw all the things he bought into the back seat of the Ferrari, stretched out his arms, and frowned. It's only been a while, and it's all bought for you, okay? Really? Xuanhuan rarely saw Ling Yun's frowning face once, and said to herself that this is what you are most afraid of, then I will know how to torture you in the future. This girl is a super invincible shopaholic. Suddenly, Xuanhuan's cell phone rang. She frowned, took out her cell phone and looked at the caller ID. Her face was even more ugly. This Li Qingchuan is really annoying. The little demon girl stomped her feet with disgust on her face and snorted coldly. However, she still answered the phone in front of Ling Yun, and the call was connected. Before she could speak, she immediately reprimanded, Isn't it that you are not allowed to call me casually? Why are you calling again? Ling Yan heard it very clearly. On the other end of the phone came a very clear but lazy voice. Sister Ninger, where did I call you casually? Haven't I called you for 2 days? Li Qingchuan. You don't have to write with me, and if you have something to say, let it go. Sister Ninger, guess where I am now, and what am I doing? I don't have the time to talk to you, why don't you tell me? Don't tell me I'm hanging up. Don't hang it up. Ninger, I'm in Wangfujing now. I'm here to buy you a birthday present. I'm looking for a necklace, a watch, and a fine jadeite. Tell me, what do you like? I don't like anything, and I won't like you either. You'd better not bother. Ling Yan thought it was very interesting. It turned out that the boy named Li Qingchuan on the phone had fallen in love with the little demon girl. When she was about to celebrate her birthday, she bought birthday gifts to please her. Ninger, it doesn't matter if you don't like me, the important thing is that I like you, or I'll buy it for you. It is said that this lazy Li Qingchuan is really patient and thick-skinned. It seems that xuanhuan has already rejected him. Li Qingchuan, I beg you, okay? Don't like me anymore. What do you like about me? Can I change it? Xuanhuan really couldn't stand Li Qingchuan's entanglement. She stomped her feet and said with a bitter face. Ling Yan was amused by the famous saying that xuanhuan said inadvertently, and couldn't help laughing. On the other end of the phone, the super handsome Li Qingchuan heard Ling Yan's laughter, and his face changed greatly. He was shocked and said, Ninger, who are you with? How can I hear that there is a man beside you? Are you laughing? Xuanhuan said disdainfully, what's the matter, what's wrong with a man beside me? Do I have to report to you who I'm with? Of course not. Tell me who that kid is, and see how I'll deal with him when I go back. On the other end of the phone, Li Qingchuan almost jumped 3 feet high, her eyebrows raised sharply, and her tone changed from lazy to ruthless. Just kidding, I've been chasing me for 2 years, and my future wife, who has been booked for a long time, has a man beside her. Ling Yan didn't care at all, but xuanhuan saw that Li Qingchuan was about to clean up, and she got even more angry. She directly yelled at the phone, Li Qingchuan, let me tell you, don't clean up this and that all day long, you're going to annoy me, I'll call Uncle Li to see how he handles you. The little demon girl was furious, and Li Qingchuan couldn't take it anymore. He immediately became a little shy, and asked softly, Ninger, good sister, what are you telling my father about our affairs? Well, I won't deal with that person, you gotta tell me who he is, right? What's he got to do with you? Xuanhuan suddenly turned her head to look at Ling Yan, her big smart eyes murmured, she suddenly came up with an idea, and giggled, he accompanies me to lunch at Qingshui people's house, and accompanies me to stroll the streets all afternoon, what does he have to do with me? Ninger. You must not scare me, you know, my heart is not very good, he will not be your boyfriend? Li Qingchuan's face was ashen, and he asked cautiously, expecting xuanhuan to give different answers. Congratulations, you got it. Xuanhuan succeeded in her trick, she was so happy that she ended the call immediately after speaking. In Wangfujing, the capital, Li Qingchuan stared blankly at his mobile phone, his face full of disbelief. Now, he can't wait to set the whole Wangfujing on fire, to vent his anger. This boy is really super handsome. He is 1.78 meters tall, with a slender body, an 8-backed waist, straight eyebrows, a straight nose, and a square mouth. He wears a brand-name suit on him, just like a tailor-made one. It's just that Li Qingchuan's mood and face are not very good at this time, not only not good, but ugly. My sister Ninger, whom I have been pursuing for more than 2 years, has a boyfriend? Impossible. Ninger is quirky, she must have lied to me. Yes, it must be a lie to me, I asked that boy Tang Meng to help me watch, who would dare to approach her. Li Qingchuan believed that no matter who wanted to approach xuanhuan, they had to pass Tang Meng's level. Now, if Tang Meng didn't call him, it would be fine. Thinking of this, Li Qingchuan's face brightened a little. However, today is Saturday, Ninger should really be shopping, so who will be with her now? No matter who that kid is, since he dares to approach my sister Ninger, I will make him die ugly. No. I have to ask Tang Meng to investigate. Maybe this kid is addicted to gambling all day long and forgets the things I told him to the sky. Li Qingchuan didn't care whether Tang Meng was in class or not. Of course Tang Meng didn't attend class. This kid is taking Zhao Lei to watch a movie in the boys' dormitory of his class. Well, that's right, what's playing on the laptop is the love story of a man and a woman from an island country. However, it is obvious that this guy has watched too many movies like this, and he did not have the red face and panting he imagined. At this moment, Tang Meng's cell phone rang suddenly. Who is calling me at this time, don't you know I'm in class? Tang Meng shook his long hair arrogantly, raised his hand and took the phone. Oh, it's Brother Chuan. Zhao Lei, stop now. Tang Meng saw that Li Qingchuan was calling, so he quickly told Zhao Lei to stop the broadcast, and then answered the call. Brother Chuan, why are you calling now? Didn't you come back in a week? Li Qingchuan is the #1 dude in the whole of Qingshui City. He is the son of Li Yifeng, the city's top leader and party secretary. If you want to fight for your father in Qingshui City, who can beat him? What's more, Li Qingchuan was also an absolutely dazzling figure in Qingshui #1 middle school. He was the most popular and famous. Therefore, no matter how arrogant Tang Meng was, he was still polite to his idol and eldest brother. I said, what are you busy doing all day? Didn't I ask you to help me stare at Ninger? How did you show me? Tang Meng rolled his eyes, his face full of doubts. Xuanhuan? Xuanhuan is fine, I've already said it, is there anyone who dares to provoke her? Brother Chuan, Ninger is fine, at least no one dared to provoke her in #1 middle school. No one dared to provoke her for 2 years. What's wrong? Don't brag about it. When I called Ninger just now, she was shopping with a man. I tell you, no matter what method you use, you must find out who the man is. Dare to rob my wife? See if I go back and don't rip off his skin. Tang Meng was anxious when he heard it. What? Brother Chuan? You said that there was a man shopping with Ninger? Is he tired of living? Okay, don't worry, I'll find out the truth for you. If I find out who it is, I won't need you to do anything at that time. I'll beat him first and can't take care of himself. Tang Meng slapped his chest with a thunderous sound, decisively cutting the railway. This is not a nonsense, Tang Meng has been talking about in school for 2 years, and there are 1 or 2 people who want to approach Xuanhuan. Zhao Lei looked at Tang Meng on the phone there, he couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly, it seemed that there was another fight going on. Qingshui City Pedestrian Street. Xuanhuan hung up Li Qingchuan's phone, and she was dazed for a while, and suddenly said without thinking, Brother Lingyun, you can be my boyfriend. Lingyun thought that Xuanhuan hung up the phone and went straight to the shopping mall, to carry out a big sweep. He was doing warm-up exercises there, and when he heard such a sentence, he almost squatted on the ground. What? Xuanhuan's face was ashamed, redder than ripe tomatoes, and then smiled sweetly. Why are you reacting so badly? I told you to be my boyfriend. Lingyun was a little stunned. Me, your boyfriend? Where is this going? This is it. Seeing Lingyun's stunned expression, the little demon girl quickly added, it's not a real boyfriend, it's a fake one, just lie to Li Qingchuan at that time, I'm going to be annoyed to death by him. Don't do it. Lingyun heard it so clearly just now that the boy on the other end of the phone had no heart for Xuanhuan, so he knew Xuanhuan's identity that he saw, and knew that Li Qingchuan's stalker had been able to pursue the little demon girl for 2 years. Identity is absolutely extraordinary. Let him be a shield? Isn't that digging a hole and jumping into it? Therefore, Ling Yin refused decisively, swearing to the death. Brother Ling Yun, they bought you so many things. You can't even ask you to do such a small favor? Xuanhuan performed her unfailing coquettish magic again, pouting her sexy mouth, and looking at Ling Yun pitifully with her big watery eyes. Her arms were wrapped around Ling Yun's, and she shook for a while. True to that sentence, eating people's mouth is short, and holding people's hands is soft. Besides, Ling Yun really couldn't stand Xuanhuan's pitiful expression. He frowned and thought for a while, then reluctantly said, "Then, well, but you have to give me a deadline." "Brother Ling Yun, you are so kind. Don't worry, it won't take too long, just let that Li Qingchuan give up completely." Ling Yun only felt that his eyes were dark, and it was over. Now he was tricked by the little girl into the pirate ship. "Hello? Uncle Wang, I'm Ninger. I want to ask you a favor. I want to ask you for a few pretty numbers. The tail numbers are 6 8s or 6 9s. Do you have any more?" "Really? That's great, I don't want much, just 4 is enough." "Give me 5? Really? Then thank you Uncle Wang so much, I will invite you to dinner another day." "Is it the business hall of the pedestrian street?" "I'm on the pedestrian street now. Can I pick it up at 5:30? Ling Yan's fat body was leaning on the red Ferrari, with a mysterious smile on his face. He looked at Xuanhuan, who was not far away, on the phone, thoughtfully. It seems that no matter which world is the same, only if you have strength, connections, can you take advantage of opportunities and benefits, and you can obtain the resources that others look up to. Tang Meng is good enough in school, right? But the mobile phone number is only 4 and 8 in the end. This little girl, Xuanhuan, can get so many beautiful numbers with just one phone call. Her background is evident. So, what kind of bully is Old Man Shui? Ling Yun began to have a strong interest in Old Man Shui's background. Xuanhuan finished the phone call, and walked over happily with her 2 dazzling beautiful legs. Her right arm naturally grabbed Ling Yun's arm, not caring that her tall breasts were being squeezed by Ling Yun, and pulled Ling Yun. "Enter the mall again. You're done. It's real shopping time." Yay! Xuanhuan was in a really good mood today. Not to mention that her grandfather's illness, which worried her most, was temporarily cured. She saved an old man's life in the afternoon, and now she came up with such a wonderful idea to get rid of Li Qingchuan's entanglement. The little demon girl hummed happily. As soon as she entered the mall, Xuanhuan was like a fish returning to the sea, going in and out like a butterfly wearing flowers and butterflies among various famous brand clothing stores, choosing and trying on her favorite brand names. "Brother Ling Yun, how about this red dress? Does it look good?" "Well, it's too revealing. The V is too deep, you dare to wear it out?" Ling Yun looked at Xuanhuan, who was dressed in red. The deep black ditch under the deep V was squeezed out by 2 bulging snow-white meatballs, and couldn't help his liver tremble. "Brother Ling Yun, what about this white short skirt? It feels so good. It's so transparent, you can see that your underwear is pink." Ling Yun's mouth twitched for a while, looking at the hazy pink inside the white short skirt. The corners of his eyes jumped, and he couldn't help but think about it. "Brother Ling Yun, are these denim hot pants sexy?" "Sexy is sexy enough, even if it's shorter than the one you were wearing. It can't cover your buttocks. A quarter of the round buttocks are squeezed out of the trousers." Is this his too short? But soon, Ling Yun realized the mistake of talking too much. So much so that when Xuanhuan put on another dress to comment on him, he repeated 3 sentences. "Pretty. You look so pretty in this dress. Sexy. Really sexy. It makes Ninger's figure even more perfect. Oh, this purple skirt is just made for you. Look at the low cut and waist, it fits so well. If you don't say it like that, otherwise, xuanhuan could have been shopping here until the mall closes. If that's the case, do you still want to take Ning Lingyu home? Dream. Ling Yan secretly swore that in the future, he would rather carry his sandbag and run for dozens of kilometers than go shopping with xuanhuan. Just when Ling Yan and xuanhuan were shopping in the mall, the third grade of Qingshui No. 1 Middle and High School had just finished their third class in the afternoon. The school flower, Chao Shanshan, has turned her head back many times, staring at Ling Yan's empty seat with a very complicated expression on her face. From expectation to disappointment. From anxiety to anger, Chao Shanshan's mood is getting worse and worse, and her face is also an expression of hating iron. I just gave you the review materials in the morning, and then started skipping classes in the afternoon? Is it really the mud that can't support the wall? This only changed one day, and it was immediately revealed? Zheng Ling saw that Chao Shanshan turned back frequently. Her face became more and more gloomy, knowing that she was angry because Ling Yan skipped class for an afternoon, so she sighed and persuaded, Shanshan, don't look back, Ling Yan will definitely not this afternoon. Come back, let's talk about it. Even if he can come back, he will come in through the door of the classroom. What's the use of his seat? Chao Shanshan snorted angrily and said, I'm really mad at him. I just changed for a day, and I thought he'd changed his mind from now on, but he skipped another afternoon of class. Zhang Ling rolled his eyes and said in a low voice, maybe Ling Yun has something he can't avoid in the afternoon. I don't think he skipped class on purpose, or else. How about otherwise? Otherwise, he was afraid that you would find him after school, so he might have gone out early at noon. He? Will he be afraid of me? Look at his arrogance yesterday. It's strange that he is afraid of me. Chao Shanshan said angrily. Shanshan, you have to think this way. Ling Yun was very arrogant yesterday, but he only beats boys, right? Many girls used to ridicule him. Why didn't he beat him? In my opinion, he just didn't want to face you, so he didn't come to class in the afternoon. I asked Zhang Dong in the next class, and Zhang Dong said he went out shopping at noon. Chao Shanshan was even more annoyed. Buying something? It takes an afternoon to buy something? How dare a ghost believe it? I think he went out to surf the internet again. Zhang Ling was speechless. She glanced thoughtfully at Chao Shanshan, who was so angry that she was on the verge of breaking out. She smiled suddenly and asked, Shanshan, what are you in a hurry for? Tomorrow is a holiday. Ling Yun will come to class on next Monday at the latest. You forgot, he told Ning Lingyu yesterday that starting from next week, he will never miss school again? Chao Shanshan remembered this. After they came out of the Zhuangyuan building, Ling Yun said that they were going to buy something. Ning Lingyu was afraid that he would delay the class and did not want him to buy it. Ling Yun gave Ning Lingyu a guarantee at that time. But there are only 2 months left. If you don't pay attention to studying, you still want to go to Yanjing University? Dream. Zhang Ling smiled and said, Shanshan, you seem to hope that Ling Yun will be admitted to Yanqing University? Then he said, hey, if Ling Yun does come back in a while, are you really going to ask him out to teach him a lesson? Chao Shanshan said angrily, it's no wonder he can come back. If he dares to come back, of course I will teach him a lesson. I'm also the monitor of our class, okay? Chao Shanshan was full of anger, and waited for Ling Yun to come back to bear her volcanic anger. The First People's Hospital of Qingshui City, the Surgical Intensive Care Unit. Sir, smoking is not allowed in the ward. Go away. Stop doing this with me. Believe it or not, I found someone to turn you around. The young nurse was insulted, her face flushed red, but after looking at the bells and whistles in the room with obvious excess hormones, she didn't refute after all, and reluctantly withdrew. Furthermore, a little nurse dares to come to my ward to talk about 5 and 6, right? Go Jun was arrogant and domineering. He's in a very bad mood right now, he doesn't look good to anyone, and he wants to scold his mother when he sees it. Just look at his appearance, the whole left side of his face is swollen like a big bun, and there are 3 teeth in his mouth that have just been filled. Can this feel better? Father, have you thought about it? How are you going to clean up Lingyun? Lu Qingtian was smoking a cigarette, sitting on the sofa in the intensive care ward, breathing clouds and mist, looking at the miserable appearance of Go Junfa, wanting to laugh but not daring to laugh, and asked with suffocation. He was attacked by Ling Yun, knocked out 3 teeth, and was cheated of 9,000 yuan. It was impossible not to retaliate. Money is a trivial matter, but face is a big deal. If they don't get back on Ling Yun's side, the illustrious reputation they have created in Qingshui #1 in the past 3 years will be ruined. Brother Liu, I think you can find your father directly, ask him to say hello to our school leaders, and let Lingyun be expelled directly. Go Junfa's yellow-haired attendant came up with an idea. Idiot, just like Ling Yun's bear, is there any difference between being expelled and not being expelled? He can't get into any university at all. How can he seek revenge after being expelled? Go Junfa glared at the yellow hair, who had come up with a blind idea, and scolded unceremoniously. Then he turned his head to look at Lu Qingtian, and said with a gloomy smile, I've figured it out, 3 ways. As for Lingyun, we must have directly brought someone to beat him up, let him know that I'm not easy to mess with. Also, find someone to find out where his family lives. Let's find a way to create some trouble for his family. I want his family to never have peace. Besides, it's from Ning Lingyu, what about the school flower? The corner of Go Jun's right mouth, whose hair was not swollen, evoked a cold and lewd smile. Lu Qingtian frowned. Brother Fa, Ning Lingyu is something Xie Zhenyan has always wanted to eat. If we touch her, I'm afraid Xie Zhenyan will cause us trouble, right? His father is the executive vice mayor. Go Junfa glanced at Lu Qingtian with disdain. You pighead? Can't we come here openly or secretly? When we come here and deny the account, what can Xie Zhenyan do to us? Besides, do you think Ning Lingyu will go and let Xie Zhenyan go? To stand up for her? If it really doesn't work, we'll go directly to Xie Zhenyan, we'll start, and let him take advantage of it. I don't believe he won't eat the meat he gets. Lu Qingtian still frowned and said, but there's still Tang Meng. The whole school knows that Tang Meng is interested in Ning Lingyu. If Tang Meng gets into trouble, we won't be able to deal with it. Lu Qingtian is worthy of being the son of the director of the Education Bureau, and he is very thoughtful when he thinks of it. Although Tang Meng's father was the deputy director of the Qingshui City Public Security Bureau, he was also at the deputy department level. He was on the same level as Lu Qingtian's father, but he was the leader of the public security mouth, covering the sky of Qingshui City. Layer. If Tang Meng was angry, he directly asked his father to arrest people, and once the investigation was done, the 2 of them would have to walk around without food. Go Junfa is not stupid. His father, Go Lianqing, is in the real estate and hotel and entertainment industries. After pondering for a long time, Go Jun smiled gloomily and said, then let's take it easy on Ning Lingyu. Let's take someone to beat Ling Yun into the hospital and live until the end of the year. Ling Yun seems to be able to fight very well now. This time we bring 30 people, I see how many he can fight. After speaking, Go Jun sneered and threw the cigarette butt to the ground as if venting his anger. Qingshui City Pedestrian Street, in a top shopping mall. What does it mean to spend money like flowing water? Just look at Xue Mining. Well, this one, and that one pink one, the same size, I want it all. Xue Mining was red-eyed when she was shopping, she had long forgotten the time, and swept the major brand stores. Lingyun, oh, Lingyun has long since turned into a human-shaped shelf, his hands are full of shopping bags, not only that, his arms are also full of shopping bags of various brands. If Xue Mining buys it again, it is estimated that the shopping bag can only be hung around his neck. Now Ling Yan's face is as bitter and bitter, as ugly as it is. If he hadn't possessed a powerful soul in the tribulation period, he would have shed tears in the mall long ago. Xuanhuan bought the same style, black, white, pink, and cool short skirts in 3 colors. Cough cough. Ninger, it's 5:20 now. Ling Yun reminded with a bitter face. It's only 5:20? It's still early for the mall to close after get off work. They only close at 10 o'clock in the evening. Xuanhuan said with a surprised look on her face. Ling Yun reluctantly showed a smile that was even uglier than crying, reminding Xuanhuan, I mean, the time you agreed with that Uncle Wang. What Uncle Wang? Oops. It's broken. Hurry up, don't buy it yet. At Ling Yun's prompt, Xuanhuan suddenly remembered that she had to pick up her phone number at 5:30. Seeing that the shopper finally remembered this incident, Ling Yun was relieved and let out a long breath. He thanked the Uncle Wang from the bottom of his heart. Xuanhuan was really unambiguous, and she left as soon as she said it. The two quickly left the mall and came to the parking lot. Ling Yun threw everything into the car and felt a lot lighter. His legs have been tied with those 2 small sandbags. Brother Ling Yun, let's walk over. It's at the crossroads ahead. Ling Yun has no objection, as long as he is not allowed to accompany Xuanhuan to go shopping, he has no objection. The two walked very fast, and the distance of several hundred meters only took a few minutes to reach. Ling Yun was in a hurry to get back to school before school, so she didn't enter the mobile business hall. Xuanhuan went in to get the number herself, and it took less than 10 minutes to complete all the business. Obviously, that Uncle Wang had already prepared everything. Here. I'll give you these 4 cards. I want to use this one myself, and it cost me another 50,000. Xuanhuan shoved the 4 mobile phone cards into Ling Yun's hand, and kept one for herself. Ling Yun was a little confused. Why did he spend another 50,000? Didn't you want this pretty number? Why did you pay for it? Ling Yun asked in confusion. Xuanhuan rolled her eyes at Ling Yun and said, Are you Otto? It's impossible for ordinary people to get such a beautiful number. No matter who uses it, you have to pay for the call in advance. It would be nice if they could give us such a good number. Do you still have to pay for our calls? Ling Yun thought it was the truth. Human feelings are human feelings, system is system, money is money, and the score is clear. Of course, someone who can use such a fancy number must be rich or expensive. No one cares about the tens of thousands of prepaid calls. Uncle Wang only asked me to pay 10,000 for each fancy number, which is a great favor. Xuanhuan gave Ling Yun a popular science while walking. Ling Yun nodded secretly when he heard it, thinking that it was fortunate that the little demon girl told him about it, otherwise, Tang Meng would have made a lot of money. Hee, when you give Tang Mengliang the number, you must slap him hard. Brother Ling Yun, this mall is not bad. There are several international brands. Let's go in and have a look. Ling Yun was thinking about how to torture Tang Meng. Hearing Xuanhuan's words suddenly, he was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground. Cough cough. Ninger, I've already skipped class this afternoon. It's really inappropriate for me to study so hard and be a good student. Ling Yun made a serious self-criticism, and then said, Today's Saturday, I have to go home after school, let's go shopping next time. Pfft. Xuanhuan stared blankly at Ling Yun, and before he could finish speaking, she suddenly bent down with a smile, and she smiled and closed, the flowers trembled. You? Study hard? Be positive? Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Xuanhuan burst into laughter, making her stomach hurt. The person who can be so shameless, flaunt himself so righteously, and make such profound self-criticism, it is estimated that only Brother Ling Yun is in front of him. Xuanhuan finally stopped her smile, she wiped the tears from her laughter, and said, Brother Ling Yun, don't lie to me, who in our Qingshui #1 middle school doesn't know your name? Well, we have occupied you for so long, it's time to send you back. Seeing that xuanhuan had agreed, Ling Yun was afraid that she would go back on her words, so he took xuanhuan's shoulder and went straight to the parking lot. At 6:20, xuanhuan stopped the car in a relatively hidden place 200 meters away from the entrance of Qingshui #1 middle school. Brother Ling Yun, I don't want to be criticized by those classmates in the school, so I won't send you to the school gate, okay? Don't forget the sandalwood box in the trunk. You're going to use that 20999999 number, but remember it, I'll call you tomorrow. Xuanhuan didn't know why she said this, but after speaking, she couldn't help blushing. The mobile phone number she left for herself was 21999999. Ling Yun was busy packing his belongings, thinking that all numbers are not the same, but he agreed casually. Brother Ling Yun, I have one more thing to ask you. The little enchantress hesitated for a while, obviously hesitating. What's up? At the scene of the car accident, why did you come over and beat Sun Xing before giving the old man an injection? Xuanhuan's face was as hot as charcoal, but she tried her best to pretend to be calm. She stared at Ling Yun with a pair of big eyes full of wisdom and spirit, and asked, with a hint of anticipation. Ling Yun didn't think much about it, and said with a light smile, I don't care how he tossed that Zhuangmei phone, but he shouldn't push you. Xuanhuan's beautiful face flashed an indescribable surprise, her heart trembled. Now that Qingshui #1 middle school was out, Xuanhuan really didn't seem to want to attract the attention of her classmates. After Ling Yun got out of the car with something, she smiled at him, waved her hand, and Ferrari walked away. Ling Yun stood in the same place and looked at the roaring Ferrari, his eyes changed and his expression complicated. Is this the man of the world? Living in a big villa with such a beautiful view, driving a cool limited edition sports car, you can pick up other people's police uniforms casually, say hello, you can have such a cool number, buy things, and shop for 2 hours. Hundreds of thousands of dollars, spending money like running water without even blinking an eye. When Xuanhuan's car completely disappeared in the vast traffic, Ling Yun came back to his senses, and then his eyes were firm, a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he strode towards the school gate. Look! That's Ling Yun. My God, why did he mention so many things? Versace. Boss. Nike. iPhone 5, oh my God, it's all brand names. Damn it, did Ling Yun rob the bank? Where did he get so much money? That's 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. What is that thing he is holding in his hands? It seems to be a wooden box. Chow Ling Yun, have a really unique shape. Now the students who left the school after school were all third-year seniors. Seeing Ling Yun's hands were covered with shopping bags and carrying a large, antique wooden box, they all stopped to watch, and their glasses fell to the ground. Ling Yun didn't care about anyone's eyes or comments at all. If you know Lao Tzu's cell phone number, you'll be scared to death. In this information-oriented era, the most attractive thing is not those famous brands, but maybe just a pretty mobile phone number. In the corridor outside the door of the third-grade classroom. Look, isn't that Ling Yun? My dear, you have carried so many bags. It's really him, hey, that's Versace. A sharp-eyed girl recognized Ling Yun's carrying from a distance, and as he strode forward, shaking the shopping bag, she exclaimed. Soon, no matter if it was Class 1 or Class 6 of Senior 3, all the students who didn't leave the classroom rushed out. These days, it doesn't matter if a certain student occasionally buys a famous brand, but if it's Ling Yun, it's naturally different. There was an uproar in the hallway of the third grade. Ning Lingyu was in the classroom waiting for her brother to call her home, when she heard screams and screams outside the classroom, and ran out quickly. Shanshan, come out quickly, Ling Yun is really back. Zhang Ling rushed into the classroom and waved frantically to Chao Shanshan. Chao Shanshan thought that Ling Yun was definitely going to avoid her today, so she packed her school bag upright and prepared to go home. When Zhang Ling said Ling Yun was back, she immediately ran out of the classroom. Where? It's almost at the door of their dormitory, my dear, so many things. It's all famous. Zhang Ling raised his hand and pointed to the distance. Chao Shanshan looked in the direction she pointed, and her lungs exploded with anger. She has good eyesight. So she could see clearly that what Ling Yun was carrying were all famous brands, and they were all famous brands. Didn't Zhang Ling say that we are people from two worlds? I lost my low-key luxury, I wore my most ordinary clothes and changed to the most ordinary handbags, so meticulously decorated, close to your life attentively. Just to make you stop looking at me in that way. But you missed class all afternoon and didn't talk about it, and you went out and bought such a bunch of famous brands. Just to show off? Still. Is it to get closer to my life? Chao Shanshan frowned, her eyes blurred, her expression changed, and she entered the dormitory when she saw the fat figure. Go. Let's wait for him at the door of his dormitory. Chao Shanshan stomped her feet, Xiaoman twisted her waist, dragged Zhang Ling and ran downstairs. The third-grade boys' dormitory building, the 203rd dormitory. Tang Xiao, Ling Yan came back from outside the school, and Ning Lingyu also left the classroom and went downstairs. Zhao Lei retracted his gaze from the window, turned his head to report to Tang Meng, who was lying on the bed smoking a suffocating cigarette with Erlang's legs crossed. After receiving the call from Li Qingchuan, Tang Meng was no longer in the mood to watch love-action movies. He was wondering who actually ate the gall of a bear and a leopard, and dared to stroke a tiger's whiskers? Isn't he giving me eye drops? If I can't catch this daring kid before Big Brotherly returns to Qingshui City, I'll be in vain. Of course, there was one other thing he didn't forget, that is, let Zhao Lei stare at Ning Lingyu in the first class of the third grade after school. Yesterday, when he heard Ling Yun say that he was going to bring Ning Lingyu home, Tang Meng was moved. It wasn't that he didn't want to send Ning Lingyu home before, but after trying a few times, he was coldly rejected by Ning Lingyu, making a disgraced face. But now it's different. Tang Meng doesn't believe that there is Ling Yun, a shameless guy who loves to take advantage. When he drove his beloved Hummer to Ling Yun and told him to send him home, Ling Yun would sternly reject it and then take it with him. Ning Lingyu went to squeeze the bus. Thinking of Ling Yun, Tang Meng suddenly realized that after spending a day with him yesterday, he didn't see him today, so he felt completely uneasy. When did this young master become interested in this shameless dead fat man? Tang Meng couldn't help scolding himself for being a bitch in his heart. Perhaps this is the personality charm of the strong. He naturally exudes a kind of brilliance of humanity, which makes people want to approach or follow, and swear allegiance to the death. There is no doubt that Ling Yun has such a powerful personality charm. Hearing Zhao Lei's report, Tang Meng sat up from the bed. What? Is that dead fat guy back? Did he go to the classroom or the dormitory? Back to the dormitory. Zhao Lei told the truth. When Tang Meng heard that Ling Yun had returned to the dormitory, he hurriedly put on his shoes and got out of bed, and said to Zhao Lei, "Keep the computer for me, if it's all right, make more good movies, and I'll go find that dead fat man." After speaking, Tang Meng came out of 203 and went upstairs to 305. As long as you stick to Ling Yun, you won't be able to see Ning Lingyu. When Ling Yun returned to the dormitory, he found that the door was locked in the dormitory. He had to take out the key to open the door and put everything on the bed. He took off Li Ning's sportswear, which was stained with blood, and it was impossible for him to go home wearing it. As soon as Ling Yun took off his jacket, he heard Tang Meng's characteristic rough voice. "I said, fat man, where did you go all day today? Why did you come back?" When the words arrived, Tang Meng didn't knock on the door, he pushed open the door and broke in. What greeted him was Ling Yun's flying kick, which kicked firmly on his ass. I said, if you forgot to call me brother, I'll let your ass bloom. Tang Meng was almost kicked to the ground by this kick. He stroked his ass, which was almost split in half by Ling Yun, and said aggrievedly, brother, can't I forget it? Where is there such a meeting ceremony? Let you have a long memory. Ling Yun said with a smile. Tang Meng was still arguing, but his eyes fell on Ling Yun's bed, his eyes lit up immediately, and he rushed forward excitedly. Wow, boss, where did this come from? I mean, this is Nike. You didn't buy it yesterday, but you bought it today. I mean, Versace, are you willing to buy this? And iPhone 5. You even bought a mobile phone? Huh? This is a wooden box, what is it? Tang Meng flipped through the shopping bags on the bed, while he was there in shock and admiration, shouting loudly. Don't touch that wooden box. Ling Yun didn't want Tang Meng to see the jade box and gold needles in the wooden box. Tang Meng turned his head in confusion, raised his hand and scratched his head and asked, I said, eldest brother, are you going to rob a bank? Where did you get the money to buy these things? Apart from the phone, that Nike set, and that wooden case, put everything else in the closet for me. Ling Yun didn't answer Tang Meng, and took off Li Ning's sportswear. He was going to put on the newly bought Nike sportswear and go home. What's the matter? Ling Yun asked, while changing his clothes. Hey, didn't you say you wanted to go home yesterday? I have a car, so I want to see you off. Tang Meng was working and said almost flatteringly. Okay. Ling Yun had no reason to refuse the free service that came to his door, so he immediately agreed. Of course, Ling Yun knew exactly what Tang Meng had in mind, but he didn't break it. At this moment, Ling Yun took off his sweatpants, and Tang Meng immediately saw the 2 sandbags tied to his legs. Big brother, you won't be tying these 2 sandbags all the time today, are you? Tang Meng was dumbfounded and asked in disbelief. He and Ling Yun bought the sandbags together. Tang Meng knew how many kilograms each sandbag weighed. If Ling Yun had been tied to his legs today, how strong would his legs be? Ling Yun frowned and urged, of course you will use them after you buy them, otherwise what would I buy them for? Hurry up and work, I'll take Ling Yu out to buy some things when I'm done. As soon as he heard Ling Yu's name, Tang Meng grinned widely, and immediately threw all the problems out of the sky, and finished cleaning up. Ling Yun also changed into a brand new Nike suit and put on Nike sneakers. He stamped his feet hard, very comfortable, really comfortable. Help me hold that wooden box and mobile phone, let's go. Ling Yun locked the closet, closed the dormitory door, and led Tang Meng back downstairs. Men's dormitory door. Because Chao Shanshan and Ning Lingyu, the 2 school beauties, are standing here, and it is such a sensitive place for the boys' dormitory, this place was crowded for a while, and soon many students gathered from all directions. Ning Lingyu and Chao Shanshan arrived here almost at the same time. As soon as Ning Lingyu saw Chao Shanshan's gloomy face, she felt something was wrong. In the past 3 years, when has Chao Shanshan stopped at the gate of the boys' dormitory? Ning Lingyu remembered Ling Yun's attitude towards Chao Shanshan yesterday, and also remembered the sentence Chao Shanshan said to her brother yesterday, if you have the kind of words, come out with her alone, and knew that Chao Shanshan must have come for her brother Ling Yun, and it was a bad person. However, Ning Lingyu still smiled at Chao Shanshan and Zheng Ling with a bright smile like a spring flower, and went over to greet her. Shanshan, are you waiting for my brother? Ning Lingyu believed that with her here, Chao Shanshan and Ling Yun would definitely not be able to fight. Lingyu, your brother Ling Yun missed a whole afternoon of class this afternoon, which pissed off Shanshan. Zhang Ling's mouth was quick. Through yesterday's exchange, she had a good impression of Ning Lingyu and felt that it was necessary to tell Ning Lingyu about Ling Yun's absence from school. According to Zhang Ling's opinion on Ling Yun, if there is one person who can manage Ling Yun, then this person must be Ning Lingyu. What? Impossible? How could he not be in class all afternoon? Sure enough, Ning Lingyu's face changed greatly when she heard it. She pouted her cherry mouth and stomped her feet. How can brother do this? Really anxious to death. Chao Shanshan finally spoke. She glanced at Ning Lingyu helplessly, and then said softly, "Didn't you see that he just came back from outside the school? Lingyu, I want to have a few words with Lingyun alone in a while, okay?" Ning Lingyu nodded happily without thinking about it. As long as Chao Shanshan didn't come to trouble Ling Yun, she might just be anxious because of her brother's absence from school. At this moment, Ling Yun and Tang Meng walked out of the dormitory building one after the other. Why are there so many people here? Oh, Ling Yu is also here? I'll call you, let's go home. Ling Yun didn't care how many people were around. He saw Ling Yu standing at the door. He thought it was just right, so he didn't have to call her. Wow, in Nike. It's on so quickly. People are clothes and horses are saddles. Ling Yun looks quite handsome in such a suit. The surrounding classmates exclaimed when they saw Ling Yun wearing a brand new Nike. Chao Shanshan saw that she was standing beside Ning Lingyu, but after Ling Yun came out, she still didn't even look at her. She just regarded her as transparent, let alone the pain in her heart. How could he be like this? Ling Yun, come with me, I have something to tell you. Chao Shanshan still held back her anger, tried her best to calm down, and spoke to Ling Yun in a negotiating tone. If it wasn't for the meal yesterday, Chao Shanshan reckoned that she would have taught him a lesson in front of so many people. Oh? It turns out that squad leader Chao is also there? Is there anything I can't say here? Ling Yun looked at Chao Shanshan's gloomy face and was very puzzled, thinking to himself, am I messing with you again? Ning Lingyu saw that Chao Shanshan had squeezed out of the crowd and walked towards the basketball court, and hurriedly snorted at her brother, which meant hurry up and give the girl a little face. Ling Yun shook his head with a wry smile, and had no choice but to follow Chao Shanshan. Some classmates with good deeds couldn't help but wanted to lean over and listen to what the two of them were going to say, but Tang Meng yelled at them. If anyone dares to follow me, it will be difficult for me to get along with Tang Meng, don't blame me for being rude. Tang Meng stood on the steps at the door of the dormitory building and said coldly. Who didn't know that Tang Meng, the god of gamblers, was one of the 4 evil youths on campus? He let out these words domineeringly, and immediately stunned all the classmates. No one dared to come over, but everyone focused their attention on Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan, wanting to see what kind of sparks the two would create. Chao Shanshan took it easy, and after walking more than 30 meters away, she stopped and turned around, staring at Ling Yun with a complicated expression. Seeing Ling Yun inexplicably, he lowered his head to examine himself, thinking that the newly bought clothes are fine. Why are you looking at me with this look? Ling Yun, why did you pretend that you didn't know me yesterday? Why? Chao Shanshan tried her best to use a calm tone, but when she asked this sentence, she still couldn't suppress her mood swings. Ayo, is that so? Ling Yun pretended to be enlightened and said, then don't we know each other now? Ling Yun said in her heart, Chao Shanshan wants to settle the account with herself today. Ling Yun really didn't know Chao Shanshan yesterday. After he knew that the two were indeed classmates in the same class, he realized that he had made a big oolong. But what can be done? Do you want Ling Yun to tell the truth and reveal his secrets? That's absolutely impossible. Therefore, Ling Yun chose not to explain, to be a rogue, to avoid important things, and to be vague. Well, he is very good at this. Ling Yun is capable of fighting, and he is also decisive in killing first class, but who is to be divided? Yesterday at noon, when Chao Shanshan was eating on the second floor of the school cafeteria, although she was suspected of finding fault and making trouble, she was the one who came first. Although Ling Yun did not feel the great change in Chao Shanshan this morning, Chao Shanshan asked Zhang Ling to give him a thick stack of English review materials, which gave Ling Yan a new understanding of Chao Shanshan. In his opinion, this super beautiful schoolgirl might not be as unreasonable as she had shown, and maybe that Ling Yan had any entanglement with her before. Therefore, Ling Yan thought that Chao Shanshan should have misunderstood him. It's strange if you don't misunderstand. He has completely changed his personality. Chao Shanshan doesn't know about it. Can you not misunderstand? As Zhang Ling said, Ling Yan's attack was a man from start to finish. Although he said harsh words to Zhuang Meina last night at the door of class 1 of the 3rd year of high school, he finally held back and didn't make a move, didn't he? Could it be that if he really decided to hit someone, Ning Lingyu could persuade him to stay? No wonder. The reason why Ling Yun didn't do anything at that time was because Zhuang Meina was a girl. He was a cultivator. For some trivial matters, he shot an ordinary girl. It was really difficult for him to overcome that psychological barrier. What's more, Ling Yun had always had a helpless attitude towards the girl's coquettish willfulness. Otherwise, with the savage character of the little demon girl Xuanhuan, Ling Yun would have been annoyed long ago, so how could she patiently accompany her shopping for an afternoon? Is Ling Yun's time really so wasteful? If Ling Yun is not willing, no one can let him do anything, not even buy something for him. Chao Shanshan saw that Ling Yun didn't dare to answer her question directly, so she talked about him there, thinking that Ling Yun was speechless. Chao Shanshan felt that what Zhang Ling said was right. Ling Yun was no longer the Ling Yun he used to be, and he must be concerned about his boy's self-esteem and face. She bit her lower lip and looked directly into Ling Yun's eyes with her beautiful eyes, and said with a hint of resentment, "Okay, since you dare not answer, then let this question go first, and I will ask you again, why did you steal my $1,000 yesterday?" Dollars? From Chao Shanshan's point of view, Ling Yun took the 1,000 yuan that she slapped on the table mainly to attract her attention and anger, so as to take the opportunity to humiliate her and take the opportunity to regain her self-esteem as a boy. This question is very simple for Ling Yun. He laughed and said something directly, and said lightly, "Hey, please pay attention to your words, I'm not robbing, but taking. Besides, what I'm taking is Tang Meng's money, and it's the money I should get. I'm afraid it has nothing to do with you, right? You." Chao Shanshan felt disappointed and angry when she saw Ling Yun's answer, but it was not the answer she expected. Now, in her heart, she no longer cares about what Ling Yun did. It seems understandable and acceptable for a boy who has become stronger to do some extraordinary things, to show himself for his self-esteem. She is just asking Ling Yun to give her an explanation, so that she can go down the stairs and get a psychological balance. After all, she is the school beauty of number 1 middle school, and she has to protect her face and reputation. But this Ling Yun's head seemed to be a lump of elm wood, and he didn't think about it at all. Chao Shanshan gritted her teeth angrily and nodded, "Good. Good. Good." After saying 3 good words in a row, she said angrily, "Then that sentence you said is so big, so high, so, what is it? Mean?" No matter how modern and open Chao Shanshan is, she is still a young girl in love, a tender flower, and the last word, "very," is too embarrassing to say. This. Ling Yan's heart was broken, and she heard these words. She didn't expect Chao Shanshan's ears to be so good. "Tell me, why didn't you say it? Say it to me again if you have something to say." Chao Shanshan couldn't suppress her anger every time she thought of this sentence. She was on the verge of breaking out. With her angry gasping, Chao Shanshan's tall chest rose and fell violently, trembling, very attractive. Ling Yun was not afraid of being provoked by others. He raised his eyes to look at Chao Shanshan's tall, round, undulating chest, nodding his head without concealing his admiration, and praised, "It's really big, tall, and tall. What's wrong? Dare to say it? Shameless and nasty. I'll kick you to death." Chao Shanshan was about to be mad at Ling Yun's perverted appearance. She forgot that she was in the public and kicked Ling Yun's chest with a sudden kick. She stepped out in a fit of rage, and this kick was naturally very fast, twice as fast as when two gangs smashed Ling Yun with a wine bottle yesterday, and it was even more overbearing. "It's up." At the entrance of the boys' dormitory, all the students who were watching the excitement saw this wonderful scene. Chao Shanshan's kick was so fast and high. It all hit Ling Yun's chest. "It's so fierce. It's over, Ling Yun is definitely going to get hit with this kick, at such a close distance and so suddenly. It seems that our schoolgirl is still domineering. Believe it or not. Chao Shanshan's dancing skills are absolutely solid, otherwise it would be impossible to kick so high. This flexibility, TSK, is really..." At this time, no one cared about whether Ling Yun would get this kick or not, but instead praised Chao Shanshan's domineering yet graceful kick. "Brother!" Ning Lingyu exclaimed. 30 meters away, of course she couldn't hear what the two of them said just now, but she was shocked when Chao Shanshan suddenly jumped out and kicked Ling Yun's chest. In a hurry, Ning Lingyu was about to run to the two of them. "Don't worry, Ling Yun can definitely dodge." Tang Meng gently pulled on Ning Lingyu's sleeve, smiled, and shook his head at Ning Lingyu, indicating that she should not panic. "Just kidding, yesterday, Tu Gang was such a mighty and domineering wine bottle, Ling Yun was able to dodge so coquettishly while chatting and laughing, it was no wonder that Chao Shanshan could kick him." Therefore, Tang Meng was not worried at all. Tang Meng saw the complicated and tangled conflicts between Chao Shanshan and Ling Yun yesterday, and knew that according to their personalities, this scene would definitely happen, it was just a matter of time. It's not that the enemies don't get together. It's better for them to resolve their own affairs. At this time, some people couldn't help rushing forward to watch the fun. After Tang Meng grabbed Ning Lingyu, he immediately shouted again, "Who dares to go over now? I will immediately let him lie on the ground to believe do not believe." Tang Meng's reputation was not in vain. Hearing his voice, the crowd that had already loosened up stopped again. In order to watch the fun, you have to be beaten by Tang Meng, it's really not worth it, no one will feel uncomfortable. Even Zhang Ling, who ran several meters away, stopped, she turned her head and glared at Tang Meng, and then immediately turned back to Ling Yun's side. It was too late, but it was too soon. Chao Shanshan's foot was like lightning, and her right foot reached Ling Yun's chest in the blink of an eye. "Yo, are you really kicking?" Ling Yun chuckled, thinking that your kick was really fast enough. "If I had broken through the first level of training, it would not have been easy for me to dodge it. Unfortunately, brother, I broke through the first level of training last night." Ling Yun didn't even move his footsteps, he just leaned back slightly. When Chao Shanshan's feet reached his chest, he stretched out his left hand like lightning, pinched Chao Shanshan's ankle, and gently pushed it up. Chao Shanshan's right foot was placed on Ling Yun's left shoulder, and then Ling Yun's left foot took a big step forward, and his body was attached to Chao Shanshan's body at once. Solid and intimate. Chao Shanshan is completely tragic. Because this action is too eye-catching, too ambiguous, and too easy to make people imagine. Chao Shanshan's right leg was placed on Ling Yun's left shoulder, and Ling Yun took this big step forward again. Her legs were straight in a straight line, and they were tightly attached to Ling Yun's body. This action is very tight, and it shows the straightness and slenderness of her legs. Ling Yun was even more bizarre. She was afraid that Chao Shanshan would be unstable on one leg, so she kindly stretched out her right arm and gently embraced Chao Shanshan's graceful and soft waist. Chao Shanshan was originally only 5 or 6 centimeters shorter than Ling Yun, but now Ling Yun pinched her right foot and lifted it up. She could only touch the ground with her left toe, and their private parts were seamlessly attached to each other. Shamed to death. This action of the two fell into the eyes of all those watching. It was really explosive, hot, and extremely ambiguous. Is this him making out or fighting? Even pair figure skating can't make such perfect harmony and intimacy. At this moment, almost all the boys heard their heartbreak, the goddess in their hearts. He was actually embraced by Ling Yun like that. Chao Shanshan was caught off guard, and she was suddenly embraced by Ling Yun. She felt a unique, strong, domineering male aura rushing toward her, which made her feel agitated. She was in a trance almost instantly, lost and intoxicated, and almost forgot that this was on the campus, in the public. It took a long time for her to regain her senses, and she was immediately utterly ashamed. She clenched her fists with her empty hands and hit Ling Yun like a raindrop. You let me go. Chao Shanshan struggled hard. Ling Yun's big fat hand grabbed Chao Shanshan's ankle, seeing her calf as smooth and tender as a creamy jade, fragrant, he couldn't help tilting his head and sniffing it lightly. Well, I guessed right, it's delicious. Then he nodded solemnly. The expression on Ling Yun's face was very intoxicated. Chao Shanshan was trembling violently by Ling Yun's blasphemous body, her face was hot, and her face was flushed red. Growing up, no boy has ever been so close to her body. Even her elder brother Chao Tianlong has never been there. They get together less often, and they meet once in a while, and it's just a simple hug. Ling Yun didn't care about Chao Shanshan's soft pink fist, he lowered his head, admiring Chao Shanshan's tall breasts that were completely deformed by his elastic thighs. He smiled and joked, well, it's really big, round, and tall. It's very pretty, and it's also very fragrant and white. Far away. Zhang Ling's mouth opened into a big O shape, and stood there stunned to watch the scene. A cake seller. I'm not dazzled, right? This action is too hot, right? But soon, Zhang Ling turned her surprise into joy. She muttered to herself in a voice that no one could hear, Shanshan, maybe, this is what you are really looking forward to. In fact, you can't extricate yourself. I like him, but I don't know it, or I don't want to admit it, don't I? Ning Lingyu saw her brother make such a bold move towards Chao Shanshan, her pretty face blushed suddenly. Brother is really bad enough, how can Chao Shanshan meet people in the future? It's just that Ning Lingyu looked at the intimacy of the two and the extremely ambiguous appearance, and somewhere in the bottom of her heart, something suddenly felt strange. I don't know why, but it was a very uncomfortable feeling. It was like being stabbed lightly by a needle. Tang Meng's mouth is open enough to stuff a duck's egg. He stared blankly at the shocking appearance of the two of them in the distance, and muttered to himself, the boss is the boss. As expected, he is full of domineering, acting in a wild and unconstrained manner, and he goes out of his way. It's a compliment. Chao Shanshan never thought that when she kicked out in anger, she would make the whole thing become like this. The style of that foot wrinkled a pool of spring water. At this moment, it seemed that the entire No. 1 middle school campus was rippling. There is no doubt that this scene will become the most romantic legend in Shimizu. This scene will become an unforgettable memory picture in the hearts of everyone who is lucky enough to see it. Chao Shanshan's face was blushing, her heart was beating like a drum, she was so embarrassed. But it wasn't just the group of people at the entrance of the boys' dormitory who saw this scene. In the corridor outside the classroom of the teaching building, on the school playground, on the basketball court, and even the students who did not go home upstairs in the girls' dormitory, they all saw this extremely wonderful and ambiguous scene. For a time, Chao Shanshan felt as if the eyes of all the students in the school were focused on the two of them. Fortunately, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening, the setting sun had already fallen below the horizon, and the sky had already dimmed, as long as the students who were a little further away could not see her blushing cheeks. But such a twilight moment undoubtedly adds to the mysterious ambiguity of this situation, making it easier for people to imagine. If time could go back, Chao Shanshan swore that she would never kick this kick. Originally, she still had a lot of things to ask Ling Yun. For example, she wanted to ask him what he was doing all afternoon, why he was absent from school, and why he bought so many famous brands. But now, it seems that everything has been completely ruined by his own kick. This shameless dead fat man is too domineering, too bold, and too ignorant of pity. It's just that Chao Shanshan is ashamed and annoyed. Anger is anger, but she can't resist the true feeling in her heart now. Ling Yan grabbed her ankle with his left hand and wrapped her waist with his right hand. Her whole body was in Ling Yan's arms at all. Chao Shanshan had to admit that she felt a sense of security that she couldn't refuse. A never-before-seen, very ecstasy feeling began to rise in her heart, spread until it became a disaster. She started to look up and look into Ling Yan's eyes. Chao Shanshan's heart suddenly trembled. Because she found that Ling Yan looked at her with clear and clean eyes, like the sun in September, bright but not dazzling, and like two deep pools, calm without waves, deep and distant. There is only pure appreciation and praise in his eyes, and a very clean smile on his face. Anyone who looks at it can't help being deeply attracted, and he can't help but fall into it, and he can't bear the slightest disgust. This is the first time Chao Shanshan has seen a man from such a close distance. He is indeed not ugly. Not only is he not ugly, if he can lose a pound of fat on his face, he should still be handsome. Chao Shanshan even saw the shallow dimple on Ling Yan's left cheek, a very cute dimple. Before she knew it, her fists against Ling Yan became less dense, and her strength was even more pitiful. When Chao Shanshan saw her fist landed on Ling Yan's body, he was so careless that he was instantly discouraged, but when he retracted his hand, he didn't know where to put it. I didn't expect your body to be so flexible. Ling Yan's movements remained unchanged, and he smiled in admiration. Chao Shanshan snorted in embarrassment, but she couldn't help but feel proud in her heart. Not only does she know martial arts, but as a classmate commented, her dancing skills are absolutely superb. Even without Ling Yan's support, if Chao Shanshan wanted to split her legs into a straight line, it would be extremely easy and a piece of cake. I'm tired. Chao Shanshan said, suddenly looking directly into Ling Yan's eyes, with a coquettish tone. It's okay, I'm holding you. Ling Yan smiled lightly. Are you going to let go? Don't let it go. Really don't let it go? Chao Shanshan suddenly blushed and smiled. This smile was as bright as 100 flowers blooming in spring, and Ling Yan was stunned when she saw it. Men, don't let go if you don't let go. Let's keep this classic look for a while longer. Chao Shanshan's eyes fell on Ling Yan's left hand holding her ankle. A mischievous smile suddenly flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she lowered her head and bit it. #UN%, are you a dog? You actually bite? When Ling Yan saw this, he was shocked, and his body quickly retreated, and at the same time he let go of his left hand like lightning. Chao Shanshan's right leg finally landed, but she did not attack Ling Yan again, because she already understood that she was not Ling Yan's opponent at all. Chao Shanshan leaned over, rubbed her right leg, which was a little sore, with both hands, then stood up straight, glared at Ling Yan and said, I'll keep this account for you today. If you dare to skip class in the future, look how I bite you. After she finished speaking, she gave Ling Yan another warning look and walked straight towards the teaching building. This Chao Shanshan seems to be domineering enough, and she is so righteous when she says she bites. Ling Yan helplessly looked at Chao Shanshan's perfect back and muttered softly. It's over? When did Chao Shanshan become so good-tempered? Yeah, seeing how gloomy her face was just now, and being humiliated by Ling Yan in front of so many people, how could that be the case? I haven't seen enough yet. Why didn't Ling Yan take the opportunity to kiss her just now? Then we'll be blessed. Do you want to kiss? You can try it, I'm afraid you don't know how you died. Hey, now Ling Yan has a big relationship with Go Junfa and Lu Qingtian's Liangzi. If this matter spreads to their ears, they will probably be mad. Besides, is the Liangzi that I tied yesterday still young? Ling Yan even beat Go Jun to the hospital. Look, today's incident is bound to cause a shocking tsunami in Shimizu. Zhang Ling didn't listen to what the students around her were talking about. When she saw Chao Shanshan went back to the classroom, she immediately ran into the classroom. When she passed Ling Yun, Zhang Ling stopped for a while. She blinked at Ling Yun with an ambiguous look on her face, and giggled, "Okay, handsome guy, keep going, I'm optimistic about you." As she spoke, she even gave Ling Yun a thumbs up. What is she looking for me for? Ling Yun was still at a loss. You can ask Shanshan yourself, she will definitely tell you. Hee, I'm leaving, don't forget that you still owe me a big meal. After Zhang Ling finished speaking, she winked at Ling Yun again, turned and chased after Chao Shanshan. Ling Yun gave Zhang Ling a look of contempt, and knew what to eat. A faint aura traveled from far to near. Brother, it's 7 o'clock, shall we go home? Ning Lingyu also came to Ling Yun's side and said softly. Ling Yun turned around, fully absorbed the spiritual energy emanating from Ning Lingyu's body, and smiled at Ning Lingyu. Go home. After being able to practice the Great Evolution and gathering star treasure art, Ling Yun was running this technique all the time to practice his body, which was a great consumption of spiritual energy. Today, in order to suppress the goo worms in Old Man Shue's body, he also consumed a large amount of spiritual energy in Ling Yun's body. Although he also absorbed the spiritual energy of the jade box during the treatment, he still couldn't make ends meet. Therefore, he desperately needs aura supplement. Ling Yun faintly felt that after absorbing the spiritual energy of the psychic gem, the meridians in his body expanded a lot. If he was lucky tonight, he should have the opportunity to hit the second floor of the body training. Boss, my car is parked at the gate of the school, shall we go over there? Of course, Tang Meng also followed, and he started shouting from a distance. Lingyu nodded and asked Ning Lingyu, have you packed everything you want to bring home? It was packed last night. Thinking of going home to see her mother soon, Ning Lingyu's face was filled with a happy smile. Ling Yun and Tang Meng accompanied Ning Lingyu to pack up, and the three went straight to the school gate. The Hummer is an off-road vehicle produced by General Motors of the United States, and is known as the king of off-road vehicles in the industry. Ling Yun looked at the rugged model of the Hummer, the huge body, and the domineering and sturdy aura it displayed as a whole, and couldn't help but secretly compare it with Shui Mining's limited edition Ferrari. What car is this? Ling Yun asked Tang Meng, who was proud. I said, big brother, you don't even know Hummer, do you? Tang Meng wanted to show off how awesome his Hummer was, but he was downcast by Ling Yun. People don't even know what kind of car this is. Tang Meng was discouraged, but he was still very gentlemanly, asking Ning Lingyu to get into the car, and then he got into the car. Boom boom boom. Tang Meng launched the Hummer and kicked the accelerator. This movement is big enough. Ling Yun couldn't help but get excited when he heard the Hummer's roaring engine sound like a lion's roar. Tang Meng rolled his eyes helplessly, not in the mood to answer that he was blind. Where? Ling Yun turned back and asked Ning Lingyu, let's go buy something for my mother first. Where do you think is the right place to buy it? Well, let's go to Hualien supermarket, and by the way, help my mother buy some vegetables and go home. Ning Lingyu said hesitantly. She couldn't help but hesitate. Although Hualien supermarket is a supermarket, the things sold there are not cheap. Ning Lingyu is the child of the poor, and she has understood the importance of diligence and thrift since she was a child. However, my brother has now regained his blood and self-esteem. This is definitely a great event for Ning Lingyu to celebrate. Of course, she has to celebrate her brother well. Thinking of how happy her mother, brother, and her family were sitting in the familiar room at home, a very warm expression appeared on Ning Lingyu's beautiful face. Returning like an arrow. When they arrived at Hualien supermarket, the three of them started making big purchases, and Tang Meng undoubtedly played the role of Ling Yun in the afternoon. Most of the purchases are household necessities, such as oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, vegetables, and fruits. Ning Lingyu has to help her mother with some daily housework every time she goes home, so she knows what she needs to buy at home. Ling Yun silently watched Ning Lingyu select items, compared them again and again, bit his lower lip and carefully looked at the price of the items, his heart tensed for a while. Even if it's just a bag of salt, a bottle of soy sauce, and a bundle of dried noodles, Ning Lingyu has to compare it repeatedly, and choose the ones with good quality and low price. Ling Yun looked at Ning Lingyu, who was planning carefully, and unconsciously thought of xuanhuan, who was shopping in a top shopping mall in the afternoon. The same country, the same city, and the same 17 or 18-year-old girls, what a world of difference. Xuanhuan goes shopping, no matter what she buys, she never looks at the price, she buys it if she likes it, she doesn't hesitate, and even buys several colors of the same brand and style at once without blinking her eyes. But Ning Lingyu has to make careful calculations and compare it over and over again just for the difference of a few cents or even a few cents for a bag of salt and a bundle of noodles. Ling Yun is very angry. Is this the difference between rich and poor? Thinking of this, Ling Yun suddenly gave a cold smile, grabbed the bottle of soy sauce that Ning Lingyu had just selected, and put it back on the shelf. Then he dumped all the items he picked out of the shopping basket on the shelf, patted the shocked Ning Lingyu on the shoulder, and said in a gentle but firm tone, "Sister, just tell my brother what to buy, and I'll buy it." Ning Lingyu Bingxiwa was smart and seemed to understand Ling Yun's eyes, so she couldn't help but glanced at Tang Meng, who was following behind the two of them. Tang Meng raised his eyes to look at the ceiling, lowered his head to look at the clean floor, and looked around at the crowd of shoppers coming and going around, pretending that he didn't see anything just now, with a nonchalant expression on his face. This kid is really not stupid, he is a thief and a thief. Ning Lingyu's heart was bright, she thought she was causing Ling Yun to lose face in front of Tang Meng, a dude. Little did he know that Ling Yun's anger had nothing to do with Tang Meng or any face problems. But, my mother supports the family by opening a small clinic, and also provides tuition and living expenses for the two of them to study in a middle school. The family is really difficult. What if you don't save flowers? Brother. Ning Lingyu stared at Ling Yun with big eyes, hesitating to say anything. She knew that Ling Yun had made a total of 20,000 yuan before and after, although her brother was righteous every time he took it, but Ning Lingyu always believed that it was not her own hard-earned money. She has her own bottom line and principles. Although Ling Yun took other people's money, she couldn't stop her as a younger sister, but it didn't mean she could spend it with peace of mind. Ning Lingyu even made up her mind to work hard to make money after the college entrance examination, and then secretly returned the money to Tang Meng. Ning Lingyu didn't even bother to ask for the money won by gambling, let alone use it. Because she is not practical. But Ling Yun didn't discuss it with her at all, so she spent all the money in 3s and 5s, and she couldn't blame her brother. She is very satisfied that her brother can regain her self-confidence and rebuild her self-esteem. She has nothing more to ask of Ling Yun than to hope that Ling Yun can be admitted to a slightly better university. This is Ning Lingyu's mind, she is poor, but she has ambition. Lingyu, don't talk about it, don't think too much, what do you want to buy? My brother will pick it for you, and my brother will buy it for you. We don't buy that junk, we have to pick the best one. Ling Yun waved his hand to stop Ning Lingyu's words, and said very tenderly, kindly, and distressfully, you forgot? There are more than 10,000 on my brother. Tang Meng, who had been pretending that he didn't hear anything, changed his face, puzzled and shocked. Ling Yun has made a total of 20,000 yuan. Yesterday, he spent more than 9,000 yuan. Today, he bought so many famous brand goods, and his money has not changed at all? Tang Meng's family background naturally knows the prices of various famous brands very well, and the things that Ling Yun brought back to the dormitory today will definitely not come down to 30,000 yuan. Did he really rob a bank? Or was it stolen? Ning Lingyu was also stunned, but she could clearly see the pile of famous brands that Ling Yun was carrying. She doesn't know anything else, at least she understands the prices of iPhone 5 and Nike. Ordinarily, my brother has spent all 20,000 yuan, right? Brother, you are not this afternoon. Ling Yun smiled lightly. Stop talking, hurry up and go home after shopping, don't let mom worry. Ning Lingyu nodded obediently, and took Ling Yun to the supermarket. This time, Ling Yun also only looked at the price to buy, but only buy the most expensive and best. Oil, salt, vinegar, fruits and vegetables, pork ribs, pork trotters, beef with sauce, buy what you want. I also bought 2 large yellow flowers and a dozen hairy crabs. This big lobster is really arrogant, I bought it. Ling Yun wandered east and west in the seafood area, looking at the big lobster in the water tank, whose body was just over a foot long, showing off its might. Mighty and domineering. Even Tang Meng's eyelids jumped when he saw it, thinking that Ling Yun was stimulated by something. Was he crazy? This time, Ling Yun bought not only a lot of things, but also the most expensive and best, and he packed 3 shopping carts. As a result, in the final settlement, it cost 7,200 yuan. Ling Yun took out 8,000 yuan and asked Ning Lingyu to settle the bill. Thinking that there are more than 3,000 yuan left, I figured that this money should be enough to rent a house outside the school for 2 months. Next, he focused on physical training, while the classmates in the dormitory were all sprinting for the college entrance examination. He went back so late every night, which would definitely affect the rest of others, so Ling Yun decided to rent a house outside. In this way, he can also reasonably arrange his own time for cultivation and study, and he will also not be disturbed by others, and also save a lot of unnecessary trouble. Even if the money is not enough, he still has a way, but he has 4 beautiful mobile phone numbers on him. Moreover, he also planned to take some time to sell the sandalwood box and jade box, so he didn't have to worry about these little money in the short term. As for the big money, Ling Yun has the peerless medical skills to save lives, and he doesn't care either. After checking out, the 3 of them loaded everything into the car and went straight home. With the rapid economic development of China, every large city has so-called rich areas, and corresponding to it, of course, there are slums. As the capital city of Jiangnan Province, Qingshui City is no exception. After leaving the outer ring of Qingshui City, the Hummer bumped all the way and came to the most northeastern corner of Qingshui City, a slum area near the suburban town, where Ling Yun's home was. Since it is a slum, the roads are naturally narrow and pitted and uneven. There are many telephone poles beside the road, and the houses are dilapidated and small. Most of them were built in the 1970s and 1980s. This slum is very far from Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. If you take the bus, it will take at least 2 hours. For this reason, Ning Lingyu's mother Qin Qiuyue gritted her teeth and paid for the 2 brothers and sisters to live in the school, so that they would not have to live every day. Waste time on the way to and from school. The words demolition are sprayed on the walls of every house. It seems that this area is about to be demolished. Along the way, Tang Meng rarely followed Ling Yun to ask questions, but concentrated on driving, and only then did he speak. Ning Lingyu nodded and said, "The demolition has been going on since September last year, but the demolition fee paid by the developer is too low, and the residents here are unwilling. The 2 sides have been unable to reach an agreement, so there has been no agreement." Do you know which developer it is? Tang Meng chuckled, thinking that it would be strange if he could talk to each other, which large-scale demolition could not be coerced and lured, and killed or injured a few stubbornly resistant nail households. I don't know, my mother only asked me to do my studies well, and didn't let me care about these things. Ning Lingyu gently shook her head. After another 3 or 4 minutes, Ning Lingyu asked Tang Meng to stop the car on the side of the road. Then she pointed to a house in the south of the road and said to Tang Meng, "This is my house, brother, let's get off the bus." Ling Yun turned his head to look, and saw a row of dilapidated two-story buildings under the dim street lights, all small shops and restaurants, and the lights were on in every house. "Is it here?" Looking at this place, Ling Yun thought about the place where old man Shui and Shui Mining lived, and snorted inwardly. Then he smiled lightly and got out of the car at the same time as Ning Lingyu. After getting out of the car, Ning Lingyu went straight to a small clinic in London, and before entering the house, she shouted happily, "Mom, my brother and I are back. Yo, our female champion is back?" The name of Qin Chuyua's clinic is very common, it is called Civilian Clinic. To the west of the Civilian Clinic is a small shop that sells daily general merchandise, and to the east of the Civilian Clinic is a small restaurant, which is home to small dishes. The one who took the initiative to greet Ning Lingyu was Li Hongmei, the proprietress of the small shop. She was about 45 years old, of medium height, and her figure was a little out of shape, but she looked kind. They are old neighbors who have lived together for many years. Li Hongmei and Ning Lingyu's mother, Qin Chuyua, are naturally very familiar. Usually, someone in the family has a headache, a fever, a cold, and a fever, so I go to ask Qin Chuyua to take a look, and Qin Chuyua needs it here. Some daily commodities are also bought at her home. The two take care of each other, so the relationship is relatively close. Li Hongmei is a warm-hearted person. She heard Ning Lingyu's shout and walked out of the small store to greet Ning Lingyu. "Hello, Auntie Li." Ning Lingyu nodded and greeted Li Hongmei obediently, and ran directly into the Civilian Clinic. Tang Meng's Hummer was parked on the side of the road, and such a good car suddenly appeared in this slum area, which immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. "Oh, isn't this Lingyun? What kind of wind is blowing today? I went to school after a new year and never came back, but I came back today." Li Hongmei saw Ling Yun, but her eyes did not have the enthusiasm to look at Ning Lingyu, and her tone of voice became a little indifferent, with a tone of voice. In this area, almost everyone who lives here all year round knows Ling Yun, and they all know that Ling Yun is a child picked up by Qin Chuyue. However, Li Hongmei was indifferent to Ling Yun, not because of his identity, but because Ling Yun's appearance in the past was really unlikable. In addition to eating, they are beaten and bullied. They are silent all day long. They don't say hello when they meet anyone. They don't usually know how to go home and help their mother with some work. They have poor academic performance. Respect of others. Ling Yun was carrying things down from the car with Tang Meng. He didn't take Li Hongmei's cold tone seriously, he turned his head and said lightly, "Well, I'm back." Seeing Ling Yun's lukewarm attitude, Li Hongmei suddenly got a little angry, she snorted, turned her head and went into her own store, but she was curious, the two brothers and sisters used to come back by bus, why is there such a thing this time? Good car to deliver? So she couldn't help but stare at the two people who were busy beside the car. Oh, this car not only brought them back, but also brought so many things. Could it be the rich relatives of Chuyua's family? But that young man is as big as Ling Yun. Li Hongmei kept mumbling in her store. Ling Yun tucked the sandalwood box into his armpit, holding the newly purchased iPhone 5 in his left hand, and the still-living lobster in his right hand. He smiled at Tang Meng and said, "I'll go first, you can move it slowly by yourself." Tang Meng was speechless when he looked at the things lying on the ground. He said with a bitter face, "Boss, can you help me? How can I move so many things by myself?" "Will the ants move?" "There will be a super reward after finishing the work. Move quickly." Ling Yun turned around and blinked at Tang Meng, then strode straight to the Civilian Clinic. "Mom, I'm back." There is a saying in China, which is called, "There are many right and wrong in front of the widow's door." No one knows whether Qin Chuyue is a widow, but since she appeared in Qingshui City with Ning Lingyu 18 years ago, no one has seen her husband. Therefore, she is at least a single woman, and a single woman who is extremely beautiful. As for how beautiful Qin Qiuyue is, just look at Ning Lingyu, the first school flower in Qingshui City. A single, extremely beautiful woman always has more troubles. Especially trouble from men. Now, troubles from men are being staged in civilian clinics. Tian Buetao, male, 42 years old, Deputy Director of Linjiang Road Sub-District Office in Qingshui High-Tech Development Zone, Senior Cadre. He was sitting in the civilian clinic at this time, talking to Qin Qiuyue, who was wearing a white coat, showing his eloquent eloquence and doing guidance work. Tian Buetao has been sitting here for more than 3 hours. This person is about 1.7 meters tall, with a slightly fat body, fair skin, and neatly combed hair. He also wears a pair of glasses on the bridge of his nose. But if anyone is really deceived by his elegant appearance, it will be bad. Everyone in this area of Linjiang Road knows that Tian Buetao is lecherous and ruthless by nature. Tian Buetao not only eats both black and white, but also has a deep background, and his methods are open to the sky. In this area, if he takes people to a restaurant for a meal, the owner of the restaurant has to greet him with a nod and bow, and send it out with great gratitude. Too lazy to fight. Tian Buetao also has a very good record, that is, he has visited all the beauty salons in this area. Every woman who is doing the skin and meat business here has to wait for him to buy it after coming here. Doorway. Of course, wherever there is oppression, there will be resistance. It's not that no one has resisted, but the result of resistance is that the Business Administration Department, Taxation Department, Health Department, and even the Fire Department will come to your door for inspections, and within 3 days, you will definitely shut down and get out. If it's a personal resistance, it's better. The gangsters will first find trouble with you and beat you to death, and then the police station will dispatch you to get you in the name of fighting. It can be said that no one on Linjiang Road does not know Tian Buetao, no one is not afraid of Tian Buetao, and of course, no one does not hate Tian Buetao. But he dared to be angry, but did not dare to speak. With only one hand covering the sky, an ordinary person is considered a fart in his eyes? Before Ling Yun and the others came back, Tian Buetao was smiling in the civilian clinic. It could also be said that he was doing work with Qin Qiuyue. Xiao Qin, our clinic, the hygiene situation is not very good. We should strictly follow the rules and regulations, and disinfect sooner or later. Xiao Qin, I heard that the District Health Bureau will come down to check on your private clinics in the next few days. Would you like me to say hello to you? Let's take care of your side. Xiao Qin, these medical devices and drugs of yours must not be substandard or expired. When the problem is detected, everyone's faces are not good looking, and our street office is not good at maintaining you. Xiao Qin, we will start demolition in 1 month at most. The high-tech development zone should have the appearance of a high-tech zone. I and the project leader of the developer are good friends. When I say hello, I will get you some more demolition fees. Whether it is hard-hearted or coercive and enticing, in fact, Tian Buetao's spittle is flying around, and his words have only one purpose, to force Qin Qiuyue into submission. This beast with a human face and a beast heart has been thinking about Qin Qiuyue for a long time. But he didn't want the overlord to force the bow. He hoped that Qin Qiuyue would take the initiative to stick to him through various means, so that he would have the pleasure of conquering. However, Tian Buetao was simply wasting his time. Qin Qiuyue is not only an extremely beautiful woman, but also a very assertive, capable, stubborn, persistent, and wise woman. 18 years ago, she suddenly appeared from Qingshui City, gave birth to Ning Lingyu, and after retrieving Ling Yun, she used her own hands to pull up the 2 children with feces and urine, and gave them both. Entered Shimizu No. 1 Middle School, to read. In the past 18 years, she has practiced stalls, opened food stalls, sold clothing, sold vegetables and fruits, and even worked as a laborer at construction sites and pushed bricks. Not only did she raise Ling Yun and Ming Lingyu as adults, but she also worked hard to get them to go to the best schools and receive the best education. She even saved a small sum of money to buy this house 6 years ago and open this house. Small clinic until today. As a single mother of 2 children, Qin Qiuyue is definitely going through hardships. This is by no means a simple word hard work to express. Qin Qiuyue has achieved the ultimate in a mother. This requires not only ability and wisdom, but also faith and perseverance, but also to endure all kinds of gossip and deal with the intrusion of various unforeseen events. If this family were likened to a boat in the vast sea, then Qin Qiuyue was the one on the boat who rowed desperately, fought with the sea, fought with the sky, let the boat ride the wind and waves, and move forward firmly. Tian Buetao was there talking to himself. Qin Qiuyue was busy with his own affairs there, seeing a doctor when someone came to the door, cleaning up the house when no one came, or sitting there quietly reading a book, directly to Tian Buetao. Ignore it. Of course, she wouldn't take the initiative to issue an eviction order to offend a very difficult person. It was at this time that Ning Lingyu happily ran into the civilian clinic. "Mom, brother is back." Ning Lingyu didn't look at Tian Buetao at all, and ran straight to Qin Qiuyue's side after entering the house, shouting excitedly. "Look at you, didn't you tell me when I called you last night? Why are you still so excited like a child?" "Mom, brother is different now." Ning Lingyu shook Qin Qiuyue's arm and pouted her sexy little mouth, coquettishly. Only in front of Qin Qiuyue would Ning Lingyu show the coquettish side of a little girl. "Yo, this is your daughter Lingyu? What a beautiful girl." As soon as Tian Buetao saw Ning Lingyu, the pair of eyes behind the lens immediately became as greedy as a hungry wolf, and even his breathing became a little short. His eyes were constantly patrolling Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu's bodies, thinking that they were like a mother and daughter. They were just a pair of sisters. "Mom, who is he? To see a doctor?" Ning Lingyu felt Tian Buetao's greedy gaze, and she was instinctively disgusted, so she didn't use the honorific title at all, but replaced it with he. In fact, of course Ning Lingyu had met Tian Buetao, but she deliberately pretended not to know him, and wanted to find an opportunity to drive him away. "Oh, he's the deputy director of our sub-district office. He's off work on Saturday, come and sit down," Qin Qiuyue said casually without even looking at Tian Buetao. Qin Qiuyue naturally noticed Tian Buetao's gaze on her daughter, and knew what bad idea he was thinking about, so she frowned slightly. Of course she wouldn't blame her daughter for being rude. Tian Buetao didn't even call Director Tian when he saw Qin Qiuyue introducing him. He was about to introduce himself to Ning Lingyu. At this time, Ling Yun held an iPhone 5 in his left hand and a lobster in his right, and stepped into the house in one step. "Lingyu, put this lobster in the pool and eat it tonight while it's fresh." Of course, Ling Yun wouldn't be twitchy when he returned to his home. He came to Ning Lingyu in a big way, handed the bag containing the lobster to Ning Lingyu, and then put the sandalwood box and iPhone 5 to the hospital bed for infusion. After putting it on, he came to Qin Qiuyue and said it softly again. "Mom, I'm back." From the moment Ling Yun entered the house, Qin Qiuyue kept looking at Ling Yun with loving eyes. When she saw Ling Yun coming to greet him, she smiled and nodded, "Okay, just come back." "Ling Yun, where are your glasses? Why aren't you wearing them?" Qin Qiuyue immediately noticed Ling Yun's change, and immediately asked with concern. Ling Yun was caught off guard, and was instantly stunned. The glasses, he has long forgotten to go beyond the 9 clouds. In the past 2 days, his roommates, classmates, and even his sister Ning Lingyu didn't ask him this question, but Qin Qiuyue did. She didn't ask Ling Yun where the sandalwood box came from, what happened to Ling Yun's iPhone 5, or where she bought this Nike suit, but she asked Ling Yun why she didn't wear that pair of glasses. The degree of Qin Qiuyue's concern for Ling Yun is evident. "Yes, really. Brother, aren't your eyes myopic? Where are your glasses? After Ning Lingyu's mother said this, she was shocked to realize that the glasses on the bridge of Lingyun's nose were missing. She was surprised, but she couldn't help but secretly blame herself, saying that she was really careless, and her brother didn't notice such a big change. Mother, so this is the mother's love? Lingyun deeply felt Qin Chuyue's deep concern, and he was also an orphan in the cultivation world, and suddenly a long-lost emotion surged. Lingyun looked at Qin Chuyue's beautiful face, which was similar to Ning Lingyu's, and her skin was bright and clean. Looking at her concerned eyes, her thoughts changed. After a while, she thought of a reason, and she scratched her head in embarrassment and replied, "Hey, Mom, I haven't studied much in the past few years, and my eyesight has almost recovered. I can see very clearly without wearing glasses." Lingyun's answer was perfect. Qin Chuyue nodded with a little reassurance, and smiled, "Oh, so that's the case. It's a good thing to have your eyesight restored. It saves the trouble of wearing glasses. Brother, your eyesight has really recovered completely? It seems that you have some benefits if you don't study." Hee hee. Ning Lingyu laughed, pretending to exaggerate with her spring-like little hands in front of Ling Yun's eyes shaking. The little daughter's mood is extremely charming. Nonsense, did you arrange your brother like this? Put down the lobster and go to work, Tang Meng is outside alone. Ling Yun's face froze, and he took out the majesty of his brother. Then he turned his head abruptly and said coldly to Tian Buetao, who was sitting calmly, "Hey, are you sick? There's nothing wrong with your body, it's just that you drink too much, which makes your body a little weaker. You can drink less and touch women less in the future. You hurry up, our clinic is closing." Ling Yun was too lazy to pay attention to who Tian Buetao was. Today, when his family reunited, this idiot was so ignorant, and he stayed there like a 2,580,000 or 80,000, of course, Ling Yun felt unhappy. Ill? Too much wine? Do you drink less and touch women less in the future? Hurry up? Tian Buetao was stunned. He stared blankly at the fat man in front of him, who spoke more ruthlessly and more poisonous, and was dumbfounded. This is the useless son that Qin Chuyue picked up in the legend? Why are you so stunned when you speak, so unremarkable? Also, how did this kid see that I was too alcoholic and frail? Or, he didn't know who I was at all and deliberately used this to humiliate me? Wrong. He is a poor student, only 17 or 18 years old, how could he understand medical skills? Must be deliberately humiliating me. This is the guts of an ambitious leopard. Thinking of this, Tian Buetao's two triangular eyes suddenly narrowed behind his brightly lit lenses, and his expression changed from excited to vicious and vicious. He was really excited just now, very excited. Not only because of Qin Chuyue and Ning Lingyu, the beautiful mother and daughter, but also because of the big lobster that Ling Yun brought back. When Tian Buetao came here, he originally planned to force Qin Chuyue to accompany him to go out to dinner after coercion. Now that he saw Ling Yun brought the big lobster back, his eyes lit up immediately, and he immediately decided not to leave tonight, and eat the big lobster here first. Thinking of eating this fresh and delicious lobster while admiring the beauty of the mother and daughter, it is no wonder that he is not excited. But who knows? After Ling Yun greeted Qin Chuyue, he turned his head and told him to get out in a bad tone, even humiliating him like that. What is his identity as Tian Buetao? The deputy director of the Linjiang Road Subdistrict Office, on Linjiang Road, covered the sky with only one hand. How could Ling Yun be allowed to be so humiliated and abused? Young man, be careful when you speak, and be careful what you say. Tian Buetao couldn't care about Qin Chuyue at this time. His eyes were like cobras staring at Ling Yun, his tone was indifferent and flat, but he didn't hide the meaning of threats and warnings. Qin Chuyue was not stunned or fearful, she remained calm, looked at Ling Yun with a smile, with an attitude of letting it go and letting him play. What did you say? Misfortune comes out of your mouth? You're not here to see a doctor? I think you're here to find fault. Ling Yan slightly hooked the corner of his mouth, his brows furrowed. Yeah, isn't this blocking me? Ling Yun seldom frowned. Whether it was beating Go Junfa, Tu Gang, or Li Lei, he was always smiling and unmoved. As a student, it's enough to teach him a lesson. It's just the person. So he is very measured. This afternoon, he got angry and beat Sun Xing half to death, but for Ling Yun, who was decisive in killing, that was already showing mercy. However, Ling Yun has a scale against him, and he will kill him if he touches it. Ling Yun's family is his biggest inverse scale. If Ling Yun confirmed that Tian Buetao came to his house to find fault, Tian Buetao would be sentenced to death. Boy, I'm afraid you don't know who I am, right? Those who don't know are not guilty. As long as you apologize to me, I will spare you this time for Shaoqin's sake. Poor Tian Buetao didn't know that one of his feet had already stood on the Naiha bridge, and he was still putting on airs and pretending to be generous. Before he could finish speaking, he was shocked to see a slap rounded and slapped over his left face. Crack! A solid fan slapped his left face, unable to hide. Tian Buetao's glasses were directly slapped by a slap. After flying more than 1 meter away, they hit the wall and fell to the ground with a bang. A trace of blood overflowed from the corner of Tian Buetao's mouth, and 5 red handprints instantly appeared on his face, swelling up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shaoqin? Shaoqin is also your name? Ling Yan didn't say anything after he said those 2 words. He just slapped Tian Buetao's face fiercely. That's called a neat and tidy. Fuck. Tang Meng just happened to carry something into the house. As soon as he entered the room, he happened to see Ling Yan slapped Tian Buetao. This guy was even more fierce. Without hesitation, he threw something on the ground and rushed over in 3 steps. Tang Meng grabbed Tian Buetao's hair and yanked him into his arms, pulling Tian Buetao away from his seat, then slammed it out the door. Get out. Just kidding, Tang Meng encouraged Ling Yun to beat up Xie Zhenyan last night, and sent Ning Lingyu home today. Before he even got into the house, he saw Ling Yun fighting someone inside. How could he just stand by? If he performs well, maybe Ning Lingyu's mother can be attracted to his future son-in-law. Wouldn't it make a lot of money? Therefore, Tang Meng acted decisively, without questioning any indiscretion, based on the principle that his family should not suffer any losses. How strong he was, and he shot with all his strength with excitement. He threw Tian Buetao to the door at once. Tang Meng was not satisfied. He rushed over with a single stride, and took Tian Buetao's chest as a kick. Boom! Tang Meng kicked Tian Buetao's chest, who was completely dumbfounded, and kicked him upside down and flew out of the door. Li Hongmei was packing things in the store at the door, when she suddenly saw a person flying out of the civilian clinic. She was so frightened that she screamed. It's up! When she saw who was lying on the ground, Li Hongmei suddenly shivered. There is a reason why Li Hongmei didn't follow Ning Lingyu into the house to chat with her when she saw Ning Lingyu coming back. The reason is that she knew that Tian Buetao, deputy director of the sub-district office, was sitting in the clinic. To disturb Tian Buetao's good things? Even if Li Hongmei was given 100 courage, she would not dare. But Ning Lingyu and Ling Yun didn't even get in for 5 minutes, and Tian Buetao was beaten out of the room. Which song was this singing? Not to mention fighting, who would dare to say no to Tian Buetao on Linjiang Road? Li Hongmei was so frightened that her face turned pale, and after she shouted, she stood there with her hands at a loss, not knowing what to do. But seeing how Tian Buetao was beaten, she was really happy. It's really bad news. It's better to kill one less. Her sharp voice just now spread far at night, and almost all the people nearby heard it, and they rushed out to see what happened. Seeing that there was a fight here, people immediately ran over, and quickly surrounded the door of the civilian clinic. Oh, isn't this Director Tian? Why was it beaten like this? What's the matter? It looks like he was beaten hard, his face is swollen. The owners of these small shops on both sides of the road naturally knew Tian Buetao. When they saw Tian Buetao being beaten like this, they applauded in their hearts, but when they spoke, they pretended to be concerned. At this time, Ling Yun and Tang Meng also rushed out of the clinic. "Boss, what's going on?" Tang Meng remembered at this moment and asked Ling Yun what happened. "Whoever came to find fault, dared to insult my mother and beat me to death." Ling Yun's face and tone were as cold as 10,000 years of ice, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he walked directly towards Tian Buetao. "Ling Yun has been angry since he took Ning Lingyu to go shopping. When he came back this way, he saw that the road was getting narrower and narrower, and the buildings on both sides of the road were getting shorter and more dilapidated. There are flames beating." Ling Yun frowned at the thought of Shui Mining's money like flowing water when she thought of the two grandsons living in such a big villa. Of course, he wasn't envious, jealous, and hated Shui Mining's life, he just felt it was unfair. Yes, not fair. While the rich wine and meat smell, the road with frozen bone. Why? Therefore, Ling Yun suppressed the fire in his heart. On the way back, he was already thinking about how to make money as soon as possible to reverse this situation, so that his mother and sister could live a happy and comfortable life without worrying about money. But when he got home, Tian Buetao, who didn't look like a good thing at first sight, not only refused to leave, but Ling Yun chased him away, but he was still motivated. Isn't this what he is looking for? And Tian Buetao should not have hit the muzzle of a gun. In front of Ling Yun, who was suffocating fire, he pretended not to say anything, and he dared to call Qin Chuyue Xiao Qin, which was purely courting death. Ling Yun came in so late. If he came in with Ning Lingyu and saw Tian Buetao's lustful and greedy eyes staring at his mother and sister, he would never have waited until now. You dare to hit me, do you know, who am I?" Tian Buetao, who was in severe pain in his chest and back at the same time on his face, saw Ling Yun and Tang Meng, two 1.8-meter tall men coming over at the same time, struggled to sit up, and said with a grim expression. Tang Meng laughed at his question. He walked to Tian Buetao's side unhurriedly, squatted down at Tian Buetao, and said with a disdainful smile, "Who are you?" "We don't know, and we don't need to know, it's just I hit you, what happened?" Hearing this sentence, the people watching the lively around couldn't help but take a deep breath. This long-haired child is too arrogant to speak, right? He doesn't even consider who the other party is, just beat him up. This is the inferiority of human beings. They are used to enduring humiliation and heavy burdens, they are numb to being bullied, and they have lost the courage to resist. In this way, of course, it will enhance the prestige of powerful people, making them more arrogant and domineering, and more reckless. It is precisely because of this that there are people like Go Junfa, like Sun Xing, and scum like Tian Buetao, because they are rich, powerful, and they know that you don't dare to resist or fight. Ling Yun smiled, shook his head slowly, crouched down, raised his hand, and gave Tian Buetao 7 or 8 ears. "This is a clinic. You didn't come to see a doctor. You came to my house at night to make trouble and threatened me. Do you think you should beat me?" This slap made Tian Buetao's head dizzy, his eyes flashed with gold stars, and his already fat face was swollen like a pig's head. After a long while, he became somewhat awake, but he was still unconvinced, relying on the obscenity he had accumulated over time. His eyes were full of viciousness and said, "I tell you, I am the deputy director of the Linjiang Road Sub-District Office, you dare to beat me like this, to see how I clean up you." He thought that this sentence would be very useful and shocking, but as soon as he finished speaking, Tang Meng sneered and laughed contemptuously. If Tian Buetao could see the Humvee on the side of the road, if he knew that Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu came back in this Humvee, then he would definitely weigh them carefully before saying this. Unfortunately, he flew out backwards. At this time, there were people standing behind him again, and there was almost a semicircular fan at the entrance of the civilian clinic, and he couldn't even see it. Not to mention being blocked from sight, even though there was no one behind him. Tian Buetao didn't have the time to look around, and now he was dazed by Ling Yin's face and fanned by gold stars. His head was dizzy, and he was no longer sober. It turned out to be the deputy director of the sub-district office, such a big official, but it scared me to death. Tell me, what level are you? Zheng or deputy director? Tang Meng squatted there with his chin in his right hand, looked at Tian Buetao with a whole face like a pig's head with interest, and sneered. Power is a good thing, and it has had a fatal attraction since its inception, making people flock to it and fight for it. However, power is inherently afraid of two things: one is a power greater than it, and the other is a power sufficient to oppose or even destroy this power. Unfortunately, considering the power that Tian Buetao now possesses, he encountered these two things in a tragic way. A deputy director of a sub-district office said his identity to shock the son of the deputy director of Qingshui City Public Security Bureau. Isn't that a joke? Zheng. Tian Buetao was really stunned. When was the last time he was beaten? 15 or 20 years ago? He had long forgotten what it was like to be beaten. Therefore, he even answered Tang Meng's question smoothly. There was a burst of laughter from the crowd. Zheng? It's broken. Then I accidentally hit you just now. What are you going to do with me? Tang Meng, this boy was so bad, he even made an expression of shock and regret, and cooperated with Tian Buetao to deliberately make him embarrassed. Huh? You know what you're afraid of now? Tell you, it's too late. I'll call the police right now, and you can all go to jail. Tian Buetao thought that Tang Meng was really frightened, and he was overjoyed. When he spoke, he suddenly regained the usual flamboyant momentum, and tried to straighten his chest to show his official prestige. I report that you scolded the neighbor. As soon as Tian Buetao took out his mobile phone, Tang Meng grabbed it with his hands. He fell to the ground without looking at it, and then stomped his feet hard. Papa. Tang Meng changed his shocked and frightened expression just now, sneered and grabbed Tian Buetao's collar, both positive and negative, and slapped 7 or 8 times again. The crowd was silent, and the crisp slaps echoed far and wide in the night sky. This time, Deputy Director Tian was completely dumbfounded. Ling Yin said that he would do it. It was too sudden. He never had a chance to reveal his identity. Are they not afraid of their own revenge? Well, at this time, his brain was a little easier to use, and he finally started to think about it. Li Hongmei watched the whole process from Tian Buetao being kicked out of the house. She was shocked by Ling Yan's sudden uncharacteristic behavior and dared to slap Tian Buetao, but also began to worry about Qin Qiuyue. Li Hongmei was very careful. She could see that the big man who drove here was about the same age as Ling Yun. If he could drive such a good car, his family must be rich and powerful. In addition, he didn't know Tian Buetao. It is not unusual for Tian Buetao and Ling Yun to beat up Tian Buetao with a strong body. Today's children are all spoiled and unspoiled, all of them are very temperamental, and they don't even consider the consequences when they fight. Li Hongmei has a son herself, she knows it very well. What the hell happened in the house just now? Why did these two children beat Tian Buetao like this as soon as they got home? Strangely, it's been a while. I don't see Qin Qiuyue coming out to take care of it. Isn't Qin Qiuyue someone who does things without considering the consequences? Regardless of these two children, Qin Qiuyue is not afraid of Tian Buetao's revenge afterwards? Could it be that Qin Qiuyue was really given by Tian Buetao? Otherwise, according to Ling Yan's usual cowardly behavior, he wouldn't have made such a big fire, and the change would be too great. Thinking of this, Li Hongmei sucked in a breath of cold air. No, I have to take a look. but don't let anything serious happen." While no one was paying attention, she quietly withdrew from the crowd and hurriedly ran into Qin Chuyue's clinic. The civilian clinic is just a door room with dozens of square meters. There is a back door in this door room. Inside is a small courtyard. Qin Chuyue's family lives in this small courtyard. The big lobster was really too big. Although it was bound by two big pincers, it was still unwilling to be bound, and it was very fierce. According to Lingyun's instructions, Ning Lingyu came to the backyard and poured the big lobster from the bag into the pool under the tap, but before she could leave, the big lobster crawled out of the pool and crawled around. "Show off your power." The big lobster was more than a foot long, including the two big pincers. It was 2 feet long, and it was bright red and colorful. Looking at this big lobster that was not acclimatized to the soil and water, Ning Lingyu was very distressed. She didn't dare to grab it with her hands, so she had to find a wooden stick and dunk it into the pool. Just when she was struggling to deal with the big lobster, she suddenly heard the crisp slap of the face in the clinic. Her face changed, and she couldn't care about the big lobster. She turned her head and ran out. When Ning Lingyu came to Qin Chuyue's side, she happened to see Tang Meng's arrogant kick that kicked Tian Buetao out. "Mom, what's the matter? Why did the fight start? Are you all right?" Ning Lingyu looked at Tian Buetao's shattered glasses, and of course the first concern was her mother's safety. "He should fight, Mom is fine." Qin Chuyue watched Lingyun slap Tian Buetao in the face, but she didn't shout. She was very calm, just like when Tian Buetao was coercing and enticing her in every possible way before the two children came back. Just seeing Lingyun's shocking palm without warning, Qin Chuyue's beautiful autumn eyes that had read through the vicissitudes of life suddenly flashed a flash of excitement. "Who is that child?" Qin Chuyue sat still, facing Tang Meng's figure outside the clinic, raising her chin slightly. When Ning Lingyu heard her mother say it was fine, her nervousness was relieved, and her frightened little face recovered a little. "His name is Tang Meng. He is a classmate of class 3 and 2 in our school, and he is the one who drove him to the car." "We're back." Qin Chuyue nodded slightly, stood up with a relaxed expression, and moved gracefully and dignifiedly. It seemed that she was 1 or 2 centimeters taller than Ning Lingyu. Her body was mature and graceful, and even a large white coat could not hide her perfect figure. "Let's go, Mom will steam lobster for you." Qin Chuyue took off her white coat and said to Ning Lingyu. "Ah? Mom, brother, and Tang Meng are fighting Tian Buetao outside, don't you care?" Ning Lingyu saw that her mother was still in the mood to cook at this time, and her clever little brain was suddenly not enough. "That's a fight." Qin Chuyue smiled lightly. "Just fight." "Didn't my mother say that he should fight?" "Your brother can't suffer, what are you worrying about?" Ning Lingyu stretched out her spring jade fingers and scratched her little head, but they beat Tian Buetao. Ning Lingyu was able to take the first place in the grade of Qingshui No. 1 middle school every time. Of course, her study effort was one reason, but the more important thing was her high IQ. She immediately considered the consequences of the incident, and wanted to remind her mother what to do if Tian Buetao would take revenge in the future. Qin Chuyue of course understood her daughter's thoughts. She suddenly looked positive, looked at her daughter and said, "Lingyu, remember, no matter who bullies you in the future, you must be like your brother, use the most powerful method to fight back fiercely. Do you understand?" Ning Lingyu thought about it seriously, and seemed to understand a little. Then she tilted her head and asked, "Then, my brother has been bullied by others all these years, why have you never told him this?" This is indeed a big question. Since Qin Chuyue can educate her daughter like this, why did she just watch Lingyun's cowardice for so many years, yet just let it go? When Qin Chuyue saw her daughter ask this question, she first turned her head and glanced at Lingyun at the door of the clinic, and then smiled and said, "Lingyu, your brother is a boy, there are some things that he needs to comprehend by himself, and he himself can get out of the predicament. Come out, look, isn't he doing well now?" Actually, your brother has been a very smart child since he was a child. He was just too sensible and thought too much about some things, and… Qin Chunyue suddenly paused for a while, frowned and didn't continue to speak, suddenly hugged her daughter's shoulder and smiled. Let's go, Mom will make you a big lobster tonight. But… Ning Lingyu couldn't worry about Ling Yun and couldn't stop looking back. Don't be rude, your brother will definitely be able to handle it, go and help me. Mom, my brother bought such a big lobster back, and you don't ask where the money for the lobster came from? More than a lobster? Ling Yun also brought back a strange sandalwood box, an iPhone 5, and a Nike suit. How could it be possible that Qin Chunyue gave him 500 yuan per month for living expenses? But Qin Chunyue seemed to have not seen all this, and didn't even mean to ask. As long as it's not stolen or robbed. Oh, why did this lobster come here? As soon as the mother and daughter entered the backyard, they saw the bright big lobster, which was almost crawling to the back door of the clinic. Qin Chunyue bowed her head and bent over, grabbed the body of the big lobster and picked it up. Well, I didn't expect your brother to be able to buy it. This lobster is quite fat. Qin Chunyue praised her, but her beautiful eyes were full of memories. Since Ning Tianya disappeared, has she not eaten such a big lobster for 18 years? Ning Lingyu wondered if she could buy it. My brother bought the biggest and most expensive one in the store. Chunyue. It doesn't matter, right? Your son beat Tian Buetao outside. What happened? Just when Qin Chunyue was in a trance with the big lobster, Li Hongmei rushed into the backyard in a hurry. Hearing Li Hongmei's voice, Qin Chunyue and Ning Lingyu's mother and daughter turned back at the same time. Yo, sister-in-law Hongmei is here? You are here at the right time. This kid Lingyun got a big lobster back from somewhere. Let's try it together. Qin Chunyue smiled and greeted Li Hongmei very affectionately. Li Hongmei was almost startled when she saw Qin Chunyue holding such a huge lobster in her hand. She froze for a while, and immediately asked in a hurry, Sister Chunyue, why did King Tianyan annoy you? Why did Lingyun get so angry? The people in the slums privately called Tian Buetao Tianyan Wang. Qin Chunyue smiled lightly. What else can he do to me? Don't worry, there's nothing wrong. Lingyun thinks he's stuck here, and his speech is so ugly. Qin Chunyue said it very lightly, and in a few words, she explained the ins and outs of the matter. Li Hongmei was stunned again, just for such a little thing? Oh girl Chunyue, I said you have a big heart, you can go out and take a look. Ling Yun and that child are about to beat Tian Yanwan to death. Qin Chunyue looked at Li Hongmei's anxious look, smiled and shook her head. Good people don't live long, and disasters can last for thousands of years. Don't worry, I know Ling Yun's child, nothing will happen, we don't need to worry about it. Seeing that Qin Chunyue didn't take this matter to heart, Li Hongmei suddenly said in surprise, Sister Chunyue, you have to think about it clearly, your son beat Tian Yanwang, and when he recovers, you mustn't let this little boy like you. The clinic is closed? Besides, it is impossible for Tian Yanwang to let your Lingyun go. It could be seen that Li Hongmei was really worried for Qin Chunyue. Qin Chunyue pondered for a while, then turned her head and said to Ning Lingyu, Lingyu, go and tell your brother, let him drive Tian Buetao away as soon as possible. It's not good to make trouble at the door of the clinic. Ning Lingyu nodded obediently, and immediately ran out with light steps. She came to the door of the clinic and saw, good guy, so many people came in such a short time. At this time, more and more people watching the lively crowd gathered, and the crowd was no longer a semicircular fan, but 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, and the 3 people inside were surrounded by water. At this moment, the person who communicated with Tian Buetao had already been replaced by Ling Yun. He habitually stepped on Tian Buetao's chest with his left foot, standing there full of domineering. Say, did you come here on purpose to find fault today? No. N? Ling Yun's left foot exerted a little force. Yes, I'm here to find fault. Tian Buotao quickly changed his words in pain. Do you think you should fight? Ling Yun sneered and continued to ask in front of everyone. Yes, it's time to call. Tang Meng stepped on Tian Buotao's phone, and now he doesn't even have a chance to call for help. Ling Yun and Tang Meng were more horizontal and ruthless than the other, and he could not admit it or not. Then, do you think you've been beaten wrongly? Ling Yun refused to forgive. Of course he had to ask clearly, because that guy Tang Meng was recording with his widescreen mobile phone. This is called a mountain of ironclad evidence. Your surnamed Tian has personally admitted that you are here to find fault, and you are not afraid of lawsuits wherever you go. If Tian Yanwang wanted to come in secret, Ling Yun and Tang Meng would be even less afraid. No injustice, no injustice. Tian Yanwang panted heavily, grinned, and said in a rage. He has been domineering on Linjiang Road for so many years, to be trampled on the ground by Qin Chuyue's useless son, it is absolutely a great shame. He secretly swore in his heart that as long as he could lead this place, he would definitely use all his connections to make these two ignorant boys unable to survive or die. As for Qin Chuyue, he didn't want to bother anymore. Just think of a way to shut down the civilian clinic, and then come back to the overlord. Yes, of course there is Qin Chuyue's watery daughter, Ning Lingyu. Is it true or false? Seeing that his answer was not sincere, Ling Yun added a little more strength to his feet. It's not wrong. It's not wrong. Tian Buotao cried out in pain. I tell you, from now on, you are not allowed to step into the civilian clinic. Did you hear that? In fact, what Ling Yun meant was that Tian Buotao was not allowed to get close to his mother, but in front of so many people, he didn't want to entangle too much on this issue. Carrie. Ling Yun lowered his head, spat at Tian Buotao's face, and warned lightly. Understand. Tian Buotao was so bullied by others that he almost cried. Is it all recorded? Ling Yun asked Tang Meng this time. Boss, please come back a few more times. There were a few poses that weren't handsome enough just now. By the way, it's my turn, you can record it for me. Tang Meng, this scoundrel, looked at Ling Yun's majesty, and his heart was itchy. When the people around saw that these two fearless guys were taking such a big event as a joke, they rolled their eyes and said to their hearts that you think this is a movie? How many more times? As for Tian Buotao, he was about to faint. Ling Yun was even more ruthless. People didn't even hesitate, so they happily applauded Tang Meng's proposal. Tang Meng's eyes lit up, and just as he was about to hand the iPhone 5 to Ling Yun's hands, he heard a coquettish shout from outside the crowd, "Brother, Mom let you go home for dinner." Boss, take a look, I said I'll come first, you have to come first. With a look of regret on Tang Meng's face, he stomped his feet and said regretfully. He was also preparing to record this scene and show it to Ning Lingyu to see his domineering image. Okay, there are still so many things to move, hurry up and go to work. The High of Lingyun Station can see far away. He hasn't forgotten the pile of things unloaded from the car just now. Who dares? Ling Yun and Tang Meng trampled Tian Yanwang like this, who would dare to think about such a thing? Tang Meng put up his mobile phone angrily, and then shouted to the crowd watching the excitement, I said that everyone has seen the excitement, so hurry up and leave, we are going to prepare dinner. After speaking, he raised his hand to push aside the crowd and continued the hard-fought ant move. Ling Yan took his foot off Tian Buotao's chest and snorted coldly, Today I'm just teaching you a lesson, it's a bargain for you, if you don't know how to take revenge, I'll make you regret being a human being. Roll. After he finished speaking, he never looked at Tian Buotao like a dead dog again, and waved to Ning Lingyu, come here and look at the things, Tang Meng, and I will finish moving them and bring them down. With so many things, Tang Meng had to toss 5 or 6 times by himself. Ling Yan had nothing else to do for the time being, so of course he went to help. Ling Yun is not the same as before. Now even King Tianyan dares to fight. Before. Dr. Qin's son is really worthless. He usually looks quiet and silent. Look, it's a big deal at a critical time, right? It's amazing, it's really amazing, it's really nice to be able to clean up King Tianyan like that. Children today, anyone dares to fight, I really can't say. Everyone dispersed after discussing it. After this incident, no one in the slums dared to look down on Ling Yun again. As for Tian Buetao, he had long struggled while the crowd was crowded, and stumbled and ran with his tail between his tails. Wait for Lao Tzu, and see how I clean up you one by one. Tian Buetao repeated this sentence over and over again. He really hates it. Grit your teeth with hatred. Being beaten up, not talking, breaking glasses, trampling on a cell phone, and being trampled on to record videos, this feud is unbearable. After the people went back to their homes, calm soon returned to the door of the civilian clinic, and at this time, Ling Yun and the three had moved everything into the civilian clinic's backyard. Yo, this is Tang Meng, right? This kid is really strong. Qin Qiuyue came out of the kitchen, saw Tang Meng who was busy, and greeted him very kindly. Tang Meng saw Qin Qiuyue at first glance, and hurriedly greeted him as habitually, calling him auntie, but the word auntie was on his lips, but he couldn't pronounce it. This is Ning Lingyu's mother? How can you look so young? Tang Meng kept the mouth shape of shouting and looked at Qin Qiuyue blankly, feeling dumbfounded for a while. He absolutely had reason to believe that if he met Qin Qiuyue on the street, if he greeted him, he would definitely call his sister without hesitation. Although Qin Qiuyue is in her mid-30s this year, she looks at most 27 or 8 years old. Her skin is fair and firm, as smooth as a mirror. A little out of shape. Even the slender Ning Lingyu is a lot worse than her mother, Qin Qiuyue. After all, she is still in the growth stage. Compared with Qin Qiuyue's roundness and plumpness, she is naturally a little green. Did I say your skin is itchy, right? Ling Yan raised his leg and hit Tang Meng's buttocks. Auntie, you are so young. Tang Meng finally came back to his senses, blushing embarrassedly, and scratching his head. Qin Qiuyue's beautiful face didn't have any worry at all. She smiled lightly, and said to Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu, you two children are really ignorant, how can you let the guests work? Lingyu, hurry up and take you guys, the classmates invite you to drink tea in the room. Ling Yun, pack up all these things. Tang Meng was so moved that he almost cried when he finally saw Bao Qing Tian. Although Ning Lingyu's attitude towards him in the past was not so cold, she was always dismissive. In the past 2 days, due to Ling Yan's relationship, although the communication has become more normalized, she rarely gave him a smile. As for Ling Yun, let alone Ling Yun, he took a huge sum of money from him, he used him as a little brother, and even used his feet to slap his ass. We, Tang Xiao, are also one of the 4 gangsters of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. He doesn't say anything about being a free driver with money and energy, and he even helps you fight, but he is treated like an African black slave. Is it easy for me? Tang Meng's tears flowed into his heart, and he felt that Qin Qiuyue was amiable, kind and natural, not to mention the emotion in his heart. Ning Lingyu burst into a smile, looking like a flower, and said to Tang Meng, let's go, Mr. Tang. After seeing the kick that Tang Meng kicked Tian Buetao out of the clinic, Ning Lingyu felt that this guy was less annoying. Go away. Hurry up and pack up your things, and go pick up these 2 yellow croakers with me, or don't even think about having dinner at my house. Ling Yan grabbed Tang Meng, who was dumbfounded by Ning Lingyu's amazing smile, and said angrily. Ling Yan first took the sandalwood box and iPhone 5 back to his bedroom, and took out the 9 gold needles that old man Shui regarded as treasures, and inserted them into the cowhide needle bag he carried along with all the silver needles. In Ling Yan's eyes, good things are for use, not for viewing, so there is no such thing as treasures. Then he charged his newly bought iPhone 5. Yesterday, Tang Meng said that this thing should be fully charged for the first time, and he planned to charge it overnight. After finishing all this, Ling Yan walked out of his bedroom. He glanced at Tang Meng, who was squatting on the edge of the pool with pouted mouth, washing yellow croaker, and asked lightly, "Have you finished washing?" When did Tang Meng do this job, since he was a child? Get up and study hard. Ling Yan squatted down, picked up the yellow croaker in one hand, and the prepared scissors in the other, scraped the scales, cut open the stomach, and cleaned the internal organs. In less than 3 minutes, he easily managed to get the 2 yellow croakers. Tang Meng was dumbfounded by Ling Yan's skilled movements. "Is this too fast?" I said, "Boss, have you ever worked in the back kitchen of a hotel? How do you pick up fish like juggling?" Ling Yan put down the scissors and turned on the water faucet. He raised his head slightly and looked ahead, his clear and deep eyes filled with a look of memory and fascination. When he was in the world of cultivation, before he reached the stage of fasting, whether Ling Yan was practicing seclusion, beheading demons and eliminating demons, or because he was being hunted down by his enemies, the days he spent in the mountains and forests were better than those of ordinary people. There are more places, and based on the principle that you can't lose anything, you can't lose yourself, he naturally developed a good cooking skill. He has stewed giant python meat, cooked black bear paws. Not to mention the mere 2-pound rhubarbs, and even fish demons that are 7 or 8 meters long, he has killed them for drinking. Thinking of the years of self-cultivation when he split mountains and seas with one sword, shattered mountains and rivers with one roar, and galloped across the sky like shooting stars, Ling Yan's eyes showed a trace of fascinated nostalgia, but he disappeared soon after. He returned to reality and shook with a wry smile. Shaking his head, the world of comprehension can never go back, and can only become stronger step by step in this world. Should I be able to break through the 2nd floor of body training tonight? If you are lucky, it seems that you can try to rush to the 3rd level of body training. There are 9 levels of body training, and every 3 levels is a major barrier. From the 1st level to the 3rd level, it is mainly the enhancement of various aspects of the body. As long as there is enough spiritual energy in the body, it is not difficult to break through. Because if he reached the 3rd level of body training, Ling Yan could use the silver needle in his hand to inject spiritual energy into the patient's body, and there would be no embarrassing situation of treating old man Shui this afternoon. When reaching the 4th level of body training, you can freely operate and mobilize the spiritual energy in the body, and the spiritual energy will start to circulate in Ling Yan's body according to a specific practice route, automatically flushing all the meridians and acupoints in his body. The Jiuxing treasure art comes with half the effort. As long as there is sufficient spiritual energy, the speed of cultivation will naturally be multiplied. This is the main reason why Ling Yan is confident that he will reach the peak of his body training within 2 months. Ling Yan's mouth curled into a confident smile, and turned to look at Tang Meng. "I'm going to rent a house near our school, can you help me find it?" "What? Renting a house? What are you doing renting a house?" Tang Meng couldn't help but be a little curious when he heard that Ling Yan wanted to rent a house. "You said help or not? If you don't help, I'll find someone else." Ling Yan frowned. Tang Meng pondered for a while, and remembered the extremely ambiguous scene between Ling Yan and Chao Shanshan in the evening, which shocked his eyes, and a strange smile appeared in his eyes. Could it be that these two got together so soon? Chao Shanshan doesn't seem to be so open, does it? Feeling that he had guessed everything, Tang Meng hurriedly nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. "Help. Of course help, the boss speaks, can I not do it? What are your requirements for the house?" Ling Yan rented a house for cultivation. He shook his head and said, it shouldn't be too far from the school, but it must be quiet, a little remote, the fewer pedestrians the better, that's all. Want to be quiet? Fewer pedestrians better? When Tang Meng heard it, he thought that I had guessed it, the boss and Chao Shanshan must have JQ. He showed a smile that everyone knew, he said with a smile, don't worry, boss, this is all up to me, I'll search it for you when I go back tonight, but we can agree, I won't pay for it. Tang Meng was really scared by Ling Yun's money pit. Ling Yun waved his hand in a big way, and smiled lightly, you don't need to pay for the money, just hurry up. You can find the house tomorrow, and I will live in it next Monday night. No problem. Tang Meng slapped his chest loudly. Ling Yun nodded, then a mysterious smile suddenly appeared on his face. Tang Meng's heart suddenly tightened and he shouted that it was not good. Whenever he saw Ling Yun smile like this, he knew that someone was going to be unlucky. Now he is in Ling Yun's house, and he is the only one in front of Ling Yun, who would be the unlucky person? Sure enough, Ling Yun kissed Tang Meng's shoulder affectionately with his wet hands, then lowered his voice and said, for the sake of your help, I have a good thing, do you want it? Tang Meng looked like he was facing a great enemy, with a defensive look on his face, and said nervously, a good thing? What a good thing? No wonder Tang Meng was so nervous. After seeing the methods Ling Yun used to deal with Go Junfa, Tu Gang, and others, he was really afraid that Ling Yun would use such strange methods on himself. Ling Yun winked at Tang Meng and motioned him to relax, don't be so nervous, don't worry, it's a good thing. I have 2 mobile phone numbers. I'm going to give you one. Do you want it? Ling Yun said nonchalantly, his expression was very natural, and he didn't mean to tease Tang Meng at all. Ling Yun had made 4 pretty numbers, he would use one for himself, and his mother and younger sister would also use one. As for this one, it was naturally prepared for Tang Meng. Tang Meng exhaled a long breath, his mood suddenly relaxed a lot, and his tense body also relaxed. It was a pretty phone number, right? Your mobile phone number ends in 48s. In the whole school, only Go Junfa's mobile phone number ending in 5 or 6 can be a little bit better than your own. How can your number be any better? And I thought it was a treasure. I can get a lot of mobile phone numbers at will. If you bought a new iPhone 5, I'll give you 2. Even if Tang Meng was killed, he didn't believe that Ling Yun could get a better phone number than his phone number. I don't want yours. I think my number is pretty good. If you don't want it, forget it. I just sell it to someone else. I think it's okay to sell it for 30,000 to 50,000 yuan. Ling Yun patted Tang Meng's shoulder indifferently, with a hint of regret on his face, and shook his head. Now Tang Meng can't sit still anymore. Is it okay to sell it for 30,000 to 50,000 yuan? My 4 or 8 mobile phone numbers were all obtained by asking my mother to trust me, and even so, I still have to pre-charge 30,000 yuan for the phone bill, and you can sell it for 30,000 to 50,000 yuan if you just get a number. What the hell is so cool? Hey, boss, I don't want it, you know, my mobile phone number is 48, and it's very cool in our school. Ling Yun looked up at the night sky, tonight's night is beautiful, the sky is full of stars, it's so good. It seemed that he didn't hear Tang Meng's flattery at all. Boss, cough, tell me, okay, what is your pretty number? As long as it's not worse than mine, I'll consider it. Ling Yun turned his head to look at the kitchen on the west side of the yard, and muttered, I don't know how my mother made that big lobster, I can't wait. Still ignore Tang Meng. Boss. My brother. Just tell me, as long as it's a good number, I'll have it, and you don't have to sell it to others. Can I buy it with money? I promise not to let you suffer. Tang Meng was really intrigued by Ling Yun, and he couldn't help shaking Ling Yun's arm. Only then did Ling Yun look at Tang Meng, sighed slightly and said, hey, it's not really a good number, but the last number is 6/8. What? Tang Meng jumped up after hearing this. The tail number is 68? God, there is no super-internal relationship with such an account. No matter how much money you have, you can't get it. Because when China Mobile is issuing numbers, ordinary vanity numbers are generally randomly assigned to major business outlets, but such super special vanity numbers with a tail number of 6 or 8 will never be assigned. People who can get these numbers are not only rich, but also have a very noble status and have a very good network. Ling Yun actually has such a beautiful name in his hands? Tang Meng was going crazy with excitement. He wants to have this number of 6 and 8, not to mention Go Jun's last number of 5 and 6, even in Qingshui City, it is super cool and absolutely dazzling. Thinking that if he used this number to call someone he knew, especially when he called Li Qingchuan, the number 1 dude in Qingshui City, he would be stunned and dumbfounded. Tang Meng felt excited when he thought about it. How much fun do you have to be like that? Even if you pay any price, you have to get the number of the boss. This boy startled Qin Chiyue and Ning Lingyu, who were busy cooking in the small kitchen, and they looked over in surprise. Tang Meng didn't even bother to ask where Ling Yun's number came from. He put his hands on Ling Yun's shoulder and asked excitedly, "Boss, you're not lying to me, are you? Do you really have a mobile phone number with a tail number of 6 or 8? Ling Yun said in his heart that he was hooked. Hee, that's right. He frowned slightly and said lightly, "Isn't it just a mobile phone number?" As for the excitement? It's really worthless. Sit down and talk slowly. How could Tang Meng sit down at this time? He couldn't wait to say, "Boss, where is that phone number? Let me see first." Ling Yun was very satisfied with Tang Meng's enthusiasm at this time. He nodded and took it out from his close-fitting pocket. Not this one. Ling Yun put his hand into his pocket again and took out another. This is not. Take it again. Hey, evil, this is mine, I can't give it to you. Ling Yun remembered Shui Mining's solemn instructions when he separated from him, shook his head, and put his hand into his pocket again. Life is so wicked, looking for something is like trying a key, you can only open the lock until you try the last one. Hey, this is it, 598888888, look. Ling Yun took out the last one, glanced at the card number, casually, raised his hand and handed it to Tang Meng. It doesn't matter if you show him, he doesn't run anyway. Tang Meng was completely stupid. Didn't I say there are only 2, how come there are 4? Well, if these numbers are all like this, Ling Yun is going too far, isn't it? Feelings, he not only robbed the bank this afternoon, but also robbed the headquarters of Qingshui City Mobile? Old boss, your 4 numbers are not all. Tang Meng stammered as he spoke, staring at Ling Yun in a daze, forgetting to pick up the phone card that Ling Yun handed over. Seeing that Tang Meng was breathing rapidly and his eyes were shining, Ling Yun quickly clenched his other hand tightly and hid it behind him. What if this kid really came up to grab it? He wasn't afraid that Tang Meng would snatch the things away, but he was afraid that Tang Meng would throw him down. There were more than a dozen hairy crabs in the basin behind him. These 3 numbers can't be given to you. I left them for my mother and Ling Yu. You just don't have this idea. Ling Yun warned. When Tang Meng heard this, a goshawk immediately came to fight the rabbit, and like a hungry tiger rushing for food, he snatched the mobile phone card from Ling Yun's hand. Boss, this number really works? Tang Meng stared at Ling Yun, for fear that Ling Yun was joking with him. Then he will definitely fall from the happy paradise into the miserable hell. Ling Yun was amused by his appearance and almost laughed. He raised his chin and said, "You put the card on your mobile phone, and then make a phone call and try to find out." Tang Meng slapped his forehead fiercely, wondering if he was confused by excitement. He didn't expect such a simple thing. He took out his mobile phone with unprecedented speed, put the new card in, turned it on again, and was about to make a call, but suddenly hesitated again. Who to call? Tang Meng knew that if such a good mobile phone number was real, no matter who it was calling, it would surprise the other party. Right. Call Li Qingchuan and scare him. Tang Meng suddenly remembered Li Qingchuan, so he smiled, his fingers trembling. He called out Li Qingchuan's phone number, and he dialed it all at once. No doubt he succeeded. Li Qingchuan was drinking alone at this time, and he pondered over and over in his heart, who is Qingshui City? Suddenly, the phone rang, and Li Qingchuan's first reaction was that Tang Meng was calling. He was overjoyed, thinking that Tang Meng's work was quite reliable, and the news that had just been handed over to him would be announced so soon. Li Qingchuan immediately picked up the phone, but when he saw the caller ID on the phone screen, he was so frightened that he stood up. 59888888. Such a good number? Li Qingchuan frowned suddenly. Is it asking my dad to do something again? Impossible, someone with such a good phone number doesn't need to contact my dad through me at all. Then why did this person call me? Li Qingchuan watched the phone ringing, and his thoughts turned. Meditate. Could it be? Could it be that the kid who accompanied Ninger shopping in the afternoon heard Ninger talk about my pursuit of her and called to demonstrate? Well, this is the most likely, such a good mobile phone number, is it really him? Li Qingchuan thought, what's wrong with the number? Is the name of Laozi's #1 dude in Qingshui City false? Catch. He made up his mind and picked up the phone before the phone was about to hang up automatically. Hello? Hello, who is that? Since he didn't know the identity of the other party, Li Qingchuan spoke very carefully and politely, and even changed his usual lazy tone of speech. Tang Meng's side has long been happy. According to his understanding of Li Qingchuan has not answered the phone for such a long time. He usually either picks up immediately or directly refuses to pick up, but this time neither picked up immediately nor refused to pick up, so there is only one reason, he hesitated. It seems that the number given by the boss is definitely a super pretty number, no problem. However, when the call was connected, Tang Meng had to speak. He smiled and said, Hey, eldest brother, it's me, Xiaomeng, how are you, didn't you scare you? I am Grass. When Li Qingchuan heard Tang Meng's voice, he was so angry that he almost threw the phone out. Fuck, Tang Meng, where did you get such an awesome number? Do you know that I almost scared me to pee just now? Hey. Tang Meng was so happy and excited that he seemed to be the only one left. I said, how many numbers do you have there? Leave one for me, do you hear? When Li Qingchuan saw that Tang Meng had obtained such a good number, he didn't think of anything else. The first thing he thought of was to ask him to get one for himself. Hey, boss, I managed to get such a number, and I don't have it anymore. Go away, I don't care, anyway, if you can't get the number, don't ask for this number, wait for me to go back and give it to me. I'll pay no matter how much money it takes. Li Qingchuan said directly, this is a must-kill weapon for picking up girls. A symbol of identity and connections. Tang Meng was so frightened that his expression suddenly changed, and he said that something was wrong. That, boss, I'll ask you again. I'm the only one who has this number now. It's absolutely impossible to give it to you, so don't worry about it. After Tang Meng finished speaking, he quickly hung up the phone and turned off the phone. This is a treasure that I finally got, but I can't find it. It's no wonder that he is willing to give it to Li Qingchuan. Seeing that Tang Meng hung up the phone so quickly, Li Qingchuan was even more annoyed. He called back immediately, but received a notification that the other party's mobile phone had been turned off, so he had to give up. I thought it was something, but it turned out to be a super awesome account, and came to show it off with me. Li Qingchuan said bitterly, and was thinking about how to get this number from Tang Meng's hands. Ling Yun took advantage of Tang Meng's phone call and sent 2 yellow croakers and a dozen hairy crabs to the kitchen. When he came out again, he saw that Tang Meng had already put on his cell phone. How? Is the number real? Ling Yan asked with a smile. Hey, it's true, boss, you are so kind, you gave me such a beautiful number, I just love you to death. Tang Meng was intoxicated by the huge amount of pornography, and he spoke indiscriminately. Ling Yan felt a chill, and asked back, who said I gave you this number? Do you think I'm a living lay phone? Tang Meng understood what Ling Yan meant, and he smiled embarrassingly. Boss, of course I can't ask you for such a good thing for nothing, just tell me, as long as I can get it, you can do whatever you want. Ling Yan nodded, thinking that it's not too bad, you're a good boy. He pondered for a while and said, I don't lack anything right now, just money, you can tell me how much you can give me. The contemplation is false, and the money is true. Ling Yan saw Tang Meng's car and knew that this kid was rich. If he didn't kill him at this time, when would he kill him? Tang Meng scratched his head and asked, tentatively, 60,000? Seeing Ling Yan's expressionless face, he smiled and said, of course, this is simply a robbery. Or, let's make a lucky number, 80,000? Tang Meng tentatively increased the price. Ling Yan was still expressionless, but his heart was full of joy. He said that this handsome number could make 80,000 yuan when he changed hands, and it was too easy to earn this money. 90,000? Boss, let me tell you, all the money I've accumulated now is no more than 90,000 yuan. If you think it's not enough, I'll have to grab it. What Tang Meng said was the truth. His father, Tang Tianhao, is an official, not a businessman. He is a deputy director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, but a deputy bureau chief. Not to mention Tang Tianhao disdainful of using power for personal gain. If he really lets go of money, how much can he make in a year? As for Tang Meng's Hummer, it was indeed an original American product, but it was not bought by Tang Tianhao, but Tang Meng's uncle, Tang Tianzong, who was doing business in the United States, and gave it to Tang Meng as a birthday present last year. Therefore, although Tang Meng has an arrogant personality and is unruly, he is the most shabby one among the 4 gangsters in Qingshui No. 1 middle school compared to being rich. Little god of gamblers, gambling is one aspect, and the other aspect is naturally wanting to make some money by gambling, so as to save face for himself. 90,000 yuan was already all the savings Tang Meng could take out, and he couldn't take out any more. When Tang Meng mentioned the price of 90,000, Ling Yan saw the embarrassed look on his face. Whether it was a real embarrassment or a fake embarrassment, Ling Yan could still tell the difference. Which dude has a bad face? Although Tang Meng's words seemed to be half joking and half truth, Ling Yan knew that he was holding on, and he was afraid that Ling Yan would underestimate him. Ling Yan frowned, thinking about it. He said lightly, our good brothers, you say 90,000 is 90,000, but this phone card has 10,000 yuan in call charges, so you have to give me a total of 100,000. Tang Meng's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He was about to lower his face and talk to Ling Yan, but he saw Ling Yan wave his hand and continued, although the price is 100,000, it's useless for me to ask for that much money now, you give it to me first. 50,000 will do. As for the remaining 50,000, the two of us will add up and let you make a lot of money in 2 months. After you make the money, you can give it to me. If you can't make it, I don't want it. What is a scene? It's called a scene. Don't let yourself suffer, and don't let your friends embarrass yourself, speak beautifully, and do things more beautifully. This is Ling Yan's style. Tang Meng is a thief, a person who knows goods, not only goods, but also people. It can be said that he is very accurate in seeing people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come over immediately after discovering Ling Yan's huge change. Naturally, there is Ning Lingyu's factor, but that factor is really insignificant. The most important factor is Ling Yan's special charm in his actions and behavior. Seeing that Ling Yun didn't give up and offered a price of 100,000 yuan, but he only needed 50,000 yuan, and the remaining 50,000 yuan would most likely not be available. Just kidding, the two brothers together can make a lot of money in 2 months. That's a lot of money, isn't it? If there is to be such a good thing, Tang Meng will not have to sit with Ling Yun every day to sum up. 50,000 yuan, which is 10,000 less than the price of 60,000 that Tang Meng first opened. This was the first time that Tang Meng had seen Ling Yun's loss-making business since he seriously contacted Ling Yun. His heart sank. Boss. Just now he could pretend to be a fool and say things like he just loves Ling Yun to death, but that was just a slap in the face and a nonsense. Now he is really touched, a feeling of being recognized, trusted, and maintained. Ling Yun kept silent, laughing and scolding, always indifferent to anyone, but Ling Yun actually considered Tang Meng very much in many details. When there was a conflict with two gangs group, Ling Yun told him to go back and not mix. Last night, Tang Meng wanted to make things worse. When he fought with Xie Zhenyan at the gate of the first class of the third year of high school, Ling Yun didn't make a move, and he came down and told him not to provoke Xie Zhenyan alone. Today, Ling Yun was very clear that this phone number was prepared for him. Although he wanted the money, after seeing his embarrassment, he directly charged him half of the price. Tang Meng knew that his mobile phone numbers with 4 8s ended in a relationship and pre-charged 30,000 yuan to get them. These 6 8s ended up with more than 1 8, and 10,000 yuan was added. So easy. After all, it only takes 2 days for two people to deal with each other, okay? With Ling Yun, who is at a loss and who is at a disadvantage. So it's no wonder that Tang Meng wasn't moved. Tang Meng suddenly realized that the trivial things he had done for Ling Yun were worth it. For Ling Yun's sake, not to mention offending the deputy director of some bullshit street office, it's worth offending even bigger officials. So far, he has no grievances or complaints anymore. From now on, Tang Meng will follow Ling Yun wholeheartedly, and will follow him to the death. Of course, this kid also got huge benefits that he could never imagine in his dreams, and became an earth-shattering hero in the Chinese world. This is the fate of man. When the opportunity comes, you must not only see it, but also seize it. When the noble person comes, you must not only keep your eyes on your noble person, but also follow him unswervingly. A chance to stand out. Tang Meng not only seized the opportunity, but also followed the right person. It's hard to think of underdevelopment. Ling Yun watched the expressions on Tang Meng's face keep changing, and finally turned into firmness, and nodded secretly in his heart, this kid. Suddenly he wrinkled his nose, and took 2 big breaths. It's so fragrant. Ling Yun hurriedly turned his head and looked into the kitchen. Brother, what are you two muttering over there? Come and serve the dishes. Ning Lingyu helped her mother Qin Qiuyue in the kitchen, and was turned around by the envoy, but she was so happy, because it was the feeling of a family together, which was very relaxing and warm. Before Ling Yun could enter the kitchen, Tang Meng took a few steps back to his senses and ran in front of Ling Yun. It's so fragrant. I'll bring it here. Tang Meng quickly recovered from the warm-blooded emotion, and returned to the state where he was the eldest and the second. But it seems that he is in Ling Yun's house, at most he can be ranked 4th. For some reason, Tang Meng, who was not afraid of the sky and earth, didn't dare to look directly at Qin Qiuyue's face and eyes. Especially Qin Qiuyue's eyes. Those eyes are not only beautiful, the eyes shot from the beautiful eyes seem to have the power to penetrate the soul, making people dare not look directly. It is a kind of vicissitudes of vision that has experienced the ups and downs of life, full of experience and wisdom after rich life experience, as if she just glances at you inadvertently, you will feel that you are seen clearly by her, and there is no escape. Shape. Coupled with Qin Qiuyue's mature and charming peerless demeanor, her indifference and calmness in dealing with things, her kindness and amiability, and her arrogance, Tang Meng felt that he was in front of her, as if Sun Monkey had seen Guanyin, honestly. You have to be honest, and you have to be honest. In other words, Tang Meng found that in front of Qin Qiuyue, his favorite and most unrestrained long flowing hair had become a serious shortcoming, so he could not wait to find a place to cut it. It's really delicious. Therefore, as soon as Tang Meng entered the room, he couldn't help but sniffed sharply with his nostrils, and praised loudly again, but he copied it with his left and right hands, picked up 2 dishes, and left. When he walked out of the kitchen, he felt a lot more relaxed, and he noticed a burning heat on his face. What's wrong with me? Even my grandfather didn't give me such a restrained feeling that I couldn't let go. Tang Meng felt that he was almost no longer himself, so he pondered. However, soon Tang Meng's face was filled with joy. Wouldn't this be the first time the legendary son-in-law saw his mother-in-law? Yes, it must be so, otherwise how could my arrogant and domineering little god of gamblers become so constrained? The little god of gamblers finally successfully completed the super difficult deep self-hypnosis again. The buildings on both sides of Linjiang Road in the slum area are probably similar. They were generally built in the 1970s and 1980s, and now they all look dilapidated. And the style of the building is naturally similar. The storefront along the street in front is often renovated in order to attract business, so it is slightly better, but the courtyard at the back is all low-rise bungalows, and Ling Yun's home is no exception. Although this yard is not big, the sparrow is small, and it has all the internal organs, including the main house, the east house and the west house. The westing house is naturally the small kitchen of Ling Yun's family, and the east house is a small warehouse for storing sundries. There are 4 main rooms, 3 of which are the bedrooms of Ling Yun's family of 3, and then there is the living room that is dozens of meters in size. The poor family is not very particular, the living room is the dining room. Qin Chuyue is a doctor and a person who pays great attention to hygiene. Therefore, although the family is not rich and has a very tight life, it is kept clean and spotless. When people sit in the house, there is a very warm home feel. As soon as Tang Meng entered the room with 2 dishes, he understood why Ling Yun said he was short of money. Of course, he also knew that Ling Yun's family was poor, and everyone in the poor family was short of money, but he had no experience in this regard. The rich will never understand the hardships of the poor. In a low-rise building, Tang Meng felt as if he could reach the roof by jumping up and raising his hand. Note that Ling Yun's home is in the south of the road, so the main house is the south house, with backlight all year round, cold in winter and hot in summer. As far as the eye can see, there is a very ordinary small round table, 3 simple wooden chairs, an old-fashioned sofa that can only accommodate 2 people sitting side by side and a plexiglass coffee table in the east of the living room. The old-fashioned sofa was covered, and the white sofa cover with the patterns falling off and washing was clean, but Tang Meng noticed that the sofa seat was deeply recessed. Obviously, the spring of the sofa had completely lost its strength. The flexibility shows its profound age. 6 or 7 meters away from the sofa is an old-fashioned 21-inch TV. Then, there is no more. It's that simple. At this moment, Tang Meng suddenly understood why Ning Lingyu was so strong and why he had to take the first place in the whole grade every time. He also understood why Ling Yun in the past was so inferior and self-abandoned, and why is Ling Yun rising so strongly now? Why is it so shameless and greedy for money? Shameless? Tang Meng's heart trembled. He put the 2 dishes in his hand on the table, and then sat down on the sofa, seemingly forgetting that this was Ning Lingyu's house, took out a cigarette, lit one, and sucked it with a serious expression. Stand up. Because he suddenly felt that his original American Hummer parked outside the civilian clinic was so ironic. He also thought that he almost had hundreds of thousands of New Year's money every year during the Spring Festival, and he felt that he could not sit still here. It has to be said that Tang Meng is arrogant, and the thief is the thief, but he has a true temperament and a real passion. Ling Yan also came into the house with a dish. He looked at Tang Meng sitting on the sofa, staring straight at the TV in front of him, smoking in a dignified voice, and couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that I want more than 50,000 from him? Did this kid really make it difficult? Ling Yan's future is known best to himself. Although he urgently needs money in order to change everything around him, he will not force Tang Meng to such a difficult point. Forget it, or don't bother this kid. Anyway, the phone number didn't cost you a penny. For the sake of your willingness to call me Big Brother, I will give it to you, for nothing. Thinking of this, Ling Yan immediately made a decision, but he couldn't help but feel a sharp pain in his heart. At this moment, after Tang Meng finished smoking a cigarette, the corners of his eyes twitched and the corners of his mouth twitched. He also made a decision at this moment. Isn't it just a broken Hummer? I still drive it after changing to an Audi. Sold it. How can people like Aunt Qin and Ling Yu live in such a broken place? Tang Meng was also crying in his heart. This is the 17th birthday present his uncle gave him. This is his favorite, the original American Hummer. Ling Yun and Tang Meng looked at each other at the same time. Boss, I decided that this Hummer is too expensive for fuel. I want to sell it as soon as possible to change the car and drive. You need money urgently. No matter how much you use, it's enough. Tang Meng, don't worry, even though I'm short of money, I'm not going to drive you to death. Don't you want the head office to give you a penny from your mobile phone number? At the same time, I opened my mouth and closed my mouth at the same time, afraid that I would go back at any time and finish it in one breath. Even the number of words spoken is the same. Is it really his tacit understanding? A shameless brother who can beat Xiao Jiujiu, who is better than anyone, and at the same time he gritted his teeth and decided to give up his own interests to fulfill the opponent. And then at the same time dumbfounded. He looked at each other in disbelief. I want to screw it. There is no doubt that in this age where only money is recognized, but not people, and money is paramount and feelings are regarded as dung, Tang Meng, as a modern playboy, even though it was an impulsive move, being able to make this decision is already great enough. But for Ling Yun, who was eager to use money to change the status quo, from 100,000 yuan to 50,000 yuan to not even a penny, what he gave up was his own. You know, Ling Yun never suffers. Although the value of the real thing is far away, the two brothers' intentions are half a caddy, and they are evenly matched. This is a misunderstanding, but there is no doubt that this is a wonderful misunderstanding that many people cannot enjoy in their entire lives. The two looked directly at each other, first in a daze, then in a daze, followed by a smile. The smiles that could not be concealed gradually bloomed from the corners of their eyes, and soon they all enlarged from their faces until they both grinned at the same time. A very knowing smile, a smile that only real men can understand. Why are you two giggling in the room? Come and serve the dishes. Ning Lingyu shouted softly in the kitchen. Let's go, bring the dishes. Ling Yun shook his head and motioned for Tang Meng to go with him. So far, he completely recognized Tang Meng as a good brother. The two walked side by side, whispering softly. Ling Yun, how much is your Hummer worth? Tang Meng, it's not expensive in the US, but in China, you can even sell second-hand ones for more than a dozen of the handsome numbers you just did. Ling Yun, more than 1 million? Tang Meng, what do you think? Ling Yun, I don't need to sell it, what will I sit on if I sell it? Tang Meng, don't you need money urgently? Ling Yun, it's not that urgent, I can make money quickly. Tang Meng, how fast? Ling Yun, before the college entrance examination, I want to buy a big villa in the Qingxi Villa area, and I also want to buy a sports car that is better than your current car. Tang Meng, would you like to buy a cow? Ling Yun, why buy cows? Tang Meng, you have blown all the cattle in Qingshui City to death, don't you need to buy cattle? Ling Yun, go away. Kitchen. Ling Yun and Tang Meng had just brought 2 hot dishes and 2 small cold dishes, and now the yellow croaker has just come out of the pot. 2 yellow croakers, 2 completely different methods, one steamed in scallion oil, and one braised, with full color, fragrance and flavor. When Ling Yun and Tang Ming came to the kitchen, more than a dozen hairy crabs tied with 5 flowers were just about to be steamed. "Auntie, this dish is rich enough. You are tired enough after working all day, so don't be too busy, go back to the house to rest for a while and eat." Tang Ming saw that there were still 4 dishes, including prawns, pig trotters, spare ribs, and lobsters, that were not cooked, so he quickly stopped them. Qin Chuyue smiled sweetly. "Look, Tang Ming is a sensible child, it's too late now, let's go eat first, but don't starve. Ling Yu, you are no longer needed here, you also go to accompany your classmates eat it." Ling Yun and Tang Ming brought 2 more dishes. Of course, Ning Ling Yu would not let her mother cook here by herself, but go to eat. She was determined to stay and continue to help. In the main room, Tang Ming stared at the 6 dishes on the table in a daze. The 6 dishes are cold and hot, meat and vegetarian, with reasonable combinations, and good color and aroma. Even the placement of the sauced beef on the plate is scattered, which is very particular. Anyone who sees it will be surprised. Live dark praise exquisite. "Boss, did Aunt Jean used to be a chef in a big hotel? From childhood to adulthood, what kind of big restaurant has Tang Ming never been to?" His vision is naturally unusual. He vaguely felt that if Qin Chuyue hadn't worked in a big hotel, he would definitely not be an ordinary person. At least not ever. Ling Yun remembered clearly about his mother. He shook his head and smiled and said, "The chef of the big hotel has never done it, but my mother opened a food stall when my sister and I were young, and the business is booming." Tang Ming frowned and shook his head. "No, opening a food stall can never be so good. I think Aunt Jean must have stayed in a big family before." Ling Yun raised his foot and was about to kick him. "What are you thinking about? Wash your hands quickly, get ready to eat, what time is it?" Although Tang Ming drove very fast, Qingshui No. 1 Middle School was too far from here, and there was a lot of traffic jams on Saturday, so it was almost 8 o'clock in the evening when they got home. Then he was delayed by Tian Buetao's affairs, and with such a busy schedule, it was almost 9 o'clock, so Ling Yun had to go to the river to clear the border tonight, so he was in a hurry. "There are still several dishes. We have to wait for Auntie and Ling Yu to eat together. Do you understand etiquette? I have already washed my hands." Tang Ming looked at Ling Yun dissatisfied. "Okay, take advantage of this time, let's find a way to make money together." "Do you still want the money?" Tang Ming said with a bitter face when he saw that Ling Yun's 3 words were inseparable from making money. Of course, he was just pretending. "Nonsense, look at my family, how can I live without money? But don't worry, I promise you to make a fortune." Ling Yun sat down on the sofa, and the old sofa was almost torn apart by him, and it creaked loudly. Undoubtedly, the deep hole in the middle of the sofa was created by him. Ignoring Tang Ming's smirk, Ling Yun said with a straight face, "If you want to give me the 100,000 yuan of the handsome number, you have to do what I say." Tang Ming thought to himself, "Do you really have a way to make money?" He asked suspiciously, "Boss, tell me, what should I do?" Ling Yun smiled. "One word, bet. Aren't you the so-called little gambler? Let's bet big." Tang Ming immediately became energized when he heard the gambling, but he immediately asked back, "But now we are about to graduate, and there will be a spring sports meeting next month in the first and second year of high school, so it's not a big deal?" Ling Yun pouted and shook his head. "Who said you should bet on that? The gamble I asked you to make is a gamble on whether I can get into a university, what university I can get into, and how many points I can get in the exam." Tang Ming was secretly happy when he heard this, thinking that this is still a gamble. Everyone knows that you will definitely not be admitted to university. Ling Yun could guess what this kid was thinking from Tang Ming's expression. He glared at Tang Ming and said, "Listen, I tell you, I will definitely be admitted to Yanjing University, even if it is not from Qingshui City. The number 1 scholar in the college entrance examination is not far behind." Tang Ming almost sat down on the ground. He realized that Qingshui City really needs to buy cattle. The boss is bragging about this bullshit. That, boss, what do you mean, letting you give up the college entrance examination and take the college entrance examination for you in disguise, right? Tang Meng's mind turned quickly, and he guessed very reasonable. I'm telling you the business, don't make trouble for me. Seeing that he didn't believe what he said, Ling Yun wanted to go up and beat him. I'm just asking you, do you believe what I say? Do as I say. If you don't believe me, you can find a way to get the money yourself. I'm too lazy to care about you. Tang Meng was really angry when he saw Ling Yun, and he suddenly wondered, could it be that Ling Yun could be admitted to Yenqing University in only 2 months? However, Tang Meng remembered Ling Yun's terrifying memory. He nodded and analyzed seriously, boss, if you work hard, I believe you will have no problem getting an ordinary undergraduate degree, but it is really too difficult to get into Yenqing University. I know your memory is terrifying, but what about your English? You have listening ability. And, the most difficult thing, what about math? Ling Yun said in his heart that he knew that you wanted to mention English and mathematics, but he didn't have time to explain so much to him at this time. He waved his hand, don't worry about what I do. You just need to believe that I will definitely be admitted to Yenqing University. Now. What is gambling? Do what you think is impossible, then it is called gambling. Do you understand the truth of seeking wealth and risk? What kind of little god of gamblers are you pretending to be? You forgot how many laps you bet on me yesterday, how did you lose? Ling Yun excited him. However, when Ling Yun saw that Tang Meng didn't believe that he could be admitted to Yenqing University, his expectations for this gambling game increased a lot. Tang Meng saw that Ling Yun was very confident in what he said, and was so agitated by Ling Yun, he immediately rushed to the sky with pride. Just bet. What do you say? It can be said that Ling Yun set up this gambling game carefully, and he would not miss any opportunity to make money around him. In the past, everyone thought that Ling Yun would never be admitted to any university, but yesterday Ling Yun showed a terrifying memory that defied the sky. This caused Wu Gaolang, Zheng Ling, Zhang Dongchai Hanlin, and others to have a certain suspicion against him. This kind of expectation, that is to say, some people already believe that if Ling Yun can study hard, he may be able to enter an ordinary undergraduate university. In this way, the matter of Ling Yun taking the university entrance exam has added a little uncertainty to the certainty, which is a gamble. However, even including Ning Lingyu and Tang Meng, they still do not believe that Ling Yun can be admitted to Yenqing University. Well, this again produces certainty and uncertainty. And Ling Yun knew that he would definitely be admitted to Yenqing University, so, with Tang Meng as a little gambler, of course he would use this to make a fortune. Seeing that Tang Meng finally agreed, Ling Yun smiled slightly and said to Tang Meng in a low voice, you just need to do this. When Tang Meng heard it, the more he heard it, the more excited he became. The more he listened, the richer the expression on his face. In the end, he was simply shocked. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he looked at Ling Yun blankly and said, Boss, your idea is too bad, isn't it? Didn't Xie Zhenyan and Go Jun send them all to death? Ling Yun smiled and said, if you slaughter pigs, you need to slaughter fat. How much money can you make if you don't cheat them? But Tang Meng thought of himself, and his face turned pale immediately. Boss, but if you can't get into Yenqing University, then I sold this Hummer and myself, and I won't be able to pay for it. Ling Yun slapped Tang Meng on the shoulder with a big hand, and his enormous strength almost staggered Tang Meng. He gave Tang Meng a reassuring look. Don't worry, if you don't get into Yenqing University, you will lose all your money. Count me in. Boss, I didn't mean that. I see. The two had made their plans, and discussed the details for more than 10 minutes, until Ling Yu asked them to serve dishes in the kitchen again, and the two men with sly smiles walked out side by side. Sweet and sour pork ribs, braised pork trotters, fried prawns. 3 large dishes were placed on the small dining table in the living room one after another, and the house was full of fragrance for a while. Tang Meng stared at the 9 dishes on the table. Without blinking his eyes, he kept gulping, his stomach growling with hunger. Qin Chunyue didn't have time to prepare, and the dishes were made in a hurry, but the amazing thing is that no matter what dishes are made by her hands, they are all full of color, flavor, let alone eating them. The smell of it can make people unable to move. Aunt Qin's craftsmanship is really good. Tang Meng swallowed fiercely, slapped his mouth vigorously, and couldn't help but admire. Not to mention him, even Ling Yun's mouth was full after seeing the shiny and ready braised pig's trotters and the fried golden yellow fried prawns. Compared with the dishes made by my mother, the big meal I ate at the Qingshui family's house in the afternoon was not worth mentioning at all. Boss, if you don't want to come home for dinner every day, I promise to pick up the car every day, and the takeaway will be responsible for all the money for grocery shopping. Tang Meng's Lotzi was about to fall to the ground, and he couldn't help but come up with his plan. Go, you kid can really climb up the ladder. It's cheap for you to eat this meal today, and you still want my mother to cook for you every day? Tell you, there is no door. Ling Yan rolled his eyes at him and said contemptuously. Hee hee. Tang Meng rubbed his hands together and smiled awkwardly when he saw that Ling Yun saw through his mind. A few minutes later, the best and most expensive dish tonight, the steamed lobster, finally came out of the pot. Ning Ling Yulian walked with a smile, and brought it up in person. As soon as Ning Ling Yu entered the room, Tang Meng looked as if he had been electrocuted, and was completely stunned. The red shell and white meat are aligned with green leaves, and the white plate is placed on the wrist, and the lobster is presented to you with a smile like Hualien. Not only the food is beautiful, but the people are even more beautiful. Ning Lingyu also seemed to be very proud of her mother's carefully cooked dish. She ignored Tang Meng, who was stunned, put the steamed lobster in the middle of the 9 dishes, and then burst out with a smile. Tang Meng, today you are really lucky. My mother said that this dish is specially made for you. What? Qin. Aunt Qin, specially made for me? Tang Meng was even more excited now, and even started to stutter when he spoke. Ling Yu, why are you two so impolite? Until now, you don't know how to let Tang Meng sit down? Hurry up to eat, the food will not taste good when it's cold. Besides, what time is it? Don't go hungry. Body. Qin Chunyue also walked into the room. Seeing Tang Meng standing there stupidly, she couldn't help blaming Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu. It's just that in her beautiful autumn eyes, she can't hide her love for the two no matter what. Ling Yun kicked Tang Meng's calf with his foot. What are you looking at? Hurry up and eat. Tang Meng finally came to his senses. He scratched his head embarrassedly, ran to the dining table, pulled a chair out of the table, and said to Qin Chunyue very respectfully, Aunt Qin, you are so busy with your work. The table dishes are really hard work, you sit first. Ling Yan rolled his eyes at him, thinking that this kid is really courteous. There were only 3 chairs, so he went to his bedroom and moved another stool, came to the dining table, and sat down next to his mother. The 3 of them are very sensible, until Qin Chunyue picked up the chopsticks and took a bite of the dish. Then everyone moved the chopsticks and started to eat. At the beginning, Ling Yun and Tang Meng wanted to speak several times, but Qin Chunyue stopped them with a smile. She smiled lightly, eat first, and then I'll eat when I have something to do. However, Qin Chunyue took special care of Tang Meng, and repeatedly told him not to be restrained, to eat more of his favorite dishes, and don't be polite. Ning Lingyu actually changed her normal behavior to persuade Tang Meng not to be polite. Let him eat as much as possible, which undoubtedly flattered Tang Meng. This is not a big change in Ning Lingyu's personality, but Qin Chunyue's way of hospitality that has been subtly transmitted to Ning Lingyu over the years. After all, Tang Meng came to the house for the first time and was a guest. At first, Tang Meng couldn't let go, but after eating a few mouthfuls of dishes, he only felt that each dish was extremely delicious, and he could no longer suppress the cravings in his stomach. Stand up. He hypnotized himself repeatedly in his heart. How polite are you to eat at your future mother-in-law's house? But even so, this kid still has a lot. Although he only took a bite of that big lobster, he wanted to bring the plate in front of him and swept it away like the autumn wind swept the leaves away, but he just couldn't bear to touch it again. A pair of chopsticks only, the other 9 plates roamed. Knowing how to advance and retreat, and in general, Qin Shuyue observed closely, couldn't help but nodded secretly, and personally used a spoon to fill Tang Meng 2 tablespoons of shrimp meat. Tang Meng was so excited now that he hurriedly stood up and said with sincerity, "Auntie, don't worry about me, I'll do it myself." The arrogant and bohemian Tang Meng never thought that one day he would be in such a low and simple hut, eating delicious food that he had never eaten before, and he was still in such a cramped mood. However, his chest was bulging, and he only felt that there was a heat current surging. This family is really... Because Tang Meng was a guest, Ling Yin seemed to be somewhat ignored, but he was in his own home. Of course he would not be polite, since his mother told him to finish eating before talking, then he would eat his fill first. Although Ning Lingyu was more enthusiastic about Tang Meng, she still only served Ling Yun alone. None of them drank, so they ate a meal fairly quickly. Ling Yun and Tang Meng were definitely super rice buckets. The two of them simply devoured their food in the end. When they were all full of hiccups, they were surprised to find out 6 of the 10 dishes were swept away, and there were only 2 green vegetables left at the bottom of the plate, and the 2 cold dishes were only half left. After the meal, Qin Shuyue asked Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu to chat with Tang Meng, preparing to clear the table by herself, but was stopped by 3 juniors. Ning Lingyu said distressedly, "Mom, you've been busy all day, so don't worry anymore, I'll take care of these things." Tang Meng also hurriedly said, "Auntie, don't be too busy, leave these things to us." The 3 Lingyun served the bowls, the table was cleaned, and everything was cleaned up in just a few minutes. Especially Tang Meng, the guy who didn't help the oil bottle at home, behaved more actively than the Lingyun brothers and sisters. Qin Shuyue nodded repeatedly, "This child." When the 3 of them finished packing up, Qin Shuyue had already poured water for them and was waiting for them. "Aunt Qin, thank you for making such a sumptuous and delicious meal to entertain me. I've caused you trouble." Tang Meng's good family upbringing was fully reflected. He sat down properly and first expressed his gratitude to Qin Shuyue. "Tang Meng, see what your child said, you drove Lingyun and Lingyu back, Auntie should thank you." Qin Shuyue smiled sweetly, and nodded kindly, to Tang Meng. Tang Meng's face turned red when Qin Shuyue saw him. He scratched his head unnaturally, suddenly remembered a question, and said, "Aunt Qin, I hit the deputy director of the street office just now, you won't blame me, will you?" Without waiting for Qin Shuyue to speak, Ning Lingyu giggled and said, "If it's your fault, you will cook such a delicious meal for you? How stupid." Qin Shuyue glanced at her daughter angrily, then turned her head and said to Tang Meng, "Of course Auntie won't blame you, that person should be beaten, but young people are motivated and it's good to be loyal, but don't do it next time. So reckless." Tang Meng nodded seriously, pondered for a while, and then said to Qin Shuyue, "Aunt Qin, don't worry, Ling Yun and I have recorded the video of him admitting that he was here to find fault. If he dares to come to us again trouble, I will never let him go." Qin Shuyue nodded with a smile and said nothing. The turmoil caused by Tian Buetao was quickly forgotten by a few people, and everyone began to chat about family affairs. Among them, Tang Meng asked about the demolition again, and Qin Shuyue smiled and explained it to the 3 people. Ling Yun had no special memory or understanding of the magical demolition of this magical country, so he was rather bored and lethargic. There was one more thing he felt very strange about. "The changes on my body can be described as earth-shaking. Not only did I buy so many things back, but I also brought back a very special wooden box, and I also wore this Nike. There is no shock in his eyes? Besides, he suddenly made a move in front of his mother and beat up Tian Buetao like that. Why hasn't his mother made any statement yet? It was as if Tian Buetao, this incident, had never happened from beginning to end. Since Ling Yan came back to see her mother, Qin Qiuyue showed her calmness, and love for him and Ning Lingyu. It's just too calm, isn't it? This is simply that Mount Tai has collapsed in front of it without changing its color. Ling Yan was screaming strangely there, but heard Qin Qiuyue say with a hint of distress, "Ling Yan, you are thin." Ah? Ling Yan raised his head suddenly, but saw Qin Qiuyue staring at him with concern. Ling Yan was indeed thin. After he reached the first level of training, he would have lost at least 3 kilograms, but no one could tell except himself. Unexpectedly, Qin Qiuyue's observation was so subtle that she could see it. It's really a mother-in-law. Mom, didn't Ling Yu tell you, I'm losing weight at this time, so it's not the way to lose weight. Since everyone thought that he was exercising so frantically to lose weight, Ling Yun would of course be wrong. This was a good cover-up and could save him a lot of trouble. Well, losing weight is a good thing, it should be, but you can't starve yourself anyway, you know? Qin Qiuyue smiled and nodded, but did not forget to instruct her son. Mom, don't worry, you've seen it too, I eat what I want. I practice, I lose weight through physical exercise, and I'll go out for a run later. Can you, Mom? Ling Yun was worried that he couldn't find a reason to go out at night to cross the border, so he just took this opportunity to bring it up. Ning Lingyu was shocked. Brother, it's past 10 o'clock in the evening, are you still going out for a run? Qin Qiuyue showed admiration, and said softly, losing weight is like sailing against the current. You must persevere every day to achieve good results. You can go when you need to. Mom supports you. Ling Yun didn't expect her mother to be so open-minded, she couldn't help being overjoyed. A few people chatted for a while, and after 10 o'clock, Tang Meng wisely offered to leave. Because it was too late, Qin Qiuyue did not hold back, she got up and sent Tang Meng to the door of the clinic with the Ling Yun brothers and sisters. Tang Meng, I will come to play often when I have time in the future. Drive slower on the road, and be sure to pay attention to safety. Qin Qiuyue instructed him with a smile. Tang Meng secretly glanced at Ning Lingyu with some guilty conscience, and then said respectfully to Qin Qiuyue, Aunt Qin, I will definitely come to play often, If you go to the city, you are welcome to come to my house too. Guest. Ling Yun glared at him and said, Okay, stop talking there, drive back quickly. Then he turned around and said to Qin Qiuyue, Mom, go back, I'll give Tang Meng a gift. Qin Qiuyue nodded and took Ning Lingyu back to the courtyard. Ling Yan shook his hand vigorously in front of Tang Meng's eyes. Hey, let me tell you, you have some good luck, okay? If you look at Lingyu like this in the future, I'll really beat you up. Only then did Tang Meng withdraw his gaze, and looked at Ling Yun with a grieved expression. Isn't it enough to take a secret look at the back? Ling Yun rolled his eyes and said, If you want to look at it, just look at it honestly. What's the matter with you looking at it secretly? Why didn't you dare to say a word to Lingyu just now? Tang Meng grinned and said with a wry smile, Aunt Qin is here, do I dare to talk to Lingyu? Ling Yan shook his head and pushed him, besides, my mother won't eat you again. Hurry up, let's drive slowly on the road, and don't forget what we discussed. The two walked side by side toward the Humvee. Boss, I'm not kidding, I don't think Aunt Qin is immortal. Then you have to say that my mother is so beautiful, and the food she cooks is even better than the food in a big restaurant. Of course, she is not immortal. Although Ling Yun saw Qin Qiuyue for the first time, it was no different from the Qin Qiuyue in his memory. He recognized him as a loving mother the first time he saw Qin Qiuyue. Proudly. Boss, I didn't mean that, I meant. Tang Meng was still waiting to speak. What Ling Yun couldn't stand the most was this kid's wordy. He pushed Tang Meng directly into the car, and said, "Okay, stop the ink, my phone number has just been given to you, I will turn on the phone tomorrow, you just call me when you find a house. Let's go." It was already past 10 o'clock, Ling Yun had to run to the riverside to train on the 3rd floor of the body. Of course he didn't have time to accompany Tang Meng to Incure. Tang Meng had no choice but to start the Hummer. He waved at Ling Yun, stepped on the accelerator, the Hummer started roaring, and quickly disappeared into the dark night. After driving 1 kilometer, Tang Meng took out a Su cigarette and lit it. There are 3 surnames in a family. Aunt Chin wears ordinary clothes, but she shows a kind of noble grace in her gestures. That kind of aristocracy can't even be compared to my mother. It's really mysterious. Ling Yun sent Tang Meng away and returned to the small courtyard. As soon as he entered the house, he saw his mother and sister sitting there chatting, laughing happily. "Mom, I went out to lose weight. I might be back late at night. You and your sister don't have to wait for me." Ling Yun did not detour and said directly. Qin Qiuyue gave Ling Yun a meaningful look, nodded and said, "Go, remember to bring your home key." Ning Lingyu stared at Ling Yun with a pair of beautiful and agile eyes, with a complicated expression. She wanted to say something to Ling Yun, but she finally said softly, "Brother, come back early, don't worry me and my mother." Ling Yun nodded silently, went back to the bedroom and simply packed his things, before going out. When he walked to the door, he suddenly stopped, took out the 2 pretty cards from his pocket and looked at it, then walked over to Ning Lingyu and said, "Sister, these 2 cards are not bad, and they are all charged for calls. For you and Mom." Ning Lingyu picked it up curiously, and was about to ask her brother where the card number came from, but she saw that Ling Yun had already turned around and left the house. "After a long trip home, I knew to lose weight, really." Ning Lingyu pouted to express her dissatisfaction with Ling Yun. She casually picked up a mobile phone card and took a closer look, and suddenly opened her mouth in surprise, and exclaimed coquettishly, "Wow, 6 8s, such a good number, this is 6 9s. Mom, take a look, the number my brother gave us is so good." Qin Qiuyue didn't seem to hear her daughter's exclamation. Her autumn eyes were as deep and distant as the night sky, staring outside the house. The corners of her plump lips were slightly lifted, and a mysterious smile was drawn. Ling Yun left home. He first checked the leather needle bag that was placed close to him. There were 9 gold needles and 81 silver needles, many of which were inserted into it quietly. The street lamps were shining brightly. "These needles can't be thrown away. If you use them to hurt people, it will be a waste." Ling Yun is still far from the realm of telephoto shooting. If these silver needles are shot out in battle, do they have to pull them out one by one after hurting people? Especially if you fight more with less, it is even more impossible during a melee. Who would let you come and pull the needle after being injured? Therefore, Ling Yun decided that the 2 sets of needles given to him by Old Man Shui were only used to cure diseases and save lives. As for fighting, it was better to buy some ordinary large needles or long nails in the department store. That $10 is a lot of money. You can fly as you want, shoot as much as you want, don't feel bad about losing any amount, just buy it when you run out. He put the leather needle bag back together, then tightened the sandbag on his legs, and started running. Ling Yun ran wildly in the direction of the 7 lights grass. Because there is number 50 caddies of sandbags to carry, Ling Yun can sprint at a speed of 100 meters as soon as he comes up. Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu have been together for a long time today. He would not waste such a good opportunity, so before leaving home, he had already filled up the spiritual energy that was consumed by Dr. Shui's suppression of goo worms at noon. Now, Ling Yun's purpose is of course to consume the maximum amount of spiritual energy in his body before reaching the place of the 7 luminaries grass. The more you consume, the better. The place where he found the 7 lights grass was not too far from the school. It only took 10 minutes to walk. Tang Meng drove from the school to Ling Yun's house, and it took more than 40 minutes to drive so fast. Of course, excluding the time waiting for red lights and traffic jams, it is estimated to be about half an hour, but this distance is not short, at least 25 kilometers. Because of the 50 kilograms of weight loss, Ling Yun ran for more than 10 kilometers with extreme speed, and the hidden spiritual energy in the body began to be mobilized. After the huge spiritual energy of the first layer of body training began to run in the body, Ling Yun's speed skyrocketed, even throwing some slower cars behind him. It only took Ling Yun 40 minutes to come to the river where the 7 lights grass was found. He stopped to breathe slightly, frowned and shook his head with a wry smile. The spiritual energy in the body has not been used up at all, there is still more than half of it left. In fact, if Ling Yun did not consume the spiritual energy in his body and went directly to the pass next to the 7 lights grass, he believed that he could easily break through the second level of body training. But his goal tonight is not to train on the second floor, but on the third floor. The second level of body training is only to further enhance and improve the quality of the body in all aspects, and the body can absorb more of the hidden spiritual energy. On the other hand, the third layer of body training can use gold needles or silver needles to mobilize spiritual energy at any time. This is too different for Ling Yun. Ling Yun stood by the river for a few steps, looked left and right at the dark lights around him, gritted his teeth fiercely, and took off all his clothes, including shoes and socks. Then he found a denser grass and hid them all. In fact, there was no need to hide them. It was after 11 o'clock in the evening. Who and he came here to pick up things when he had nothing to do? After doing this, Ling Yunjing jumped with her fat body and jumped into the icy river water. My grass, it's still so cold. Ling Yun shivered from the cold river water. Then he went upstream in the water submerged to his navel and ran wildly. This is really crazy. Crazier than his running with a 50-pound sandbag. How much resistance does water have? A person swimming on his stomach in still water, with the least resistance, can be exhausted after swimming for a while, let alone standing in waist-deep water, sprinting against the current under the greatest resistance. This way of practicing the body is almost self-abuse. But Ling Yun didn't care, and even quickly fell in love with this way of consuming physical strength and fat. Because it is so effective. A person can feel a strong sense of stagnation just by moving the palm of his hand in the still water, not to mention Ling Yun's 200-pound fat body. His legs soon felt as heavy as filled with lead, and his whole body was sore and numb, and he only felt that the oncoming river was like a heavy wall. If it weren't for the cultivation of the first level of body training and the support of the spiritual energy in his body, Ling Yun would not be able to run even 50 meters. But in this way, the spiritual energy in his body is also consumed very fast, just 200 or 300 meters away. It is more effective than running for 20 kilometers. Of course, what was also rapidly consumed was the thick fat on his obese body. Ling Yun gritted his teeth and insisted, constantly challenging his own limits, until the spiritual energy of his body was completely exhausted, and he went ashore from the water. The whole person is already exhausted. However, he still won't sit on the ground to rest immediately. He knows that the more tired he is, the less he can be defeated by this tired feeling, otherwise how can he overcome himself step by step? Ling Yun gritted his teeth and insisted on returning to the place where he put his clothes. He picked up a piece of underwear and wiped his body clean. After putting on his clothes, he came to the side of the 7 lights grass. Of course, the 7 luminaries grass is still there, and it is growing vigorously. It looks much stronger than last night. Whether it is the Lingyu box or Ning Lingyu's natural spiritual body, they cannot compare with the aura released by the 7 luminaries grass. Ling Yun sat cross-legged, absorbing the spiritual energy of the 7 lights grass with all his strength, but he couldn't help but secretly feel distressed in his heart. Because he is urging the cultivation technique to absorb it with all his strength, 80% of the spiritual energy is still scattered into the air, which is a pity. The aura required for the second level of body training is at least double that of the first level of body training. It is not obvious now, but the aura required for the third level of body training is double that of the second level of body training, and so on. The aura that needs to be absorbed is at least 256 times that of the first level of body training. When I reach the fourth floor of body training and can freely mobilize and use the spiritual energy in my body, I will set up a spirit gathering formation, or try to carve a spirit gathering talisman. I can't let these auras go to waste. Ling Yun gritted his teeth and said to himself in pain. After 12 o'clock, Ling Yun's body was already full of spiritual energy, and he couldn't hold any more spiritual energy. He started to run the exercises and tried his best to hit the second floor of the body training. He could easily break through, but Ling Yun was extremely well prepared, so hitting the second floor of the body training was a matter of course. Boom! Soon, Ling Yun felt an extremely comfortable and cool feeling coming from his body, and he knew that he had made a breakthrough. Ling Yun clearly felt that the meridians in his body had more than doubled compared to the first level of body training, and his physique in all aspects of his body had also improved to a great level in an instant. But he was still not satisfied. He sat there and continued to run the exercises, absorbing a lot of the aura of the 7 luminaries' grass. The amount of spiritual energy needed to hit the third level of body training is 4 times that of the first level of body training. Ling Yun was very patient and slow, until it was fully absorbed again, and then began to hit the third level of body training. If you have enough spiritual energy, you will naturally be able to cultivate like a broken bamboo. The first level of the second floor, the middle stage of the second floor, and the peak of the second floor. Ling Yun absorbed more and more spiritual energy, and his cultivation level soared all the way. Now, the aura of the 7 luminaries' grass seems to have been summoned by some sort of call, madly pouring into Ling Yun's body to help Ling Yun to pass the pass. This is Ling Yun's talent against the sky. Ling Yun has long forgotten the time. He sits still, like an old monk in meditation, fully urging the action technique, and after climbing to the peak of the second floor of the body, he will hit the third floor of the body with all his heart. Just at the most critical moment, when he was about to break through at any time, there was a sudden change between Ling Yun's head, the center of his eyebrows, and his dantian. Ling Yun felt the strange changes in these 3 places, and he was shocked. That is the immortal aura left over after protecting and carrying his primordial spirit during the tribulation period, through countless time and space, after washing his sutras and cutting down his marrow and completely changing his physique. Under the ecstasy of Ling Yun, his mind was lost, and he no longer had the mind to hit the third level of body training. Instead, he slowly closed his power and fixed his level at the peak of the second level of body training. Ling Yun's face was very excited. He jumped up excitedly and cheered. This is the immortal spiritual chi of the transcending tribulation period. Even if there is only a tiny bit of it, it can bring great benefits to Ling Yun's future cultivation. This is definitely not something that can be compared to grabbing a lot of the lowest level 7 luminaries grass in the great cultivation world. I thought I had consumed all of you, but it turned out to be hidden in these 3 places. After a long while, Ling Yun gradually calmed down from the state of extreme excitement. His eyes were like electricity, his mind was turning, and he was thinking about the next step of cultivation. Although it fell short and failed to break through to the third level of body training as scheduled, Ling Yun had no regrets at all. God has finally treated me well. Ling Yun raised his eyes to the sky and stared at the distant starry sky, with a confident smile on the corner of his mouth, muttering to himself. As the saying goes, there is no time for cultivation, and this is true. When rushing to the pass, he was required to concentrate, hold yuan and guard one, and not have any distracting thoughts. Therefore, Ling Yun had no idea how much time had passed. He didn't have a mobile phone or a watch, so he could only tell the time based on the weather. Now the sky is dark, the galaxy is dazzling and charming, and the starlight is dazzling. While Lingyun is admiring the charming starry sky, of course, he must also deliberately practice the Dian gathering star treasure. Reaching the peak of the second level of body training is different. When Lingyun was running the star treasure art, he could already feel a trace of the power of the stars entering his body, and he began to transform his body like an ant moving a mountain. Now is the end of the month, the moon cannot be seen in the sky, otherwise, he will absorb the lunar power of the moon, faster. Don't underestimate the Dian gathering star treasure art. In the world of self-cultivation, when Lingyun cultivated the Dian gathering star treasure art to the top level, he would casually perform the exercise art at night, the power of the 5 moons in the sky. It will enter Lingyun's body like a piece of training, tempering his skin, muscles, bone meridians, and internal organs. In that scenario, there seemed to be 5 heavenly rivers between the 5 moons in the sky and Lingyun's body. Together with the power of the stars of hundreds of millions of planets, hundreds of millions of silver threads formed into Lingyun's body at the same time, even the naked eye. Every tire can be seen. It seems that Lingyun is the center of the entire universe, and all the stars in the world are paying homage to him, offering their core essence, which can be called a miracle. Of course, now, Lingyun can only say in his heart, "Hey, my brother used to be awesome." Why does Lingyun have the confidence to lose 70 kilograms in 2 months? During his body training, such physical exercises as running with a sandbag and running wildly in a deep countercurrent at the waist level can naturally consume a lot of fat and fat quickly. However, Lingyun still has a big reliance, which is the Great Evolution and gathering star treasures. The first step in the process of transforming the body in the Dian Juxing Baojue is to burn all the impurities that the body does not need inside the body, and fat naturally bear the brunt. One is relying on the crazy external physical exercise, the other is relying on the power of the sun, the power of the lunar yin and the power of the stars to directly resolve the burning day and night in the body. Is it unpleasant to lose weight like this? Lingyun was 100% sure that his current weight had dropped to less than 200 kilograms. After frantically tossing him over the past 2 days, he lost at least 5 kilograms of fat. Even a normal person loses weight, the effect is the most obvious at the beginning, and it becomes more difficult as it goes on. Therefore, it is not unusual for Lingyun to lose 5 kilograms with such a tossing method. He didn't have to try it, because he clearly felt that his body was not so bloated, the fat on his stomach was not so quivering, and the fat face had also shrunk by a large circle, towards the thin or a delicate goal to advance quickly. However, these are nothing to Lingyun at all, and he doesn't take it to heart at all. Right now, what he is most concerned about is the ones that appeared from the zenith, between the eyebrows and the dantian when he hit the 3rd floor of the body training just now. Fairy spirit. Lingyun knew that the zenith communicated the power of heaven and earth, the center of the forehead was where the sea of consciousness was, and the dantian was naturally the source of power. It's just that after Lingyun stopped rushing to the pass, these immortal auras disappeared again. No matter how Lingyun was mobilized, it was the mud cow that entered the sea and disappeared without a trace. Lingyun now has no spiritual consciousness and is unable to look inside, so he has no other choice but to wait. However, since he discovered Baoshan, of course he will find a way to use it effectively, and he will never consume a mortal aura in order to treat mortal wounds like he was just reborn. Originally, Lingyun was worried that if the 7 luminaries' grass matured, he would reach the 1st or 2nd level of the Qi training period, and what kind of cultivation would he rely on in the future, but after discovering these fairy spirits, he felt much more at ease. Lingyun's tall figure stood not far from the 7 lights grass, standing quietly in the night sky. Just like Yuan Ting Yu Ji, silently urging the Dian Juxing treasure art. Because he had just come to this world, Lingyun had not observed the celestial phenomena in this world, so he could not use the constellations in the sky to judge the time. But Ling Yun could clearly feel that the power of the 7 stars in the northern sky and the night sky was particularly powerful. According to the residual memory, he knew that the Chinese called them the Big Dipper. Since he had forgotten the time, he simply ignored the time. Ling Yunxin said that even if he went back, it would affect the rest of his mother and sister, so it would be better to keep practicing until dawn. Why is Ling Yun practicing so hard? It was because of the bad premonition he found near the scene of the accident in the afternoon. Ling Yun had experienced thousands of battles of life and death in the world of cultivation, and had escaped from the enemy's traps countless times. Whenever danger comes, he has an extremely uncomfortable feeling, so he will prepare various precautions in advance. It wasn't until the whiteness of the fish's belly appeared in the east that Ling Yun slowly stopped his work and opened his eyes. Although the sky was still dark, it was already at the end of the battle, and the sky would soon be bright. After such a long period of time, Ling Yun not only absorbed the spiritual energy of the second-level peak of the body training to the point where he could no longer absorb it, but also made some progress in the Great Evolution and Star Treasure art. Of course, he couldn't stand here and absorb the essence of the sun again, because when the sky gets brighter, if anyone passing by sees him, he will be regarded as a fool or a lunatic. Of course he doesn't care about this. What he is worried about is that the 7 luminaries' grass here will be discovered by someone with a heart. Then he would have no regrets. Ling Yun smiled at the 7 luminaries' grass, the corner of his mouth evoked a charming arc, and the intoxicating dimple on his left cheek was clearly visible. Baby, I won't come to you when I hit the 3rd floor of the body training. After I break through the 3rd floor of the body training, I will come and make out with you. Indeed, Ling Yun has now reached the peak of the 2nd level of body training, which is only 1 layer of window paper worse than the 3rd level of body training. It will be broken with a single stab, and there is absolutely no need to rely on the aura of the 7 luminaries' grass. However, after reaching the 3rd level of body training, Ling Yun's spiritual energy would be insufficient, so he still had to come here to absorb the spiritual energy of the 7 luminaries' grass. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun took advantage of the fact that the sky was still dark and there were no pedestrians on the road. When I came, it was very fast, and when I went back, it could almost be described as shocking. To use a more vivid analogy, Ling Yun's current running speed is about the same as the speed of a car that reaches 80 miles. It's still 2 sandbags tied to his legs, or else. At 5:45 in the morning, Ling Yun returned to Linjiang Road, and he slowed down, just like an ordinary person running in the morning. After galloping for more than 20 kilometers, his face was not blushing and he was not panting, and he did not even mobilize the spiritual energy in his body. At this time, the sky was already bright, and the number of pedestrians and vehicles on the road gradually increased. Ling Yun ran slower and slower. When he arrived at a place about 2 kilometers away from the civilian clinic, he simply stopped running and paced slowly on the road. It looks like getting up early for a walk. Ling Yun successfully reached the 2nd level peak of body training, and was only 1 step away from the 3rd level of body training, and found that there was still a mortal aura in his body, so he was in a good mood. He walked slowly with his hands behind his back, looked left and right, looked at the walls on the left and right sides of the road, and every 10 meters was written a big and dazzling word demolition, murmured, "Isn't it demolition? Why did that guy Tang Meng repeatedly mention it last night?" This comprehension genius from the world of comprehension has a rookie-level understanding of the magical demolition of Huaxia, so he is very puzzled. Ling Yun walked another kilometer or so. It was already broad daylight. In order to make ends meet, people in the slums generally woke up very early. At this time, they all started to work. The road started to get noisy. People rushing to do morning business on both sides of the road had already set up their stalls. Most of them were selling fried dough sticks, pie, rice noodles, ramen, tofu brain, etc., and they brought vegetables from the vegetable wholesale market to both sides of the road. There are stalls selling fresh vegetables, and many small shops and restaurants on both sides of the road have also opened their doors to do business. Of course, there are also scattered items or clothing, but they are extremely rare, and there is no 1 out of 10. Although it's a bit chaotic and noisy, there is a certain order of heaven between the buying and selling, not bad. It's true that 3 words are inseparable from this line of business: what to sell and what to shout. Ling Yun can actually buy and sell breakfast from both sides of the road, and people who bargain can think of the order of heaven. Is this idea really his imagination? Facing the rising sun, Ling Yun slowly walked forward, and looked at the breakfast stalls on both sides of the road, thinking about what breakfast to bring back to his mother and Ling Yu. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted from 30 or 40 meters in front, "City management is here." Before Ling Yun could react, all the stall owners in front of him and behind him were scrambling to clean up their stalls, with expressions of panic and anxiety on their faces. "Hurry up and go, don't worry about him, you can't do business with peace of mind on Sunday morning. These grandsons are too bad, they can't do anything else, but this one is very diligent and active. Okay, let's go, can't you hide if you can't afford it? Look, someone has already suffered over there. Let's go quickly before they come." Ling Yun looked very strange. City management? City management or bandits? How can you scare these simple and lovely people like this? He looked at the stall owners and hawkers who fled like frightened sheep, and murmured, "Why is the urban management so terrifying? It's not like he's in line with the way of heaven." Ling Yun continued to walk forward, and then he saw a white van moving slowly and proudly across the people who were panicked and fled desperately. Inside the van, there was someone shouting in the car with a big horn. At the same time, not far from the van, 5 young people in light blue uniforms were surrounding a hapless female stall owner who couldn't escape, and shouted loudly there. "How many times has this been for you? This is the 4th time I've caught you this month? Tell me yourself, what should you do? I beg you, I was hit in the head by a brick that fell from the upstairs in the building, and I am still in a coma in the hospital. I can only make some money by selling some vegetables in the morning, and then have to go to the hospital to take care of him. You stop lying here. You say it every time. We are tired of listening to you. You guys, confiscate all her things, including the electric tricycle. Load the car." Among the youths in uniform, a heady man said indifferently. Ling Yun noticed that the female hawker was only about 25 or 16 years old. She was already pregnant, about 5 months old, and her belly was already huge. Although his face is beautiful, he is very haggard and his complexion is slightly sallow. It is obviously due to long-term lack of sleep, malnutrition, and overwork caused by qi and blood disorders, and his body is very weak. Ling Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, dodging the stall owners and hawkers who were scattered by birds and beasts, and walked forward slowly. "I beg you, I bought these vegetables from the farmer's wholesale market 20 miles away at 4 o'clock in the morning. They are very fresh. If the elder brothers want to try it, you can bring back 3 to 5 caddies." When the female hawker heard that her goods and tricycle were to be confiscated, her face changed greatly and she begged bitterly. The handsome uniformed youth glanced at him and looked at the female hawker with disdain. 3 jeans and 5 jeans? We are the city management and law enforcement team. Will you miss your 3 jeans and 5 jeans of broken radish and cabbage? Do it. Brother, I beg you, for the sake of my pregnancy, which is not easy, let me go this time. You can take all these vegetables, just leave me the tricycle. The female hawker was so anxious that she was about to cry. She gave in step by step, and kept begging. Begging us? You begged us the same way last time. What did you say when I let you go? Seeing that the head of the city management completely frightened the female peddler, he waved his hand to stop the crowd, took out a cigarette himself, and a young man next to him quickly took out a lighter and lit it for him. When the female hawker heard this, her complexion changed. Her face was flushed with blush, and her eyes were filled with humiliation. Her bloated and full breasts heaved violently because of her pregnancy, and she couldn't say a word of anger. The head of the city management took a deep breath of cigarettes, and sprayed all the hue on the haggard face of the female peddler. The other 3 or 4 uniformed youths laughed maliciously, and all their lustful eyes were fixed on the huge breasts of the female hawker that heaved violently with shame and anger. Big brother, I beg you, I'm 5 months pregnant, I can't. The female hawker was really ashamed to say it, and tears came down. And, who said that 5 months of pregnancy is impossible? Isn't 5 months when the demand is strong? Besides, even if it is inconvenient for you, don't you still have hands and mouths? At this time, all the hawkers and stall owners in the vicinity had already been hiding somewhere far away, as if hiding from the plague, lest they be too late to avoid it. Therefore, the head of the city management became more and more reckless, and the words he said were already very obscene. The other 3 or 4 uniformed youth burst into laughter, and one of them flattered and said, "That is, our brother Tian believed your words and opened a room to wait for you." "How dare you let our brother Tian's pigeons go?" Another long-haired xuanhuan said, "I said Luli, you really don't know how to flatter you. Brother Tian let you go 3 times in a row, just to see your performance. Besides, if you are funny, don't say that you are here every day. Selling vegetables, just help you to open a vegetable store, you are good, dare to play our Tian brother." Luli's face was blushing, she almost bit her lip, and said with restraint, "I really don't have time. I have to go to the hospital during the day to take care of my partner, so can't you take pity on me?" The Qingguan chief, Brother Tian, didn't seem to see Luli's pain and anger at all, or he didn't care at all. He sneered, "Pity you? I think so, but you don't give me a chance to pity you. Keeping a clean body and wanting to make money here every day, don't you know who owns this 1/3 of an acre?" Luli was extremely hated, angry at this time, and finally broke out completely, "You are bullying people like this, because you are the city management officer? Do you want to keep people alive?" Seeing Luli, Brother Tian, the chief of the city management, was anxious when he saw Luli, and he sneered, "Yo, I finally stopped pretending to be pitiful? I bullied you? What happened to you? What if I bullied you to death?" He paused. Then he said disdainfully, "Tell you, even if you agree to my request today, I still don't want it. Today is official business. You illegally occupy the road and affect the city's image. Our law enforcement team will confiscate your goods and business tools. Brothers, work." Everyone swarmed up like wolves, surrounded the electric tricycle, and began to confiscate Luli's vegetables. It was said to be confiscated, but how could these city officials care about these eggplant peppers? They threw them and smashed them. For a while, potatoes, tomatoes, olives were flying all over the sky, and soon there were messes everywhere, and the car was empty. Obviously, they wanted to give Luli a threat and a warning to see if Luli would obey their boss on the spot, Brother Tian. 4 or 5 big men like wolves and tigers. Luli, a weak pregnant woman, naturally couldn't stop them, so she could only watch the vegetables she finally bought back from wholesale turned into rubbish. After several city officials finished fighting, Brother Tian winked at one of them. The guy understood and said to Luli, "Get out of the way. This tricycle is according to the regulations, we have to pull it away." Luli's body trembled violently, but she still wanted to make her last effort. She struggled several times to kneel down and beg Brother Tian and the others to let her go, but she couldn't kneel at all because of her big belly. In the end, she could only give up the effort of kneeling, and said with trembling lips, "Brothers, you have confiscated your things, should you calm down? I really can only rely on this tricycle to earn some living expenses and medical expenses. Please let me go, and when my partner is ready, I will definitely let him thank you." Brother Tian didn't let up when he saw that Luli was alive and dead. He shook his head angrily, and spit out 2 words from his mouth indifferently: law enforcement. When Luli saw that all her efforts and pleas were useless, she could only choose to fight hard. She threw her hands together and stopped in front of the tricycle. This tricycle is the life of my object and the child in my womb, you guys. If you want to pull it away, kill me first. Brother Tian squinted at Luli and said with a smile, resist law enforcement? That's right, brothers know what to do. The city management has 3 tricks, which are invincible in this world: throat lock, arm twist, and flying kick. Sure enough, Brother Tian led 2 city officials to bully Luli. One was going to pinch Luli's neck, the other was going to grab Luli's arm, while Brother Tian grinned and stretched out his hand towards Luli's chest. The other 2 took the opportunity to push Luli's electric tricycle. Ah, help, the urban management is going to beat a pregnant woman. Luli closed her eyes in grief and despair. Although she knew that shouting was useless and no one would dare to take care of it, she still instinctively shouted for help. Boom, bang, 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 bang. Ah. Ouch. I am. Luli thought she was bound to be brutally murdered, and waited for a long time with her eyes closed, but found that she had nothing at all, only heard 5 bangs in her ears, and then came the screams and screams of Brother Tian and others. She opened her eyes at once, and when she saw the scene in front of her, she suddenly became stunned. I saw that the 5 people who were still aggressive just now, like wolves like tigers, were all lying on the ground rolling and howling, and the one closest to her was at least 4 meters away. But beside her, stood a tall, fat, but strong-looking young man with a very intoxicating dimple on his left cheek, who was smiling brightly at her. Are you all right? Ling Yan asked with concern. I'm fine, you. Luli knew without thinking that it was the big boy in front of her who saved her, and she was instantly grateful. It's fine, just sit in the car for a while and see how I deal with them. Ling Yunyan lightly smiled and patted the seat of the electric tricycle, motioning Luli to sit on it. Then he strode towards Brother Tian. Boy, you are so courageous, how dare you fight the city management officer? Brother Tian was thrown out by Ling Yun more than 7 meters away. He held miserably on the ground for a long time, and finally sat up with support, incredulous in his eyes, but gritted his teeth. Xuanhuan? What kind of thing is a xuanhuan? Can't we fight? Ling Yun smiled and went straight forward. Fuck you, boy, I beat you, Master Tian today, I think you don't want to mess around. Brother Tian's face was grim, and before Ling Yun came over, he stood up and shouted. His 2 hands just now almost touched Luli's chest, and he was about to smash it hard, but he couldn't even see it clearly, and was knocked out by a strong force. Brother Tian, I don't know where this kid is from, but he dares to ruin our good deeds. The first young man who flattered Brother Tian also struggled to stand up and ran to Brother Tian's side and said fiercely. Like Brother Tian, he didn't know what happened, and he was hit and flew out. In fact, the 5 Chengwons bullied and humiliated Luli just now. Ling Yun saw it all the way. The reason why he never took action was to see if these 5 rubbish were enforcing the law or relying on help. The power in hand oppresses the people. As a result, he saw a group of upright hooligans, a group of scum who bullied men and women, a group of robbers who were inferior to beasts, and a group of disgusting and shameless people. These Chengwons turned out to be this kind of stuff, and they're nothing more than Sun Xing who hit someone with a car. Ling Yun now finally knew what the city management was doing. When he saw 5 young and strong men performing throat lock art on a pregnant woman with a big belly, and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity, his figure suddenly came to a few points. At the person's side, the 3 pieces of garbage that attacked Luli were blasted out with one arm, and then he raised his feet and kicked the other 2. If gangsters like you are the third thing to do, then I declare that from now on, there will be no xuanhuan on Linjiang Road again. Ling Yun looked at the several city officials who got up one after another and stood together again, a sinister smile evoked at the corner of his mouth, the dimple on his left cheek looked cute and fresh, but his eyes were sharp as knives. He smiled brightly, took leisurely steps, and came to the 5 people headed by Brother Tian. At this time it was already 6:30 in the morning. The sunrise was in the east, and the dawn was full of clouds. The first rays of sunlight in the morning shone on Ling Yun's face, which made him feel like he was floating out of the dust. "Look, someone is beating up the xuanhuan." Most of the stall owners and hawkers of the breakfast stalls were scared away by the xuanhuan, but the people who came out to eat breakfast in the morning, the grocery shopping, and the pedestrians on the road were still there. When they saw someone beat up the xuanhuan, they immediately surrounded them. Although Ling Yun had no impression of the xuanhuan in his mind, but who lived in the city did not know what the xuanhuan was. When they saw that the city management officer they hated gnashing their teeth was beaten in the street, let alone the joy in their hearts, of course they came over to watch it. Li Kuan, the one Ling Yun saw just now shouting with a loudspeaker in the law enforcement vehicle, when he saw Brother Tian and others' confiscation of Lu Li's vegetables, he had long forgotten to pretend to shout. The loudspeaker threw it into the rear compartment, and he appreciated it with relish. A month ago, when Brother Tian took Li Kuan and the others out on a mission, he saw Lu Li with a beautiful face. It is said that Lu Li was 4 months pregnant at that time, and her figure was already out of shape. Normal men should not have any thoughts about her, but Brother Tian was not. This kid was a pervert. Then Brother Tian came up with an idea and went out to perform tasks for 3 consecutive weeks, specifically to find fault with Lu Li. When he caught Lu Li for the 3rd time, Brother Tian vaguely suggested that as long as Lu Li went to meet him alone-face, and will not trouble Lu Li again in the future. At that time, Lu Li was frightened and confused, and was also in a hurry, thinking that Brother Tian asked her to meet, just asking her to send some gifts such as tobacco and alcohol, meaning, so she agreed. But after Lu Li went back, she mentioned this to her mother-in-law. Her mother-in-law immediately saw the strangeness of the matter and reminded Lu Li to be on guard against Brother Tian. Lu Li thought carefully about how Brother Tian was looking at her. His eyes were startled with a cold sweat. Where would he dare to see Brother Tian alone? Brother Tian saw that he had been put out by Lu Li, he had not achieved his goal, and he had lost face in front of his brothers. That's how he planned today's law enforcement. To put it simply, Li Kuan and the others came out today to help Brother Tian get Lu Li, and their strategy was the scene just now. As long as Lu Li was forced to resist, they would take Lu Li away for violent resistance. As long as Lu Li can be taken away, won't Brother Tian do whatever he wants? Hey, Wang Bo, look, Brother Tian is really in a hurry. From here, I started to touch Lu Li, and I touched. When seeing Brother Tian besieging Lu Li, Li Kuan's eyes were red with excitement, and he couldn't help but said to the driver Wang Bo. It's just that before he could finish his words, he saw Ling Yun's figure flashed in front of Lu Li. Li Kuan didn't even see what Ling Yun was doing, and saw Brother Tian and all 5 of them flying out. I'm sorry, something happened, get out of the car. Seeing Brother Tian being beaten, Li Kuan's excited face suddenly solidified on his face. Who is Tian Gu? That is the nephew of Tian Buetao, deputy director of the sub-district office. That fat man dared to do something to him, isn't he tired of living? Wang Bo, hurry up and call someone, I don't think that kid is a good guy. Li Kuan told Wang Bo immediately after getting off the car, and went under the seat in the back compartment to get a riot stick. Originally, it was not easy for 7 young and strong men to deal with a pregnant woman in the name of law enforcement. Therefore, they didn't come out with the standard equipment of the city management officer at all, they just came here in their usual uniforms and drove here. Gear like stab vests, helmets, and cut-resistant gloves, they don't have them at all today, but fortunately they always have their riot bars under the back of the car, just in case. Hey, is it a knife? Brother Tian was beaten, you hurry up and bring people here. Yes, it's here, bring more people. Wang Bo quickly hung up the phone, pulled out 3 or 4 anti-riot sticks from the other side of the van, and followed Li Kuan towards Brother Tian and the others. At this time, Ling Yan had just finished comforting Luli, and was walking towards Brother Tian, who had just gotten up. If gangsters like you are the third thing to do, then I declare that from now on, there will be no xuanhuan on Linjiang Road again. Ling Yan's voice was not loud, nor was he impassioned, nor was his blood boiling. He just said a few words indifferently, but the people watching the lively around looked at Ling Yan's blade-like eyes and firm steps, and for some reason, they all felt that Ling Yun definitely not to bluff these city officials. Boy, you are crazy enough. Do you know that you have violated the law by saying this? Brother Tian was shocked by Ling Yun just now, and did not call for the other four to immediately attack Ling Yun. They are all young and strong, and they have all gone through special police training. Ling Yan can knock them all down in the blink of an eye, which is definitely not a good thing. Therefore, he deliberately delayed the time by talking. Li Kuan and Wang Bo were in the car. As long as they held them up for a while, when the two of them came, they could start. Ling Yan smiled. The law? What law stipulates that you can smash other people's things and bully a pregnant woman casually? Of course Brother Tian was speechless, but he rolled his eyes and said cheekily, Luli operates without a license, affects the image of the city, and violently resists law enforcement. We will arrest her and let her reflect on what is wrong. People say that the xuanhuan's face is thicker than the corner of the city wall. This is not true. Seeing that he was still there brazenly confounding black and white, Ling Yan decided that he was too lazy to talk about this kind of rubbish. He was about to bully him when he caught sight of Li Kuan and Wang Bo rushing over with 3 or 4 anti-riot sticks each. Ling Yan immediately stopped, thinking that this would save me trouble, and I just happened to kill you all. Not to mention that Ling Yan has now reached the peak of the second level of body training. Even when he is at the first level of body training, he has no problem dealing with more than a dozen people like Brother Tian by himself. Brother Tian, it doesn't matter, right? Shit, this kid dares to resist our law enforcement, and it's the other way around. Beat him up and get him back. Li Kuan came to Brother Tian's side as he spoke, and soon Wang Bo also came. When the 5 people headed by Brother Tian saw that Li Kuan and Wang Bo came with weapons, they all showed ferocious smiles, and each took out a riot stick from their hands. 7-on-1, they still had riot sticks in their hands, but Ling Yun was unarmed, which undoubtedly made them think they had a solid victory. It's broken, this child will suffer. Yeah, hey, it's good to help people these days, but you have to see who the other person is. Now he's in trouble. Hey, isn't this Ling Yun, the son of Dr. Qin in the civilian clinic? He put. Obviously, someone in the crowd saw how Ling Yun and Tang Meng cleaned up Tian Buetao last night. Brother Tian had the anti-riot stick in his hand, and he immediately felt a lot more at ease. He held the anti-riot stick in his right hand and gently smashed his left palm, looking at Ling Yun with a grim expression. Boy, do you know who my uncle is? Before the hero saves the beauty next time, you must weigh it up. Is your weight enough? Come on. After saying this, he raised his anti-riot stick and smashed it at Ling Yun's head. Then try to find out who is not good enough. Ling Yun did not dodge or dodge, raised his left fist to meet the riot stick that was smashed down in the sky. The cultivation base of the second-level peak of body training, coupled with the transformation of Ling Yun's body by the Great Evolution Star Treasure Art, made Ling Yun willing to test how far his body was. So this time, he didn't use any tricks at all, but chose to be tough. Just listening to the sound of bang, Ling Yun's fist was not fancy, and hit the riot stick firmly. How strong is Ling Yun's current strength? He shot with all his strength, and directly punched Brother Tian's anti-riot stick and let it go, and bounced it on his forehead, very fast. Boom. Ah. Brother Tian's right wrist was fractured, his forehead was blooming, and he was bleeding profusely. He was completely maimed by Ling Yun in just one round, and he was no longer able to fight. Ling Yun made merit with one punch, but instead of chasing after the victory, he retracted his punch and looked at it. Well, I didn't get hurt, but it still hurts a little bit. It seems that I haven't practiced enough to get home. Ling Yun muttered inwardly. But at this time, the riot sticks of the other 6 people had already smashed down at Ling Yun at the same time. Howling. Looking at the speed and strength of these 6 sticks, Ling Yun couldn't help narrowing his eyes. His face became gloomy. These 6 people didn't keep their hands at all. They just wanted to beat Ling Yun to death. Most of the onlookers were so scared that they closed their eyes when they saw this scene. Dai couldn't help crying out in grief. A disdainful smile appeared on the corner of Ling Yun's mouth. He bowed his head like lightning, and stretched out his left and right hands, grabbed Brother Tian who was screaming and greeted him. Boom bang bang bang. Ouch, the one hit by these 6 sticks is called a sturdy one. That is called a domineering and mighty, that is called an imposing one. But, the good news is that all the 6 sticks hit Brother Tian. Ah. Brother Tian's head, shoulders, chest and arms were all hit hard. Ling Yun snorted coldly and threw away Brother Tian, who was completely abolished, and then started to shoot at the 6 stunned city officials. Ling Yun's shot was like lightning, no one could dodge, and no one could withstand Ling Yun's blow. Now Ling Yun was like a tiger entering a flock. In less than 30 seconds, he took Li Kuan and other 6 people. All fell to the ground. This time. But it was different from when Ling Yun rescued Lu Li. After all 6 people fell to the ground, no one could stand up again. The 6 rubbishes were beaten up by Ling Yun and rolled all over the floor, screaming one after another, forming a continuous film. Since Ling Yun has just reached the peak of the 2nd floor of the body training, he knows that his current strength is very strong, but he has never tried it, so when he rescued people just now, he just shot lightly. He is afraid of shocking people to death. No matter how rookie he was, he knew that this was a legal society. If he really beat people to death in the street, even Tang Ming's father wouldn't be able to protect him, but after making the move just now, he immediately knew how powerful he was, and he was very measured. The onlookers saw that Ling Yun had beaten the 7 wolves to the ground so quickly, and the worried expressions on their faces immediately turned into shock and admiration. He's so powerful. It's not effortless to fight 7 by one person. Hero, I finally saw someone beating the city management officer. You deserve it. Let these grandsons show off their power and bully the common people at ordinary times. Hero, he is our big hero. Is it really fun to beat him? If I have him 2 times, I won't abuse the city management every day. That's right, I've had enough of these grandchildren's anger. Good fight. It's so cool. Ling Yun listened to people's exclamations and praises as if they were venting their anger. There was no arrogance on his face, but there was only inexplicable sadness in his eyes. So you all hate the city management to such a degree. Ling Yun lowered his head indifferently, looked at Brother Tian who was rolling on the ground and howling, and said coldly, you are wearing the skin of an urban management officer, but you are doing things like robbers and bandits. Is it easy for these ordinary people? Come out so early in the morning, to set up a stall to sell vegetables, all you earn is hard-earned money. How about you, driving a car on the road and shouting, and making a mess? Let's not talk about it for the time being. You 5 big men use such a rude way to deal with a pregnant woman. How dare you say law enforcement? I'm in a good mood today, I just punish you a little bit. If I see you doing things like this next time, be careful of your dog's life. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he tilted his head to think about it, and continued, tell you, I have taken care of Lu Li's affairs. If you want revenge, just come at me. My name is Ling Yun, and I am from the civilian clinic. As long as you have the ability, go to me. If you dare to play Lu Li's idea again, no matter what your identity is, I will make you die ugly. If you don't believe it, try it. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he raised his foot and kicked Brother Tian's butt. Go away. Then he walked towards Luli without looking back. Ling Yun. It turns out that he is the useless son of Dr. Qin in the civilian clinic? Is this still called a useless man? Hee, Tian Xiaoguang deserves the bad luck. You don't know, last night I used to fry dinner at home and saw Ling Yun and a kid who drove a Hummer taking care of his uncle. What? Is there really such a thing? I said, people are not afraid of Tian Yanwang, let alone him. Humph, this kind of scum, if he didn't kill him, he would be light, he's just a bunch of living bandits. That's it. There was a lot of discussion, and the people thought that Ling Yun had done a good job and praised him. Ling Yun quickly came to Lu Li's side, he glanced at Lu Li's face, and then couldn't help frowning. The woman struggled too hard just now, and the fetus was inflated. Big brother, thank you for saving me, I've caused you trouble. Lu Li was moved to tears and said very sincerely. She saw everything Ling Yun had done for her just now. She had thought that she would be unable to escape the clutches of the devil, but Ling Yun had fallen from the sky, and it was no wonder she was not grateful. Ling Yun shook his head slightly, as if what he did just now was not worth mentioning at all. He stared at Lu Li and said, Lu. Sister Lu, you have been sleep-deprived for a long time, and you have been malnourished all the time. You just got angry again. I'm afraid it will affect the fetus in the womb. What? Lu Li's face changed greatly when she heard it, and her voice trembled. Her husband is still lying in a coma on the hospital bed, and he doesn't know if he can wake up. The child in his stomach is their only blood. If something happens to the child, Lu Li can't live. Don't panic, since I can see it, there is a way to cure it. Do you know the civilian clinic? You can find me there. You can rest assured that I will cure you when the time comes. Ling Yun gave her a reassuring smile. Lu Li could see that Ling Yun was not an ordinary person, and it was impossible for an ordinary person to beat up 7 young and strong men with clubs in their fingers. Big brother, thank you, you are the great benefactor of our family. It's a pity that my man is in a coma now. If he knows what you have done, he will repay your kindness even if he is a bull and a horse. Lu Li knew that she not only met a benefactor, but also a noble person. She was grateful to Ling Yun, and could not wait to kneel on the spot for him. Sister Lu, you don't have to thank me so much. Since I have encountered this kind of thing, there is no reason to ignore it. This is 1,000 yuan. You can use it first. If it's not enough, let's find a solution together. Ling Yun took out the remaining 3,000 yuan, counted 10, and handed it to Lu Li. As the saying goes, a good person will do it to the end and send the Buddha to the West. Since Ling Yun intervenes in this matter, naturally, they will help to the end. As for the return, Lu Li's grateful eyes are enough. Big brother. I can't ask for this. I don't know how to repay you for saving me. How can I still ask for your money? Lu Li could not have imagined that there are still such good people these days. She didn't know what to say for a while, but instinctively waved her hands at Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled indifferently, shoved the money into Lu Li's hand, and said, Take it, all the vegetables you wholesaled have been smashed by this rubbish, let's talk about it in the past 2 days. Lu Li stared blankly at the money in her hand and stared at Ling Yun, unable to say a word again. When the big boy in front of him was fighting just now, he looked like a god, but now he is standing quietly in front of him, but he doesn't look like he just fought. Although he is a little fatter, he is better than he is tall. Those broad shoulders seem to give people a strong sense of security, and the upright face looks very fresh, very sunny, with a slight smile. An intoxicating dimple will appear on the left cheek, which is very eye-catching. Especially the boy's eyes, clean and clear, deep and distant, occasionally flashing a certain firmness, but quickly regained his calmness, as if nothing in this world can affect him. Looking at it, a strange feeling suddenly appeared in her heart. She was shocked, and quickly turned her head to look elsewhere, but her face was already flushed. Ling Yun didn't notice Lu Li's change at that moment. Sister Lu, you can't stay in the right and wrong place for a long time, you should go home first, you can go to the civilian clinic to find me if you have anything. N. Lu Li's heart trembled inexplicably, her voice was like a mosquito, and she nodded. She didn't even say goodbye, just got in the car and started the electric tricycle, and quickly left. How could I feel this way? I'm ashamed. Lu Li didn't brake slowly until after leaving a kilometer, stroked her hot cheeks with her hands, and cursed herself with a blushing face. Okay, when did I become so good-hearted? Save people, don't talk about getting yourself into trouble, and put in $1,000? However, this feeling is really cool, hee hee. It seems that doing good deeds occasionally is not bad. After Ling Yun sent Lu Li away, he left immediately. He had to buy some breakfast and bring it home. It was past 7 o'clock, and it was expected that his mother and sister had already woken up by this time. As for Brother Tian's group of scumbags, he didn't even bother to deal with it. Last night, Tang Meng told him that his father was the deputy director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. After Ling Yun walked for 5 minutes, the two cars came to the place where the fight had just happened, but at this time, Brother Tian had already been carried into the van by Li Kuan and the others and sent to the hospital, and the people had already dispersed. Let the third and fourth investigate to find out who was beaten, and kill the family tonight. No one got out of the car. In a black BMW sedan in front, a big man with a face full of flesh and a hideous scar on his right face looked at the blood on the ground, a ruthless look flashed in his eyes, and said indifferently, "Yes, Brother Dao." A red-haired little brother hurriedly called. The person who gave the order is naturally the knife who received the phone call. He is a tyrant in the slum area. He has nearly 200 brothers under him. He also opened an underground casino. Tian Buotao eats both black and white, and this black is naturally a knife. Daozi's eyes gleamed fiercely, and his face was gloomy and uncertain. After a while, he said lightly, Let's go to the hospital to see Tian Xiaoguang first. It turned out that Daozi's underground casino killed a fat man last night and made more than 300,000 yuan in one night. In addition to being happy, he took more than 20 brothers to a nightclub to play until more than 2 in the morning. The young lady took her back to her residence. Embracing left and right, sandwiching biscuits and the like with the two young ladies until 4:30 in the morning, the knife hugged them and fell asleep. Who knew that after sleeping for only 2 hours, Daozi was awakened by the ringing of his mobile phone. As soon as he heard that Brother Tian had been beaten, he stepped on the snow-white thigh of a young lady and jumped out of bed, and immediately called someone. When he got dressed and went downstairs, he received a call saying that the person who hit him had left, and Brother Tian was being taken to the hospital. Since Daozi picked on his opponent Hype's tendons and hamstrings 2 years ago, Linjiang Road has been his world for 2 years, and no one has ever dared to make trouble on his territory. So now someone has beaten one of his protective umbrellas, Tian Buotao's own nephew, Tian Xiaoguang. Isn't that touching his tiger's butt and courting death? Tian Buotao told him a few days ago that large-scale demolition and relocation of the slum area will begin soon. At that time, the government and developers will have some difficult tasks, especially for those households with nails, and they will be handed over to him. The oil and water in it, the knife does not need to think about how fat it is. Daozi understands better than anyone else that if he can't handle the matter of Brother Tian's beating well, once Tian Buotao is to blame, his loss will be huge. That's why he directly said the door to extinction. This kid Xiaoguang has a lot of faults. He likes a woman. I ask someone to grab it for you and go straight to it. You still have to play and conquer it. Right now the fun will come out. Sooner or later. I don't want Lao Tzu to wipe your ass. Knife snorted and gave the order to drive. The black BMW immediately started and roared away. Ling Yun bought breakfast for 3 people and took it back to the civilian clinic. At this time, the civilian clinic had already raised the shutter door, and the door had already opened. Ning Lingyu was standing at the door with a mop and kept looking around. Ning Lingyu is about to go crazy. Didn't my brother say to exercise to lose weight? You said that you came back late. People have been waiting patiently for you. Who would have waited until 3 in the morning, fell asleep on the sofa, and did not see you coming back? Even if you are in a hurry to lose weight, you can't exercise such a crazy night, right? Did something happen to my brother? Ning Lingyu woke up early at 5:30 in the morning. She was so anxious at home that she opened the door of the clinic just after 6 o'clock and ran out to look around almost every 3 minutes. Lingyu, don't sleep much on a big Sunday. What are you doing up so early? Look, the breakfast my brother bought for you. Brother. Ning Lingyu threw the mop in his hand, rushed out the door like an arrow, and plunged into Ling Yun's arms at once. Ling Yun was caught off guard, and just stayed there with his arms open. Lingyu, what's the matter? Ning Lingyu was afraid that he would disappear again, so she hugged Ling Yun tightly, and it took a long time before she let go and raised her head. Seeing Ning Lingyu's haggard expression and red eyes, Ling Yun asked in surprise, Lingyu, who bullied you? Why are your eyes red? Staying up all night? It's all to wait for you. Of course Ning Lingyu wouldn't tell him that she had secretly shed tears several times, because she was worried about him. Wait for me, didn't I tell you? I'll be back very late. You and my mother don't have to wait for me, and I have the keys to the house. Ning Lingyu pouted her beautiful little mouth and stared at Ling Yun wronged. Why did you come back so late? You didn't come back all night at all. Me, my mother and I were worried to death. Didn't I go to exercise? What are you worried about? Then you can't be exercising all night, right? You don't have your mobile phone, so I can't contact you at all. I'm so anxious. I ran 10 kilometers, and I was really exhausted. I squinted for a while, and fell asleep unexpectedly. When I woke up again, it was early in the morning. Ling Yun moved out of the reason he had thought of for a long time. Ning Lingyu stared at Ling Yun's eyes. Seeing that her brother's eyes were clear and transparent, it didn't look like she was lying. For Ning Lingyu, it seems that the happiest thing is that her brother is back. Really, I went to sleep on the street just to lose weight. What about you? No one blames you for being fat. No one blames me for being fat? Ling Yunxin said that the day before yesterday, they were still screaming like a fat pig, and a fat man. If it weren't for my brother, I would kill the quartet with majesty. Yeah. Brother, you seem to have really lost weight. Ning Lingyu suddenly found the new world-like exclamation, and couldn't help but stretch out her spring-like white fingers to press the dimple on Ling Yun's left cheek. It is estimated that in today's world, only Ning Lingyu dares to move Ling Yun like this without any taboos or hypocrisy. Ning Lingyu mischievously pressed the dimples on Ling Yun's cheeks, and couldn't help laughing. That's right, my brother is trying so hard to lose weight, there must be some effect, right? Ning Lingyu giggled, a strange look flashed in her eyes, and suddenly she stretched out her hands, hugging Ling Yun's left arm in her arms just like Zheng. Walk home. Mom, brother is back. As soon as he entered the backyard, Ning Lingyu couldn't wait to shout into the house. Qin Chuyue quickly walked from the room to the door, her concerned eyes fell on Ling Yun, and she glanced lightly with a hint of surprise on her face, but it soon disappeared. It's good to be back, Ling Yun. If you don't come back at night in the future, just tell me that your sister will worry about you. Ling Yun wanted to explain more, but he didn't think that Qin Chuyue didn't give him a chance to explain, and it seemed that he had given him the right not to go home at night. After washing, Ling Yun had already been washed by immortal spirit energy when he was reborn. He had already been completely reborn, and now he has reached the peak of the second level of body training. His body contains almost no impurities and is flawless. The kind of fresh, special, and attractive aura on his body came from that, otherwise, Luli wouldn't have lost his mind after looking at him for a while. But Ling Yun took the towel that Ning Lingyu obediently handed over, and looked at the toothpaste and toothbrush that Ning Lingyu had prepared for him, and couldn't refuse her kindness. The family had breakfast, and it was almost 8 o'clock. Ning Lingyu cleared the table. Qin Chuiyue said to Ling Yun with a gentle smile, "If you didn't sleep well last night, then go to make up for a good night's sleep. If you are thin, you are thin. Don't get tired of doing anything wrong." Ling Yun nodded shyly. He went back to his bedroom and found that the mobile phone was fully charged, so he put the mobile phone card of 2099999 in, and then turned on the mobile phone. Shui Mining had said that she would call him today, and Tang Meng would definitely contact him today to tell him the result of the house search. Then, Ling Yun checked his bedroom. The layout of the bedroom is very simple: a bed, a bookshelf, a desk, a chair, and a clothes rack. Simple is simple, but everything in the bedroom is neat and orderly, clean and spotless. The sandalwood box was still quietly placed in its place, never even moving. Mom is calm enough. Anyone who sees the sandalwood box knows it's a good thing, but she doesn't even care about it. Ling Yun muttered to himself. What he didn't know was that Qin Chuiyue didn't ask. Even Ning Lingyu mentioned the sandalwood box last night and wanted to open it out of curiosity, but Qin Chuiyue stopped it. "You are not allowed to move the things your brother brought back." These are Qin Chuiyue's original words. Ling Yun opened the bookshelf again. A lot of medical books, this kid. The bookshelves are divided into upper and lower rows, and they are filled with various medical works. The places that are easy to reach in the upper row are all modern Western medicine, while the lower row is full of traditional Chinese medicine books. Ling Yun was not interested in any bullshit Western medicine at all. He bent down and began to examine the traditional Chinese medicine books on the bottom row of the bookshelf. Compendium of Materia Medica, Treatise on Febrile Diseases and Miscellaneous Diseases, the Classic of Medicine, the Classic of Herbal Medicine of Shinnong, the Classic of Difficulties, the Classic of Internal Medicine of the Yellow Emperor *xuanhuan, the Theory of Acupuncture and Moxibustion, the Classic of Vessels. It turns out that this is traditional Chinese medicine. There are so many feelings. You don't study all day. You study this every day? I guess you have been tortured by your poor body these years, right? Ling Yun whispered in his heart. Huh. The Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine * Lingshu? It's not so coincidental, is it? Ling Yun inadvertently saw a thin blue-black book on the edge of the bookshelf, and his heart was shocked. It is impossible for him not to be shaken, because he entered the Tao with medicine in the great world of cultivation, and finally embarked on the path of cultivation, because he accidentally acquired a very inconspicuous medical book when he was a child. The title of that book is Spiritual Pivot. His 9 needles of the spiritual pivot were learned from the Lingshu. With the addition of the 4 characters of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, it shouldn't be the same thing, right? However, the word Chonglingshu is worth studying. The Yellow Emperor's internal classic. Is the Yellow Emperor the same guy who fought against Qiyu in the Zhuolu battle, and killed Qiyu with Sinan's chariot? Although Ling Yun had not dabbled much in the ancient myths of China, there were fragments of these memories in the memory fragments in his mind, not to mention the history textbooks he had read had also explained, so he already had a basic understanding of the Yellow Emperor. Ling Yun was relieved quickly. These are clearly 2 completely different worlds, let alone how far apart, even if they are in the same universe, in a time and space, let alone a book. Ling Yun took the spiritual pivot out of the bookshelf. Just as he was about to take a look at what was going on, Ning Lingyu broke into his bedroom. Brother, there are only 2 months left for the college entrance examination. If you don't hurry up and study hard, you still hold these old antiques all day long? Ning Lingyu couldn't help frowning when she saw that her brother started flipping through the medical books he bought from everywhere. I'm interested, just do some research. Ling Yun said with a casual smile. Ning Lingyu suddenly glanced out the window, then lowered her voice and asked, mysteriously, brother, what was in the wooden box you brought back yesterday? Qin Shuyue didn't let Ning Lingyu touch the wooden box, but this undoubtedly aroused Ning Lingyu's curiosity even more. There was no way, Ling Yin has changed a lot in the past few days. Ling Yin saw Ning Lingyu's mysterious appearance, and couldn't help raising his hand to gently scratch her pretty nose. Want to know? Can't you just open it and take a look? Ah? Brother, do you really let me see? Ning Lingyu was a little surprised. She thought it was her brother's secret, and her brother definitely didn't want to let her know, but she didn't expect Ling Yun to agree so happily, even hesitating. Without hesitation, Ling Yun put the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine ** Lingshu lightly on the desk, turned his head and stared at Ning Lingyu, who was in disbelief, and said, brother's things are yours, what can't you see? Don't say yes. Look, if you like it, I can give it all to you. After speaking, the corner of his mouth evoked a very relaxed smile. He said it casually, very naturally, because that was his sister. But Ning Lingyu's heart trembled when she heard it. Looking at the charming smile on Ling Yun's face, she almost used all her strength to suppress her excitement and a trace of indescribable strangeness. Brother's things are yours. If you like it, you can give it all to you. This sentence echoed thousands of times in Ning Lingyu's mind in just an instant, causing her to stand on the spot for a while. Ling Yun leaned over and picked up the sandalwood box from the bed, then turned the side that could be opened to Ning Lingyu, and said softly, open it and see. Lingyu? Lingyu. Open it and see, what do you think? Oh, then I really saw it. Ning Lingyu finally came back to her senses, and found that she was lost just now. Her pretty face was hot for a while, and she quickly changed the subject. Ning Lingyu raised her hand lightly and gently lifted the lid of the sandalwood box. Wow, so beautiful. Before the sandalwood box was fully opened, she exclaimed as she looked at the exquisite jade box with green and sparkling inside. At the same time, Ling Yun also secretly praised in her heart, because Ning Lingyu's peerless beauty and pretty face were illuminated by the green light from the jade box, which was hidden on Ning Lingyu's beautiful white face, making her whole person appear more ethereal and dreamy, like a fairy above the 9 heavens. If one day, my sister wears the dresses worn by the saints and princesses of the major sects in the world of cultivation, how beautiful will it be? It's just that I don't know which bastard, who is like a 9-day fairy who descends into the mortal world, will eventually fall in love with her. Ling Yun was secretly cursing the guy who would win Ning Lingyu's heart in the future, only to hear Ning Lingyu's careful and tender voice asking, brother, this jade box is so beautiful, can I touch it? Ling Yun looked at Ning Lingyu who wanted to touch, but didn't dare to touch her cautiously, and couldn't help laughing. Silly sister, I can give it to you, let alone touch it a few times. Ning Lingyu nodded happily, pursed her little mouth and smiled, and gently stroked her hand. Abrupt mutation. Ling Yun only felt that the spiritual energy in the surrounding air was fluctuating, and Ning Lingyu's natural spiritual body no longer escaped the spiritual energy, and the spiritual energy in her body was slowly being absorbed by the spiritual jade box. Only Ling Yun can explain this kind of thing clearly. His physique was born to absorb the spiritual energy released by all things in the world, while Ning Lingyu's physique was a natural spiritual body. As long as she didn't practice cultivation, no matter where she went, her body would release a faint spiritual energy. In other words, before Ning Lingyu was able to cultivate and utilize her own physique, she was a free aura exporter. Expressed in vivid words, Ning Lingyu is like a moving and talking 7-light grass or a spirit stone. And this spiritual jade box is obviously a perfect carrier of spiritual energy. It can not only carry spiritual energy, but also release spiritual energy and absorb spiritual energy. And when Ling Yun was treating old man Shui yesterday, he had absorbed not a single drop of the spiritual energy from the Lingyu box. Now that the Lingyu box is in contact with Ning Lingyu, a free aura exporter, this scene is very natural. Happened. Using a real-life example as an analogy, Lingyu box is a pond that stores water, Lingyun is a super pump, and Ning Lingyu is the source of water for the pond. Lingyun was overjoyed. Although he never said it, he always felt distressed and brooded about the spiritual energy of the seven luminaries grass and Ning Lingyu that escaped into the air all the time. Before the third level of body training, these dissipated auras may not matter to Lingyun, but once Lingyun reaches the fourth level of body training or later, the huge amount of spiritual energy he needs every time he crosses the level will double. Seeing these only auras dissipate between heaven and earth, it's no wonder he doesn't feel distressed. Therefore, last night, when Lingyun was cultivating next to the Seven Lights grass, he was thinking about how to store the aura that the Seven Lights grass usually dissipates. Whether it is a spirit-gathering talisman or a spirit-gathering formation, it is better to store a little bit more than to disappear in vain. Reiki to Lingyun is like money to people. Naturally, the more the better, who would think that there is too much money? Thinking of this, Lingyun couldn't help but feel the smugness in his heart, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he smiled mysteriously. He couldn't carve the spirit-gathering talisman before the fourth level of body training, and now he has a way to store the spiritual energy of the seven luminaries grass. Of course he is very happy. He had absorbed the spiritual energy of the spiritual jade box yesterday, and he knew that the amount of spiritual energy stored in the spiritual jade box was definitely not a small amount. It can be said that if it hadn't been for the aura impact of the Lingyu box yesterday afternoon, Lingyun would never have dared to rush to the third level of the body last night. If Lingyun reaches the fourth level of body training, and if he engraves a few small spirit-gathering arrays on this spirit jade box, the amount of spirit energy it can store will double. This will undoubtedly speed up Lingyun's cultivation speed. Brother, what are you laughing at? Ning Lingyu just touched the Lingyu box a few times, and quickly withdrew her hand, only to see Lingyun looking straight at him and smiling, so her pretty face blushed, and she said coquettishly, I'm thinking, my Lingyu is so beautiful, I don't know which bastard will be cheaper in the future. Lingyun recovered from his complacency and teased Ning Lingyu. Fuck you. Ning Lingyu's pretty face instantly flushed to the bottom of her ears, and she gave Lingyun an embarrassed look. Lingyun laughed when he saw it. He raised his hand and took out the Lingyu box and looked at it. He could already feel that the Lingyu box contained a trace of spiritual energy, so he couldn't help but nodded secretly, the speed is okay. He casually put the sandalwood box on the bed, and he couldn't help but be afraid for a while. Fortunately, his sister came with such a hand, otherwise he would have sold it as a good piece of jade for money. Although money is important to Lingyun, it can't compare to the importance of spiritual energy to Lingyun. Because until now, Lingyun had only discovered that the Seven Lights grass, his sister's inborn spiritual body, and this spiritual jade box could release spiritual energy. Brother, where did your jade box, such a good mobile phone number, and the things you bought come from? Ning Lingyu hesitated for a while, but finally couldn't help it and asked. Now it seems that compared with this Lingyu box and these few mobile phone numbers, the famous brands that Lingyun brought back have become the most worthless things. It's no wonder that Ning Lingyu didn't ask. Oh, are you asking this? When my brother went out shopping yesterday, he saved the life of a rich man. He gave it to me in order to repay his kindness. Lingyun didn't hide it, but he said it in ambiguous and vague terms. Ah? Ning Lingyu saw that Lingyun's words were so simple, and the clever little brain was not enough. She looked at Lingyun with an indifferent face and said in disbelief, Brother, you still save lives? How can you save lives? Lingyun glanced at Ning Lingyu and said, Help me, how else can I save him? He's sick and dying. My elder brother will heal him. Rejuvenate with a wonderful hand? When will you heal? Can you heal someone who is about to die? Ning Lingyu felt that her brother's brain didn't work anymore, so she was talking nonsense. Lingyun glared at Ning Lingyu and said, "Lingyu, don't underestimate your brother, okay?" He pointed to the great medical books on the bookshelf with his thumb, and continued, "Have you seen these books? Are you learned?" Ning Lingyu looked at Ling Yan's finger in a daze, and said in disbelief, "Can you really teach yourself without a teacher? Learn to become a doctor by yourself?" It's not that Ning Lingyu didn't know that as long as her brother came home, he would go into the bedroom and read books on thick or thin, or Chinese or Western medicine, but he didn't believe her if he killed her. Pass, learn what to do. Ling Yun smiled and said proudly, "Hey, sister, you are a genius in learning, you can get the first place in every exam, then brother is a genius in medicine, and learning medicine is extremely fast, you can learn without a teacher." Ning Lingyu giggled coquettishly, raised her hand and scratched her beautiful face, and giggled, "I brag about myself, I don't know how to be ashamed." The two brothers and sisters teased each other for a long time. Ning Lingyu suddenly asked another question. She asked in confusion, "Brother, I haven't seen you lose weight in the past 2 days, why did you suddenly lose weight today?" When questioning, she couldn't help staring at the looming charming dimple on Ling Yan's left cheek. She couldn't help but secretly delighted in her heart, but she wanted to use her index finger to press it, as if pressing the dimple would make it deeper. Ling Yun looked solemn, grabbed Ning Lingyu's snow-white wrist lightly, and said to his younger sister, "Lingyu, have you ever seen an old man or a flower blooming and fading?" Ning Lingyu didn't know why her brother asked this question, so she couldn't help being a little dazed and nodded in confusion. Ling Yun smiled, shook his head and said, "You have never seen an old man, you have only seen an old man, just like you have never seen a flower in bloom, but only a flower in full bloom. It's as if a person suddenly becomes very old, and as if the flowers bloom overnight, these are just results, but these things change very little every day, and it is difficult for ordinary people to pay attention to them." Ning Lingyu suddenly understood that Ling Yun was using this metaphor to tell her that there are many things that you often fail to see, or even ignore his slow development and change, but only at the moment when he completely changed his face, suddenly you realize that everything seems to have changed. People are always like this, flowers are like this, weight loss is like this, why isn't life like this? Each of us seems to be the same as yesterday, and even this year is the same as last year, but 10 years have passed? Looking back I suddenly found that I have changed a lot. I am afraid everyone will be embarrassed, right? Ning Lingyu stared at Ling Yun's incomparably clear and deep eyes, bit her lower lip lightly, she hated herself to death. Perhaps, what my brother really wants to say is that he has been silently changing in the past 6 years or so, and it was not until these few days that he broke out completely, right? For more than 6 years, especially in the last 3 years, I have almost ignored my brother, without caring and caring. Although it is to make my brother become bloody and dignified, but what have I given him? White eyes? Snort? Disdain? Ignore it? But on the first day that Ling Yun regained his dignity as a man, not only did he not have any blame or dissatisfaction, but he immediately bought himself the best mobile phone. Zhuang Meina's provocation, Xie Zhenyant's entanglement, and even the financial constraints of life, and so on, all obstacles and troubles have been swept away by my brother, making me almost the happiest person. Just like 6 years ago. Ling Yun actually didn't think about it at all, he just wanted to use some of his own insights to explain Ning Lingyu's question, so that Ning Lingyu wouldn't keep chasing him and asking this and that. Because every question Ning Lingyu asked pointed directly to his biggest and deepest secret, it was really difficult for him to deal with it. I have changed a lot in the future, so I can't explain it to everyone like this every day, right? Then stop cultivating on your own, and just go and tell the book. But he watched Ning Lingyu's face change from sunny to cloudy, cloudy to cloudy, and it was about to turn from cloudy to light rain and then to heavy rain, and suddenly panicked. Lingyu, what's wrong with you? My brother is just making an analogy. In fact, my brother has been exercising all the time. It's normal to lose weight now, and it will be thinner in the future. Ling Yun didn't know that Ning Lingyu thought too much, and thought that she was angry because she didn't answer Ning Lingyu's question truthfully, so she quickly explained. Brother, don't be mad at me, I was wrong, woo woo. The rain should still fall. The more Ning Lingyu thought about it, the more she felt sorry for Ling Yun, and the more she thought about what she had done in the past. She couldn't help but feel the shame and guilt in her heart. She plunged into Ling Yun's arms and cried. Stand up. The sun started to shine outside. Moderate to heavy rain inside the house. Ling Yun was embarrassed and speechless, and suddenly, the phone rang abruptly. Hearing the phone ringing, Ning Lingyu suddenly stopped crying. She suddenly left Ling Yun's embrace, her big eyes filled with tears. She sobbed and said, Brother, do you blame me? Ling Yun looked at the shoulders that had been wet with Ning Lingyu's tears, and said in his heart that with a younger sister like you, it was too late for me to feel bad. How could I blame you? He patted Ning Lingyu's shoulder lightly and smiled softly. I have cried too many times in the past 2 days. If you ask a few questions, my brother will blame you, and my brother is too stingy. Right? The thoughts of her daughter's family are turning around. How can Ling Yun understand it? Ning Lingyu was even more moved when she saw that Ling Yun didn't know why she was crying, because it showed that her brother didn't blame her for everything she did over the years, and didn't take it to heart at all. The phone rang constantly. Ning Lingyu wiped her tears and said, Brother, answer the phone, I'll go help my mother clean the clinic. After speaking, he turned around and left Ling Yun's bedroom. When Ling Yun saw the arrogant 6/8, he knew it was Tang Meng's call. As soon as the phone was connected, he heard Tang Meng's rough voice on the other end of the phone. Boss, aren't you still sleeping in? Why did it take so long to answer the phone? How is it? Have you found the house yet? Ling Yun went straight to the topic. Tang Meng smiled and said, Hey, boss, I'll do things, don't worry. I found 3 places, you can choose. When are you going to look at the house? Ling Yun, of course, hoped that the sooner the better. He nodded and said, If you have nothing else to do, go and see the house now. Tang Mei was so busy every day, what could happen? He asked Ling Yun to wait for him at home, said that he would be there in half an hour, and then hung up the phone. At the junction of Yunnan and Guizhou, among the 100,000 mountains, the Miaoling Mountains. Miaojiang Miao Village. The crossroads in the south of Miao Village. Miao Xiaomiao and Miao Fenghuang were dressed in the same Miao costumes and stood side by side. The various silver ornaments on their clothes shone brightly in the morning sun. Take Gu. Miao Fenghuang turned his head and glanced at Miao Xiaomiao next to him, and said lightly. Her face was a little sluggish and haggard. It was obvious that the forgetful heart-devouring Gu was suppressed by the 9 needles of the spirit pivot, and Miao Fenghuang was connected with her own life Gu, so naturally it was not easy. Miao Xiaomiao nodded lightly, with a pious and solemn expression. She squatted down on her graceful body, and began to shovel the soil with the small silver shovel in her hand. The small silver shovel was extremely sharp, and Miao Xiaomiao's strength was even more frightening. She swung the shovel like a fly, and the silver ornaments on her body jingled with her movements. The seemingly hard road soon dug more than half a foot deep. A tightly sealed, dark red urn-shaped jar began to show. Open the jar. Miao Fenghuang glanced down at the seal of the jar, a look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes, and still said lightly. Miao Xiaomiao's charming face became more solemn and dignified. She chanted a complicated incantation, which was long and difficult to understand. The mouth of the altar is broken open. Miao Xiaomiao knelt down on both knees, leaned forward, leaned over, and looked into the jar. The scene in the jar is enough to scare ordinary people to death. Scorpions, centipedes, cockroaches, toads, poisonous snakes, lizards, and so on, hundreds of strange-shaped poisonous insects, colorful and interlaced, anyone who looks at them knows that they are the most poisonous things in the world. It's just that they've all been motionless, all dead. Only one is alive. It is a golden silkworm, about the size of an adult thumb, with a golden body, a crown, eyes, and a pair of small fleshy wings. This golden silkworm was lying on top of a blood-red poisonous snake, slowly squirming. Seeing the opening of the jar, its small eyes swept around Miao Fenghuang and Miao Xiaomiao. When it looked at Miao Fenghuang, it shrank its chubby body in fear. Then it looked at Miao Xiaomiao pitifully, as if seeking protection. This is the top-quality golden silkworm goo that has been raised for 12 years using your blood and mud as an urn. Now that it has been channeled, you go out this time and take it with you. Miao Fenghuang said to Miao Xiaomiao. Miao Xiaomiao nodded, and the snow-white soft cat tail gently stretched forward, chanting a simple incantation. The golden silkworm fluttered its wings and flew faster than lightning, drawing a golden-red glow and falling into Miao Xiaomiao's palm. It even looked into the jar where it was just now, and a pair of small eyes showed a hint of disdain. "It's so cute." Miao Xiaomiao and Jean Silk had the same heart, and couldn't help but exclaim with joy. The most poisonous thing in the world is the golden silkworm. It has already communicated with your mind, for good and evil, it is all between you. Miao Fenghuang instructed Miao Xiaomiao. You must remember that there is no good thing for men outside. Did you hear? Miao Fenghuang's voice became sharper. Mother-in-law, I see. It's not like I haven't been out before. Miao Xiaomiao replied casually, teasing her golden silkworm goo. Come back immediately when you're done, and don't stay too long outside. If you want to come, it's time for you to talk about marriage. Miao Fenghuang turned around and walked into the stockade. Let's go. If you see that surnamed Shui, don't forget what I asked you to pass to him. Only then did Miao Xiaomiao stand up, and with a casual throw, the golden silkworm flew into the air, galloping around like a happy child, and circled around Miao Xiaomiao. Miao Xiaomiao looked at Miao Fenghuang's lonely figure with complicated eyes, and finally sighed, and said in Chinese to the golden silkworm flying in circles, let's go. Miao Xiaomiao twisted her body and moved her body. The speed was extremely fast. The graceful figure quickly disappeared, leaving only a crisp sound in the air. It took her 2 hours to climb 14 mountains in a row, and then she came to a larger Miao village outside. This Miao village is obviously more syncretized and has a strong sense of modernity. Not only are there electric lights and telephones in the village, but a road to the outside world has also been built, and some people even wear urban clothes. Everyone here seems to know Miao Xiaomiao, and they greet her kindly when they see her, and Miao Xiaomiao also responds one by one with a sweet smile. She soon came to the house of the patriarch of this Miao village, and after greeting the master familiarly, she went straight into a room and changed her Miao costume. When she came out again, she had already changed, from a Miao girl in a costume to a pure and sweet urban girl with a trolley case in her hand. As for the lovely golden silkworm, when she entered this Miao village, she had long since kept it in her place. Miao Xiaomiao smiled and said a few words to the owner in slang. The man nodded again and went back to the house to make a phone call. After 10 minutes, a car came to the door of the house. The driver parked the car, and respectfully handed the car key to Miao Xiaomiao, and then chatted with the owner. Miao Xiaomiao put the suitcase in the trunk, and then got into the cab of the car. She dropped the window and smiled sweetly at the owner, waved her hand, and started the car. The car started and drove out of the mountains along the road in the stockade. I don't know how the young girls who grew up in the stockade where Miao Fenghuang is located will feel when they see such a sturdy scene of Miao Xiaomiao. In Qingshui City, on Shuifu Road at the entrance of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, in a standard room of a 4-star hotel. In this standard room, 2 ordinary-looking men lived in at 11 o'clock last night. The 2 of them looked like ordinary people who couldn't be easily recognized by throwing them into the crowd, but what they were doing now was not ordinary at all. They are sitting on their own beds, one is loading a pistol, the other is skillfully playing with a sharp dagger in his right hand, and holding a photo in his left hand. The person in the photo is very fat, it is Ling Yun wearing a Li-Ning sportswear. Li, you said, just such a fat student is worth organizing to send us 2 yellow-level killers to kill? The man who was playing with the dagger said to the one who filled the gun in a muffled voice. His words were rather playful and disdainful. Jiao Fei, you must not be careless. I heard that if this order is made, the top will receive 8 million, and we can at least get 3 million. Li looked back at Jiao Fei, but the movement of loading the bullet remained the same. Obviously, he had done this movement countless times, and he was so skilled that he could no longer be skilled. Furthermore, just kill a student. Tomorrow night, I will carry his head back to collect the money. Jiao Fei's eyes flashed with a cold and bloodthirsty look, and the corners of his mouth twitched, expressing his disdain. Li frowned and said, Jiao Fei, according to the data, this kid was hit by a stair more than 10 meters away the day before yesterday, and he was bleeding on the spot, but the next day he was running on the playground alive and well. This person definitely didn't. So easy to deal with. Li was obviously cautious. Jiao Fei snorted coldly, hey, after being hit by stair more than 10 meters away, you can run on the playground the next day? Who saw it? If no one sees it, then the information we receive is absolutely absolute. Wrong. Do you think he is one of those heavenly killers in our organization? Li is a very patient and careful person, but he is not good at words. He saw that Jiao Fei did not take Ling Yun seriously at all. He wanted to continue to persuade him, but in the end he kept his mouth shut. After loading the bullet, he tried again. Tried, and then muffled the gun again. Jiao Fei squinted at the silent Li, then sneered, I don't need you to shoot tomorrow, I just need a knife to kill him, and then go back to deal with him. After speaking, the blade fell, and Ling Yun in the photo was split in half at once. Tang Meng drove to pick up Ling Yun. The two first saw a house in the city. Ling Yun felt that the place was not secluded enough, and it was very dazzling to go in and out. In the second house, Ling Yun just went in and took a look before he fell in love with it. Not only is it extremely secluded, few people pass by during the day, but it is also a single-family house. Most importantly, it is also very close to the place where the Seven Lights grass was found. If you go from here to the Seven Lights grass by the small river, it's only 2 kilometers away. For Ling Yun, it's basically 2 or 3 minutes away. Boss, they have 3 bedrooms and 1 living room here, with complete water and electricity, as well as internet cables. They say they have a 10 megabit internet speed and download movies very quickly. Look, the landlord has cleaned the house, and there are so many attached furniture. Tang Meng was still showing off next to Ling Yun, and he highly recommended it. Well, yes, it's here, you don't have to go to the next one, just sign a quarterly contract. Ling Yun made a decision on the spot and decided to rent it. When the landlord heard that he had only signed a 3-month contract, he was immediately a little unhappy, but after Tang Meng leaned over to his ear and said a few words, the landlord immediately changed his face and agreed. After signing the contract, paying the rent of 6,000 yuan, and getting the key to the house, everything went smoothly. After the landlord left, Tang Meng leaned on the sofa in the living room, lit a cigarette, and breathed in leisurely. Also, I said my dad is the director of the Public Security Bureau, he really believes. In fact, Tang Meng knew that the landlord chose to believe his words after seeing his cool Hummer first. Ling Yun took a look at the house, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. He smiled at Tang Meng and said, Good job, I didn't give you the phone number for free. Come, let me go back to the dormitory and move things. Tang Meng said in a daze, Move now? In fact, what he wanted to say in his heart was that the boss wouldn't be so impatient, would he? Are you going to be here with Chao Shanshan tonight? Ling Yun frowned and said, if you don't move today, will all your classmates come back and move in tomorrow? Hurry up. It was very convenient to have a car. Ling Yun and Tang Meng only used one trip, and moved everything in the dormitory to the newly rented house. At about 10:30 in the morning, everything was neatly packed. Boss, there are still 2 rooms over there. When you don't want to use it, can I usually come and live? Tang Meng was thinking of beautiful things there. Don't think about it as soon as possible. I prepared this house for the college entrance examination sprint, and no one should disturb me. Ling Yun decisively refused, joking, he wanted to rush all the way to the 9th floor of the body training here. Tang Meng would come to disturb him every day, and he would be a bullshit. Tang Meng was immediately depressed, thinking that the boss must not be, because of the college entrance examination, he must have JQ with Chao Shanshan. Ling Yun sat on the bed that had just been tidied up and pondered for a while, then he suddenly stood up and said, go, buy something with me. Tang Meng looked at the 5 bundles of 100 yuan bills that Ling Yun had just brought out from the bank on the coffee table in front of him, and sighed inwardly. The boss is the boss, spending more money than me. This momentum. On Sunday morning, there were a lot of pedestrians and vehicles on the road. People came and went, and the traffic was rolling like a tidal wave. The Humvee was moving like a snail in the crowded traffic. Actually, it wasn't too slow, but for Tang Meng, who had always liked to drive fast, the current speed was like a snail. Tang Meng took out a suyen depressed, then seduced Ling Yun and said, boss, do you want one? Ling Yun was sitting in the co-pilot seat, holding 5 bundles of 100 yuan bills in his left hand, smashing his right hand lightly or heavily. This movement was arrogant and unique, and it looked very shy, very shy. No. Ling Yun shook his head firmly, this was not what he wanted. Do you think the house I rented lacks any necessary items? Ling Yun asked, casually. Seeing that Ling Yun was not smoking, Tang Meng lit the cigarette on his own, took a sip of intoxication, then smiled and said, I don't know anything else, but a notebook and 10 boxes of 8 boxes of condoms are definitely necessary. Right? After he finished speaking, he turned his head and gave Ling Yun an ambiguous squeeze with his left eye, which meant you know. Ling Yun listened to the fog. Notebook? Condoms? Where is he and where is he? What kind of condoms? Ling Yun had an impression of the notebook, and probably knew what was going on, but he didn't understand the condoms at all. Tang Meng thought that Ling Yun knew what to ask, and thought that if I made it too clear, the boss wouldn't come down and beat me up, it would be too worthless, so he gave Ling Yun a question, do you like it or not? Eyes focused on driving. Ling Yun thought for a while and felt that in this society, notebooks are indeed indispensable, so he said to Tang Meng, well, let's go buy 3 notebooks first. What? 3? Tang Meng was stunned, the Hummer almost collided with a car in front of him. Ling Yun laughed and said, what's the fuss about? 1 for me, 1 for Ling Yu, and 1 for my mother, doesn't it take 3? Tang Meng was right when he thought about it, he couldn't use his laptop by himself, leaving his aunt and Ling Yu with nothing, right? Right. Just buy 3. Then what brand are you going to buy? Would you like to call Ling Yu and ask her what brand she likes? Ling Yun replied casually, it doesn't matter, you can think it's good and cheap. My requirements are easy to use and durable. You can do the rest. Tang Meng nodded and said, then buy the same as I did. It costs 5 or 6,000 yuan, and the configuration is not bad. Let's go. The two quickly bought 3 laptops. Tang Meng knew the shop owner and bought 3 more at once. The boss happily gave them a discount. The 3 computers cost a total of 15,000. After buying the computer, Ling Yun saw that the 5 bundles of 100 yuan bills in his hand had turned into 3 bundles. He thought that the money was really not enough to spend. After a morning's work, more than 20,000 yuan were gone. Boss, where are we going? Tang Meng started the Hummer and continued to ask. Ling Yun originally wanted to buy the iron nails and needles for self-defense, wolf hair for making talismans, cinnabar, talisman paper and other supplies at one time, but he knew that Tang Meng would definitely make a fuss and asked questions, so he decided that those things were his own. Purchase. He thought for a while and asked, if I want to buy some jade or jade objects, do you know where I should go? Unexpectedly, Tang Meng immediately became energized when he heard this. His eyes lit up and said, Boss, you are asking the right person. We have a famous antique market in Qingshui City, don't say it is there. Jade, antique calligraphy and painting, jewelry and jade, books and stamps, pet flowers and birds are all available. You just want to buy some consecrated instruments, you can buy them there. Ling Yun was actually inspired by the spiritual jade box that can store spiritual energy. He wanted to see if he could get jade that could also carry aura, so he wasn't interested in what Tang Meng said about antique calligraphy, paintings, books and stamps, but when he heard Tang Meng's last sentence, the magic weapon of consecration, the calm and leisurely face flashed a dignified brush, and the dark pupils shrank abruptly. The magic weapon of consecration? Ling Yun repeated. Tang Meng glanced at Ling Yun with the same eyes as Xiao Bai, and said in surprise, yes, isn't there a Lingjiwe temple in Qingshui City? The old monks there are famous for their enlightenment, can pray for good fortune and longevity, exorcise ghosts, and ward off evil spirits. Oh, so that's the case. Ling Yun nodded as if suddenly realized, and then asked, how do you know this place so well? Tang Meng smiled smugly, fluttered his long flowing hair, and said, Boss, don't forget your nickname, Little God of Gamblers. Our antique market in Qingshui City has wonderful stone gambling and cockfighting every week. Programs like that. Then he deliberately lowered his voice and said mysteriously, every time there is a bookmaker's opening, I'll go check it out whenever I have time, and bet 1,000 or 800 if I see it. Also, my grandfather is an antique collector. He has retired now. Whenever he has time, he will go there for a walk. He used to take me there in the past 2 years. Then why don't I take you with me now? Tang Meng touched his head embarrassedly. He went to the antique market on the 15th of the first lunar month this year to buy something for 30,000 yuan. He was full of confidence, but after an expert appraisal, it was an imitation, worthless, and lost money. It's small, it's big to lose face in front of a few old comrades, so he doesn't love it much, and besides, I have to take the college entrance examination soon. He just goes there occasionally and doesn't take me anymore. Speaking of this, Tang Meng suddenly remembered something and said to Ling Yun, Boss, didn't you watch CCTV's treasure appraising show into Qingshui last September? That treasure appraising show is an antique trade in our city of Qingshui. In the market, 2 pieces of Yuan Qinghua have been identified. After speaking, he shook his head and tooted his head, his face full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. After a while, Tang Meng lit another cigarette, and then seriously said to Ling Yun, Boss, you want to buy jade for Chow. If you buy jade as a gift, I suggest you go to an authentic jewelry store, there. Although there is no way to pick up the leak, at least it won't be tricked, right? This guy Tang Meng is now more convinced that Ling Yun wants to rent a house and buy jade. This must be to impress Chao Shanshan's heart. Ling Yun got a general understanding of the basic situation of Qingshui antique market through side-by-side attacks. He couldn't help but secretly happy. He said that it doesn't matter to me whether jade is really expensive or not, but since there are so many jade jewelry there will always be so many. 1 or 2 pieces are spiritual, right? Just relying on our ability to absorb the spiritual energy of all things. If you find a treasure with spiritual energy there, you can buy it if you can afford it. Even if you can't afford it, you can find a way to absorb the spiritual energy inside. It is always easy to do it. Thinking of this, Ling Yun raised a shameless sneer at the corner of his mouth, nodded and said, Go, take me to see. Tang Meng saw that Ling Yun didn't listen to his dissuasion, so he could only smile bitterly. Okay, but boss, you must keep your hands under control, you can only see and not buy. There may not be one of the 100 items that are real. Yes, if the 30,000 yuan is also included, both of us will be poor. Qingshui City Antique Market is just west of Qingshui Lake Scenic Area, about 2 kilometers away from Qingshui Lake, and just over 3 kilometers away from Qingxi Villa area. This antique trading market is indeed very large, with 2 horizontal, 2 vertical and 4 streets in the shape of a well, with shops and stalls next to each other. It is said to be one of the 5 largest antique trading markets in China. This is not only a gathering place for antique collectors in Qingshui City, but also collectors from all over the country come here every day to pick up treasures and exchange experiences that confirm collections. Today was Sunday. Ling Yun and Tang Meng had not yet entered the antique market. The car was already crowded into the crowd. Unable to move, Tang Meng had to find a place to park. As soon as Ling Yun got out of the car, he felt that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was particularly abundant, at least 10 times more intense than the spiritual energy of the Qingxi Villa area. Now that he is at the peak of the 2nd floor of his body training, his body can directly absorb this spiritual energy. And here is only the periphery of the antiques trading market. As for the inside, I am afraid that the spiritual energy will be more abundant. Come on. It's a great place to practice. Ling Yun's eyes were full of light, and he took a deep breath, only to feel the spiritual energy entering his body, and all the 36,000 pores in his body felt comfortable. Don't look at it, there must be a treasure he needs here, not only there, but it seems that there will be no less. Boss, it's here, it's all over here. Look at these people, there are so many every day, but it's so lively. Tang Meng stopped the car, came to stand beside Ling Yun, pointed to the surging crowd, and said, Boss, do we want to go in and have a look? Before he came, Tang Meng dissuaded Ling Yun from coming here, but when he came here, he was the first to lose his temper, because he knew that every Sunday morning, the top jade experts in the Qingshui antique world would come to antiques. The golden signboard of the market, Xuanhuan, performed a thrilling stone bet, and the scene was absolutely exciting. Ling Yun shook his head slowly. He came here today just to see if his idea was feasible, but he didn't intend to start immediately. He only needs to know that there is such a place in Qingshui City, and he can come whenever he wants in the future, and he is not in a hurry. Let's go back. Ling Yun stood here quietly for 4 or 5 minutes, casually looking at the surrounding environment for a while, and then offered to leave. Isn't it, boss? We've all come here, why don't we go in and play? Don't you want to give chow? Don't you want to buy jade? Tang Meng was a little incredulous when he saw that Ling Yun said he would leave. Ling Yun smiled and said, I just said to come and see. Who said you came here to buy jade? Ling Yu is still waiting for us at home. This place can't run away, you can come anytime in the future. Let's go. After he finished speaking, he raised his feet and left, without the slightest nostalgia. Tang Meng was helpless, so he could only follow Ling Yun back to the parking place 3 by 1, and reluctantly drove away from here. Boss, you finally come here, but you don't go in for a walk. On the way back, Tang Meng kept complaining. Ling Yun taught him a lesson. When I came out, I said I would go home for dinner at noon. Did you make my mother and Ling Yu wait for me at home? First go back to the rented house and put down a computer, then go straight home. Although Ling Yun taught Tang Meng a lesson, he thought to himself, antique market? Stone gambling? It's kind of interesting. Recommend a friend's book. Bookid equals 2088350, book name equals The Storm. Ling Yun and Tang Meng returned to the house they had just rented, put down a laptop, and then locked the door and went back to the slum. At the door of the civilian clinic, Ling Yun wanted to leave Tang Meng to have lunch together, but Tang Meng said there were other things, and when Ling Yun unloaded the 2 laptops from the car, he drove away. Ning Lingyu was afraid that Ling Yun would not come back for dinner, so she waited in the civilian clinic all morning. Now that Ling Yun was back, she happily greeted her. "Brother, it's 12:30, I thought you weren't coming back." This is." Ning Lingyu's eyes kept falling on Ling Yun. She said a few words before she saw the 2 laptops beside Ling Yun. "Wow, brother, so you went to buy a computer?" Ning Lingyu has dreamed of owning a computer since she was 13 or 14 years old, even if it is a second-hand one. "I brought back 2 laptops, and of course I was surprised and excited." "What are you still doing stupidly? Why don't you come to help?" Ling Yun looked at his sister with a smile. Ning Lingyu's face flushed with excitement. She ran over with pursed lips, picked up a laptop and ran into the clinic. Ling Yun looked at Ning Lingyu's excited look, and said that as long as it can make her sister happy, even if the money is not in vain, he smiled and followed behind Ning Lingyu, and also entered the civilian clinic. Mom, my brother bought 2 laptops and came back." Ning Lingyu ran all the way back to the backyard, and shouted impatiently before entering the house. Qin Qiuyue had just finished her lunch and was setting the tableware and chopsticks when she saw Ning Lingyu yelling and rushing into the room, pursed her lips and smiled, and said softly, "Eat first, and then play after eating." "Your computer." At this time, Ling Yun also followed closely into the house. "Mom, I don't think there are many people in this clinic every day. You usually have nothing to do, so I bought a notebook for you." Ling Yun put the notebook on the coffee table, and after speaking, quietly waited for Qin Qiuyue's inquiry. "When I came back yesterday, it was a jade box, an iPhone 5, a Nike, and a lobster. Today, I got 2 laptops." Ling Yun thought that no matter how calm my mother was, I should ask where the money came from. "You kid, what are you doing with all that money? Mom is so old, she can't use any computer at all. You can keep it for yourself to study and check the data." Qin Qiuyue had a comfortable smile on her face, and she didn't hide her happiness, but what surprised Ling Yun was that Qin Qiuyue still didn't mean to ask at all. "Mom, I also bought it for myself. I bought a total of 3 notebooks." Ling Yun did not believe in evil and continued. "Oh, that's good, then the mother will accept this one, good boy. Let's eat first." Qin Qiuyue greeted Ling Yun to eat. "Mom, I rented a house outside the school today, and I went to see the house in the morning." "Well, if you live alone outside, you have to pay attention to safety, you know?" "Mom, I want to move all the medical books in my bedroom." "Okay, I'll ask Ling Yu to help you clean up in the afternoon." "Mom, I'm hungry." Ling Yun could only admit defeat and sat down at the dining table. Qin Qiuyue smiled sweetly. "Then eat, Ling Yu, come over to eat first, and then play with your computer after dinner. Your brother bought it for you, and it can't run." Ning Lingyu ran out of the bedroom, her beautiful eyes looking bright, with a moving smile on her face. "Brother, you are so kind." Ling Yun was full of surprise, curiosity, and even after having lunch, he kept muttering in his heart. "My own mother is truly extraordinary. Free development is good. But is this too free?" But to say that her mother doesn't care about her, that's obviously not the case, because Qin Qiuyue's eyes are full of love and concern when she looks at her. Ning Lingyu asked him this and that when he caught him, leaving Ling Yun to deal with it, but her mother, on the contrary, didn't pay attention to it at all, as if she felt that everything she was doing now was normal and deserved. Ling Yun had prepared a lot of rhetoric, and even prepared what to say and what to hide, but Qin Qiuyue didn't ask anything, which made him like hitting cotton with all his strength. This kind of suffocation is simply not to mention. "Mom, let me take care of the clinic for you in the afternoon? I've read so many medical books myself, and now I'll be able to heal." Ling Yun asked, tentatively. If the mother doesn't believe that he can cure the disease, then she can just tell the reason why the nouveau riche suddenly became rich and bought so many things, so that she will feel better in her heart. Unexpectedly, Qin Shuiyue nodded without thinking. Okay, you look at the clinic in the afternoon. I happen to take Lingyu with you in the afternoon, to buy 2 clothes for the 2 of you. Does this work too? It can be said that Lingyun was never convinced, whether it was the world of cultivation or he came here, but now, he was finally convinced and convinced. A mother is a mother, you can't accept it. Mom, I have enough clothes, you don't need to buy them for me, you just need to buy 2 more clothes for Lingyu. Qin Shuiyue smiled slightly, shook her head slowly and said, silly child, my mother bought you clothes in 2 months. The speaker was intentional and the listener was intentional. Lingyan staggered and almost didn't sit on the ground, so he didn't dare to take Qin Shuiyue's words again. Ning Lingyu was thinking about the laptop in her heart. She hurriedly cleaned the dining table, and couldn't wait to play with her computer. Lingyan also followed. With the development of society and the advancement of science and technology, human beings have become more and more inseparable from computers, especially people living in cities. Therefore, although Ning Lingyu and Ling Yan's family can't afford a computer, it doesn't mean they don't know anything about computers, because there are internet cafes, and there are basic computer courses in the school. Ling Yan's predecessor, although he didn't study very well, he did have something to be proud of. One was medical skills, and the other was online games. And these two are undoubtedly related to his weak body due to the abolition of Yangqiao Meridian. One reason is that he wants to find out the root cause of his body through his own efforts, and wants to use the medicine he has learned to treat his body. The other reason is naturally because he has received too many insults and bullying in reality, too much ridicule, too much helplessness and sadness, so online games are undoubtedly the best choice for him. Defeat bosses in online games, defeat opponents, level up, get all kinds of loot and glory, as well as spiritual pleasure and balance. Therefore, Lingyu not only knows computers, but also is proficient. However, the memory received by our cultivation genius is incomplete and fragmented, and cannot be organized. Of course he wanted to come over and watch how Ning Lingyu was fiddling with the computer, so as not to reveal himself. What kind of memory and comprehension Lingyun is, he just saw that Ning Lingyu has fully mastered it after one operation, and he is no longer a little white. Brother, the configuration of this computer is so high, it's so fast to install a system. Forget about the excitement in Ning Lingyu's heart. Lingyun nodded with a smile, but warned, I bought you a computer for your study, so you can't delay your study. Then he exited the house, left the civilian clinic, and came to Li Hongmei's store next door. Aunt Li, do you have any needles here? Lingyan asked directly when he saw that Li Hongmei was the only one in the store as soon as he entered the door. As for Li Hongmei's disdain and contempt for him yesterday, Lingyan didn't take it to heart at all. He believed that Li Hongmei would definitely not look down on him today. Lingyun has always been like this, if you want others to change their opinion of you, you have to change yourself. When Li Hongmei saw Lingyun coming, her innocent face almost burst into a smile. She greeted warmly, Yo, Lingyun is here, do you want to buy needles for your mother? It's all over there, look what you want, what kind of thing, just use it directly. Li Hongmei's thinking is a little simpler, but everything shows on her face. She thinks Lingyun is useless, so she disdains him. She thinks Ning Lingyu is capable, she is enthusiastic about Ning Lingyu. She thinks Qin Shuiyue is dangerous, she go inside the house to see her safety. Lingyun was brought back by a Hummer yesterday, and he bought so many things in large and small bags, and Tianyan Wang was cleaned up like a god. If Li Hongmei thinks Lingyun is useless again, then her small shop should not be opened. Lingyun was non-committal about Li Hongmei's question. He simply picked one in the past, and finally chose a large needle about 2 inches long. Aunt Li, how much is a box of this? Li Hongmei was a little dazed. A box? What are you doing buying so many needles as a big boy? You can't use a box to learn embroidery for a year? $8 a box. Li Hongmei replied dumbfounded. Ling Yun dropped $100 and smiled. I want 10 boxes. Li Hongmei's mouth was big enough to plug a 60-watt light bulb. She couldn't figure out what Ling Yun did by buying so many needles. Ling Yun is really weird. The selection of needles as weapons is really the best tool for counterattacks. The country prohibits guns and prohibits props, and even kitchen knives have begun to use real name systems, but I have never heard of real name embroidery needles. While Li Hongmei was staring blankly, Ling Yun took his weapon and went out. Thinking of Li Hongmei's shocked expression, he couldn't help but rejoice. Humph, you look down on me, are you stupid? But he was not satisfied, went to a hardware store again, bought steel nails that were 7 caddies and 2 inches long, and then returned home slowly. He entered the civilian clinic, found an inconspicuous corner and threw things away, then sat on the chair of the clinic, facing a map of human acupuncture points on the wall, admiring the world-famous painting, and started to appreciate it. Many acupuncture points are slightly deviated, and there are many acupuncture points that are not marked. Ling Yun muttered secretly. After another 20 minutes, Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu came out of the backyard. Ling Yun hurriedly stood up. Ling Yun, mother, and Lingyu have gone to the city. Take a good look at home in the afternoon. If there is anything you don't understand, just call mother. Qin Qiuyue instructed with a smile. Ling Yun took out a bundle of 100 yuan bills, scratched his head and said, Mom, you have finally gone out for a walk, so just buy some more things and come back. If you can't get more things after buying too much, I'll let that boy Tang Ming drive to pick you up. After that, he handed 10,000 yuan to Qin Qiuyue. Without the imagined rejection, Qin Qiuyue smiled and took it naturally, handed it over to Ning Lingyu for her to take care of, and then instructed Ling Yun a few more words, and then went out with the smiling Ning Lingyu. After the two left for a while, Ling Yun took out a box of needles from the corner, grabbed a dozen needles, and pinched them in his hands. I haven't practiced for a long time, and I don't know how my head is right now. I'll have fun today. After speaking, without raising his head, he raised his hand with one hand at the acupoint map of the human body based on the memory just now. Then he turned his head and looked over. Each needle was pinned to an acupuncture point accurately, and they all penetrated half an inch into the wall, without any false hair. The peak of the second floor of the body training is different. It would be even more perfect if you could shoot objects in the air. Ling Yan's mouth curled into a confident smile. It's just that the smile hadn't been outlined yet, and it immediately solidified on his face. Ling Yan only felt that his zenith, between his eyebrows, and the immortal aura in his dantian moved uncontrollably at the same time, and gushed out from 3 places like a tide, as violent as the Qiantang River tide, and instantly formed in his meridians. The rush of the river. From Ling Yan's head to the Tianmen, in the middle of the eyebrows, the immortal aura rushing out from the 3 places of the dantian qi is not under Ling Yan's control at all. Run. The strange thing is that they do not conflict with each other, they go their own way, and no one interferes with others, so Ling Yan is not in danger of going crazy. If Ling Yan could now use his divine sense to look inside, he would be able to clearly see that the immortal aura in his body had begun to differentiate. The most obvious place is the color of the fairy spirit. The immortal aura gushing out of the heavenly gate above his head has begun to be pale cyan, the immortal aura between the eyebrows is pale gold, and the immortal aura coming out of the dantian qi is divided into black and white. At this time, the various spiritual qi that Ling Yan had absorbed these days was still as silent as the Dead Sea, and there was no sign of escaping from the hidden place. In just a split second, the immortal aura circulated in Ling Yan's body for 12 small weeks. Last night, Ling Yan had already cultivated to the peak of the second floor of body training. He was only 1 layer of window paper away from the 3rd floor of body training. Now he is being overbearing. The immortal spiritual qi of his dashed like this, the 3rd level of body training directly broke through, and he immediately reached the middle stage of the 3rd level of body training. Ling Yun was overjoyed. When he was about to take advantage of such a good opportunity to break through the fourth level of body training, he found that the immortal auras in his body had returned to their original places, and he could not feel their existence at all. What does this mean? Ling Yun was stunned. It came out suddenly, and disappeared suddenly, like an antelope hanging its horns, with no trace to be found. Just when he was puzzled and dumbfounded, the door of the civilian clinic was pushed open, and a pregnant woman walked in. It was none other than Luli, whom Ling Yun had rescued in the morning. After Luli separated from Ling Yun in the morning, the strange feeling that rose in her heart inexplicably quickly disappeared. She was not the kind of open-minded woman, on the contrary, she was very conservative. If she was that kind of slutty woman, why was Tian Xiaoguang forced to such a point? I'm afraid that if something happened to her man, she would have already aborted the child and ran away with other men. When Luli returned home, she started rummaging through boxes and cabinets. After half an hour, she finally found a brush in an inconspicuous box. There is nothing special about this brush except that the barrel is made of stone and the tip is sharp. Compared with the exquisite and gorgeous brushes sold in the store, it is even more shabby. They kept my innocence, they wanted to save the child in my stomach, and they gave me back the money, and they used such a writing brush to repay them. It's really... Luli frowned and muttered to herself. As she spoke, she wanted to put the brush back, but she finally gritted her teeth and put the pen in her bag. Anyway, it was handed down from my ancestors. Although I can't sell it, it is finally my own heart. Luli simply ate breakfast and went to the hospital with her bag to replace her mother-in-law. After her son's accident, her mother-in-law washed her face in tears all day, and the two words she said the most every day were, retribution. Luli's mother-in-law said all day long that there is a reason for retribution. Luli's husband's name is Li Yunxiang, a native of Huaiyang, Henan province. This Li Yunxiang is quite ordinary. Now he is just a construction worker, but his ancestors have worked as captains of Jin for several generations. Touching Captain Jin, to put it bluntly, is digging graves and robbing tombs. The stone brush Luli took out, according to her mother-in-law, was found by Grandpa Li Yunxiang's grandfather in a large tomb. There was no inkstone or pen holder, only a solitary brush. Li Yunxiang's grandfather and father all died at a young age. Now that Luli was pregnant, Li Yunxiang was smashed by a brick that fell from the construction site. Her mother-in-law didn't say it was retribution. After noon, her mother-in-law came to replace her again. Luli gave her mother-in-law the 1,000 yuan that Ling Yun gave her. Then she told her mother-in-law about the morning, and then said the idea of taking this brush to repay her kindness. Her mother-in-law was heartbroken when she heard it, and she was very grateful to Ling Yun, but now seeing that her daughter-in-law wanted to use this brush, which was useless to keep and sold for no money, she couldn't help but said, Luli, they saved us. It is a matter of course to repay the gratitude, but you can take this. Isn't this a joke? Mother, I also know that this thing is useless, but our family really can't come up with anything anymore. Luli's face was gloomy and gloomy. Motherly looked at her daughter-in-law with worry, and finally had to nod her head and said, well, although we sold it a few times and couldn't sell it, it is something that has been passed down for 100 years, so let's take it as a wish. If people don't see it come on, don't take it back, no matter if it's a good thing or not. In short, our family can't afford this thing, otherwise there won't be so many troubles, just throw it away. Luli nodded, came out of the hospital to have a simple lunch, and then came to the civilian clinic. When Ling Yun saw that Luli's hen was here, he couldn't care about studying the changes of the immortal aura in his body, so he hurriedly greeted Luli to sit down. Sister Lu, are you here? With the morning experience, Luli didn't dare to look into Ling Yun's eyes at all. She nodded lightly and asked, why are you alone in the clinic? Where's Dr. Qin? It can be said that in the slum area, there are not many people who do not know the civilian clinic, and very few people do not know Qin Qiuyue. Ling Yun smiled slightly. My mother took my sister to the city to buy things, but don't worry, I will definitely take care of your body, and you don't need to take any medicine. Ling Yun is now in the middle stage of the third level of body training. Even if he can't live or die, but like Luli, who has a heart attack because of a sudden fire attack, he doesn't even need to use a silver needle. However, he wanted to take care of Luli's extremely weak body, so he took out the leather needle bag and pulled out 9 silver needles. Sister Lu, I'm a Chinese medicine practitioner. I will use silver needles for your body conditioning this time. Are you assured? Silver needles? Prick, where? Although Luli knew Chinese medicine, she saw the hundreds of needles on Ling Yun's cowhide bag, and her scalp felt numb. Ling Yun understood her worries. After all, Luli was different from Shini Shui or the old man who was hit. One of them was a doctor of traditional Chinese medicine, and the other was unconscious. Not the same. Ling Yun gave Luli a reassuring smile and said softly, prick a few acupuncture points around the stomach. Then he quietly waited for her choice. When Luli heard that Ling Yun was going to pierce her stomach, her face turned red, and she felt a little nervous in her heart, but when she saw Ling Yun's eyes inadvertently, her heart skipped a beat, and she nodded unexpectedly. Then, do you want to take off your shirt? Lu Lijiao's face was flushed, and her face, which was originally slightly sallow, began to turn red. Ling Yun was all about taking care of Luli's body, but he didn't pay attention to these details of Luli's changes, and said directly, no, you just need to lift your shirt up, and then drop your trousers. Come here. Ling Yun said, and first walked behind a black curtain in the clinic, where there was a simple single bed. Ling Yun didn't think much about it, but Luli had already blushed like blood at this time, but she still walked over for the sake of the child in her belly. Luli lay down on the bed carefully, and lifted up her jacket according to Ling Yun's instructions. Bai Huahua's belly was immediately exposed to the air. She was so ashamed that she closed her eyes immediately. At this point, she could only let Ling Yun do it. The waist of the trousers will fall further down. Ling Yun said when he saw that Luli's trousers blocked the 2 acupuncture points. Luli's face turned even redder when she heard it. She closed her eyes and pulled up her trousers waist, but now that she was lying down and her stomach was so high, how could she get it? Ling Yun saw that she had tried twice, but couldn't get enough, so she kindly said, Sister Lu, why don't I help you? Luli could only close her eyes and nodded with a blushing face. Ling Yun gently grabbed Luli's waistband and pulled it down slightly. The waistband of a pregnant woman's trousers was already very loose, and it was also very low. Ling Yun pulled it like this and immediately saw a few strands of black hair under Luli's lower abdomen. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly raised his head, looking at his nose and heart, not daring to look again. Although the preparations were ambiguous and troublesome, Ling Yun's needle practice was extremely fast. Now that he had reached the middle stage of the third level of body training, Ling Yun had 9 silver needles in his hand, and the silver needles overflowed with spiritual energy, and there was no obstruction at all. It only took 3 minutes for Ling Yun to perform the 9 needles of the spirit pivot. This time, he was not stingy. Every time he performed a needle, a spiritual energy was injected into Luli's body. After the needle was completed, let alone the child in Luli's belly, no worries, that is, Luli's body will soon recover to the level of a healthy person, and will not be disturbed by diseases in the future. Sister Lu, you still need to lie down for a while. After a while, I will pull out the needle and everything will be fine. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he immediately came outside the curtain. Luli was afraid and ashamed at first, but after Ling Yun's first needle was pierced into her body, she immediately felt the changes in her body. Not to mention how steadfast she was. Half an hour later, Ling Yun came over to pull out the needle and carefully helped Luli out of bed. How do you feel now? Ling Yan asked with a smile. The feeling of panic is gone, and the body is not weak anymore. The child is calm and at ease now. Lu Lisan said happily that the mother and the fetus are connected by blood vessels, so she doesn't need to check at all. Just based on the different feelings of the body before and after the treatment, she knows that the child is completely fine. Sister Lu, congratulations, it's a boy, the little guy is very healthy. Ling Yan laughed. Really a boy? How did you see that? Luli forgot her shyness and was ecstatic. Ling Yunqin said that after 9 needles, if I don't know whether the child in your stomach is a boy or a girl, what else is there to cure? Ling Yun closed the needle. Luli returned to the chair and sat down. She took out the brush from her bag. Big brother, thank you for your kindness. Your sister Lu's family really can't give you anything good. This brush is a family heirloom. If you don't dislike it, just accept it. After speaking, she involuntarily put the brush into Ling Yan's hand. Sister Lu, why are you? Before Ling Yan finished speaking, the immortal spiritual energy in Sujua's body moved again, and it poured into the brush continuously through his palm. Ling Yan was terrified in his heart. As the saying goes, when you walk by the river, you can't get your shoes wet. It can also be said, you hunt geese all day long, but you get pecked by geese instead. Ling Yan has always absorbed other spiritual things. Today, he was forced to absorb his immortal aura by this writing brush. It was the first time that the eldest girl got on the sedan chair. This is not an ordinary spiritual energy. This is the time when Ling Yun was transcending the calamity, filled with endless calamities, tempering the mortal body of the body, and the immortal spiritual energy that can make people change from ordinary to immortal. Ling Yun lost a lot this time. No wonder he wasn't shocked. Feeling the immortal spiritual energy in his body continuously flowing into this humble brush, Ling Yun wanted to cry without tears. His first reaction was to throw the brush away quickly, but the brush was like a dog skin plaster, firmly stuck to Ling Yan's hand, no matter how much he threw it away. Ling Yan was shocked and hated in his heart, but when these two emotions appeared at the same time, it was ecstasy. There is no doubt that this brush is an absolute treasure, and an incredible treasure. Where can a treasure that can absorb the spiritual energy of immortals go wrong? But now he can't think about it so much, because this writing brush is about to drain his immortal aura in this short period of time. Ling Yan tried his best to madly stimulate his own cultivation technique, trying to control the only immortal aura left in his body, but now he is in the middle of the 3rd stage of body training, not to mention immortal aura, even ordinary aura cannot be controlled. Therefore, he could only let his immortal aura quickly drain away, and a bitter feeling of powerlessness appeared in his heart. However, Ling Yun was lucky. Just when the immortal aura on the top of his head, between his eyebrows, and his dantian was about to be completely drained, the brush finally stopped absorbing it. I'll take care of you. Ling Yan cursed inwardly. If it wasn't for Lu Li's presence, Ling Yan would definitely scold this brush for 3 days and 3 nights. From here, Lu Li watched her put the brush into Ling Yan's hand. His face was always ugly, and he couldn't help but sighed slightly. Mother-in-law is right, people don't like this broken writing brush at all. Lu Li looked embarrassed and said sincerely, brother, if you think that the thing your sister gave you is bad, just find a place to throw it away. Your great kindness, Sister Lu will definitely repay you in the future, even if I don't have the ability to repay. When the child in my stomach grows up, I will let him repay your kindness. Unexpectedly, Ling Yan smiled at her. Sister Lu, I like this brush very much. I'm just trying to practice writing with a brush. You're just giving help, how could I throw it away? Lu Li said suspiciously, then why did you just now? Ling Yun understood that his ugly expression just now must have misunderstood Lu Li. He said righteously, Sister Lu, my mother taught me that grace cannot be repaid. I actually wanted to reject your gift just now, but in my heart I was really reluctant, so I hesitated for a while. Well, for such an awesome baby, it's understandable for me to be shameless occasionally. You almost sucked me dry. If I don't accept you, wouldn't it mean that I lost my wife and lost my army? Ling Yun thought to himself. When Luli saw that Ling Yun's character was so good, she stood up excitedly. Brother, don't think like that, you saved me, gave me treatment and paid me money. I for giving you such an inconspicuous piece of shit. Sister Lu is still very sorry. If Ling Yun didn't want it and returned the brush to her, Luli would definitely find a place to throw it away without hesitation. Therefore, she felt really sorry for giving Ling Yun such a bad thing. I just heard Ling Yun say, Sister Lu, I really like the brush you gave me, I should be thankful to you, so I want to ask your partner's condition and see if you can treat him too. Ling Yun Xian said that it seems that good people still have good rewards. Isn't this fulfilled this time? He saved Luli because he really couldn't see it. For him, whether it was beating the city management officer or giving Luli money, it was just a little effort, and he never thought of anything in return. But when they gave him this brush, everything was reversed. Although they didn't know it, and Ling Yun didn't want to make things clear, the family was still in great trouble. Luli was stunned when she heard it. She grabbed Ling Yun's hand and said eagerly, Brother, are you saying that my partner's illness can be cured by you? Ling Yun said sincerely, Sister Lu, I don't dare to say whether it can be cured, but at least it will be better than his current condition. Can you tell me about his condition first? Luli quickly explained her husband's current situation to Ling Yun word for word, and then eagerly said to Ling Yun, Brother, if you can cure my husband's illness, what would you ask your sister Lu to do? Ling Yun could see that Luli had a good relationship with her partner, and he was also moved by the true feelings of this poor couple, so before Luli could finish speaking, he waved his hand to stop him. Sister Lu, don't say anything, brotherly. I already know about his condition, and I should be able to wake him up. Hearing these words, Luli suddenly stared at Ling Yun blankly, her eyes were red and tears filled her eyes, her lips trembled a few times but she didn't say anything. She was about to kneel on Ling Yun's knees as soon as her knees softened. Ling Yun hurriedly supported, Sister Lu, don't do this, this is what I should do, so, I have to stay at home today, I really can't get away, and besides, I still need to prepare in advance, when I'm ready, I must go to the hospital to show brotherly, can you see? Although saving a life is like putting out a fire, Luli was so anxious in her heart that she wished Ling Yun would go now, but when she heard Ling Yun said that she still had to prepare, she felt less anxious. If Ling Yun is not sure, what else are you going to prepare? Since he needs to prepare, it shows that he has a bottom line, but seeing a doctor needs the right medicine, so he can't be in a hurry. Sister Lu, my mobile number is. You have to guard against retaliation from those urban management in the past 2 days, so don't run here. Just call me if you have anything, and I will arrive immediately. When Luli heard Ling Yun's mobile phone number, she was stunned again, wondering who the kid who saved her was. How could she have such a good phone number? But she was relieved very quickly. She could bring down 7 city officials in 3 or 2 strokes, and adjust her body with a few stitches. Can it be simple? You must have met a gentleman. Luli also left her mobile phone number and left the civilian clinic with great gratitude. After sending Luli away, Ling Yun closed the door of the clinic, then quickly pulled out all the needles on the acupuncture point map on the wall and put them away, and then he held the brush tightly and went straight to his bedroom in the backyard. What he meant by preparation was to study this brush carefully. No way, what is the most precious thing in Ling Yun? Fairy spirit. Comparing the aura of the 7 luminaries' grass he absorbed with that of the immortal spiritual energy, that is the difference between the cabbage radish and the immortal grass Ganoderma lucidum. But now, almost all of his immortal spiritual energy has been sucked away by this writing brush. It is no exaggeration to say that this writing brush is all Ling Yun's current possessions. Can he ignore it? This brush is about 1 foot and 3 inches long. The barrel is made of stone. Even the well-informed Ling Yun can't see its material. It is gray-white, slightly thick, and solid, so it is very heavy to start with. When I held it in the posture of the word, it felt extremely handy. The surface of the stone pen tube has a brown pattern like a ghostly talisman. I don't know if it was engraved artificially or generated naturally. It looks extremely ancient and natural. The hair of this brush is pure white, and Ling Yun can't tell what kind of animal hair it is made of. The bristles and the stone pen tube are naturally connected to one another. No matter if you hold it horizontally or vertically, the bristles are all gathered together. The brush is more like a fighting weapon. He couldn't help holding a pen with his right hand, and gently stroked the palm of his left hand, feeling the tingling sensation of being scratched by the tip of a needle on his finger. Ling Yun was very curious, thinking how could such a pen stroke write on paper? What paper must not be scratched by it? Out of curiosity, he found a basin of water and a few newspapers, dipped it in the water with a brush, and then scribbled a few strokes on the newspaper. The moment to witness the miracle has come. After the tip of the pen is soaked in water, the tip of the pen is full and perfect in the shape of a cone, neither flat nor thin. Good baby. Ling Yun laughed and said in his heart that he was still thinking about where to buy wolf scents. Now there is a guy for engraving the talisman. In fact, Ling Yun really wanted to try how hard the barrel of this brush was, and wanted to see if he could break the brush with 2 hands, but he gave up in the end. Even if you want to try it, you have to find a way to recover the immortal aura that this brush sucked up and try again. Ling Yun also wanted to urge the ordinary spiritual energy in his body to pour it into the brush, but he couldn't mobilize the spiritual energy now, so he had to give up. If only I had just reached the 4th level of body training, the spiritual energy in my body could be freely revolved. It's a pity. Ling Yun put the brush close to his body. This is the treasure of the treasures, and it is impossible to throw it away if you kill him. Then he went back to the bedroom, took the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine * Ling Shu and went to the civilian clinic again, reopening the door of the clinic, and preparing to study Chinese medicine. At this time, it was already about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At this moment, Ling Yun's cell phone rang. Brother Ling Yun, where are you? I'm so bored now, can I go and play with you? On the other end of the phone, there was a coquettish voice that was enough to break Ling Yun's bones completely, the voice of the little demon girl xuanhuan. I'm studying at home. You're not staying at home with your grandfather, you just know how to play all day? Ling Yun had goosebumps all over his body, but he didn't give her any good words. Don't mention how comfortable my grandfather is now. I don't need to accompany you at all. Where is your home? Can I go and study with you? Ling Yun thought for a while. Tonight, her younger sister was going back to school, and she was going to move those medical books to the newly rented house. The newly rented house just happened to lack a cleaner. My home is on Linjiang Road. Come here if you're okay. Qingshui City, near the pedestrian street, Shangdao Coffee. In a very elegant and quiet large private room, the handsome and unrestrained Xie Zhenyan was lying on the spacious and comfortable sofa. Xuanhuan was sitting on Xie Zhenyan's lap, the slender water snake's waist twisted like a snake, and her eyes were fascinated and hazy. If Xuanhuan could look back at this moment, she would be able to see the disdain and indifference in Xie Zhenyan's eyes, as well as a cold and playful smile on the corner of his mouth. It was a smile that could instantly cool anyone's heart, but it was a pity that Xuanhuan couldn't see it. Xuanhuan was teased by Xie Zhenyan and forgot where she was. Suddenly, her delicate body tightened. She instinctively reached out and pressed Xie Zhenyan's right hand, panting and trembling. Zhenyan, you can't. Xie Zhenyan didn't expect Xuanhuan to stop him at this time. Jianmei's eyes flashed with cruel anger, but it disappeared quickly. He put his mouth to Xuanhuan's ear, and said in a very gentle voice that could melt Xuanhuan, Meina, do you want to stop me now? Xuanhuan's delicate body trembled again, but she still firmly held Xie Zhenyan's right hand and said with a blushing face, "I didn't mean to stop you, but, what you really like now is Ningling Yu. I don't want you to think about other women, but..." When Xie Zhenyan heard this, a flash of fire-breathing resentment flashed in Juanmei's eyes, and he said in his heart, "Well, you are the only bitch who still pretends to be pure with me." However, his expression immediately changed to that of a handsome young man, and he still said to Zhuang Meina in a very gentle voice, "Meina, I understand what you mean, but you are so beautiful now, what can I do?" Xie Zhenyan's gentle tone also had a hint of pleading intentionally, but all his eyes were full of disdain and playfulness. Xie Zhenyan, his father, Xie Zhenting, is a high-ranking official in Qingshui City. His mother, Zheng Lan, the director of Jiangnan Provincial Hospital, is at the division level. His uncle Xie Zhentong holds an important position in the capital. His aunt Xie Zhenfeng is beautiful and beautiful. She is married to the deputy director of the Jiangnan Provincial Department of Health. Because it is close to the water, she founded a medical equipment limited company by herself. Even more coincidentally, although the Xie family has a family of 3 scholars, all of them are senior cadres, but in Xie Zhenyan's generation, the uncle and aunt gave birth to girls. Only the man Xie Zhenyan, plus Xie Zhenyan's handsome appearance, then the Xie family's love and attention to him can be imagined. Xie Zhenyan was nurtured by the elders in his family since he was a child, determined to be an official, and was full of endless desire for power. Therefore, although he is only 18 years old now, he is already well versed in the way of officialdom. Although Xie Zhenyan has a big family and a very deep background, he does not act in a high-profile manner, and he is not in the company of Go Junfa and Lu Qingtian. He has excellent academic performance, and he is courteous and courteous. Of course, this is all a clever disguise by Xie Zhenyan. In terms of insidiousness, cunning, and ruthlessness, even Go Junfa and Lu Qingtian have to stand aside, and it is not enough to give him shoes. It is precisely because of Xie Zhenyan's family background, appearance, academic performance, and the means he shows to confuse everyone that Zhuang Meina has deeply liked him since junior high school, and is looking forward to marrying Xie Zhenyan in the future. But what is Xie Zhenyan's vision? In terms of appearance, Zhuang Meina is considered first class, but compared with the stunning beauty like Ning Lingyu and Chao Shanshan, it is obviously a grade lower, so Xie Zhenyan just used Zhuang Meina as a substitute for Ning Lingyu. Just play. He knew very well in his heart that the reason why Zhuang Meina allowed him to mess around was not just because of the charm she showed, there was another layer in it, that was Zhuang Meina's Zhuang's pharmaceutical group. Zhuang's pharmaceutical group is the richest man in Qingshui City. Although it cannot enter the top 500 national enterprises, it can be firmly ranked in the top 1,000 in the country. Zhuang Meina's father, Zhuang Tianda, is a man who can't afford to be too early. In order to develop and strengthen his group, it can be said that he racked his brains, tried his best, and did everything he could. In order to maintain the dominance of Zhuang's pharmaceutical group in Qingshui City, Zhuang Tianda not only has excellent relations with various health departments and major hospitals in the city, but also has an intricate relationship with many mines in the province. In order to expand the market in the north, Zhuang Tianda did not hesitate to betroth his eldest daughter, Zhuang Meifeng, known as the Flower of Clear Water, to the Sun family in the capital. Now Zhuang Meina is so pleasing to herself, and Xie Zhenyan is naturally clear about it. 2. Although Zhuang Meifeng and Zhuang Meina are compatriots, she seems to be favored by the gods. Whether it is her enchanting figure, delicate facial features, or snow-white skin, they are all impeccable, glamorous, and charming. No matter how big Zhuang Meina is, body, or appearance, cannot be compared with Zhuang Meifeng. Of course Xie Zhenyan didn't take her seriously from his heart. Xie Zhenyan, who has read countless women for a long time, saw that Zhuang Meina was still clinging to her bottom line and not letting herself succeed. Of course she was a little impatient and even bored. You still want to compare with Ning Lingyu? Are you taking yourself too seriously? This was Xie Zhenyan's heart, but he had a smile on his face, and a pair of handsome eyes stared at Zhuang Mena like a deer. One is to play with false feelings, and the other is to follow with sincerity, so the feeling is naturally different. Zhuang Mena stabilized her mind, and then said to Xie Zhenyan, "Zhenyan, don't be angry, someone's body is not yours sooner or later. As long as you do one thing, let me see that you are really dead to Ningling. At that time, no matter how you want to torment others, they will cooperate with you." Xie Zhenyan said he would give up on Ningling. "Even if I can't get her heart, I have to find a way to get her body, and I will throw her away like a broken shoe when I get tired of playing with her completely." However, he smiled lightly and said, "Oh? It seems that Mena still doesn't believe my sincerity towards you. Tell me, what do I need to do?" As he spoke, his hands began to be dishonest again. In fact, Xie Zhenyan had already thought about Ningling's overlord, and it was very simple to do that. Just find a few people to bring Ningling to the hotel. If you are happy, use some medicine. If you are not happy, just directly use force, and then make a video as a threat. Do you really dare to sue me, Ningling? Besides, even if Ningling loses his reputation, if he really wants to sue him, he can suppress it by making a phone call himself, and even his parents don't have to come forward. Now that Zhuang Mena asked him to express his intentions, Xie Zhenyan was just so happy, and he came directly to push the boat. Although Zhuang Mena was a little uncomfortable being teased by Xie Zhenyan, as long as he didn't come to the truth, she would just let it go, but she panted, "Zhenyan, how did Lingyun and Tang Meng humiliate us on Saturday night, don't you forget? Don't you want to teach them a lesson? Lingyun is a villain who is proud, Tang Meng is a fox and a tiger, why do you care so much about what they do?" Xie Zhenyan increased his strength and grabbed it violently. Although his mouth was calm, there was a cruel and vicious gleam in his eyes, and it was fleeting. Zhuang Mena said, "Zhenyan, Tang Meng and Lingyun made a bet, they cheated us both of 7,000 yuan, and then used our money to buy an iPhone 5 to get to Ningling at the door of our class. Isn't that obviously hitting us in the face? Tang Meng still scolds me like that, and, look at Ningling's arrogance these past 2 days, I can't stand it." Xie Zhenyan said lightly, "Since you can't bear it, how are you going to deal with them?" A vicious expression suddenly flashed across Zhuang Mena's face. She gritted her teeth and said, "I want you to lead someone to beat up that arrogant Ling Yun. If Tang Meng doesn't care, we will let him go first, if he dares to intervene, and even he cleans up. As for Ningling, didn't she always study first? Didn't she want to go to Yanjing University? I want you to find a way to seal up her mother's clinic. Let me see how she is still in the mood to go to Yanjing University." Zhuang Mena finished speaking as if venting, then glanced at Xie Zhenyan with a wink, and opened her mouth slightly, saying, "Zhenyan, as long as you do this, you can do whatever you want." Zhuang Mena hated Ningling very much. The daughter of Zhuang's pharmaceutical group needs money, and power, but in high school, where most people value or only pay attention to academic performance, she was trampled by Ningling for nearly 3 years. It's not a problem if her grades overwhelm her, but Ningling's height, body, face and temperament are all over her. Not only that, Zhuang Mena secretly liked Xie Zhenyan for 3 years in junior high school. When she was in high school, she was about to pursue him, but she was angry to find that Xie Zhenyan openly expressed her love for Ningling, and vowed to chase after her. This makes Zhuang Mena, who has been spoiled and self-centered, really can't stand it. She is really envious, jealous, and hateful. Originally, she still had some sense of balance in her heart. At least Ningling's family was poor, and at least Ningling's elder brother Ling Yun was a waste, which allowed her to regain some pride in her usual contact with Ningling. What's more, Xie Zhenyan's pursuit of Ningling ended in failure, and he accepted his courtship. Therefore, although Zhuang Mena was holding back her jealousy, she would not break out completely. However, Ling Yun's strong rise broke this balance overnight. He not only earned Zhuang Mena's money, but also used Zhuang Mena's lost money to buy the latest iPhone 5 for Ningling, and even sent it to the third year of high school. At the door of the first class, and humiliated Xuanhuan. From what Xuanhuan heard, Ling Yun's extremely arrogant words, whether it's a man or a woman, as long as I make my sister unhappy, I will make him pay the price is for her at all. For Xuanhuan, who is aloof, Tang Meng's insult to her, Ling Yun's warning to her, is definitely a declaration of war. Of course she couldn't take it. However, Xie Zhenyan has always been sullen. Although she has always been on her side, a woman's intuition is the most accurate. Xuanhuan knows that Xie Zhenyan's heart is still tied to Ning Lingyu. She hoped that Xie Zhenyan could stand in front of her like a real boyfriend and fight back against Ling Yun and Tang Meng's provocation. She also hoped that Xie Zhenyan would give up on Ning Lingyu and protect her wholeheartedly, only be nice to her alone. A jealous princess, coupled with new hatred and old hatred, made Xuanhuan, who had a very small mind and a vicious mind, completely crazy and completely lost her mind. Even if Xie Zhenyan could bear it, she couldn't bear it. She must take revenge, she must see Ning Lingyu cry bitterly, she must see Ling Yun and Tang Meng be beaten with bruised noses and swollen faces. Only by crying and screaming can she vent the anger in her heart. It's just that this proud little princess doesn't know how to calm down and think about it, she's asking for all this. Others Ning Lingyu tolerated her in every possible way, and never took the initiative to provoke her. She was always sarcastic to Ning Lingyu, bullying every step of the way. Now that she is bullying an immature family, it's the fault of others. What kind of reasoning? Of course, there is another big reason why Xuanhuan's jealousy is so heavy, that is, at home, her sister Zhuang Meifeng also took away all her halo. At home, she was robbed of all the limelight by her sister, and at school, she was crushed by Ning Lingyu. This was the biggest reason for her twisted personality. Xie Zhenyan suddenly saw Xuanhuan make such a coquettish and sultry move and said such bold and blatant provocative words. The two snowballs exposed in the air were twisted fiercely. Then he had Xuanhuan's long black hair in his right hand, and his left hand was facing Xuanhuan's face, slap as a slap. Slut, I promise you. Ah. Xuanhuan screamed in pain, but a very refreshing look flashed in her eyes. No one knew that Xie Zhenyan, who was handsome and unrestrained in appearance and polite and courteous, was actually a complete sadist, while Xuanhuan was striding forward on the road of masochism. At the same time, the First People's Hospital of Qingshui City, the surgical intensive care unit. Go Junfa's left face still hasn't subsided, but it's still swollen like a big bun. He is leaning on the hospital bed and smoking a cigarette. Opposite him is naturally Lu Qingtian, Pai Heji, and the yellow-haired attendant last time. One more person. In Qingshui No. 1, there are 4 great dudes, Xie Zhenyan, Tang Meng, Go Junfa, and Lu Qingtian, and there are also 4 great evil youngsters. Among the 4 great dudes, except Xie Zhenyan, 3 are promoted to the 4 great evil young masters, while the other evil youngest is not. It's Iron Tiger. Tai Xiaohu is only from an ordinary family. After he lost his father when he was young and his mother remarried, this kid started not to study well. Smoking, drinking, fighting and surfing the internet, hanging out with people in the society all day, and getting the name Brother Tiger. Unlike the 3 gangsters, Tai Xiaohu's notoriety was created by himself with a pair of fists. Anyone who knows Tai Xiaohu knows that this kid will die in a fight. Tai Xiaohu is 1.92 meters tall, standing there like an iron tower, with a tiger-backed waist, broad and thick shoulders, a perfect inverted triangle body, unusually long arms, protruding muscles like a horned dragon, smooth lines, full of rock-like hardness, the texture. The legs are stuck on the ground like 2 iron pillars, and the tendons all over the body keep shaking when they walk. With a short head, thick eyebrows and big eyes, bronze complexion, strong facial lines, and aggressive eyes like falcons, you can tell at a glance that although this person is tall, he is not a straight and rude man. A shrewd person who fights to death is terrible, because he dares to drag you to death. Therefore, although Tai Xiaohu is not a scoundrel, he is the only one who was rated as one of the 4 evil young men by the students of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. Now the person in Go Jun's ward is Tai Xiaohu. Brother Hu, we won't go around with you either. I invited you here today because I want you to teach us a lesson. Go Jun's swollen face was uglier than a pumpkin, and it was inconvenient to speak, so Lu Qingtian spoke for him. Who? Tai Xiaohu asked calmly. He hasn't appeared in the school for more than a month, and of course he doesn't know what happened in the school these few days. Ling Yun. It was Ling Yun who beat Brother Fa like this. We must avenge this revenge, no matter what the cost. Lu Qingtian said bitterly. Tai Xiaohu frowned slightly. Ling Yun? I said that you two are too bad? Even Ling Yun's crap is riding on your head and shitting? He wouldn't take care of the face of the 2 dudes across from him, and he would say whatever comes to his mind. Go Jun's face flushed, and he covered his cheeks and said, Brother Hu, I didn't expect Ling Yun to dare to attack me, and he was caught off guard. If he had gone to the rooftop with me at that time. He cared about his own face the most. Tai Xiaohu waved his hand to stop him from continuing to speak. He stared at Go Jun with sharp eagle eyes and said, Then when you recover from your injury, just find the place back. Why do you ask me to take action? Lu Qingtian hurriedly said with a smile, Brother Hu, this is for 2 reasons. One is that this kid Ling Yun doesn't know what's going on, and suddenly he has become so powerful that even Li Lei can't fight back in front of him. Even if we took dozens of people to find Ling Yun's trouble, it will definitely attract the attention of the school, and it will be difficult to clean up at that time. Li Lei can't beat him? It's kind of interesting. Tai Xiaohu suddenly became interested, and a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes. What price did you pay? Tai Xiaohu asked. 20,000. As long as Ling Yun can't fight back, that's fine, leave the rest to us. Go Jun said bitterly. Deal. But if you kill people, I won't be polite to you. Tai Xiaohu said coldly. Brother Hu, don't worry, we still have to play with him. How could we kill him? Pizzi. Go Junfa gave Pai Heji a wink. Pai Heji handed a bundle of 100 yuan bills to Tai Xiaohu, and Go Jun said, The remaining 10,000 will be given to you after the work is done. Okay, Brother Hu. This is the rule, so Tai Xiaohu didn't say anything, just called him when he said that, and then left the ward. Hey, Tai Xiaohu is with Brother Kuan on the road, and he is very valued by Brother Kuan. If he can help me subdue Ling Yun this time, that's all. If he is beaten by Ling Yun, Brother Kuan will definitely help him. In the early stage, Ling Yun was still trampled to death. After Tai Xiaohu left, Lu Qingtian snorted coldly. Pai Heji followed suit and said, Hey, Brother Lu is still awesome. After thinking of such a good idea, now we will wait and watch the fun. It's not just that simple, I've already inquired about it clearly. Ling Yun's home is in the slum area of Linjiang Road in the high-tech zone. That area is about to be demolished. Do you know who the developer is? The corner of Go Junfa's mouth flashed a sinister sneer. Brother Fa, wouldn't it be so coincidental? Could it be your father's Lianqing real estate? Lu Qingtian asked in astonishment. Go Junfa laughed arrogantly and said, This is called the enemy's road narrow. Yes, it is my father's Lianqing real estate. I can guarantee that this time the demolition of Ling Yun's house will not be able to get even the root hair, and the first one will be demolished. Forcibly demolished. After he laughed frantically, the muscles on his face twitched violently, and he grinned again in pain. Then, what is Brother Fa going to do? Pai Heji asked shyly. Go Jun said coldly, It's too simple, I just need to say hello to the person in charge of the compensation for demolition and let him talk to the demolition office and the street office. They didn't do this kind of forced demolition once. It's been 2 times, and they're very familiar with each other. It's not easy to deal with the Lingyun family of 3. I promise that they will be called Tian Tian not, and the ground will not work, and watch the house be demolished. Huang Mao reminded in a low voice, but, the person in charge of the compensation for the demolition, can you make the move, brother Fa? Go Junfa gave Huang Mao a disdainful look, idiot. That's my uncle, do you think I can make the move? Then what about Ning Lingyu? Lu Qingtian never forgot about Ning Lingyu. Break Lingyun into a cripple, then demolish his house, and then there will be Ning Lingyu in the area. We don't want to play as we want. School flower? I ba. Ha 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 ha. There was a burst of crazy laughter from the intensive care unit. At the same time, outside an intensive care ward of the Jiangnan Provincial Hospital, a woman in her late 50s, with a graceful and rich appearance, and dressed in a good manner, roared at the 2 bodyguards with a fierce look in her eyes. Check. Even if I dig 3 feet into the ground, I must find the person who beat my son. If I dare to beat my precious son Sun Xing like this, I will make him pay his debts with blood, and he will be put in jail. Sit down. Also, that bitch of Zhuang's group must let them hand over as soon as possible. That little bitch of Zhuang Meifeng dares to play with my son, I want her to kneel in front of my son and bow her head to admit her mistake. And her precious son, Sun Xing, was lying in the high-level intensive care unit at this time. His whole face was swollen like a pig's head, and his whole body was shaking with pain. Just when Sun Xing's mother was roaring like a volcanic eruption, in the same Jiangnan Provincial Hospital, in the advanced intensive care unit of thoracic surgery, an urban beauty in an OL outfit was asking an attending physician nervously. Dr. Wang, does my grandpa really need surgery? Also, is my grandpa's head really okay? Dr. Wang resisted the desire to see this stunning urban beauty more, and replied with a polite smile, Miss Murong, please rest assured, Mr. Murong's 2 fractured ribs are just a very common condition in our thoracic surgery department. Compared to his head fall, a rib fracture of this magnitude does not require surgery at all, and you don't need to worry at all. And the old man's broken rib has also been perfectly restored by the person who rescued him. Now he only needs to use a chest strap to fix it. In the later stage, as long as the nutrition can keep up, give the old man some more high-protein foods. And foods with high calcium content, at most 2 weeks, the old man can go to the ground. This is the most advanced ward of the provincial hospital, and one can afford to live here. It is either rich or expensive, so Dr. Wang explained it in great detail, very polite and patient. Hearing Dr. Wang's definitive answer, Morong Feishua's nervousness eased a little, but she immediately asked, but my grandfather's head fell so badly, isn't there any problem? Dr. Wang's face was a little embarrassed. Miss Morong, I can only say, this is a miracle. In fact, according to the situation of the old gentleman yesterday, his most serious injury was a fall on the head and excessive blood loss, but the old gentleman, after being taken to the hospital by ambulance, we gave him the most comprehensive examination and found that there was no problem with his head at all, and he only needed to bandage the trauma, so we decided to arrange him to the thoracic surgery department. Morong Feishua felt a little at ease. She said sincerely to Dr. Wang, Dr. Wang, thank you. Dr. Wang smiled politely and shook his head. Miss Morong, the person you should really thank is not me, but the person who rescued the old gentleman in time at the scene of the car accident. If it weren't for him, your grandfather's situation yesterday would never have been tolerated. Optimism. Saying not optimistic is actually a very euphemistic way for doctors to say to family members. In the hospital, this sentence is often equated with certain death. After Dr. Wang finished speaking, he nodded at Morong Feishua and said with a smile, I have to go to other wards to have a look. If Miss Morong has any problems, you can come to me at any time. Morong Feishua sent Dr. Wang away, turned around and went back to Grandpa's ward. Morong Feishua, only 23 years old, is the most famous jewelry appraiser and stylist in the international jewelry industry. She is currently the general manager and chief designer of Tianqi Jewelry Company under the Morong family. At 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, Morong Feishue was attending a grand jewelry auction in Hong Kong. After receiving the news of Morong Wincher's accident, she immediately abandoned all the work at hand, and flew from Hong Kong before she could even change her clothes. Shimizu City. From yesterday morning until now, Morong Feishue had not closed her eyes for a full 33 hours, her beautiful big eyes were full of red bloodshots, and her face was extremely haggard due to excessive anxiety and worry. But these still can't hide her amazing beauty. Fair skin, slender eyebrows, a slightly straight nose, and long black hair rolled up high on her head made her pink neck look more slender, adding a bit of nobility and glamour. Her height, at least 1.7 meters or more, the pure black OL dress with a waist, shows her perfect figure with convex and concave. If she changes into an evening dress, it will definitely give people the illusion that this is not in the hospital, but at a grand banquet. Grandpa? Are you awake? I'm going to call the doctor. As soon as Morong Feishue entered the room, he was shocked to find that Morong Wincher had opened his eyes. Flying snow, come back. Morong Wincher called out to Morong Feishue in a weak voice. Grandpa. Morong Feishue stopped and turned around, and suddenly rushed to Morong Wincher's bed, wet with tears of worry and fear. Feishue, Grandpa is all right. Why are you crying? Why are you alone here, and where are the others? Morong Wincher had a fractured rib in his chest, and he endured the severe pain to speak. Every time he said a word, the fractured part that was pulled by the vibration of his chest hurt, and it was extremely difficult to speak. Morong Feishue raised her head, wiped the tears from her face with her hand, and sobbed, Grandpa, I don't worry about them taking care of you, and they all let them go back last night. Silly children, they're all a family, what's not to worry about? Morong Wincher looked at his precious granddaughter's bloodshot eyes and rebuked distressfully. Grandpa, I have asked them to go to the Public Security Bureau to investigate. The person who hurt you is called Sun Xing, the young master of the Sun family in the capital. Sooner or later, I will settle the account with him. Morong Feishue saw that her grandfather was sober and well-organized, and finally believed what Dr. Wang said. A big stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. It doesn't matter who hit me, what matters is the Lingyun who saved me. Have you arranged for someone to look for it? Before Morong Wincher was carried into the ambulance, he was rescued by Lingyun. He tried his best to ask Lingyun's name, of course, to repay. Therefore, even though the doctor gave him Valium in order to relieve his pain and made him fall asleep for more than 20 hours, he still remembered the name Lingyun. Morong Feishue is worthy of being the general manager of Tianqi Jewelry. After she came to Qingshui, she was not panicking, and she handled every matter in an orderly manner. Now that she saw her grandfather asking about it, she nodded and said, Grandpa, I arranged for someone to look for him, but no matter the Public Security Bureau or the hospital's Dr. Zheng, they only know his name and haven't found him yet. Morong Wincher nodded slowly and said, he saved Grandpa's life. Without him, even if Grandpa could save his life, he would still be in a vegetative state, so we must find him and thank him so much, you know Feishue? Xuanhuan had never driven her beloved Ferrari on such a bumpy road before. The little demon girl frowned and pouted, the bumpy road, her face full of distress. How can you live in such a place? How can you drive on such a broken road? But at this time, she had already plunged in, and it was too late to turn back, so she could only grit her teeth and reluctantly. After tremendous hardships, Xuanhuan finally followed Lingyun's instructions and parked the car at the door of the civilian clinic. Lingyun had already stood by the roadside and waited. After he agreed to let Xuanhuan come over, Xuanhuan called him almost every 2 minutes to ask for directions, leaving him no time to read, so he simply came out and waited for her. Why do you live in such a place? Driving over is exhausting. Xuanhuan pouted and complained as soon as she got out of the car. Ling Yan smiled and glanced at xuanhuan, and said jokingly, "Yo, you just bought jeans and put them on? Are you finally willing to wrap your legs? It's not easy." The clothes xuanhuan wore today were bought yesterday afternoon. The snow-white shirt was tucked into slender and decent light blue skinny jeans, which made her chest bulge, her lovely buttocks round and upturned, and her two beautiful white legs were invisible. When it arrives, it can be lined with these skinny jeans, making it more rounded and slender, and full of heat. The biggest change in xuanhuan was that the two thick braids on her head were gone, but instead let her black hair fall to her elbows, her hair fluttering in the wind, calm and casual. Xuanhuan saw Ling Yan's eyes keep squinting at her chest, and she felt proud and proud. Cough cough. What's the matter on the street? Hurry into the house. Seeing that xuanhuan didn't care about his eyes at all, Ling Yan blushed, turned his head and left. Xuanhuan gave a triumphant grin, took a slight step with her long legs, and wrapped her arms around Ling Yan's arm naturally, letting Ling Yan's elbow rub against her right chest. Go to the civilian clinic. Hey, can you pay attention to the influence? My mother is coming back, it's not good to be seen by her. Ling Yan felt the softness and fullness coming from his arms, and thought to himself, how could this little demon girl be so bold, how dare she molest the handsome guy like this in broad daylight? Li Hongmei next door was stunned again. She was standing behind the counter at the entrance of her little shop and saw the scene clearly. This? What kind of luck did this Ling Yan have? The car that came here today is better than yesterday's. This girl is so handsome, how can she be so close to Ling Yan? In the civilian clinic, as soon as xuanhuan entered the room, she let go of Ling Yan's arm and looked at herself. Brother Ling Yan, it turns out that your family runs a clinic? Traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine? Combination of Chinese and Western. It turns out that the two of us are in the same industry, so it's fun now. What's the fun in this? In this way, I can come here to help when I have time. Although I don't know your 9 needles, my medical skills are also very powerful. The medical skills xuanhuan and her grandfather learned seemed to be useful, with a look of eagerness and excitement on her face. That would have to be approved by my mother, and besides, we'll be moving out of here soon. Of course Auntie will agree. You little girl, how can you be so sure? Because I'm your girlfriend, have you forgotten? Ling Yan. What you said was just a temporary shield, okay? It's not true. Pretend to be a little bit like, otherwise Li Qingchuan won't believe it at all, he has a lot of tricks. That's fine, then come over and let me hug first, and then give me 2 kisses. With that said, Ling Yan pretended to be vicious and rushed towards xuanhuan. Xuanhuan dodged coquettishly and ran away laughing. After the two were playing around for a while, xuanhuan suddenly stopped, and stared at Ling Yan carefully for a while with big black eyes. Brother Ling Yan, I think you seem to have lost a lot of weight. Ling Yan sighed heavily in his heart, knowing that you would ask this question sooner or later. Hey, I didn't go shopping with you? You see, my family is so poor, and the nutrition can't keep up, and the body naturally loses weight. Ling Yan explained to xuanhuan, but it was different from explaining to Ning Lingyu. He just swore and ran away from the train. Who knew that xuanhuan didn't eat his tricks at all, didn't even listen to it, just stared at Ling Yan's left face without blinking. The little demon girl watched and suddenly stretched out her long index finger, which was as white as a spring onion, and pressed it towards the dimple on Ling Yan's face. At the same time, his eyes lit up and he said, "What a cute dimple. Why is there only one?" Seeing xuanhuan's fingers poking at her pink cheeks, Ling Yan exaggeratedly leaned back and stepped back, loudly saying, "You can only see, don't touch, do you understand?" Xuanhuan's eyes widened, and she said pitifully, "Brother Ling Yan, I'll just touch it, okay? Just touch it." Here we go again. Ling Yan bit his lip and thought about it, he smiled and said, "Do you want to touch it?" You can touch it if you really want. You can touch it once for 100 yuan. As long as you have enough money, you can touch it as you like. This means that there is no one in the room. If anyone was present, they would definitely scold Ling Yun for being shameless. Such a beautiful girl wants to touch your dimples and pay you back. 100? This is crazy about money. Who knows that Ling Yun is weird? Xuanhuan is even more weird. She bent down and picked up her handbag, grabbed a bundle of 100 yuan bills from it, and the uncle slapped Ling Yun on the chest like a reward, and then said arrogantly, "First come 10,000 yuan. Money." Pfft. Ling Yun was shocked by Xuanhuan's actions, and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he still quietly stuffed the money into his pocket, and said to touch it, "Feel free to touch it, I don't show off my body when it comes to acting." Xuanhuan gave the money, and when she saw that Ling Yun was no longer hiding, she rushed forward with joy on her face, put both hands together, index finger, thumb and pinky took turns to go into battle. Squeeze, and have a lot of fun. Although Ling Yun's left face was repeatedly studied by Xuanhuan as a test item, he was also very happy to play and watch. It turned out that Xuanhuan only cared about her own fun, and unknowingly brought her whole body close to Ling Yun. Almost her entire body got into Ling Yun's arms, and the two trembling masses on her chest were rubbing against Ling Yun's chest, but she was completely stunned. Do not feel. The little demon girl was undoubtedly very conservative today, and the buttons of her white shirt were tightly buttoned. Although Ling Yun couldn't see the deep ditch that was ecstatic, it didn't affect his appreciation of the research at all. Just when the two were studying each other, Ling Yun's cell phone suddenly rang. Ling Yun stared fiercely at the two mountains in front of Xuanhuan's chest for the last time, and then took a step back. "Okay, enough for 100 times, if you touch me again, it will be a loss." Xuanhuan hadn't played enough, she whispered dissatisfiedly, "What, at most 50 times, they spent money." Ling Yun was too lazy to talk to her, and directly answered the phone. It was Ning Lingyu who called. It was almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon. When Ling Yun answered the phone, Ning Lingyu directly shouted, "Brother, my mother and I bought a lot of things, we can't bring them back." The moment he heard this sentence, Ling Yun suddenly understood a truth. It turns out that women all over the world go shopping the same way. He couldn't help but feel a little scared. At noon, he almost took the initiative to asking to go shopping with his mother and Ning Lingyu. Ling Yun asked them where they were, and then asked them to wait there. After hanging up, he immediately called Tang Meng. "Will you do it for you?" As soon as the phone was connected, Ling Yun said directly. "Boss, what's the beauty?" Tang Meng seemed to have just woken up. Replied lazily. "Hey, Lingyu and my mother went shopping in the city this afternoon. They seem to have bought a lot of things, and they can't bring them back. Why don't you go pick them up?" Beautiful difference. Absolutely beautiful. There is nothing more beautiful than this in the world. Tang Meng jumped up from the bed, asked for the address, and hung up the phone decisively. "Wash your face, brush your teeth and comb your hair. Find out what you think is the most handsome and stylish clothes to put on. Say hello to the grandpa who is playing with the parrot at home, and run away with the car keys." Tang Meng's home was in a prosperous area in the city center, not far from where Ning Lingyu and Qin Qiuyue were. According to Tang Meng's driving speed, it would take 4 or 5 minutes to arrive. Tang Meng parked the Hummer firmly beside Ning Lingyu's mother and daughter, got out of the car as fast as possible, and said to Qin Qiuyue, "Aunt Qin, you and Lingyu came to the city to buy things, why don't you let Lingyun say hi to me?" Qin Qiuyue looked at Tang Meng's embarrassed and regretful look. She smiled slightly. "I just took Lingyu out for a walk. I wanted to buy something casually, but I didn't expect to buy more than once. Look at this bunch, I have to trouble you." "No trouble, no trouble. Aunt Qin, are you and Lingyu tired? Get in the car and rest, just leave these things to me." Tang Meng moved things into the car without saying a word, and a big package came. Ning Lingyu glanced at Tang Meng, who was busy with her work. She said softly, "Tang Meng, thank you." Then she got into the car without waiting for Tang Meng's answer. Tang Meng's body trembled, his bent body paused for a moment, the excitement and happiness in his heart were like overturning the river. This is the youth of a teenager, no matter what character or person, for the person you like, no matter what you do, you are willing to do anything, and the other party's light thank you is enough to make you excited and inexplicable. After Tang Meng packed everything into the car, and then got in the car, he turned his head and said respectfully to Qin Qiuyue in the back seat, "Aunt Qin, since you are in the city, we also have a car anyway, or I will book a restaurant and then bring Lingyun too, let's go back after we've had enough." Qin Qiuyue smiled slightly, shook her head lightly and said, "Tang Meng, let you drive to take us back, Auntie has already thanked you very much, how can you let you spend more money, let's just go home, Auntie will cook for you in the evening eat." Ning Lingyu followed suit, "Yeah, I have to go back to school with my brother after dinner." This is the habit of Ning Lingyu and Ling Yun, because their home is too far from the school. If they go back to school on Monday morning, as long as there is a traffic jam, they may delay class, so they all go back to school on Sunday night. Tang Meng didn't ask any further, but started the car, cautiously. Because the people in the car were different this time, Tang Meng drove relatively steadily, and it took about 30 minutes before he returned to Linjiang Road. As he got closer to the civilian clinic, Tang Meng's eyes suddenly fixed on a red car parked by the road. That is. As it got closer, Tang Meng suddenly widened his eyes, because there was a Ferrari parked in front of him. Tang Meng likes cars, his eyes are sharp, he immediately recognized that it was a limited edition Ferrari. He almost jumped out of the driver's seat in shock. Originally, he wanted to shout, "I am grass," but suddenly he remembered who was sitting in the back seat of the car, and swallowed the word grass abruptly. Tang Meng recognized the car as a limited edition Ferrari, but did not know that it belonged to Shui Mining. Shui Mining is only 17 years old this year, and it has only been a few months since she owned this Ferrari. Although Tang Meng followed Li Qingchuan's instructions and secretly protected Shui Mining, he rarely had direct contact with her. Because Shui Mining never took him seriously, Tang Meng was naturally reluctant to get in trouble. "What's wrong?" Qin Qiu also saw Tang Meng's abnormality, so he asked softly. Nothing, Aunt Qin. There seems to be a limited edition Ferrari parked in front of our civilian clinic." "Ah?" Qin Qiuyue didn't say much, but Ning Lingyu suddenly left the seat and lifted her eyes on the co-pilot's backrest. "What a beautiful car." Ning Lingyu couldn't help but admire. At this time, Tang Meng had already parked the car behind the Ferrari. Out of his love for luxury cars, he did not call Ling Yun after getting out of the car, but first walked around the car and pondered in his heart. Shimizu City has another limited edition Ferrari? Who bought this? Why didn't I know? After Ling Yun reached the 3rd floor of the body training, his 5 senses were wide open, and his hearing was abnormal. Before Tang Meng's car reached the door, he stood up and said to Shui Mining, "My mother and my sister are back, let's go and carry things with me." "Go." After she finished speaking, she saw that Shui Mining suddenly changed from an unruly and naughty little girl to a pretty blushing and shy beauty. Shui Mining had always been fierce just now, and I had a lot of trouble with Ling Yun. Now that Ling Yun's mother had really arrived home, she changed her past behavior and began to blush and twist. She blushed like a big ripe apple, bit her delicate red lips lightly, and pinched a strand of long hair with her fingers, twisting and twisting it. Ling Yun looked very strange. He looked at the twisted Shui Mining in disbelief and said, "Hey, what's wrong? This is not like you?" Shui Mining gave Ling Yun a fierce look and said, "What do you know? This is the first time I've seen your mother." Ling Yun laughed and said, "What's the matter?" Yesterday it was the first time I saw you and your grandfather. What's the big deal? Let's go, my mother is very kind. Ling Yin said, grabbed Xuanhuan's arm, dragged her, and walked out. Ning Lingyu and Qin Qiuyue were carrying things out of the trunk of the Hummer when they heard Ling Yun shout, Mom, Lingyu, are you back? The two suddenly looked up. When Qin Qiuyue saw her son walking out of the civilian clinic with a stunningly beautiful girl, she couldn't help smiling and shook her head. Ning Lingyu was completely stunned. But Ning Lingyu was okay, because when Tang Meng saw who the girl Ling Yun was holding, he was completely stunned, dumbfounded. What? Brother Chuan, you said that there is a man shopping with Ninger? Is he tired of living? Peeling his skin? Beating him for a living and can't take care of himself? Tang Meng was dumbfounded, thinking about the promise he made to Li Qingchuan with his chest, and felt his mind froze for a while. It turned out that the one who accompanied Xuanhuan shopping yesterday afternoon turned out to be his newly recognized boss and future big brother in his heart, Ling Yun. Those eye-catching famous brands, such a cool mobile phone number, such a cool limited edition Ferrari. In an instant, Tang Meng put these things together, and thoroughly understood it. It's just, how did the boss get along with Xuanhuan? The distance between the two of them seems to be as far as the Earth to the Moon, right? Suddenly, a light flashed in Tang Meng's mind, and he remembered the scene of Xuanhuan firmly following Ling Yun running on the playground. But how could it be so fast? Tang Meng was puzzled, because even if it was himself, it would be difficult to say a word to Xuanhuan, let alone Ling Yun. Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu both stopped their movements. Qin Qiuyue saw Ling Yun leading Xuanhuan over, and smiled slightly. Ling Yun, who is this? Ling Yun was about to introduce, but Xuanhuan said, Aunt Qin, my name is Xuanhuan, I'm Ling Yun's girlfriend. Apart from Qin Qiuyue, Ning Lingyu, Tang Meng, and even Ling Yun were all stunned after hearing what this little demon girl said. Although Xuanhuan had never been blushing and had never been shy, she actually hugged Ling Yun's arm with her backhand. Damn, she whispered shyly to Qin Qiuyue. The most important reason why Xuanhuan said this is of course that she also saw Tang Meng and knew that this scene would soon be passed on to Li Qingchuan through Tang Meng, but besides that, Xuanhuan had another thing that she couldn't figure out. The reason, she only knew that she just wanted to say that, and she had to say it. Even when acting. When Ning Lingyu heard this, her delicate body shuddered, her pretty face turned pale, her neat white teeth bit her lower lip, and she didn't know what she was thinking. She is so smart, what Tang Meng could think of, and of course Ning Lingyu immediately understood, there was only one voice in her heart, it was her. This Xuanhuan looks about 1 centimeter taller than herself, and her figure is comparable to her own. Her legs are straight and slender, exuding amazing elasticity and sexiness. She is white as snow without makeup, and has slightly eyebrows. The nose is very beautiful, the lip line is full and distinct, and a pair of big black eyes that can talk, looks beautiful with a hint of heroism. My brother has a girlfriend so soon? Then why was he still like Chao Shanshan yesterday? Seeing Xuanhuan hugging Ling Yun's arms so intimately, with her delicate body tightly clinging to Ling Yun's body, Ning Lingyu's heart was slightly bitter, and she threw a shopping bag in her hand into the trunk as if she was angry. Tang Meng shivered even more when he heard this. What? Girlfriend? It's so lively now, but I really don't dare to get involved. When Tang Meng thought that he would be sandwiched between Ling Yun, Xuanhuan, and Li Qingchuan in the future, his head was as big as a bucket, and his back was soaked with cold sweat. Qin Qiuyue's expression did not change, she looked at Xuanhuan calmly, and then looked at her son with inquiring eyes, as if she wanted to get confirmation from Ling Yun. Mom, it's not a girlfriend, it's just a good impression, just a good impression. Besides nodding with a wry smile, what else could Ling Yun do? When Qin Qiuyue saw Ling Yun admit it, she immediately took Xuanhuan's hand affectionately and said with a smile, Yo, Mei Ning, look, this child Ling Yun didn't tell me in advance when he knew you were here. I'm a little prepared. None. But fortunately, Ling Yu and I just went to the city to buy a lot of things, and came back. It's all ready made, and my aunt will make dumplings for you tonight. After speaking, he greeted Ling Yun to move things into the house. He took xuanhuan's little hand and went straight into the house first. Mei Ning, how old are you this year? Almost 18, Auntie, just call me Ninger. What kind of stuffed dumplings do you like to eat? Auntie makes them for you. Any kind of stuffing will do, the one with leek stuffing the most. What a coincidence, you said. Ling Yun also likes to eat stuffed leeks. I just bought a few kilograms of leeks. The leeks are so tender that they can get out of water when you pinch them. Boss, this. Tang Meng said this 3 times in a row, but he didn't know where to start. His mind was running out of time now. What, this or that? Hurry up and move things. Ling Yun said to Tang Meng angrily, knowing that his identity as a shield was set. Ning Lingyu didn't speak. She watched xuanhuan being dragged into the civilian clinic affectionately by her mother with a complicated expression, lowered her head and silently packed up the things in the trunk. Sister, it's been really lively at your house these 2 days. Li Hongmei finally couldn't sit still. She saw 2 luxury cars parked at the door of the civilian clinic. She saw xuanhuan and Ling Yun's closeness. Seeing Qin Qiuyue lovingly took xuanhuan's hand into the house, the little girl, his face was flushed, and he still didn't understand what was going on. This is the future daughter-in-law coming to the door. OMG. It's a Ferrari. She has never eaten pork, but she has seen pigs running, so Li Hongmei has some vision. Therefore, Li Hongmei didn't care about doing business anymore. She said hello to her husband and came to the backyard of the civilian clinic. Oh, sister-in-law Hongmei is here. I asked you to eat lobster here last night. You have to go back to see the shop. You are not allowed to leave today. Make dumplings with me. I can't do it alone. Qin Qiuyue still hasn't let go of xuanhuan's hand, and said to Li Hongmei with a smile. Don't go. Don't go. Today, Huazi's father is back, and he is looking at the store. I said, girl, who is this girl, and why is she so handsome? Huazi was the nickname of Li Hongmei's son. Xuanhuan lowered her head embarrassedly when she heard Li Hongmei's praise, but the corners of her mouth, with clear lip lines, slightly curled up. Oh, her name is Ninger, she's Ling Yun's girlfriend, and she's a classmate from Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. Qin Qiuyue had already asked xuanhuan a lot of things in such a short time. Soon Ling Yun and Tang Meng moved everything in the car into the backyard. At this time, Qin Qiuyue and Li Hongmei were already busy. Xuanhuan originally wanted to help, but was stopped by Qin Qiuyue. She said to xuanhuan, it's the first time you come to work at home. Auntie Li and you, Auntie Li, will make dumplings very quickly. You can just wait and eat. Xuanhuan breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She was just pretending to make dumplings. Not to mention the package, even if you choose leek, you can probably choose the leek leaves. Ning Lingyu went back to the bedroom, first removed the pretty number card on the phone, and replaced it with the phone card Ling Yun bought for her, then came out and said, you two, let's talk for a while, I go help mom make dumplings. Ling Yun looked at Ning Lingyu's sullen look, and wondered in his heart, what happened to Lingyu? Why aren't you happy after a day's shopping? Could it be that Tang Meng has made my sister angry? He couldn't help frowning and staring at Tang Meng. Tang Meng was sitting on the broken sofa, smoking a suffocating cigarette at this time, but he kept staring at Ling Yun, as if he had something to say. What do you want to say? Seeing Tang Meng hesitated, Ling Yun asked. Boss, I want to say, you may be in big trouble. Tang Meng exhaled a puff of smoke and looked at Ling Yun worriedly. Ling Yun rented a house. Tang Meng thought it was to build a love nest with Chao Shanshan, but today he found out that the hostess of that house might be xuanhuan. Chao Shanshan with a terrifying background, Shui Mining with great background, plus Li Qingchuan, the #1 dude in Qingshui City, who is jealous. Tang Meng is too big to think about it. What's the trouble? Ling Yun knew that he had caused a lot of trouble in the past 2 days, and it seemed that it was not small, but he hadn't taken these troubles seriously. First of all, yesterday's hot scene between you and Chao Shanshan was photographed by a classmate who saw it with a mobile phone, and anonymously posted it to our post bar in Qingshui #1 middle school. So what? Ling Yun said indifferently. Actually, it's nothing. As soon as the post was posted, it was immediately put on the top. Our Qingshui #1 middle school had less than 2,000 students. In just one night, we had more than 50,000 clicks and more than 10,000 replies. Tang Meng thought about how popular the post was when he was browsing the post bar at home after he went back last night, so he secretly sweated for Ling Yun. Ling Yun frowned. What does that mean? Tang Meng raised his eyes and glanced at Ling Yun, and said with a wry smile, what else can you say? It means that you are hot. Anyway, you will know when you arrive at school tomorrow. If it's hot, it's hot. Could it be trouble if it's hot? Ling Yun wondered. Tang Meng said in his heart that the trouble was not here, but in the capital thousands of miles away. If Li Qingchuan knew about this, would he still have to rush back like his boat was on fire? In that scene, there is no doubt that Mars will hit the Earth. Moreover, based on Shui Mining's performance just now, it was obvious that she hadn't seen that post, and Chao Shanshan probably didn't know that Shui Mining was a guest at Ling Yun's house. If they both knew about each other. Boss, just ask yourself for more blessings. My little god of gamblers can only hide as far as possible. Love can't help. In the courtyard, Ning Lingyu, who came out of the house, and Shui Mining, who was about to enter the house, met each other as they walked. Although the two have never dealt with each other, they both know each other and know each other. One is the well-deserved school flower of Qingshui #1 middle school, and the other is the most popular and most potential person in the school. After Ning Lingyu and Chao Shanshan graduated, they became the first school flower, and it was impossible not to know each other. Sister Lingyu. Shui Mining called Ning Lingyu obediently. Well, my brother is in the house. Come in and play, and I'll help my mother cook. Although Ning Lingyu felt uncomfortable, she couldn't ignore Shui Mining. After all, she was her brother's girlfriend, and it was the first time she came to the house. Shui Mining nodded with a smile. The two passed by, and couldn't help but compliment each other. She is indeed beautiful. Tang Meng saw Shui Mining coming in, so he quickly pinched out the cigarette, stood up and sneered, Ninger, you. What are you? I said that you are not allowed to call me Ninger. Shui Mining changed her shy look just now, and said fiercely. Although Shui Mining seemed to have suddenly become a shy and well-behaved girl to Ling Yun's family, when she faced Tang Meng, she immediately revealed her true identity. Yes. Tang Meng knew that this unruly and willful aunt was not easy to mess with, but there was nothing he could do. Who would let his grandfather be a genius doctor? If someone in the family is seriously ill, as long as you find Dr. Shui, it will mean an extra life. Of course, if Tang Meng knew that Ling Yun was now his greatest talisman, he would probably have a little more confidence when facing Shui Mining. Ling Yun couldn't help laughing when he saw Tang Meng being crushed by Shui Mining. He coughed to relieve Tang Meng. I said, let's not be idle, I'm going to move some things to the school tonight. Come and work. Saying that, he walked into his bedroom first. Tang Meng was very moved by Ling Yun's relief. He immediately nodded at Shui Mining, and fled to Ling Yun's bedroom. Hey, these books in the bookcase and those on the desk are all moved to the car to save a while of trouble. Tang Meng knew what was going on, so he didn't ask any further questions, and started to move things with Ling Yun. There are two things that test people the most in the world, one is love and the other is death. In fact, there is a third, pain. Tian Xiaoguang finally knew what it felt like to be hit by a riot stick today, especially when he was hit hard by 5 or 6 riot sticks together. During the fight, Ling Yun used Tian Xiaoguang as a human-shaped shield to block the attacks of the other 6 city officials. Tian Xiaoguang was hit hard on his head, shoulders, chest and arms. Fortunately, the stick body of the riot stick is covered with rubber, otherwise Tian Xiaoguang would definitely be maimed with such a play. After being treated in the hospital, Tian Xiaoguang woke up, but he would rather remain in a coma because his whole body was so painful. Not only is the knife capable of hitting, but he is also very good at being a man. He has not left since he came to the hospital in the morning. Brother came a step late and made you suffer, it's all brother's fault. Seeing Tian Xiaoguang awake, Daozi was heartbroken and said with a face full of remorse. The reason why the knife has been rampant and domineering in the area of Linjiang Road for so long is that it is very diplomatic. Brother Dao, no. I don't blame you, that kid did have 2 strokes, oh. In less than half a minute, all 7 of us were knocked down by him. Tian Xiaoguang grinned and endured the pain. Li Kuan, who also did not leave in the ward, Wang Bo, and others, bowed their heads in shame. Daozi frowned and nodded, and said to Tian Xiaoguang, Brother, I have already found someone to find out. The kid who hit you is not someone else, but Ling Yun, the son of Qin Qiuyue from the civilian clinic. Don't worry, my brother has already arranged it. It's not convenient for us to do it during the day, but tonight my brother will take someone to smash the civilian clinic and discount Ling Yun's 2 legs. What do you want to do at that time, as long as you say a word? Knife said with a calm expression, it seems that breaking a person's legs is not a big deal to him at all. Hey! Brother Dao, does my uncle know about my being beaten? Tian Xiaoguang was a young man in his 20s. He couldn't even get out of bed when he was beaten. The first thing that came to his mind was his relatives. Knife's brows furrowed even tighter, the scar on his face twitched, he raised his hand and stroked his head. Xiaoguang, Uncle Tian already knows about your beating, but he has a meeting today, so I didn't come here, I said it was for you to take care of your injuries. But Dao Zixin said, is there a meeting? There's a fart meeting. Your uncle is also lying in this hospital now. Right on the 3rd floor. At about 10 o'clock in the morning, Daozi received a call from Tian Buetao, saying that he was asked to come to the hospital. Daozi happened to be in Tian Xiaoguang's ward at the time. I don't know why Tian Buetao also came to the hospital, so he rushed to the hospital alone. To the 3rd floor. As soon as he entered Tian Buetao's ward, he was stunned, only to see Tian Buetao's chubby face as swollen as a pumpkin, lying on the hospital bed playing a hanging bottle. He has a lot of experience in knife fights. He knew Tian Buetao's face was slapped at a glance, and he thought that these uncles and nephews were really good-hearted, and even he was beaten together. He came to Tian Buetao's hospital bed in 3 steps and 2 steps. After asking carefully, he realized that Tian Buetao was also beaten by Ling Yun. He was shocked at that time. Tian Buetao didn't dare to go home after being cleaned up by Ling Yun and Tang Meng last night. After thinking about it, he decided to go to the hospital for treatment first, and talk about it after the swelling on his face had disappeared. After all, it was his own. What face? He called his wife and said that a leader suddenly came to the unit and needed entertainment, so he didn't go back, and went directly to the hospital to go through the hospitalization procedures. Tian Yanwang is not a person who likes to suffer. That night, he figured out how to deal with Qin Qiuyue's family. He first found a knife and smashed it, shocking Qin Qiuyue and letting her know how powerful it was. Then I would say hello to my friends from the District Health Bureau, and find an excuse to shut down Qin Qiuyue's clinic, and then wait for the demolition of the slum area. I will stumble from the middle and find a way to make Qin Qiuyue this I can't get the demolition fee. In this way, he doesn't believe that Qin Qiuyue will not come to beg him obediently, and then he will do whatever he wants. Tian Buetao made a wishful thinking last night. No, just woke up this morning and called Daozi. But what he didn't expect was that the knife would come so quickly. Knife, how did you come so quickly? You just answered the phone in the hospital? Tian Buetao asked in surprise, thinking that the knife wasn't wounded. Could it be that he made another woman's belly bigger and came here to have an abortion? Knife's face was embarrassed. Let me tell you. The knife made Tian Xiaoguang unable to get out of bed after being beaten by Ling Yun, and he told Tian Buetao exactly that, which made Tian Buetao's nose crooked with anger. Well, the two uncles and nephews were beaten by the same person one after the other. They were all in the same hospital. For Tian Buetao, is this more than a great shame? This is as if Ling Yun squatted on every grave of his family's ancestral grave and pulled a pile of shit. At that time, he gave his life to the knife. Tonight, he must bring someone to smash the civilian clinic to pieces, break Ling Yun's legs, and then find a place to lock Ling Yun up, waiting for Tian Xiaoguang to go to the ground and let him handle it himself. However, even now, Tian Buetao still has no heart for Qin Qiuyue, and instructed the knife not to hurt Qin Qiuyue. Of course, Daozi knew Tian Buetao's sweet guts, but he didn't say much, just made an expression of righteous indignation, and agreed with all his mouth. Tian Buetao discussed with Daozi for a while, and told Daozi not to tell Tian Xiaoguang that he was also in the hospital, so he let him leave. It is because of this that when Tian Xiaoguang asked about Tian Buetao, Daozi brought out the reason that Tian Buetao wants to have a meeting. Brother, don't worry, my brother will never let you suffer. Uncle Tian has already explained it, and my brother will definitely treat you beautifully, so that you can let out this bad breath. In fact, Daozi really wanted to see and see. Where did such a stunned boy come from? No matter what, on my Daoji's territory, he first beat up my protective umbrella, Tian Buetao, and then took the so-called bandit in uniform. The city management has been beaten, this is going to be crazy. Hey, it hurts me to death, brother, don't be careless, that Ling Yun must have 2 strokes, and he is very strong, you must bring some more people when the time comes, the 7 of us can't deal with him. Tian Xiaoguang reminded Dao Zidao. The knife sneered, the scar on his face also trembled, and his eyes narrowed slightly, making people daunting. Can he fight? Can he fight like the 4 great kings under my hand again? Can he fight your brother and me again? Forgot what your brother's background was? After he finished speaking, he stood up and said, Brother, don't worry, my brother will definitely smash the civilian clinic tonight. As long as that Ling Yun is still in Qingshui, my brother will promise to break his legs. You take care of your injuries here, I'll arrange the manpower. Daozi left the hospital, drove directly back to his residence, and called all the 4 great kings under him. Knife lit a cigarette, pondered for a while, and then said to the 4 burly men on the opposite side, You gather your brothers, get your guys ready, tonight at 9 o'clock, we will go and smash the civilian clinic. This area is about to be demolished, and those disobedient nail households must be cleaned up by us, so let's rehearse them in advance. Civilian clinic, 8:45 p.m. Ling Yun's family had just finished eating dumplings, and Li Hongmei had already returned to her small shop. Mom, we'll go back to school first. If anything happens, just call me. Ling Yun said goodbye to Qin Qiuyue. Well, bring the clothes your mother bought for you. When you go back to school, you have to concentrate on your studies. Mom hopes you can get a good grade in the test. Qin Qiuyue had a smile on her face as she carefully arranged Ling Yun's clothes, with a hint of anticipation in her loving eyes. Don't worry, Mom, I won't let you down. Ling Yun nodded lightly and said calmly. That's good. Shui Mining and Tang Meng also politely said goodbye to Qin Qiuyue, and then Qin Qiuyue sent the 4 people out of the civilian clinic together. In front of Qin Qiuyue and Tang Meng, Shui Mining took Ling Yun's arm naturally, for fear that he would run away. Ling Yan had no choice but to get into xuanhuan's car, but when he turned his head, he saw Ling Yu actually got into Tang Meng's car for the first time ever. It made Tang Meng's boy so excited that he almost shivered all over. Ling Yan smiled and shook his head, waved goodbye to his mother, and was about to let xuanhuan drive, but suddenly saw the blinding lights ahead, a car roaring straight towards the civilian clinic. Ling Yan suddenly narrowed his eyes. He touched the 2 boxes of large needles on his waist with his hand, and thought to himself. Yes, fortunately, I took a step late. Remember, no matter what happens, don't get out of the car for a while. Ling Yan told xuanhuan, and then quickly got out of the car. At this time, he didn't care about shocking the world. With a flicker of his figure, he almost came to Qin Qiuyue, who was still standing at the door. He put his hands on Qin Qiuyue's shoulders and said, "Mom, someone is coming to trouble us, you go up first. Go to Tang Meng's car." As he spoke, he hugged Qin Qiuyue and walked quickly towards the Hummer. Tang Meng also noticed the strangeness in front of him. He opened the car door and shouted to Ling Yan, what happened? Ling Yan didn't have time to talk to him, so he brought his mother to the side of the Hummer and pushed Qin Qiuyue into the back seat of the car. Then he said to Tang Meng, "Someone came to trouble us, remember, no matter what happens, you must stay in the car and not come out. Tang Meng, you must protect my mother and my sister, do you hear?" Qin Qiuyue didn't speak, and she didn't have time to speak, but in her plain and calm eyes, a smile of appreciation flashed. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he walked back to the Ferrari in a flash, opened the rear door, and got in like a loach. "Ninger, are you afraid?" After Ling Yan closed the car door, a bright smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and smiled at xuanhuan, who turned back. Xuanhuan stared at her big black eyes, tilted her head to watch Ling Yan for a long time, and suddenly smiled and said, "Brother Ling Yan, you were so fast just now, do you know martial arts?" Ling Yan said in his heart that this little girl was either born bold or heartless. He curled the corners of his mouth and blinked. "Ninger, your mobile phone should have a video recording function, remember to report the crimes of these grandchildren later. Record it, do you hear it?" Just as the two were talking, the car at the front of the entire line of cars had stopped, and 7 or 8 burly men came out of the car, all of them holding swords and sticks. After getting off the car, they did not speak. Fiercely, he rushed towards the door of the civilian clinic. As soon as the dozen or so vehicles stopped, the dozen or so motorcycles that had been following the entire line of cars rushed to the door of the civilian clinic without reducing their speed. At least 2 people were sitting on each motorcycle, both of them holding with an iron rod. The motorcycle stopped and did not turn off, the engine roared, deafening. Hundreds of people came at once. They quickly surrounded the doors of the civilian clinic, but they did not attack, as if they were waiting for something. Li Hongmei had just returned home not long ago, and was looking at Qin Qiuyue's future daughter-in-law, when she suddenly saw this kind of battle. Her face turned pale with fright, and she quickly closed the door of the store. "Brother Dao, the lights are on and the door is open, but there is no one in the clinic, what should I do?" Brother Dao, one of the 4 great kings, the gold medal fighter wolf warrior, saw Brother Dao coming to him and asked. Seeing that Brother Dao had blocked the door of the civilian clinic, he leisurely lit a cigarette and puffed out a puff of smoke. "Why don't you ask? They must be in the backyard now, smash the clinic for me first." Zhang Lang nodded his head, waved his hand behind him, and spat out a word, "Smash." After saying a word, more than 30 young people like wolves and tigers rushed into the civilian clinic that was less than 100 square meters with iron rods, and smashed everything when they saw it. After a burst of infiltrating cries, a person ran to the door and said to Brother Dao, "Brother Dao, after smashing it, nothing is complete." Brother Dao likes that kind of destructive sound, that kind of clanging sound. To him, it is like fairy music, very intoxicated. He used his little finger to pick at his ear slightly, squinting his eyes and said, "Well, Is there anyone coming out of the backyard? No. Brother Dao smiled. That seems to be scared and stupid. Go in and arrest people. Before he finished speaking, there was a sudden commotion behind the crowd. Please let me go, let me go. I'll go do something first. Thanks. A tall fat man with a harmless smile on his face squeezed in. Brother Dao frowned slightly, looked at the four great kings beside him and asked dissatisfiedly, who brought this? Why don't you understand the rules? The four big kings, dragons, tigers, wolves, and leopards, all looked at the people who came, and found that they didn't know each other at all, so they all shook their heads. Didn't you see we were working? Get out if you don't want to die. When someone in the crowd saw that the four great kings did not know this fat man, they immediately shouted. Ling Yun carefully pushed aside the iron bars around him, and finally squeezed to the door of the clinic. He glanced at the place where the sound came from just now, and said aggrievedly like a little daughter-in-law, I'll go in and do some errands, and I'll leave when I'm done. Can't you? What's wrong with you? Where did you come from? You are so stupid? Zheng, who was the most impatient. He stared at him and wanted to go forward and throw Ling Yun out, but was stopped by Brother Dao. Let him go in and see what medicine this kid is selling in the gourd. Brother Dao said lightly. He vaguely remembered that when Li Kuan and others described the appearance of the person who beat them, they seemed to be talking about a man in sportswear. Fat man. Ling Yun was so happy that he turned around and entered the room. Now the entire civilian clinic is in a mess, with pills lying all over the floor, all the infusion bottles are smashed or broken, and the glass slag is washed away by the transparent liquid, shining brightly under the light. Ling Yun's eyes swept away, and with a sigh of relief, he said to the person who came out to report the results of the battle, You kid lied about the military situation, should you fight? The man was a little stunned by what Ling Yun said, and he said stunned, Where did I lie about the military situation? Ling Yun pointed at the light bulb that glowed overhead. Look, you said everything was smashed. Isn't there a light bulb that hasn't been smashed yet? When the man saw that the boy was still in the mood to play with him surrounded by so many people at the door, he was furious. I'm stupid, what do you think of the light bulb? Are you here to find fault? Yes, I'm here to find fault. Before he could finish speaking, Ling Yun raised one hand, and a large needle that had been buckled in the palm of his hand flew out like lightning. The light bulb shattered with a bang, and the room was instantly pitch black. Originally, the light inside the house was brighter than the light outside, but the light bulb inside was broken. Although the light from outside the house was still shining in, there were still blind spots for more than 10 seconds for people's sight. That is to say, the people surrounding the house now look into the house, it is pitch black at all, and they can't see anything. I'm grass. Something went wrong. Zhang raised his iron rod and was about to rush into the house, but he heard a scream from inside the house, and then a figure flew out of the house. Of course it was thrown out by Ling Yun. Others have blind spots, but for Ling Yun, who has reached the middle stage of the third level of body training, this little bit of darkness has no effect on him. With a bang, this person smashed into the crowd outside the house who couldn't react at all. Ouch! I am grass. The screams were repeated, and 5 or 6 people were knocked to the ground, screaming in pain. If it weren't for Zhang quick eyes and quick hands, it is estimated that he would be the first to suffer. But, it's not over yet. 1, 3, 5. In less than a minute, the 30 or so people who broke into the house were all thrown out by Ling Yun. They almost all landed in the same place. In a short while, a mountain of people has piled up outside the civilian clinic. What's even more amusing is that when someone was thrown out, he subconsciously held on to the iron rod in his hand, and the iron rod immediately turned into a flying weapon. On the ass, there is even more unlucky, directly stabbed by the iron rod on the chrysanthemum. People are thrown out one by one, so it's too late for people outside to escape, let alone rush in. A minute later, no one flew out of the room, and the blind spots of everyone outside the clinic had disappeared. Through the light that penetrated into the clinic from the outside, it was already possible to see the situation inside. It turned out that there was another person who was not thrown out by Ling Yun. At this time, Ling Yun was grabbing his left ankle, dragging him to the door like a dog. As if he had never done anything, Ling Yun's face was not red, his heart was beating, he was not panting, he still had a faint smile on his face, his eyes were still calm, the dimple on his left cheek was hit by the light outside the house and fell on it. In the Ferrari car, Xuanhuan, who was holding her mobile phone and taking pictures frantically, looked so handsome and charming. "Excuse me, you have seen it, they have guys in their hands, and I have nothing in my hands, so I have to let you use a weapon to block it for a while." Ling Yun bowed his head with a smile, and discussed with him the humanoid weapon he was carrying. That unfortunate guy's left ankle was tightly grasped by Ling Yun, his right foot was drooping on the ground, his hands could only support the ground hard, and he was struggling to raise his head like a dog. He now wanted to die. Damn it. It's shocking. The boss is like a god of war. Inside the Hummer, Tang Meng looked worried as Ling Yun squeezed into the crowd. Qiuyue stopped him. When he saw dozens of people who broke into the house flying out one by one, and quickly piled up into a mountain outside, he was already stunned. Seeing Ling Yun dragging a person in his hand, standing majestically at the door, and his calmness not paying attention to the hundreds of people in the dark, Tang Meng was even more excited than a chicken blood. He had long forgotten the car sitting in the back seat are Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu. As for Ning Lingyu was already stunned. When she saw Ling Yun squeeze into the crowd, she only felt that her mind was blank, her face turned pale with fright, her teeth bit her lower lip without a trace of blood, her fingers clenched tightly into fists, and all her fingernails sank into the palm of her hand. It doesn't hurt either. Now, seeing Ling Yun domineeringly appearing at the door, Ning Lingyu swore that she would never forget Ling Yun's unintentional display of "even if there are thousands of people, I will go." Ling Yun tugged at his weapon with his hand, then pointed at the 60 people who were still standing outside the house, raised his chin and said, "Who is in charge here?" For a time, the people brought by Brother Dao were silent, including the 4 great King Kong, no one dared to speak. Of course, the mountain of more than 40 people who were screaming in agony was naturally excluded. Although everyone couldn't see what happened in the house, they could clearly see that more than 30 people in the house flew out. Although the movements and postures of flying out are various, they are all flying out. A person can throw more than 30 people so far in 1 minute, and still stand there without blushing or panting. How strong are these 2 arms? Not to mention throwing a living person, even throwing a basketball, throwing 30 basketballs in 1 minute can make people tired enough. Is he still human? Strength is only one of them. Anyone with a good brain can think that the most terrifying thing about Ling Yun is not the strength that he throws at more than 30 people in a row, but there are 2 points that are even more terrifying and despair. First of all, the people standing in the house are all living people. They are all lively young people. They are so good-natured, let Ling Yun catch them and throw them out. Therefore, there is no doubt that Ling Yun subdued them in an instant, and then threw them out like trash. Second, it is the head. Terrible head. Although the door of the civilian clinic is not narrow, the width of the 2 doors combined is only 1.8 meters wide, and the height is less than 2 meters. However, Ling Yun threw more than 30 people in a row, and no one hit the door frame. How much caliber does it need to be? At this time everyone understood. It turned out that Ling Yun said with a smile before entering the house, "Excuse me, I'll go ahead and do something." The co-author is to go in and throw people out. Brother Dao's face is ugly, very special, and very ugly. He only felt a burst of bitterness in his mouth, the muscles on his face trembling uncontrollably, and the ferocious knife scar was shivering like a poor earthworm in the dim light. It's impossible not to be afraid. Before a person fights, the courage will be cold. At this time, he had already confirmed that the person in front of him was the guy named Ling Yun who beat up Tian Buetao and Tian Xiaoguang's uncle and nephew into pig heads. Tian Xiaoguang reminded him that although he disapproved of his mouth, he was extremely cautious as a person. As long as he made a move, he had to be 100% sure, and he had to show the momentum of a lion fighting a rabbit, otherwise he would not be able to smash a small clinic. Bring hundreds of people here. But even if he was beaten to death, he would never have imagined that Ling Yun's power was far beyond his imagination. Others are so true, but how can 10,000 ants get a ferocious lion? Tian Buetao and Tian Xiaoguang, who are these two fools, who are they to offend? Brother Dao scolded in his heart, filled with hatred and regret. But at this time, he had to bite the bullet, because his people had smashed their clinic to pieces, and wanted to apologize and reconcile? Just look at Ling Yan's imposing manner standing at the door, it's too late. Brother Dao grinned miserably, daringly lined up the crowd and walked out, laughing more ugly than crying, I have the final say. Ling Yan glanced down at him, thinking that he already knew you had the final say. He asked lightly, what's your name? Brother Knife. Ling Yan stood on the steps, raised his foot condescendingly, and kicked Brother Dao in the chest with a kick of boom. The knife he kicked back 3 or 4 steps in a row, hitting the bodies of Zhang and others, and then stopped. Brother Shit Dao. I asked your name. Ling Yun frowned. Fighting dragons, tigers, wolves, and leopards are loyal to the knife. Seeing that the boss has been kicked by Ling Yun, he will rush up when he picks up the guy. Are they stupid? Not stupid. Are they afraid? Of course also afraid. But those who are mixed in the road, the bad will be bad, but it is finally the right word, fighting and killing every day, there are always people who can't beat them, and you can't scare your pants when you can't beat them. After all, they are still a bit famous in the rivers and lakes of Qingshui City. They would rather be defeated and maimed than be scared to death. They still have to ask for this face. Stop. Knife saw the 4 great kings rushing up and hurriedly endured the severe pain in his chest to stop it, but it was too late. Ling Yun saw the 4 of them rushing up desperately, a rare look of admiration flashed in his eyes, but he showed no mercy. His left foot stuck on the ground as steady as Mount Tai, and his right foot kicked out like lightning, kicking 4 people in a row. Bang 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 bang, the iron rods in the hands of the 4 people were all kicked to the ground by Ling Yun before they could greet him. The 4 great kings fell to the ground. They struggled to get up, but found that they couldn't stand up at all. The severe pain from their chests made the cold sweat on their bodies break out all at once. Ling Yun snorted coldly, pointed at Brother Dao and asked, say, what's your name? My name is Dao Yong, and people on the road usually call me Daozi. This time Daozi knew why he was kicked, and he honestly reported his name. Ling Yun nodded, Dao Yong, okay, let me ask you, do you still want to fight? Still fighting? Fuck it. Do you want Ling Yun to play the game of throwing people again? Now the 4 great kings rushed up together, and before they touched other people's bodies, they all turned into gourds, and the knife himself was kicked by Ling Yun, and he had no strength to fight back. Daozi knew very well in his heart that Ling Yun was playing with them now, and he was obviously showing mercy. Otherwise, they would all be useless now. Planted. Totally planted at home today. Not only was he planted, but the knife completely lost the courage to resist, and he was convinced that he was beaten. He took a deep breath, and clasped his fists with both hands according to the rules of the road. I don't know that there is a master here, we admit it today, and please raise your hand and let our brothers go. Being in a society is for money, and fighting is also for profit, but being in a society is not about fighting. When it's time to pretend to be a grandson, you have to pretend to be a grandson. If you can't fight, you have to fight. It's no different from sending you to death. The knife quickly distinguished the stakes, And he also saw that Ling Yun didn't look like he was going to kill him, so he quickly pretended to be his grandson. Ling Yun didn't speak, but his eyes glanced at the crowd behind the knife. Daozi understood what Ling Yun meant. He turned his head and said, "It's none of your business here, get out of here." The 100 or so people had long been frightened by Ling Yun's godlike performance. Now that they heard the knife let them go, they immediately walked away as if they had been granted amnesty. Ling Yun frowned and said, "Leave 20 quick hands and feet, clean up the house for me, and then leave. The house is now more messy than the garbage dump." Of course, Ling Yun can't let his mother clean up these things. Knife hurriedly left more than 20 people behind and ordered them to clean the house before leaving. How could these 20 people dare to refute at this time? They entered the room honestly, relied on the light from outside, endured the smell of medicine, and carefully cleaned up the room. As long as they are obedient, Ling Yun will discuss everything. He threw off the foot of the humanoid weapon like throwing garbage, and then smiled at the knife and said, "Now, can we sit down and talk? Knives are mixed on the road, how can I not understand what Ling Yun means by talking?" He was quite straightforward, nodded without hesitation, and said directly, "I understand what you mean, as long as you say the number, I will definitely do it with the knife." Ling Yun said in his heart that talking with smart people is to save energy, but he just smiled slightly and waited for the knife to offer his own price. 100,000? Daozi hesitated, pondering Ling Yun's bottom line, and reported a number. Ling Yun looked up at the sky. He felt that it might rain these 2 days. 300,000? Knife gritted his teeth, thinking that the fat customer didn't come last night. Ling Yun looked down at the ground, and gently kicked a piece of glass scum into the distance with his foot. "Just look at the dozen or so sedans you brought with you, at least worth 2 or 3,300,000? What about when I was a kid? The knife hurts in my heart." He said in his heart that he will come to destroy the door tonight, he will also come to smash people's stores, and he will also smash people's legs. Not to mention that his legs were almost smashed. The 300,000 he just earned was not enough to pay. The knife gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, his lips trembling, and said, 500,000. Ling Yun finally looked up at him and said lightly, 600,000, cash, buy 5 of your lives, hurry up and call someone to bring it. The knife only felt that his eyes were black, and his heart contracted violently several times as if it was hit by a heavy hammer. He worked hard for 2 months, and he just made 600,000 in income. But finally there is an accurate number, and people also said, 600,000, 5 lives, 120,000 to buy a life, the money is worth it. He believed that if he did not accept this number, he and his 4 great kings would definitely explain it here. Even if Ling Yun didn't kill them, if Ling Yun had a little more strength when he beat them, the cost of going to the hospital would be more than that. What's more, he even smashed other people's clinics. Therefore, he felt pain in the flesh, but he silently accepted Ling Yun's price, and directly called the finance of his casino and asked her to immediately bring 600,000 in cash. Well, this is a good way to make money. Ling Yun was sober in his heart, but his face remained calm, thinking that it would be great if more people came to smash the clinic. Ling Yun nodded, and came to the front of the knife in a flash, his index finger stretched out, puff puff puff. He shot a few big points on the knife, like electricity. You can't die. Don't be afraid. Ling Yun looked at the pale knife and giggled. Within a month, your body will be as normal, but every night at midnight, you will be in pain for 3 or 4 minutes. Already. Then Ling Yun smiled and said lightly, I don't care what the reason is for you to smash my clinic, but as long as there is a little trouble in this clinic within this month, you will die, understand? Knife can finally confirm now that he has met the legendary martial arts master. He nodded dejectedly, and could only accept this painful reality. 20 minutes later, a car came to the door of the civilian clinic. 2 people, a man and a woman, got out of the car. Everyone was carrying a heavy black bag, apparently filled with bundles of $100 bills. The knife took 2 black bags from the 2 of them, and handed them to Ling Yun respectfully. "Would you like some?" Ling Yun took the bag, threw it on the ground beside him, and said lightly, "No need." He looked back to see that the house had been cleaned and was spotless, and then said to the knife, "Remember what I said, come here to find me a month later. Now, with your people, get out of here." The 20 or so thugs bowed their heads and walked out of the civilian clinic in silence. A game of flying man. The buddy, who was almost used by Ling Yun as a humanoid weapon, shyly and grinned, nodded and bowed at Ling Yun, who was standing on the doorstep, with embarrassed fear in his eyes. Ling Yun's eyes were calm and unwavering, with a hint of mockery and pity, looking at the night sky in the distance, as if the people in front of him didn't exist at all. There was a fierce tiger in his heart, and tonight he had no choice but to let it out of the cage in front of his mother Qin Qiuyue, his sister Ning Lingyu, the little gambling god Tang Meng, and the little demon girl xuanhuan. Daozi honestly clasped his fists at Ling Yun, then waved his hand and quietly left with 2 financial officers and more than 20 gangsters, not daring to stop for a while. When they came, there were more than a dozen cars, a dozen motorcycles, and hundreds of people in a mighty crowd. The small clinic was indeed smashed, and the smashing was hearty, but unfortunately, it smashed something that was only 20,000 yuan, but lost 600,000. But even so, Daozi felt distressed, but he was still very happy, because he knew clearly that Ling Yun could kill him with just raising his hand. A knife is a person who licks blood on the edge of the knife all day. How could he not have the eyesight? Don't look at the harmless smile on Ling Yun's face all the time. It's just because people don't take him seriously. If Ling Yun was dissatisfied with something he did just now, he would definitely not let himself stand up to get out of here. Not to mention that Ling Yun asked him 600,000 yuan, even if he asked him for 1 million yuan, he had to obediently collect the money and offer it with respectful hands. The knife got into the 2 cars driven by finance, only to find that his back was soaked in cold sweat. He raised his hand and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then said to the financial man, "Go back and tell the brothers, if anyone tells about what happened tonight, I will peel him off. In addition, starting tomorrow, send someone to protect him. This clinic, within this month, can't make any mistakes. Go." After the knife took the people away, the doors of the Hummer and Ferrari opened at the same time, and the 4 people in the car got out of the car. Xuanhuan and Tang Meng shouted and ran towards Ling Yun. "Boss, you are too fierce, aren't you?" "I'm dumbfounded." Tang Meng's eyes were bigger than bull's eyes, shining with surprise and admiration. "Brother Ling Yun, you are so handsome." Xuanhuan shouted loudly and was about to dive into Ling Yun's arms. Ling Yun shook his head with a wry smile, raised his hand to lightly block Xuanhuan, but his eyes turned to his mother, Qin Qiuyue, who was walking over. Tang Meng and Xuanhuan are easy to deal with, and they can deal with it if they make up nonsense, but how do you explain the mother and sister here? But Ling Yun soon realized that his worries were completely unnecessary, because Qin Qiuyue came over and said angrily to him, "You child, it's okay to have a lot of strength since you were young. Didn't your mother tell you that you are not allowed to show it? Strong as a child? Not allowed to show?" Ling Yun, who is racking his brains to find a way to deal with his mother's interrogation, is stupid. Tang Meng was stunned. What? It turns out that Ling Yun has been very strong since he was a child? Then why did he endure the bullying of his classmates before and couldn't fight back? Xuanhuan, who was struggling to push the arm that Ling Yun was blocking in front of her, heard this, and immediately stopped the movement of her hand. Her eyes rolled around, and she didn't make a sound. Ling Yun raised his hand and scratched his head, and said with a look of embarrassment, Mom, you see they all smashed our clinic, I can't just let them mess around." Qin Qiuyue nodded and smiled. "Well, that's true, you can't be so reckless in the future, you'll scare your sister." Ning Lingyu stood beside Qin Qiuyue. Biting his lower lip lightly, he stared at Ling Yun with complicated eyes, but he didn't speak. Ling Yun nodded hastily, then lifted the 2 bags from the ground and said, "Mom, this is what they compensate us for, you put it away." A full 600,000 yuan bills, weighing more than 10 kilograms, were heavy in his hands. Although Ling Yun's face was calm, his heart was already blooming with joy. Qin Chuyue didn't even bother to look at the 2 money bags. She waved her hand lightly and said with a smile, "The things in our clinic, including all the medicines, add up to 10,000 yuan, so my mother can still get it." "I don't need this money, Mom, just keep it yourself." "Wow. With so much money, boss, you can be considered prosperous now." Tang Meng looked at the size of the 2 bags, his eyes lit up, and he shouted excitedly. "Look at your worthless appearance, it's like you haven't seen money in 8 lifetimes." Shui Mei gave Tang Meng a blank look and whispered. Seeing that his mother's attitude was very firm, Ling Yun didn't insist any longer. He shoved 2 bags into Tang Meng's hands, then thought about it and said to his mother, "Mom, our clinic has not been peaceful these 2 days, why don't you come with us to the city and find a place to stay for a few days?" Even though Ling Yun had shocked everyone with the knife tonight, but among the more than 100 people, there were a few who did not listen to their greetings. Shui Mining and Tang Meng also seemed to have thought of this question. Shui Mining said first, "Yes, Aunt Qin, if someone else makes trouble while brother Ling Yun is not at home, what should we do? Otherwise, you can stay at my house, at home. There are so many empty houses." However, Qin Chuyue said lightly, "Silly boy, can a monk run away from the temple? This is our home, and my mother won't go anywhere. It's almost 10 o'clock, so you can go back to school, you have class tomorrow. Mom, more than 100 of them can come at once. If they come back again, what will you do? Or just go to the city for 1 night as my brother said?" Ning Lingyu finally spoke, and she was very worried about her mother's safety. Qin Chuyue still shook her head. "Okay, you don't have to worry about your mother, just study hard when you get to school, go, and your mother will take you to the car." Seeing that Qin Chuyue had no intention of going to the city at all, the 4 of them had to return to their cars one after another. The 2 luxury cars started at the same time, and under Qin Chuyue's smiling gaze, they drove towards the city. Inside the Ferrari. "Brother Ling Yun, you were so majestic just now, how did you throw them out one by one?" Ling Yun chuckled, "It's like throwing a basketball out." "Brother Ling Yun, how much is the total in those 2 bags?" 600,000. "Brother Ling Yun, why do you ask them 600,000 yuan? They are so afraid of you, if you ask them for 1 million yuan, they will definitely give it. Humph, let them dare to smash Aunt Qin's clinic." "Haha. 600,000 is a lot." With 10,000 yuan, he could earn 600,000 yuan. Ling Yun was very content. "Brother Ling Yun, why do you want to rent a house off campus? Where did you rent the house?" Since seeing Ling Yun's performance like a god of war, Shui Mining has been saying "Brother Ling Yun" one by one, her voice so charming and sweet, making Ling Yun's bones cry. However, Ling Yun really couldn't stand the little demon girl's questions one after another. He said impatiently, "Okay, where did you get so many questions? If you concentrate on driving, you're about to hit a telephone pole." What Ling Yun was thinking about at this time was, why didn't her mother ask anything just now, and instead she covered it up for herself? Could it be that, as Tang Meng said, mother is not immortal? "But I can't feel anything." Tang Meng drove the Hummer and followed the Ferrari unhurriedly. Right now, he was full of thoughts and complicated. It can be said that Tang Meng, Shui Mining, Ning Lingyu, 3 people, whoever they choose, they are all with 7 orifices and exquisite hearts, each with a quick mind. Now, Ling Yan's 2 money bags were placed on the passenger seat beside Tang Meng, while Ning Lingyu was sitting silently on the back seat of the Hummer, looking at the night outside the car with a pair of smart eyes, upright in a trance. Tang Meng longed for day and night to finally have a chance to be alone with Ninglingyu. He wanted to start a conversation and wanted to have a few words with Ninglingyu, but he was so excited that he didn't know where to start. At the same time, the horizontal or vertical figures, one after another flying out of the civilian clinic, were replayed in front of Tang Meng's eyes like a rewind, making Tang Meng involuntarily recall Ling Yun's performance in the past 2 days. From the 11 laps on the playground carrying sandbags, to Ling Yun's attitude towards him and Chao Shanshan on the second floor of the campus cafeteria, to Ling Yun's violent tickling of Jun's hair, and avoiding the beer bottle that two gangs smashed. In just 2 or 3 days, Ling Yun has changed from a docile sheep to a fierce tiger going down the mountain. As long as it is against him, it will end in a bleak situation, without exception. Are these all because of strength? Is it just a lot of strength? Tang Meng, I want to ask you to do me a favor, can you? Ninglingyu's voice was soothing, breaking the silence inside the Hummer. Tang Meng's body stagnated suddenly, and he almost couldn't hold the steering wheel. He didn't dare to look back. He straightened his upper body and said, Lingyu, what's the matter? Ninglingyu bit her lower lip lightly and said hesitantly, my brother gave me a good mobile number yesterday. I don't want to use it. Can you help me return it to him? It was the first time that the beloved asked each other. Tang Meng nodded without thinking, yes. However, he quickly remembered that yesterday Ling Yun said that there were 2 mobile phone numbers reserved for his mother and sister. He couldn't help but wonder, why did Ninglingyu not want to use such a good phone number? Lingyu, that phone number is very good and easy to remember. Why don't you want to use it? Tang Meng asked. No reason, you just need to return this card to him and tell him that I will use the original one in the future. After Ninglingyu finished speaking, she fell silent again and stopped speaking. There were few vehicles at night. After the 2 cars drove into the city, they started a hurricane and soon came to Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. In normal times, Qingshui No. 1 Middle School had just finished the evening self-study. When Ferrari and Hummer drove into the campus, every classroom in the 3rd year of high school was still lit, even the 1st and 2nd high school students. In the classroom, there are also several classroom lights on. Obviously, like Ling Yun and Ninglingyu, many senior high school students returned to school on Sunday afternoon, and started their new week of hard work, working hard for the college entrance examination. The streets and alleys of Qingshui City are almost full of roses, and Qingshui No. 1 is no exception. The lush roses cover the fences and low walls of Qingshui No. 1. It is the end of March and the beginning of April, and some roses have quietly bloomed. The whole campus is filled with a kind of elegant fragrance. The 2 luxury cars drove straight in and stopped directly at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Ling Yun, Ninglingyu, and Tang Meng got out of the car in turn. Shui Mining was afraid of being seen by her classmates, but she hid in the Ferrari and did not get out. Brother, you live alone outside the school. You must pay attention to safety. Also, you are not allowed to skip classes next week. After a long period of silence and thinking, Ninglingyu seemed to finally get out of her complicated state of mind. She smiled sweetly and looked at Ling Yun with a smile. Ling Yun patted his chest and said sternly, Lingyu, don't worry, my brother promises you that until the college entrance examination, I will never skip classes again. Unless. After hearing this, Ninglingyu couldn't help laughing Poochie. Her smile was like a flower, her beautiful Yuanshan eyebrows slightly raised. She gave Lingyun a blank look, and said angrily, I knew you would say unless. Suddenly, she came to a low wall and observed it carefully, then lightly raised her hand, picked a pink rose flower that was about to bloom, then walked back, looked into Ling Yun's eyes and said, Thank you, brother. The mobile phone and computer I bought, In return, I will give you this flower, you must make sure it blooms. Seeing Ninglingyu's quirky yet solemn appearance, Ling Yun smiled helplessly, took the rose flower in his hand, put it on the tip of his nose and sniffed it lightly, pretending to be intoxicated, it's so fragrant. Don't worry, brother promises to make it bloom. Ning Lingyu listened, her slender and graceful body trembled imperceptibly, her face was blushing and hot. She lowered her head with a "n", took her things, turned around and ran quickly into the girls' dormitory. Lingyu is really strange, why don't you just send a flower? And it ran away after delivery. You don't even know how to say goodbye to me. It's rude, rude. Ling Yan shook his head with a wry smile, muttered to himself, and then said to Tang Meng, let's go, let's send the little demon girl back first, and then you can go back to the rented house with me. Speaking of getting into the Hummer. Tang Meng gently tugged at his arm, boss, it's not that I won't let you ride in my car, it's just that I can't provoke your girlfriend. Ling Yun frowned and said, what girlfriend, well. Ling Yun was speechless, so he had no choice but to go back to Xuanhuan's car. Let's go, I'll take you home first. Ling Yun said to Xuanhuan as soon as he got in the car. Driving, what are you doing in a daze? Ling Yun saw that Xuanhuan didn't move after waiting for a long time, and hurriedly urged. The little demon girl stared blankly at the low wall, her pretty face was pale, her eyes became complicated and inexplicable, and she suddenly said, Brother Ling Yun, do you understand the flower language of roses? Of course Ling Yun didn't understand any nonsense. He picked up the pink rose in his hand and sniffed carefully, so it's a rose flower, it smells so good. The little demon girl turned her head, frowning slightly at Ling Yun's intoxicated look, and asked after a while, do you like this flower? Ling Yun smiled proudly, my sister gave it to me, of course I like it. The little demon girl nodded, and suddenly said in an angry voice, okay. Then she opened the door and got out of the car. As soon as she twisted her waist, she came to another low wall, and the crimson roses blooming on the low wall was a burst of brilliance. Soon she held a large handful in her hand, then ran back to the car and shoved the rose into Ling Yun's hand. Don't you like it? I gave it to you. Ling Yun was stunned. My heart said what happened today, is it that Qingshui No. 1 middle school has become popular to send flowers? But he also put the bouquet of roses in front of his nose and sniffed, well, this color is also very fragrant. Hey, aren't you afraid of being seen by your classmates? How dare you get out of the car? I do. Xuanhuan pushed Ling Yun angrily, kicked the accelerator, and started the Ferrari. Tang Meng watched Ling Yun receive 2 beautiful flowers, and silently cried in his heart, why didn't anyone give it to me? 55,555. Humph. No one sent it, I picked it myself. Tang Meng ran to the side of the low wall in a few steps, stretched out his 2 big hands to pick up the roses with branches and leaves on the low wall for a while, and then put them away in a similar fashion. He sniffed fiercely on the tip of his nose, secretly YY in his heart, wow, the flowers sent by Lingyu are really fragrant. After YY was over, Tang Meng felt a lot more balanced, and then he got into the car, started the Hummer, chased the Ferrari who had already driven out of the school gate, and left. You are not allowed to throw away the flowers I gave you. Otherwise, or I will bite you. Back at the Qingxi villa, just before entering the house, the little demon girl Xuanhuan said fiercely to Ling Yun. Ling Yun was madly sweating, thinking what happened to the beauties in Qingshui No. 1 middle school, all of them have learned to bite? Don't worry, I'll put them in a vase and offer them up properly, okay? Ling Yun pretended to sniff the roses again and said to Xuanhuan with a smile. Xuanhuan pursed her lips and smiled, it's almost the same. Well, I'm going to take a look at the house she rented tomorrow, so let's go ahead and I'll go in. Suddenly, Xuanhuan remembered something, and shouted at Tang Meng, who was standing next to the Hummer, tell that Li Qingchuan for me, let him die as soon as possible, this girl already has a boyfriend. After speaking, also, like a demonstration, Yang Xiaomi split his fists. Tang Meng smiled wryly, Ling Yun, Xuanhuan, Li Qingchuan could not offend any of the 3, he was ready to be splinted. Xuanhuan entered the house. Ling Yun held the red rose flower that Ning Lingyu gave him in his right hand, and the crimson rose flower that Xuanhuan gave him in his left hand, took turns sniffing on the tip of his nose, and returned to Tang Meng's Hummer. Tang Meng started the Hummer again and drove towards the house that Ling Yun had just rented. "Boss, do you know martial arts?" Tang Meng drove the car, hesitated for a long time, but still asked the question he wanted to ask. From Tang Meng's point of view, Ling Yun's performance cannot be explained by his strength. In fact, why didn't Ning Lingyu and Xuanhuan see it? Yes. Ling Yunxin said that he could hide it for a while, but he couldn't hide it for the rest of his life. Anyway, Tang Meng had already seen it. Since he believed that he knew martial arts, he would admit that he would. It's easier for Tang Meng to accept than admitting that he is a cultivator, right? Tang Meng saw Ling Yun's very straightforward admission, and excitedly slapped his thigh with his hand. "I'll just say it. When I saw you and Tu Gang fighting the other day, I thought in my heart that you will definitely fight twice, boss. I didn't expect it to be." Ling Yun laughed and nodded again to confirm. "Boss. Since you know martial arts, you must teach me twice, otherwise I won't be able to help you when you fight with people, it will be boring." Tang Meng's first thought was to learn martial arts from Ling Yun. Ling Yun nodded casually and said, "I can teach you. But you have to look at your roots first. You can teach it if it suits you. If it doesn't suit you, you won't be able to learn it. And, boss, don't look down on people. Look, it's just our body. Natural martial arts materials." Tang Meng was full of confidence. Ling Yun had already seen that Tang Meng's physique and temperament were not suitable for cultivation, but he didn't want to attack Tang Meng at this time, so he smiled noncommittally. Sure enough, a simple sentence of knowing martial arts explained all the problems clearly. Tang Meng did not pursue those doubtful questions any longer. "Boss, how much is the total in these 2 bags? I'm carrying 12 pounds. Apart from martial arts, a term that fascinates countless teenagers, for Tang Meng, what he is most interested in is money. Speaking of money, Ling Yun was also very happy. Now it's just the two of them. He doesn't need to hide it. He smiled and said, 60,000. I'm so stupid. 600,000? That's cool. With this money, we can all go to the antique market to participate in stone gambling." When Tang Meng heard that Ling Yun had made 600,000 yuan, his eyes lit up, and he imagined a bright future. However, he never left his line for 3 words, and the first thing that came to his mind was gambling. Ling Yun slowly shook his head and said, "Let's see, I'm most anxious now to save money for my mother to buy a house in the city. Did you see the villa just now? To buy a villa here, you probably need how much?" Tang Meng stepped on the brakes. He looked at Ling Yun dumbfounded and said, "Boss, aren't you? Are you really planning to buy a villa here? Do you know how expensive the house prices are here?" "How expensive?" "Boss, let me tell you. With the 600,000 you have now, you can buy 10 square meters at most. Which one of the villas here should not be at least 200 square meters? Qingxi Villa area, the cheapest one. The villa also costs more than 10 million yuan. It's really expensive." Ling Yun nodded, and suddenly said, "So we have to try our best to find a way to make money. You help me find a way. How can I make 10 million in 2 months? Make more than 10 million in 2 months? Just the 2 of them?" Tang Meng looked at Ling Yun, who was seriously thinking about it, and he almost went crazy. He lit a cigarette and restarted the car, then said, "Boss, do you understand futures? The principal is 600,000. If you are lucky in futures, you may get 10 million in 2 months. What is futures?" "I don't understand." Tang Meng asked again, "Then do you know how to gamble?" "I know a few underground casinos." "If you know how to gamble, I can take you to gamble, but 9 out of 10 bets, if you are not sure of winning, then go as soon as possible. Do not go. Not sure. Tang Meng was speechless. The only 2 ways he could think of to make money quickly were these 2. After a while, he said, then there is only stone gambling. But I advise you not to go as soon as possible, because that is even worse than gambling. Spectrum. At least I understand gambling, but when it comes to gambling stones, let alone me, even many expert stone gambling masters often look away and lose their blood. Tang Meng just said that, but Ling Yan's eyes lit up. He has now reached the middle stage of the 3rd level of body training. As long as he absorbs enough spiritual energy tonight and cultivates a little, he can reach the peak of the 3rd level of body training. At that time, I believe that anything with aura in the antique market will not escape his eyes. A good baby does not necessarily contain aura, but something that contains aura is definitely a good baby. At that time, as long as you find a treasure with aura, because others don't recognize it, the price will definitely not be high. You can buy it at a low price. After absorbing the aura, you can sell the treasure. Isn't this a big plan to make a fortune? Thinking of this, Ling Yan had an idea in his mind and no longer worried about money, but he heard Tang Meng say again, "Boss, what skills do you have other than martial arts? If you have other skills, I can think of a way for you." Ling Yan said something else? There are too many other skills, such as alchemy, refining equipment, drawing talismans, and as long as the Qi training period is reached, these things are not a problem at all. Correct. I can still heal, how could I forget about this? So Ling Yan said, I will cure the disease. Cure? What kind of disease? Tang Meng said in his heart, Boss, you take yourself too seriously. With the medical books in the trunk, you dare to say that you can cure diseases? If you can really make money by treating diseases, the family will not be so poor. Ling Yan said casually, as long as people don't die, almost any disease can be cured. When he reached the middle stage of the 3rd level of body training, Ling Yan could easily pour his spiritual energy into the silver needles. As long as 9 silver needles were in hand, he could not cure the diseases in the world. Not much. This is only the body training period. If Ling Yan is in the Qi training period, if he uses the 5 elements divine needle and the 5 elements to cut the pulse and fingers, then he can pat his chest and say, as long as the person still breathes, any injury can be cured. Tang Meng laughed, he glanced at Ling Yan with a cigarette in his mouth and said, will mad cow disease be cured? Mad cow disease? Ling Yan wondered. Boss, this time you didn't brag about the cows in Qingshui City, but you made them crazy. Of course it's mad cow disease, hee hee. Tang Meng grinned wickedly. Tang Meng said heartily. As long as people don't die, can any disease be cured? The boss can really boast, even Shui Mining's grandfather, Shui Jingqi, who is known as Sai Bian Ke, would not dare to praise such a sea mouth. This time, it's even worse than the last time I wanted to buy a villa and buy a sports car. Go away. Ling Yan was saying serious things, but he didn't expect Tang Meng to play the joke last time, so he couldn't help frowning and scolding. If it wasn't for Tang Meng's driving, Ling Yan promised to kick him into a dog stick. I'm not joking with you, as long as you have a way to find a rich patient for me, and he is willing to spend a lot of money to treat the disease, I promise to cure him. Ling Yan said to Tang Meng very seriously. Boss, aren't you telling the truth? You really know how to heal? Tang Meng still looked suspicious. Incredible. Ling Yan said impatiently, since you know Ninger, then you should know that his grandfather is an old Chinese medicine doctor, right? You don't think about why I know Ninger? Let me tell you the truth, Ninger's grandfather, old man, Shui's disease is me. Get cured. Squeak, Tang Meng heard it. His hands trembled violently, and the Hummer drove straight up the curb, scaring him to brake quickly. What? Boss, you said that you cured Ninger's grandfather? Tang Meng was so shocked that his mouth was enough to put a big goose egg in his mouth, his eyes widened, and he couldn't care less about his car. Full of shock. Ling Yan raised his hand and gave him a shudder, and said with a smile, I said, why are you making a fuss all day? Isn't it just to cure a disease? What about you? As for... Absolutely. Tang Meng shouted loudly in his heart, saying that if what you said, boss, is true, then my Humvee will drive into the river, and that's all. He intuitively thought that what Ling Yan said this time should be true. If he didn't say anything else, he could tell by Shui Mining's attitude towards Ling Yan. However, he still asked Ling Yan as if to confirm, boss, you said that you really cured Ninger's grandfather? Do you know who he is? Ling Yan looked at Tang Meng like an idiot. Nonsense, of course I know. His grandfather is an old Chinese medicine doctor, and his medical skills seem to be passable. Old Chinese doctor? Is his medical skills still decent? Tang Meng stared at Ling Yan blankly, thinking that the boss is really arrogant, and he even commented on the #1 genius doctor in China. Seeing Tang Meng's stupid appearance, Ling Yan took out the leather needle bag on his body and said to Tang Meng, look, this gold needle and this silver needle were given to me by Ninger's grandfather. Let me treat the disease, now you should believe it, right? Tang Meng really believed it this time. Although he didn't know why Ling Yan not only knew martial arts, but also healed diseases, but he didn't want to ask now. He grabbed Ling Yan's hand and said excitedly, boss, why didn't you tell me earlier that you have such a great medical skill? What kind of bullshit would you bet on with this medical skill? I have a plan to make a fortune. Looking for rich patients? China has a population of 1.4 billion, and the rich patient Haihashashu, who wants to die. Tang Meng shivered with excitement. On the way back, he almost drove the car into the river several times. To be continued. To be continued. Back at the rented house, Ling Yan and Tang Meng moved the books, clothes, and other items from the car into the living room, and then Tang Meng lay down on the sofa heavily, and then pleaded with a stubborn face, boss, you see it's already 11 o'clock, why don't you let me stay here for one night? In Tang Meng's eyes now, Ling Yan was definitely the treasure among the treasures. He was afraid that if he went back by himself, what would he do if he couldn't see Ling Yan when he woke up the next day? Now, for Ling Yan's sake, not to mention asking Tang Meng to sell his Hummer, he would even sell his house. Knowing martial arts, one person can take care of more than 100 people who are in the Taoist world. He can cure diseases, and he can also cure the illness of the first Chinese genius doctor, Sai Bianc. On the way back, Tang Meng asked himself countless times in his heart, what good luck did he have in his last life, and he actually let himself recognize Ling Yan as the boss. No. I'm going to study and prepare for the college entrance examination from tonight. You forgot, tomorrow you have to play a huge gamble, and you will give away money to Xie Zhenyan and the others. You go back as soon as possible and think about it for me. Go. Ling Yan, of course, refused decisively. Just kidding, he has somehow reached the middle stage of the 3rd floor of body training today, and he has not yet consolidated his realm. If Tang Meng lives here, how can he still cultivate? Today, Ling Yan benefited from the benefits of the immortal spiritual qi movement. He broke through the 3rd level of body training in an instant without any preparation, and directly reached the mid-level of the 3rd level of body training. Very inadequate. The amount of aura that can be stored in the body at the 3rd level of body training is double that of the 2nd level of body training. That is to say, even if Ling Yan did not practice the Great Evolution Gathering Star Treasure technique today, the aura in his body is only the total amount of aura that can be stored in the body. Only half. However, in order to speed up his body training, Ling Yan kept running the Great Evolution Star Treasure art every second no matter what he was doing. Therefore, the spiritual energy in his body was not half of the 3rd level of body training at all. out of the desire to practice the 4 layers of the body. Of course Ling Yun wanted to cultivate to the peak of the 3rd level of body training as soon as possible, so tonight he would definitely go to the riverside, use the aura of the 7 luminaries' grass to stabilize his realm, and take the opportunity to rush to the peak of the 3rd level of body training. Besides, Ling Yun also had to study the magical brush that sucked a lot of his immortal spiritual energy, and try to use that brush to draw a spirit-gathering talisman, or engrave a spirit-gathering array or something. If Tang Meng was here, he wouldn't be able to do all these things. Tang Meng saw that Ling Yun was still obsessed with that gambling game. I couldn't help being a little dazed and said, "Boss, you have more than 600,000 yuan now, and you have such an awesome medical skill, why are you still thinking about that game? Even if you win, you will earn 100,000 or 200,000 at most." Look like. Ling Yun felt a little weird about Tang Meng's remarks. He looked at Tang Meng like an idiot and said, "I said you are stupid, right? It's only 100,000 or 200,000 at most? That's money, money. Don't say it's 1 million or 200,000, you should earn 1,000 or 200,000. Gotta make money." It is not Ling Yun's style at all, to put on steady money, but not to make it, because the money is low. Ling Yun always tries to make as much money as possible, and he doesn't want to let go of the opportunity to make a penny. Tang Meng couldn't help grinning secretly. The heart says that the boss is the boss, and it is beneficial to go up. He scratched his head and pondered for a while, then he could only stand up and say, "Okay, then I'll go back and think about it, and stir up this matter. I don't believe those 2 idiots Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa." Ling Yun then smiled and said, "Is that right? We want to make big money, and we also receive small money. Don't forget, you still owe me 50,000 yuan. Tang Meng suddenly had black lines all over his forehead. I thought that the boss had forgotten about this stubble, but I didn't expect to remember it so clearly. Okay, then I'll go back. Do you need me to pick you up for class tomorrow? Tang Meng was afraid that he would not serve Ling Yun well. In his opinion, Ling Yun is now a shining golden mountain. Ling Yun shook his head and said, "What car are you driving on Monday? It's so close to the school. I'll just walk over there. It's already past 11 o'clock, so hurry up and go back." Tang Meng was just about to leave. Suddenly remembering what Ning Lingyu told him in the car, he took out the phone number and handed it to Ling Yun. "Boss, this is the number card you gave to Lingyu. She said she didn't like to use this, let me give it to you." Ling Yun was stunned. Lingyu didn't like it? Such a good number, there is still 10,000 yuan in the phone bill, how can you not like it? Ling Yun clearly remembered that when she handed Lingyu the number card to Lingyu, before she went out to practice her body, she screamed in surprise. She clearly liked it at the time, didn't she? How come it's only been a day, and you don't like it anymore? Forget it, wait until you see Lingyu and ask her in person. Ling Yun raised his hand to pick up the pretty number card, but he didn't pick it up. When he looked up, he saw Tang Meng's thumb and index finger tightly holding the pretty number card, his face full of reluctance and pain. Ling Yun couldn't help but sighed. "I said you are true, don't you have one? Give it to me." Tang Meng's bull's eyes revealed pitiful eyes, and said reluctantly, "Boss, my mobile phone is dual SIM dual standby." Ling Yun didn't care about what he was doing, he grabbed the card with all his strength. He smiled and said, "Okay, hurry up, I have to give Lingyu this card, even if she doesn't want it, she can still sell it. $100,000, isn't it?" When Tang Meng saw it, there was nothing left to do, so he had to pout and leave, with the expression of a child who didn't ask for pocket money. This guy. Ling Yun went out, watched Tang Meng drive away, shook his head and smiled. After Tang Meng's car turned a corner and disappeared, Ling Yun returned to the house, spent 15 minutes tidying up everything, and left the residence. At this time it was already more than 11:30 at night, and this area was very remote, so there were no pedestrians and vehicles on the road, and it was unusually quiet. Ling Yan looked around, and found that there were really few people in this area, so he smiled slightly, and after his rebirth, he used his myriad walks for the second time. Of course, this is just the name of a footwork, which is equivalent to the well-known qigong in China. According to Ling Yan's current level of physical training at the 3rd level, it is impossible for him to achieve the real 10,000-mile walk. However, he uses this footwork to walk much faster than his fastest speed, and his entire body is like a flash of lightning. Speeding on the road, there are trails of afterimages behind you. This is just pure footwork, because the spiritual energy in his body is still unable to operate on its own. If Ling Yan reached the 4th level of body training, and the spiritual energy in his body could be used at will, the speed of performing Wanli Divine Walk would be more than double the current speed. Ling Yan didn't even use a minute before he came to the river. This time, Ling Yan learned to be good. After he found a new way to consume spiritual energy last night, he felt that this method was more effective than running with a sandbag, so tonight he brought a bag for clothes. Just even clean underwear and water towels are ready. After arriving, Ling Yan took off his clothes, and only one underwear was left, and then a fierce man jumped into the river. In order to consume his physical strength as soon as possible, Ling Yan went against the current and against the huge resistance of the river, making running movements in the water, fighting the waves to move forward. This is indeed a good way to consume physical strength. In less than half an hour, the spiritual energy in Ling Yan's body has been fully mobilized and started to run automatically to supplement his physical strength consumption. After another half an hour or so, Ling Yan's spiritual energy was completely exhausted. He climbed ashore exhausted and walked towards the grass where the clothes were stored. Enduring the feeling of soreness and numbness all over his body, Ling Yan wiped his body dry with a towel, put on clean underwear, and put all his clothes back on. Hey, this method of consuming spiritual energy is much faster than running with a sandbag. It's just a bit silly. Ling Yan laughed at himself and came to the place where the 7 luminaries' grass grew. Feeling the traces of spiritual energy released by the 7 lights' grass, Ling Yan felt refreshed. He sat down next to the 7 lights' grass, with 5 hearts facing the sky, silently practicing. Because he had reached the 3rd level of body training, the time to absorb spiritual energy this time was twice as long as last night. Ling Yan did not start to hit the peak of the 3rd level of body training until his body was full of spiritual energy, and could no longer absorb the slightest bit. From the middle of the 3rd level of body training to the peak of the 3rd level of body training, it is only a small realm, and there is no need to clear the level at all, so it is much easier than last night. At around 2:30 in the morning, Ling Yan finally got his wish and successfully reached the peak of the 3rd level of physical training. Although there was no new breakthrough in the level, at this time, he could already feel the change in the spiritual energy in his body. It was an indescribable feeling, as if a million soldiers had been trained and were sharpening their knives. As long as the general gave an order, they would fight bravely to kill the enemy. Ling Yan felt the powerful power and the fluctuation of the huge spiritual energy in his body. He knew that although he still could not mobilize the spiritual energy, if he wanted to consume the spiritual energy, he would not need to work as hard as before. He only needs to consume a little physical strength now, such as running 10 kilometers at a rapid speed with Wanli Divine Walk, or running with a heavy load for a period of time. Those auras will be released from the hidden places in the body for him to use. Because he is now 4 layers away from the body training, only 1 layer of window paper is missing, and it will be broken with a stab. As long as you reach the 4th level of body training, your entire realm of self-cultivation will undergo a qualitative leap. After reaching the 4th level of body training, Ling Yan can sit cross-legged and use the spiritual energy absorbed from his body to temper his body, just like cultivating internal energy. At that time, his body training speed will be leaps and bounds, which is completely different from the stupid method of constantly consuming and absorbing again. Ling Yan stood up suddenly, only to hear the rhythm and rhythm of the rhythm and rhythm of the popping bean-like voice all over his body. He felt the enormous strength and endless explosive power of his body, and there was a very charming and confident smile on his face. The pinnacle of the third level of physical training has finally arrived. To be continued. To be continued. Ling Yan looked at the 7 or 8 meter wide river in front of him, and then took a step lightly. Yes, he didn't rush, jump. He just took a leisurely step. After stepping over the distance of 10 meters, Ling Yan was already standing firmly on the other side of the river. The peak of the third level of body training, it's so familiar. Ling Yan turned around and looked at the 7 lights grass on the other side of the river. At this time, the night was dark, but the 7 lights grass on the other side of the river was clearly seen by Ling Yan. Clearer than ordinary people can see from such a distance in the daytime. At the peak of the third level of physical training, you can see things at night, listen to kilometers with your ears, and your 5 senses and 6 senses have been raised to a new level. Now, even if Ling Yan is here, he can still clearly feel the spiritual energy of the 7 luminaries grass on the other side of the river floating over, nourishing his body. Although it is slower than the cultivation world and the world of cultivation, maybe it is because of the slowness. Every time the realm is improved, it is very solid, and the strength obtained is stronger than in the world of cultivation. Ling Yan discovered the benefits of cultivating on Earth. Although it took so long to reach the peak of the third level of body training, he did not feel much loss. Ling Yan took a closer look at the place where the 7 lights grass grew from the river bank, thinking about how to set up a spirit gathering formation around the 7 lights grass. To impact the 4th level of body training, it is not enough to absorb spiritual energy, because now Ling Yan's body is full of spiritual energy, and these auras can be used to impact the 4th level of body training, but unfortunately things are not that simple. This is like a 100-meter sprint. You can run 10 times in a row within 10 seconds, but you just can't run within 9 seconds. A reason. Therefore, there is still a lot of work to be prepared for Ling Yan to hit the 4th level of body training, the first hurdle on the road to self-cultivation. He needs to accumulate the explosive power to break through the 4th layer of body training in one fell swoop. Not only does it need the cooperation of the Spirit Gathering Talisman and the Spirit Gathering Array, but also the right time and place. If only there were ready-made medicinal pills. Ling Yan shook his head and muttered to himself, and with a light step, he stepped back to the other side of the river. When he mentioned his own things, Ling Yan started walking in 1,000 miles, and took a few ups and downs in a leisurely manner. The figure had already left here. Ling Yan arrived home soon. After he simply took a shower with cold water, he sat alone on the sofa in the living room, took out the brush and began to study. This brush is extraordinary. Therefore, since Ling Yan got it from Luli, never let him out of his sight. The brush was slightly heavy, but the weight was as light as a feather in Ling Yan's hand. He used the belly of his thumb to gently rub the tip of the brush again, only to feel a pain like being cut by a knife from the belly of his thumb. Is this his hair? Why is it sharper than the tip of a knife? Ling Yan was surprised. Doubt to himself. If that's the case, how could the Luli family never find out? Could it be that this brush became like this after absorbing its own immortal aura? Thinking of this, Ling Yan used his strength at the peak of the 3rd level of body training to madly stimulate the Dian Star gathering treasure art, and then gently pressed the tip of the brush with the belly of his thumb. Look how sharp you are. There is no doubt about the answer. Ling Yan only felt a sudden pain, his thumb was punctured instantly, and a drop of blood flowed out, but it did not flow smoothly. But in an instant, it penetrated into the vellus hair of the pen tip. From Ling Yan's point of view, the drop of his blood didn't flow into it, but was sucked in by that brush. But, it's not over yet. Ling Yan was startled that something was wrong, so he was about to let go immediately, but it was already too late. The tip of that brush was stubbornly stuck on the belly of his thumb. No matter how Ling Yun grabbed it and pulled it down, he couldn't pull it out. Ling Yun could almost feel the blood in his body running down his fingertips, being absorbed by that brush. I wiped your uncle, but I haven't recovered my immortal aura. You're going to suck my blood again. Ling Yun's unscrupulous nature began to manifest. Although he had already guessed that 100% of this was the owner of the treasure, he still couldn't help but curse. The snow-white hair on the tip of the brush quickly turned blood red, and it was alluring. After a while, even the unknown runes on the stone pen tube began to appear strangely bright red. Those unknown runes, at this time, seemed to have been resurrected from a 10,000-year slumber, and they seemed to be slowly swimming on the pen tube. Ling Yun cursed and cursed, but he was extremely calm. He knew very clearly in his heart that after absorbing his immortal aura and absorbing his precious blood, this brush would definitely be his own in the future. Others don't say they want to use it, but they can't even find its anomalies. Ling Yun's heart was dark, but his face was slightly depressed, staring at the brush that was still absorbing its blood. He wanted to see how much blood it would have to suck to be full. At this time, he had already let go of the hand that was holding the brush, and let the brush absorb his blood on its own, only to wait until he was full and fell off. Half an hour later, Ling Yun's depressed expression became a little horrified. That brush is like a baby sucking milk, the more it sucks, the more refreshing it gets. Ling Yun is now connected to him, and he can fully feel the greed of the brush. Have you ever finished? It's just a broken brush to recognize a master. Why do you suck so much blood? Now, the whole brush has been soaked with blood, and the scene is like being fished out from the blood pool just now, very terrifying and strange. However, Ling Yun cultivated to the tribulation period, and he had never seen any kind of monster, so he didn't take it seriously at all. Sure enough, after the brush was completely red and the red could no longer be red, although it was still absorbing Ling Yun's blood, the strange red gradually faded from extremely red. About half an hour later, when Ling Yun's face turned pale due to blood loss, the brush finally stopped greedily absorbing it, and it fell from Ling Yun's thumb. Where could Ling Yun let it fall to the ground? He was quick to grasp it. At this time, the brush had completely recovered to its original appearance. The stone barrel was still gray and dull, and the bristles on the nib were still flawless. It seemed that everything just now had never happened. However, starting with the brush this time, Ling Yun already clearly felt that there was a blood connection between himself and the brush. It was a very wonderful feeling, as if the brush was an extension of his fingers. It could feel his own sorrows and joys, and he could also feel its fluctuations. Ling Yun held the brush in his hand and didn't move it deliberately at all. The spiritual energy in his body had already filled the whole brush automatically. The two are like one. Seemingly feeling the dissatisfaction of the brush, Ling Yun smiled slightly. I just want the fairy spirit, right? For the time being, don't think about it, just use the ordinary aura first. That tone and expression, as if coaxing his own child. Ling Yun is now very clear. This brush is definitely a treasure above the level of a spirit weapon, because it has its own tool spirit. However, Ling Yun has no spiritual consciousness now, and it is impossible to communicate with the artifact spirit of this brush until the Qi training period is reached. So you can only communicate with it in this way. Now he touches the nib of the brush with his hand again, only to find that the nib of the brush is unusually soft and supple, and it is more than 1,000 times stronger than ordinary brushes like wolf hair. The nib of the brush is as sharp as the tip of a sword, as if there is no defense in the world to resist. The brush can be used to draw talismans. The tip of the pen is sharper than the tip of a needle. It can be used to engrave arrays on objects such as Lingyu, and it can be transformed when facing the enemy. Become a peerless weapon for attack. Good baby, definitely good baby. Ling Yun was overwhelmed with emotion, and said in his heart that it seems that good people still have good retribution. Ling Yun got up, randomly found a piece of old newspaper, and drew with a brush. and quickly drew the appearance of a spirit-gathering talisman. Can't help but feel somber. Of course, this is just a random drawing by him, it is just a form, and naturally it cannot be used as a spirit-gathering talisman. Really make talismans. You need wolf sense, talisman paper, cinnabar, and monster blood. Naturally, waste newspapers cannot be used to make talisman paper. Now Lingyun only has a writing brush. Other items have to be prepared one by one. However, after Lingyun recognized the master of this magical brush, he was already confident that he could create the lowest level talisman at the peak of the 3rd level of body training. As long as there is Fu Lu's help, Lingyun's strength will be improved unprecedentedly. Whether it is self-protection or medical treatment, it is equivalent to an additional channel. Lingyun stood up, held the brush and waved it in front of his eyes slightly. He smiled and said, "You can choose people, anyway, you can follow me to practice in the future, so you won't suffer any losses." Then he put away the writing brush, went back to his bedroom, and started to try to meditate. This is different from meditating next to the 7-spotted grass to absorb the spiritual energy of the 7-spotted grass. This is the real meditation. Before Lingyun reached the 4th level of body training, he just practiced the body purely and did not need to meditate at all, but now that he has reached the peak of the 3rd level of body training, he can already try to use the exercises to stimulate the spiritual energy in his body. From the 4th level to the 6th level of body training, these 3 levels should be counted as the middle stage of body training, focusing on cultivating the breath of the dantian. However, he almost made a breakthrough, but he still did not make a breakthrough. Lingyun sat there and repeated the practice, but the spiritual energy in his body seemed to ignore greetings. He sat until dawn without successfully activating the spiritual energy. Hey, just a little. At 5:30 in the morning, Lingyun slowly stopped his work and shook his head helplessly, but he was still in a hurry while practicing, so he could only do this first. Looking outside, the sky was already twilight. Lingyun floated out of bed, took a brief shower, took his belongings, left the residence, and went straight to the river. At the peak of the 3rd level of physical training, it is already quite fast to run the Great Evolution Congregation Star Treasure technique, and he cannot miss this excellent training time when the sun is rising. It wasn't until the sun really rose and the rays of light were bright that Lingyun left the river and went straight to the school. He promised his sister that as long as there were no special events, he would not skip class again. Lingyun walked to the school road with square steps, and he was still 200 meters away from the school gate, and he began to feel that something was wrong. Today is Monday. It is the peak time for students near the school to come to school. As soon as Lingyun appeared on the road of the school, there was an uproar. Wow, that's Lingyun. It's him who was so hot and ambiguous with Chao Shanshan on Saturday night. Have you seen the picture? I saw it, the action is so cool. And? What is the picture? I even watched the video. Tang Meng was right, Lingyun was indeed on fire. To be continued. To be continued. At this time another one was also angry, but it was just angry anger. This person is not Chao Shanshan, but Zhang Ling. Like every Monday, Zhang Ling came to the classroom early, but when she came to the classroom, she didn't see Chao Shanshan. More than half of the classmates were already in the classroom, and they were all talking a lot at this time. The focus of the discussion was undoubtedly Lingyun and Chao Shanshan. Hey, did you go to our school's post-bar last night? Lingyun and Chao Shanshan, TSK. Of course I went, that picture is too hot. I can't imagine that Chao Shanshan would let Lingyun hold her in that pose. Chao Shanshan's dancing skills are definitely not ordinary. If her legs are soft, if I can. Also, what are you guys? I still watched that video. The angle was taken from Chao Shanshan's back. Lingyun's hand was always rubbing her back. Hey, the goddess in our hearts, our school flower was given to Lingyun like this. I saw one of the pictures, it looks like Chao Shanshan and Ling Yun are kissing. Really or not? Impossible? I think it's a matter of angle. Hey, I don't know how Go Junfa and Lu Qingtian are stupid, what will you think after watching it? I tell you, I saw it in the corridor. I didn't leave at the time. The two hugged each other very affectionately, almost kissing, but they didn't kiss in the end. The information age is the information age. A post in the post bar made every classroom in Qingshui No. 1 on Monday morning seem to be in a frying pan, all discussing the shocking scene of Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan. Zhang Ling's face was ashen, thinking to himself why these people like gossip so much. She had forgotten that she was actually gossiping a lot. After a while, Zhang Ling couldn't listen anymore. She stood up and walked out of the classroom with her mobile phone. She found a secluded place and called Chao Shanshan directly. Hey, Shanshan. Where have you been? It's almost school, why did you call it this time, what happened? Strangely, on the phone. Chao Shanshan seems to be in a very good mood, and it is very good, she said to Zhang Ling with a smile. Zhang Ling saw Chao Shanshan's latent reaction, and her nose was almost crooked, she snorted, I said my schoolgirl Chao. I've been calling you since Saturday night, what are you doing? Has it been turned off? Chao Shanshan giggled and said, I went back to the capital this weekend. I didn't want to be disturbed, so I turned it off. Zhang Ling sighed helplessly and said, Shanshan, do you know that you are the focus of discussion in the whole school? You and Ling Yun on Saturday evening, that look was photographed and posted on the internet. Zhang Ling originally thought that Chao Shanshan would be angry when she heard it, but who knew that Chao Shanshan laughed, she said nonchalantly, I thought it was a big deal, are you talking about that post? That picture I have look, the shot is not bad. It's quite level. Gah. Zhang Ling was completely dumbfounded. Did you see the picture? Did you shoot well? Pretty level? When did Chao Shanshan's mind become so broad? Zhang Ling said incredulously, then, there are more than 20,000 replies to that post, have you read it? The words those people said are simply. Taida's posts are fluent in replies, everyone is behind the computer, what they want to say is entirely up to their own heart, and no one can control it. More than 20,000 replies are hot enough, but they can say anything. Said the most. Naturally, there are serious injuries and slander, vicious attacks and abuse, and few words of blessing. Otherwise, Zhang Ling would not be so angry. Chao Shanshan laughed and said, I saw the post and the video. The forum is a place for free speech, they can say whatever they like. Zhang Ling said excitedly, are you really not angry? Chao Shanshan smiled and said, I'm not angry, okay, I'm at the gate of the school. Let's meet. After that, she hung up the phone. Zhang Ling stood dazedly in the corridor outside the classroom holding his mobile phone, in a daze for a while. After half an hour, Zhang Ling muttered, are all women who are dazzled by love like this? It's just too scary. However, in fact, according to Ling Yun's performance in the past 2 days, it's really tempting. If he could be thinner, it would be even more perfect. Zhang Ling muttered to himself, and as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Ling Yun walking up the corner of the stairs leisurely. Ah? Really, really thin, this. When Zhang Ling saw Ling Yun's figure, she was completely stunned. Zhang Ling's bright eyes widened and his mouth opened into an O shape. He looked at Ling Yun in surprise, he couldn't believe his eyes. Zhang Ling was right, Ling Yun had indeed lost weight again. Ling Yun's mother, Qin Qiuyue, said that when Ling Yun lost weight, Ling Yun's weight was no more than 200 pounds. After the last day, plus the crazy training last night, Ling Yun's current weight was just over 199. Although this weight loss effect is nothing compared to those movie stars, in Zhang Ling's eyes, it is already incredible. Because in Zhang Ling's opinion, Ling Yan's current body type can no longer be described as fat. At 1.8 meters tall and 190 pounds, it seems that it is more appropriate to describe it as strong. What surprised Zhang Inspiration the most was Ling Yan's face. Logically speaking, the most difficult thing to lose weight is the face, because the face cannot get effective exercise. But Ling Yan's face has the most obvious weight loss effect. Up to now, Ling Yan's big, round face, the fat that trembled as soon as he walked had disappeared, and he had become much more handsome. In addition, the edges and corners of Ling Yan's face have become clearer, the bridge of the nose is straight, the lip line is clear, the dimple on the left cheek is clearly visible, and the skin on his face is crystal clear and jade, which makes people want to look more. He is so handsome, really handsome. Zhang Ling's eyes had already turned into heart shapes, and he was about to shout out these words. To talk about Ling Yan's psychological quality, it's really hard to say. He has a very good ear now. As long as he wants to listen to the discussions of his classmates within 100 meters, he can hear it clearly, but people just turn a deaf ear and let them talk. He not only reached the peak of the 3rd level of physical training. I got the baby magic brush again, and I am in a really good mood today. Ling Yan just walked in all directions, and while everyone was talking and pointing, he walked from the school gate to the gate of his classroom. Hey! Zhang Ling, what are you doing standing here alone? Isn't it just to greet me? Ling Yan came up and saw Zhang Ling standing motionless staring at him. He couldn't help asking with a smile. Zhang Ling finally recovered from the astonishment. When she saw Ling Yan, she still didn't know anything. The heart is right, the eldest lady is indifferent, the one in front of her is stronger, and she is directly heartless. Zhang Ling didn't bother to worry about these two parties anymore. She stared at Ling Yan's face with great interest, looked at it carefully for a long time, and said, "You're less stinky. I'm waiting for Shanshan here." "Oh, wait for Chao Shanshan, that's fine, then I won't disturb you. I'll go first." Ling Yan's mouth curled into a smile that was enough to make Zhang Ling dazed, and he raised his feet to walk into the classroom. "Wait." Zhang Ling quickly stopped Ling Yan. "What else?" Ling Yan stopped. Zhang Ling stepped forward, reached out and scratched Ling Yan's arm as if wiping oil, then raised his head and asked, "Ling Yan, can you tell me, how did you lose weight so fast? Are you taking any diet pills? Already?" Ling Yan avoided Zhang Ling's obvious profit, and pretended to be puzzled. "You lose weight quickly? You lost less than 20 pounds in 7 or 8 days. Is this fast?" Anyway, others don't know when he started to lose weight, so it is impossible for him to say that this is the result of more than 3 days. In fact, it doesn't matter if he says he lost 20 pounds in 3 days, because there are many super fat people who have lost weight to achieve this effect. Abound. Zhang Ling looked at Ling Yan's obviously shrinking belly, nodded solemnly and said, "Of course it is fast, although it is not as good as those in the weight loss competition, but you are a student, you can lose 2 in 7 or 8 days. 10 kilograms, this is too incredible, isn't it?" Ling Yan smiled proudly, raised his chin and said, "That's right, don't you look at who brother is? Brother is a super slimming expert, right? Do you think anyone can carry dozens of pounds of sandbags on the playground like me? So desperate?" Ling Yan said heartily. "How can you understand that brother's weight loss DAFA has never been seen before and never followed?" Right now, Ling Yan kept running the Great Evolution Star treasure art, quickly consuming the fat in his body. This time Zhang Ling didn't really refute him, but bit his lip and stared at the dimple on Ling Yan's left cheek, blinking and said, "The dimple on your face is getting deeper and deeper." When Ling Yan saw Zhang Ling's gaze, he knew that she wanted to come to Shui mining, but Ling Yan naturally knew that he couldn't just ask Zhang Ling for 10,000 yuan to touch his face like a little demon girl, so he quickly ran away. "I'm in the classroom. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he rushed into the classroom without waiting for Zhang Ling to speak. Furthermore, I dare to hold Chao Shanshan's thigh, but I run so fast when I see this girl, really. Zhang Ling really wanted to touch the dimples on Ling Yun's face, but there was no way. The dimples were indeed too easy for people to fall in love with. Men have dimples and endless peach blossoms. There is probably some truth to this sentence. Zhang Ling, what did you say? Who saw you running so fast? Chao Shanshan appeared on the stairs with her long hair fluttering. Who else do you think, Ling Yun from your family? Zhang Ling turned his head and teased Chao Shanshan. Fuck you, who said Ling Yun belonged to my family? Chao Shanshan instantly blushed, staring at Zhang Ling and scolding. Yo, didn't you say it doesn't matter on the phone just now? Now the whole school is saying that, why can't I say it? Zhang Ling teased her with a heart, and giggled. Chao Shanshan came upstairs, her face was straight. She said to Zhang Ling seriously, Zhang Ling, don't talk nonsense, it is impossible for me and Ling Yun, that day was just an accident. After speaking, her eyes flashed quickly. There was a flash of sadness. Zhang Ling was only joking and didn't notice Chao Shanshan's worries at all. She still said, Shanshan, do you really think that what happened that day was a coincidence? If other women come to Ling Yun, I don't believe you won't be jealous. Chao Shanshan quickly calmed herself down. Seeing Zhang Ling agitated her, she smiled slightly. Other women came to look for Ling Yun? Except for his sister Ning Lingyu, I don't believe that any other woman would come to him. After speaking, she immediately counterattacked Zhang Ling. Of course, if you look for Ling Yun, I will never be jealous. To be continued. To be continued. The more unexpected things tend to come sooner. If Chao Shanshan knew how many beauties would come to Qingshui No. 1 Middle School to look for Ling Yun today, she would definitely regret saying those words. Not only beauties, but the beauty of every beauties is not under Chao Shanshan's stunning beauty. When Zhang Ling saw Chao Shanshan irritating her in turn, she rolled her eyes and said to Chao Shanshan, Shanshan, then, I really want Ling Yun, don't you regret it? Zhang Ling is also 18 years old this year, and it is her big birthday. It seems that she will be 19 in a month. Although Zhang Ling is not as stunning as Chao Shanshan and Ning Lingyu, she is also very watery, with fair skin, tender enough to squeeze water, beautiful facial features, beautiful nose bridge, thin lips, plus a pair of flexible big eyes are very attractive. Especially the towering pair on Zhang Ling's chest, because they are too mature and full, they tremble with every step, and the waves are choppy, which makes the male students in the class drool. Not only is she not ugly, but she is also a class girl, but she walks with Chao Shanshan almost every day. Everyone's eyes are on Chao Shanshan, and Zhang Ling is naturally ignored. If Xuanhuan encountered such a situation, she would naturally find a way to hide as far away from Chao Shanshan as she could, but Zhang Ling didn't care about these things, and looked like she didn't care all day. After Ling Yun's strong rise in the past few days, his unique and coquettish charm has really attracted the attention of many girls who don't look at their body and ability. Compared with Chao Shanshan, Zhang Ling has more contact with Ling Yun. She is one of the girls who secretly began to fall in love with Ling Yun. Ling Yun's performance in the past 2 days, even Chao Dahua was impressed. Zhang Ling, a mature little beauty who has admired strong men since childhood and likes domineering and tyrannical boys, has naturally fallen. Although Ling Yun likes Zhang Ling the most, with Chao Shanshan in front of her, she naturally cannot compete with Chao Shanshan. Therefore, he can only secretly move his heart and strive for more opportunities to contact Ling Yun. Boys who are excited, even if you can't get them, you can get in touch with them as long as you have the opportunity. Still want to get in touch? If it wasn't like this, how could Zhang Ling take Ling Yun's arm carelessly and let his elbow rub against his full height? If not, how could Zhang Ling pretend to be fierce and say that the meal was not counted after Ling Yun treated the guests? Also pre-booked to qualify for the next meal? Don't guess the girl's mind, even the best girlfriends have their own little secrets, careful thoughts, and little jealousy. Furthermore, I already knew that your little hoof was overflowing with spring. I don't want Ling Yun. If you have the ability, just chase after it. If you catch up, it will be yours. Seeing Zhang Ling's half-joking, half-probing appearance, Chao Shanshan raised her hand and touched Zhang Ling's huge and towering chest, trying her best to pretend to be generous. But what she said came out with a sour taste. Zhang Ling saw Chao Shanshan touching her chest, not only did not avoid it, but instead had a choppy breast, and let Chao Shanshan grab it. She laughed and said, "How about eating papaya and drinking milk every day? It works." Bar? Chao Shanshan's pretty face turned red first. She spat and said, "I think it's okay to kill you, that's it. It's going to be self-study in 10 minutes, so hurry into the classroom." "Hello, classmate, may I ask, how do you get to class 3 and 6? Just as Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling were teasing each other in the classroom corridor, Lin Menghan just walked into the gate of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. The sophomore boy, who was instantly struck by surprise and happiness, stared blankly at the stunning beauty in front of him. Before he could speak, his Adam's apple trembled and he swallowed hard. "It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful." At this moment, only this voice echoed in the boy's heart, and he forgot to answer Lin Minghan's question. In fact, Lin Minghan's clothes today are very simple. It's just a white dress, with a round neck and a waist. There is no jewelry on the whole body. It has a black and supple head that flutters in the wind, and her slender, crystal-like jade hand is carrying a transparent clothes bag. But it was this white dress with a waist that was worn by Lin Minghan, which gave off the smell of a 9-day fairy going down to earth. A perfect melon-seed face, without applying Meffendi, with a hint of ruddy in the fair skin, pointed chin, long willow leaf eyebrows, sandalwood nose, red lips and crimson points, delicate and charming, neck as white as a swan, surrounded by two. The delicate collarbone is more slender, coupled with a pair of black and white, big watery eyes, and the long eyelashes trembling gently. It is enough to entice the soul of any man. This waist-tight dress undoubtedly showed Lin Minghan's already full waist well, but the problem was that the person who made this dress would never have imagined that a woman with such a slender waist could have such a slender waist. Tall and straight breasts. This is indeed a problem that Lin Minghan has been worrying about and even embarrassed about. Her waist is too thin, and her breasts are too big and too high, so no matter what clothes to buy, it is difficult to find suitable clothes. Before she came to Qingshui No. 1 Middle School today, she picked it up, and finally chose this white dress with a round neck. Although the neckline of this dress had vertical pleats, when she put it on, she found that those dresses were designed to give the small-breasted woman added the undulating pleats on her chest, and was immediately tensed by her towering chest, and all of a sudden there were no pleats. Not only does she have a big chest and a thin waist, but also a pair of delicate buttocks that are more upturned, rounder, and more straight. Originally a white dress that was over the knee was used to close the waist and show the legs, but she was forced to wear an overly prominent S shape. As for the snow-white legs that almost blinded Ling Yun's eyes that night, not to mention, when the breeze blew, the corners of the skirt flew up, the dress was tightly attached to her legs, and her legs were straight. The slender beautiful legs, and even the mysterious triangle area, are undoubtedly prominent, and they are simply beautiful. Because of being so delayed by this foolish boy, almost all the students on campus who saw Lin Minghan, both male and female, were stunned and walked towards her involuntarily, as if they wanted to worship their saintess or goddesses. The sound of the bicycle crashing into the flower pond, and the sound of two bicycles colliding one after another, Lin Minghan knew without looking at it, there must be a boy who only cared about himself and didn't know where the bicycle went. Classmate, may I ask how to get to class 3 and 6? Lin Minghan was a little embarrassed, thinking, what are these little boys thinking now? She seemed to have completely forgotten that she was only 20 years old. The boy's mouth was full of laziness, but he didn't realize it, and asked Lin Menghan blankly. To be honest, his eyes are too busy. In the past, when he looked at beautiful women, he always looked at the beauty wherever she looked good. If she had a good figure, she looked at her body. Leg. However, the beauty in front of her was so beautiful no matter where she was, she completely stunned him. Are you a fairy? This guy apparently watched a lot of anime, so he asked in a daze. Lin Menghan couldn't help being angry and funny. She frowned slightly, and patted the boy's shoulder lightly with her hand. Sister is asking you, how do you get to the 3rd and 6th grades of high school? The boy suddenly felt that his shoulder was slapped slightly, and a sense of pain came, and he couldn't help grinning. He immediately woke up from the amazing dementia, and muttered in his heart, why so much strength? Ah? Sister is going to class 3 and 6 of senior high school? I'll take you there. The power of a peerless beauty, smiling all over the city, and then laughing the country, it is probably nothing more than that. Lin Menghan is so beautiful. This guy took the lead, and excitedly led Lin Menghan to the direction of class 3 and 6 of the senior high school as if he had been beaten with blood. Behind and around the two, there were some boys who were also stupid, and seemed to want to see this beauty. Who are you going to look for in class 3 and 6 of high school? Lin Menghan was walking among the group of big boys who were whistling and making various gestures to attract her attention. If I knew this earlier, I would have someone else return the clothes to him for me. Lin Menghan thought to himself. 5 or 6 minutes later, this mighty group of people entered the teaching building, and soon came to the door of the classroom of class 3 and 6 of senior high school. All the boys took the initiative to make way for Lin Menghan, and their eyes lit up, looking at this peerless beauty who could only be seen on the posters of online games. At this time it was about to go to the morning self-study. The students in class 3 and 6 of senior high school had already calmed down after Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan came in. They were talking about the godlike Ling Yun and the monitor and school beauty Chao Shanshan. No one had that courage. They suddenly heard a chaotic sound of footsteps and noise at the door of the classroom, and immediately turned their eyes to the door of the classroom. Lin Menghan's peerless figure appeared at the door of the classroom of class 3 and 6 of senior high school. She stepped into the classroom of class 3 and 6 of senior high school with one step. Her big watery eyes swept the classroom lightly, and then asked in a fairy-like voice, "Excuse me, is Ling Yun here?" Wow. So beautiful. Wow, look. Goddess. It's not a dream, is it? The whole 3rd grade and 6th class were shocked. The tidal wave of exclamations, the sound of books falling from their hands to the desk and the ground, and the sound of the male classmates at the back of the classroom brushing up and standing up, instantly resounded. Because of the excitement and shock, almost no one heard Lin Menghan's voice. It was all in chaos. Not to mention these people, even Chao Shanshan was stunned when she raised her eyes to see Lin Menghan, and she felt a little ashamed for a while. "Excuse me, is Ling Yun here?" Lin Menghan saw another sensation. She had to raise her voice and ask again. "I am here." Ling Yun smiled and stood up. To be continued. To be continued. What? He came to look for Ling Yun? I mean, Ling Yun, when did you meet such a beautiful goddess? This is the goddess in my dreams. Oh my God, I can't take it anymore, I'm going to faint. A boy who usually likes to watch the stunning beauties in the advertisement posters of online games, actually had a nosebleed and fainted. Chao Shanshan's face turned pale for a while, but she felt a tightness in her chest, and her heart was immediately filled with an indescribable sour feeling. Zhang Ling was even more stunned. The words Chao Shanshan said in the corridor outside the classroom a few minutes ago were still in his ears. She habitually examined Lin Menghan, who was standing at the door, like a fairy descending from the earth, then turned to look at Chao Shanshan, the first schoolgirl beside her, and compared in her heart, she could only secretly sigh in the end. Zhang Ling had to admit that even though she was a little partial to Chao Shanshan, there was no doubt that Lin Minghan's beauty did overwhelm Chao Shanshan. The faces are on the same level, just because Lin Minghan has a perfect melon face, and Chao Shanshan has an oval face, so there is no way to tell the winner. Ling Yun recognized at a glance that the woman at the door of the classroom was the very big and white lady he had rescued that night. He understood the intention of the other party at once, and said that you still have a conscience. He knew that if I sent back my clothes and wallet, it would be more affordable if I put another 10 or 2,000 yuan in my wallet. Ling Yun patted Zhang Dong, who was beside him, on the shoulder, who had already looked stupid, and bowed his head. Quickly get out of the way, I'll go out. When Lin Minghan saw Ling Yun stand up, she gave Ling Yun a slight look, with a surprised look on her face, her long eyelashes trembled, she nodded at Ling Yun, and then backed out. When the classmates in the classroom saw that Lin Minghan had withdrawn, they all turned their eyes towards Ling Yun with all kinds of envy and hatred. Ling Yun, this guy is too bad, right? He just hugged our school flower monitor on Saturday night. Is this a more beautiful woman coming? I have to say that there was a guy who was shocked by Lin Minghan's stunning beauty and shouted loudly, not afraid of death. Ling Yun didn't pay much attention to these words, but it could be heard in Chao Shanshan's ears. She had a mentality that was immune to all kinds of discussions. It was destroyed in an instant. It's one thing that no woman can compare her, but now that the beauty of the woman at the door of the classroom really compares her, how could she feel comfortable? Humph, this arrogant and domineering guy doesn't know what's going on outside the school these days. Actually. The annoyance in Chao Shanshan's heart, to be exact, jealousy, it's overturned. Isn't Ling Yun trying to force this beauty into his arms? But, it doesn't look like that. That woman has been smiling at Ling Yun. I see that the woman was carrying the clothes Ling Yun wore that day. Could it be that Ling Yun was not with Chao Shanshan that night, but with this beauty? Gosh. For a time everything was said in the classroom, and the noise turned upside down. At this time, there is a boy's face. The expression is the most rich and exciting, that person is Wei Tiangan. Wei Tianqian has had a bad few days, really bad. He's going crazy. He finally knew the bitter taste of Ling Yun's previous humiliation and burden, because he is now enduring this kind of taste. Ever since he was trampled on the ground by Ling Yun in the dormitory that night, Wei Tiangan has lost all his glory and shame. That's not to mention, even he did everything possible to calculate Ling Yun's back, and he did not hesitate to damage the reputation of the goddess Chao Shanshan in his heart, and fueled the trouble for Go Junfa and Lu Qingtian to find Ling Yun, which made him unexpected and desperate. Go Junfa was stepped on by Ling Yun. As the classmate in the dormitory said, they even stepped on Go Jun's hair. You Wei Tiangan are considered a hair in Ling Yun's eyes? After that, Wei Tiangan was thinking about how to deal with Ling Yun again. On Saturday night, he received a phone call from his classmate, telling him to go to the school's post bar to take a look. Wei Tiangan was sitting in front of the computer surfing the internet at the time. He opened the post bar, and then he saw the picture that was enough to drive him crazy. Seeing Ling Yun hugging Chao Shanshan's small waist and holding Chao Shanshan's round ankle with one hand, the two of them pressed their bodies tightly together. Chao Shanshan's towering height was squeezed out of shape by her round and slender legs, and Ling Yun admired the scene. Wei Tiangan almost wanted to throw his computer out of the window. In the public, the two made such a hot and ambiguous action. Isn't this a public announcement that they have fallen in love and bathed in love together? In the past 2 days, Wei Tiangan has done one thing, refresh. The F5 key on his computer was almost disabled by him, and he kept refreshing the replies to that post. No matter what the reply was, he had to read it. It's better not to look at it, but it's even more depressing after reading it, because there are many posts that directly say that Chao Shanshan has been given by Ling Yun, and some people are saying to the picture analysis that Chao Shanshan is definitely not a virgin, and a virgin's legs can't be split like that smooth word. Not only that, there are even posts that put forward bold ideas, saying that Lingyun will live with Chao Shanshan soon, and they will fly together. Wei Tiangong saw that he vomited blood naturally, but he had a glimmer of hope. He didn't believe that Chao Shanshan really dared to live with Lingyun. However, when Wei Tiangong returned to the dormitory last night, when he saw Lingyun's bed was empty, he suddenly became stupid, as if he had fallen into an abyss, and his heart was ashes. Lingyun really moved out. Wei Tianqian, who had already lost his mind, took it for granted that Chao Shanshan and Lingyun Shuangsu and Shuangfei were ironclad facts. Of course, not to mention him, even Tang Meng, the little gambler, always thought that Lingyun rented the house to have something to do with Chao Shanshan. This morning, after Wei Tiangong came to the classroom, he was even more restless when he heard the discussions of the classmates, but now it's better. Not only did Lingyun hug Chao Shanshan, but the fairy who was even more beautiful than Chao Shanshan was in front of him. He even came to him with the clothes Lingyun wore that day. Ruined the goddess in my heart, and then abandoned it all the time? Wei Tianqian thinks so, the expression on his face can be imagined. Crack. Wei Tiangong's face was ashen, and he forcibly folded the ballpoint pen in his hand. Lingyun didn't care what the classmates in the room were thinking, he walked calmly and leisurely, and quickly walked out of the door. Unsurprisingly, there were 20 or 30 boys huddled together outside the door, eager to watch this scene. Who was the beauty who came to the campus of No. 1 middle school looking for heaven? It turned out to be looking for Lingyun. Just like everyone in the classroom, the students outside the door all exploded at once, and their eyes were red. Rang rang, rang rang, it's all scattered, what's so beautiful? Lingyun gently pushed aside the crowd and came to Lin Menghan. I said, Miss Lin, are you here to return my clothes? Lingyun was straightforward, without detours at all, and went straight to the subject. What nonsense are you talking about? I said I'm not a young lady. Lin Menghan was embarrassed, she seemed to recall the picture of Lingyun holding her naked in the water that night, her face suddenly became hot and red, and she shouted angrily. Argued. Lin Menghan's voice was so low that no one could hear it, but Lingyun's voice was very loud, but was clearly heard by the people inside and outside the classroom. Miss? Still close? What the hell happened to him? Such a beautiful fairy-like woman turned out to be a young lady? Many boys have their dreams shattered in an instant, but there are also more boys whose eyes are instantly bright. The girls in the classroom of Class 3 and 6 of Senior 3, whose confidence was broken by Lin Menghan's stunning beauty, just listened with their ears pricked up. When they heard, Miss, return the clothes, they suddenly regained a sense of balance in their hearts. Hey, bastard! Chao Shanshan's face was embarrassed at the same time, she couldn't help but secretly hate, so she stomped her feet fiercely. Seeing that Lin Menghan lowered his voice, Lingyun had to lower his voice too. He raised his chin with a thoughtful "oh," then scratched his head, and said somewhat embarrassedly, I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional, hee. Now, he has some idea of what the term miss represents in this country. Lin Menghan said in her heart that she only came here once, and no one knew her here, so it would be fine even if she was misunderstood by others, so she didn't care too much about it. However, when Lingyun rescued her that night, although Lingyun saw her clearly, she did not see what Lingyun looked like. At that time, she just thought that this guy was very fat, like a fat pig, and the place where her body touched him was almost all fat. This is why Lin Menghan looked surprised when he saw Lingyun. How could he be so thin? She couldn't help but find Lingyun's student ID card, and looked at Lingyun's face at the photo on the student ID card. It should be one person. But, why did he suddenly have a charming dimple on his face? So charming. Here's your clothes, I've washed them for you, the money in your wallet was soaking wet, and I've dried it for you, here are all your documents. Thank you for that night, saved me. Lin Menghan handed the bag in his hand to Ling Yun and whispered. Ling Yun frowned when he heard this. Is that the end of it? I was expecting you to give me a little more money. Just saying thank you is useless? That's all? Ling Yun scratched his head and looked at Lin Menghan expectantly. Lin Menghan was a little overwhelmed by what he saw, and said doubtfully, yes, that's all, there are a lot of the same things. Ling Yun shook his head slightly, frowned and said, I don't think it's right, it seems that something is missing. Gah. Lin Menghan's forehead was full of black lines, and he thought that this girl kindly brought your things back to you in person, but one lady on your left called me one after another, and now you still want to falsely accuse me. Steal your stuff? What is this girl's identity, and will she shy away from your broken things? Well, you smashed my glasses that night, so you're not ready to express yourself? Seeing that Lin Menghan was not enlightened, Ling Yun reminded him kindly. To be continued. To be continued. Step on your glasses? Lin Menghan's expression froze slightly. That night, Lin Menghan was so drunk by the gang of directors, producers, model brokers who tricked ignorant girls into selling, and almost couldn't leave the scene. He finally found an excuse. Taking the opportunity to leave, I didn't expect the taxi to drive halfway, and I was drunk, so I asked to get off, and stumbled to the river to vomit. Did he really accidentally step on his glasses? Why didn't he say it then? However, the eyes of this guy are very clear and deep, and he didn't narrow his eyes when he looked at his chest. It didn't look like he was short-sighted at all? Lin Menghan hadn't realized yet that Ling Yun was taking the opportunity to ask her for favors. Are you really short-sighted? Lin Menghan looked into Ling Yun's eyes again, as if suspicious of Ling Yun's blackmail. Ling Yun said in the heart that I am short-sighted or not short-sighted, what does it matter to you? Brother, I saved your life at that time, you should know how to be grateful, beauty. It turned out to be myopic, but I've gotten used to it in the past few days. Actually, that's not what I meant. Ling Yun put his right hand on his chest, rubbed his thumb and forefinger lightly, and made a movement of counting money, to remind Lin Menghan. Lin Menghan didn't notice the shameless movement on Ling Yun's hand at all, although she still couldn't remember it, but since people said that she stepped on his glasses, it must have brought inconvenience to Ling Yun, so she said a little embarrassedly, I understand what you mean, you don't need to say it, I'll take you to get another pair of glasses. Gah. Ling Yun's forehead was full of black lines when he heard it, and he put down the movements in his hands. A voice in Ling Yun's heart shouted, what is a pair of broken glasses, I saved your life. Money, money, I want money, I don't want glasses. As Lin Menghan spoke, he raised the beautiful and outrageous Snow White Sue's hand, give me your cell phone. Ling Yun said in his heart that you didn't want to break my cell phone, did you? But he believed in his own reflexes. So he took out the phone from his pocket and handed it to Lin Menghan. Wow, Ling Yun's mobile phone is also an iPhone 5. When the surrounding students saw the mobile phone Ling Yun took out, they couldn't help but exclaimed again. Lin Menghan turned a deaf ear to these exclamations. She picked up Ling Yun's mobile phone and dialed a number. After getting through, she hung up instantly, then smiled at Ling Yun and said, okay, I dialed my phone number just now, and I'll write down your phone number when I go back. I'll call you then, take you to get glasses. Then she handed the iPhone 5 to Ling Yun again. Ling Yun was so angry in his heart, when did I ask you to give me glasses? He is so sick now. Okay, I won't disturb your study, thank you again for saving me that day. After Lin Menghan finished his own affairs, he smiled at Ling Yun. The smile was so beautiful and refined that even Ling Yun, who had a strong immune system, couldn't help but stay for a while. Lin Menghan said to leave, she waved at Ling Yun, turned and went downstairs. The students who followed her naturally all shouted and whistled away. Is he really stupid? I thought he would be able to get some benefits. Typical big chest and no brains. Ling Yun put away his phone angrily. He raised his eyes and saw that the entire corridor of the third year of high school was already crowded with students. All eyes were focused on him. Obviously, some students who entered the classroom relatively late saw Lin Minghan's peerless demeanor, and then went back to the classroom for a hype. Ignoring these surprised or all kinds of envious and hateful eyes, Ling Yun walked into his classroom. The 3rd and 6th class of high school exploded. Say anything. Ling Yun is actually looking for Miss? Have you left your clothes with others? That lady even brought them to her? Fuck you. Such a beautiful woman is simply a fairy, how can she be a young lady? But Ling Yun clearly shouted. I said that your brain is sick. He called her a miss, right? Besides, Ling Yun is not stupid. If she is really a miss, how could Ling Yun be able to bear it when she called her in front of so many people? That's right, I think that fairy should really be a lady from a rich family, otherwise it can't be that kind of temperament. Yes, even Chao Shanshan doesn't have that kind of temperament. How could he do that? Anyway, this guy Ling Yun is getting more and more against the sky, and we mortals can't catch up no matter how much. What? My fairy is gone? No, I haven't seen enough yet. Why did she leave so quickly? The online game fan, who was stunned by Lin Minghan as soon as he entered the classroom, picked up his mobile phone and rushed out of the classroom. Ling Yun returned to his seat. Zhang Dong touched him with his shoulder, and said ambiguous eyes, I said Ling Yun, you can do it, you are very lucky, say, who is this beauty? What are you doing here? Ling Yun looked at Zhang Dong's ambiguous face, and smiled bitterly, I said where did you want to go, she and I are just one-sided, I just happened to save her life. She came to pay back. My clothes and wallet ID. Damn it, a hero saves beauty? Tell me, how did you save it? Chao Shanshan also recalled it at this time, thinking how could such a woman be a young lady, it must be Ling Yun, an idiot, who did not choose what to say when addressing others. Chao Shanshan's face was not very good-looking, she lowered her head silently, and flipped irritably with a book. Zhang Ling bit her lip lightly, her big eyes murmured, and she glanced at Chao Shanshan secretly, she couldn't help worrying about her. Chao Shanshan is proud, she has a pride that ordinary people can't match. Her family, her beauty, her studies, and even the future she can see all determine her pride, and even, this pride no longer needs to be deliberately displayed on her face and in the world, it is a kind of blandness high profile. Others can't imitate, and the people around her also recognize or acknowledge Chao Shanshan's inexplicable pride, and it's hard to feel jealous. Zhang Ling is a typical example. Some people are born to be the arrogant daughters of the sky. This is something that is destined, and you can't change it if you want to. No right to be jealous. Just follow. But today, Lin Minghan at least broke Chao Shanshan's pride in her appearance, because even Zhang Ling had to admit it. If Chao Shanshan's beauty is given 100 points out of 100, the woman who stands out at the door will get at least 110 points. This guy Ling Yun. Zhang Ling didn't know what to say at this time. The two had just teased each other outside the classroom corridor, and this beautiful woman appeared at the door of the classroom like Chao Shanshan. Not only Zhang Ling was depressed. Chao Shanshan was also really depressed. Humph. Chao Shanshan snorted coldly. Shanshan, are you angry? Zhang Ling asked Chao Shanshan in a low voice when she saw Chao Shanshan's answer. Why am I angry? What does it have to do with me when someone comes to him? I'm not angry. Chao Shanshan said in a cold voice, but her slightly pale complexion and the crooked eyebrows showed that she was not only angry, but also very angry. This is simply a naked slap in the face, it's no wonder if you're not angry. Otherwise, I'll ask Ling Yun for you. What's the matter with that woman? Zhang Ling suggested in a low voice. Chao Shanshan raised her eyebrows. That's his own business. What do we ask that for? Don't ask. Don't ask, don't ask, as long as you don't get angry. This Ling Yun doesn't know what's going on these days, it's just incredible. After a pause, Zhang Ling seemed a little unconvinced and said, Shanshan, believe it or not, that woman's breasts must have been enlarged, otherwise, how could they be so big and firm? This is obviously jealousy. Zhang Ling just said that she eats papaya and milk every day to make her breasts grow so big. Now that Lin Minghan's breasts are bigger than hers, it's no wonder she's not jealous. Although Chao Shanshan did not believe Zhang Ling's words, she did not refute it. She was also subconscious in her heart, and she selectively believed that Lin Minghan's chest must have been manipulated. So big, so round, so straight, so perfect breast shape. If breasts grow naturally, how can other women live? Also, I see that her nose and chin have also undergone plastic surgery, otherwise it is impossible to pick out any faults. Zhang Ling saw Chao Shanshan's acquiescence, and she continued to express her thoughts, which were also the thoughts of all the girls in the 3rd and 6th grades of high school. But this time Chao Shanshan shook her head and said lightly, she hasn't had plastic surgery on her face. Zhang Ling was stunned. Okay, early self-study has already started. What's the matter of our 2 class committees chatting here? Hurry up and review. Chao Shanshan was upset and ended this boring topic. But she was secretly remorseful in her heart. Why is it so unlucky, just boasting about Hai Cao, saying that there is no other woman to come to him, so there is such a woman, really? I'm so mad. The regret in Chao Shanshan's heart is hard to describe, but, no matter what, she never imagined that Lin Minghan's arrival was just a prelude. This is just the beginning. The 2 classes in the morning passed quickly, and the 2nd class had just ended. The high school students who came out of the classroom were facing the wonderful scene of Chao Shanshan and Ling Yun last Saturday, and this morning, Fairy Lin Minghan went down to the earth to look for it in class 3 and 6. When Ling Yun talked about these 2 important events, a pure white Maserati representing luxury and fashion slowly drove into the campus of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. After the 2nd class, there was a 20-minute break between classes. It happened to be the busiest time on campus. When these high school students saw a pure white Maserati drove into the campus, their chickens froze. They all pay attention. Morong Feishua pulled over to the side of the car, dropped the car window, and asked a turbulent male student on the side of the road, "Hello, classmate, may I ask how to get to class 3 and 6? The boy with a rippling expression seemed to be hit by an electric current, his whole body trembled in an instant, and he was stunned. What good luck did I have today? Why did I just leave a fairy and come here again with a stunning urban beauty? What excites him the most is that these 2 gorgeous beauties are asking questions about himself, and they are also asking how to get to the 3rd and 6th grades of high school. To be continued. To be continued. I know. I'll show you the way. In one morning, the male classmate was knocked unconscious twice by happiness. Fortunately, this time he already had experience. After all, he had already been shocked once by Lin Minghan, and his brain quickly changed from the electric shock. Awake from the state. This guy walked away as soon as he said it, and his body was unprecedentedly strong. He trotted and led Morong Feishua's car all the way to the downstairs of the 3rd grade teaching building. Wow, look, Maserati. Really, it's really a Maserati, come out and see, there's a Maserati coming down from our school building. I don't know who shouted such a voice, and the students who were still in the classroom ran out one after another. Although Maserati is far away from their lives, it is undoubtedly a dream for these young people with various dreams. Thing. For a time every teaching floor was crowded with young boys and girls. They stared at the famous car that had just stopped without blinking, and they talked a lot. This car is really good. What do you need to say? The cheapest Maserati costs more than 2 million yuan, can you? If only I could have one in the future. You? I don't think so. At most, you are at the level of driving a tractor. I mean, who are you talking about driving a tractor? Just kidding, hello, can't you bet, people say that there are usually beautiful women in Maserati, I guess this car is. That's it, that classroom is the 3rd and 6th grades of high school. Xingfu looked up and saw that every floor of the entire teaching building was crowded with people. He had never experienced such a highly anticipated scene before, and he almost fainted with excitement. Morong Feishue followed Xing Xing's fingers and looked up, then nodded to thank Xing Xing, raised her hand to open the car door, and stepped out of the car with one foot. Wow, what beautiful high heels. And, do you know how to look at women? Look at those legs, that's what beauty is. Those thighs are so white and long. She's wearing flesh-colored sheer stockings. So sexy. How is it, I'm the one who said it. Just rushing at this beautiful leg, the woman in the car will never be ugly. The guy who encouraged his classmates to bet just now smiled proudly. Morong Feishue got out of the car gracefully. As soon as she came, she immediately caused a burst of exclamations from the students in the entire teaching building. Others forgot to exclaim, they just watched. They are condescending. Lin Menghan came wearing a snow-white dress, while Morong Feishue was wearing a pure black OL dress with a corseted waist and a high plait of blue silk. She looks noble and glamorous, with fair skin, slender eyebrows, slightly straight nose bridge, and a beautiful appearance. Coupled with this pure black urban white-collar beauty's professional attire, her perfect figure with convex and concave is completely exposed in hundreds of high schools. Live now. It's really sexy. Ling Yan. This temperament. The chest is so high, I see the groove, it's so deep. Morong Feishue arranged for someone to investigate for a day and a half until this morning. It was finally confirmed that Ling Yan, who had saved her grandfather's life, was actually a student in the 3rd and 6th classes of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. She was afraid that her grandfather would be in a hurry, so she immediately told Morong Wencher about it. Morong Wencher was so excited that he almost sat up from the hospital bed. He ordered Morong Feishue to come to the school immediately to meet Ling Yun and express his gratitude to Ling Yun for saving his life. Morong Feishue didn't want to come in person. She wanted to take care of Morong Wencher in the hospital, but her grandfather insisted on letting her come in person, otherwise she would show lack of respect for Ling Yun. Morong Feishue was helpless, so she had to drive her car and inquired all the way to Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. Because of the hurry, Morong Feishue didn't change her clothes. She was wearing a white lace tube top in her OL outfit. She couldn't see any scenery from the front, but she looked down from above. That's how beautiful the scenery is. But Morong Feishue has been working hard in Vanity Fair for so long, what kind of scene has she not experienced before? What kind of characters have you never seen? Therefore, the various performances of these high school students who are still in school are directly ignored. When the happy boy saw Morong Feishue's figure, he was stunned again, thinking that this one is not worse than the previous one at all. This figure is simply too perfect. He held back the Haratsi. With trembling lips, Ji Zhang said incomparably, it's that classroom, shall I take you up? Thank you, no need, I'll go up by myself. Morong Feishue politely said to the happy boy. She was very puzzled and wondered why this boy was only leading the way for himself, why he was so excited as if he had been beaten. At this time, many students came to watch and give pointers around her car. Morong Feishue frowned slightly. She locked the car and walked into the teaching building gracefully. Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling saw Morong Feishue walking into the corridor where their classroom was located in the corridor outside the classroom of class 3 and 6. And they looked at each other like a ghost. A terrifying thought popped into their minds at the same time, this stunning urban beauty, didn't she come to look for Ling Yun too? After Lin Menghan left, they quietly took 2 classes in the classroom, but after the second class, Chao Shanshan suddenly couldn't stay in the classroom no matter what, so she suggested to Zhang Ling to go to the corridor to breathe. But before they could say a word, they saw this Maserati coming directly under their classroom, and the direction that a boy next to the car raised his hand twice in a row was pointing to his classroom, the 3rd and 6th grades of high school. Chao Shanshan had a very bad premonition at that time, and said in her heart that she must not come to Ling Yun. Now that she saw the glamorous beauty in OL dress entering the corridor, she couldn't help but collide with Zhang Ling, and she saw what the other party was about to say. No way? 2 minutes later, Morong Feishue came to the door of the classroom of Class 3 and 6 of senior high school. She stood there gracefully, looked around, and then politely asked in the direction of Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling, "Hello, may I ask, is Ling Yun in this classroom?" Chao Shanshan's face was no longer slightly pale, but now she was pale, but her good family upbringing still made her nodded slightly. Apart from his sister Ning Lingyu, there is no way any other woman would come to look for Ling Yun. Chao Shanshan found out that she was wrong, and it was very wrong. Big mistake. Zhang Ling looked at Chao Shanshan a little worriedly, thinking that this was too big a blow to Shanshan, right? Now the whole school is rumored that Chao Shanshan is Ling Yun's girlfriend, but Chao Shanshan has neither admitted nor denied it until now. Therefore, many people now subconsciously believe that this matter is ironclad. But this morning, 2 stunning beauties whose beauty and temperament were not inferior to Chao Shanshan came to look for Ling Yun. How could this make Chao Shanshan, who has always been so proud, bear it? "Ling Yun is in the classroom, I'll call for you." Zhang Ling smiled awkwardly at Morong Feishue. Then rushed into the classroom. "Ling Yun, someone is looking for you outside." Zhang Ling shouted angrily at the back of the classroom as soon as he entered the room. In fact, Ling Yun didn't need him to shout at all, he had already heard Morong Feishue's voice. Ling Yun walked out quickly, after he saw Morong Feishue. Suddenly a little stunned. "I haven't seen this woman before? Could it be that she lost it in her memory again? Well, this time, you must not have the same oolong as Chao Shanshan's one." There was a bright smile on the corner of Ling Yun's mouth, and the dimples on his face were clearly visible. He coughed lightly, and smiled at Morong Feishue. "Hello, may I ask for anything?" Morong Feishue was used to seeing all kinds of big scenes. Although she was in the public eye, she was very calm and natural. After looking at Ling Yun carefully, she smiled and said, "N. Do you have time? I want to invite you. Let's go out and talk alone? It only takes about 10 minutes. Because this was Grandpa's savior, Morong Feishue behaved very politely. Ling Yun glanced left and right, thinking that there are so many people here, it's really not the place to talk. He smiled, "If you have time, let's go." Ling Yun's current level of cultivation at the peak of the 3rd floor of the body has nothing to worry about, not to mention that the person in front of him is still a stunning beauty, so he went downstairs directly. Under the gaze of almost all the students in the school, the 2 walked out of the teaching building one after the other and quickly got into the Maserati, then the car started and turned around. "Go outside the school." "My God, you're here to find Ling Yun again? I mean, this Ling Yun is too bad for the sky, isn't it? What kind of luck did he hand in? The one who came in the morning was like a fairy descending to earth, and this time it's an urban beauty. Could this be the legendary witness to miracles? Time? Walking in a Maserati, hey. I can just touch the car. Beautiful car beauty, Ling Yun is so happy." Ling Yun left the campus in a Maserati, with all kinds of envy, jealousy, and hatred behind him. Is he really unworthy of himself? Is his background really that important? Is family interest really that important? Chao Shanshan didn't say anything this time, she was asking herself this question repeatedly. Now, The whole school is talking about Ling Yun, Lin Menghan, who was like a fairy in the morning, talking about the Maserati that pulls the wind, guessing why Morong Feishui came to find Ling Yun, and envies Ling Yun's peach blossom luck. Tang Mei was dumbfounded. He said in his heart, "Boss, you are here on Big Monday, all the limelight is with you, how can I still run my bet?" Shui Mei was in a hurry. Although Lin Menghan didn't see it in the morning, she did see that Maserati. Naturally, he also saw Ling Yun driving away in that Maserati. Only the boys and girls in the 3rd and 6th grades of high school are starting to calm down now. They can't help but calm down. After Ling Yun got rid of the useless, now the beauties are coming one by one immediately. If they are so shocked, they still want to participate. College entrance examination? My brain is about to fail. There is only one thought in their hearts now, that is, they can only reluctantly admit that Ling Yun is against the sky. It's outrageous. In the past few days, the limelight of the whole school has been robbed by Ling Yun alone. Hey, maybe this is the gap between mortals and oxmen. Zhang Ling looked at Chao Shanshan's unusually calm face, and she asked worriedly, "Shanshan, are you all right?" Chao Shanshan's delicate body trembled slightly, her face pale, and said, "I'm fine." Zhang Ling secretly sighed, thinking that if you're really fine. To be continued. To be continued. Maserati slowly drove out of the school. Ling Yun sat in the co-pilot seat carelessly, turned his head to the left, and stared at Morong Feishua's slender neck with a pair of thief eyes. He started researching from the moment he got in the car, and has been researching until now. His eyes have not left the deep ditch that Morong Feishua can't see to the bottom at a glance. He is serious and persistent. After Morong Feishua coughed twice and snorted coldly, seeing that Ling Yun's eyes did not leave her chest, her pretty face finally began to look unnatural. How can an 18 or 19-year-old high school student be so lustful? Where can you use such arrogant eyes to stare at people repeatedly here? Did he really save my grandpa's life? I think it's a blind cat and a dead mouse, right? Maybe my grandfather wasn't injured that badly at the time, but he was just knocked out by the violent impact, so he was just a coincidence. Morong Feishua's eyes began to sharpen, and a trace of undisguised anger flashed across his face. He snorted heavily, and stepped on the brakes. She looked ahead. Does it look good? Ling Yun nodded as a matter of course. It's beautiful. You. Morong Feishua quickly turned her head and glared at Ling Yun angrily. Ling Yun laughed and finally withdrew his admiring gaze, staring at Morong Feishua with great interest. Tell me, what are you looking for? In any case, the arrogant fat man in front of him was the one who saved her grandfather. Morong Feishua resisted her attacks. She snorted coldly. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Saturday, did you save a victim on the pedestrian street? An old man injured by a car? Ling Yun instantly understood the purpose of Morong Feishua's visit. He said, "Oh," as if he had come to a realization, then nodded and said, yes, there is such a thing." "Oh, you didn't know. It was over at that time, if I didn't take care of it." That old man is in big trouble, and it's hard to say whether he can save his life. Now that he knew that the other party was most likely looking for him to repay his kindness, of course Ling Yun had to ruthlessly uplift the importance of himself in treating the elderly. The car this woman drove was no worse than Shui Mining's Ferrari. Must be a rich man. Morong Feishua felt even more contempt in her heart, saying that this shameless guy is not only lustful, but also so greedy for money. She is now completely disappointed with Ling Yun from the bottom of her heart. The sincere gratitude and politeness at the beginning also disappeared, and he said to Ling Yun in a cold commercial tone, "The person you saved is my grandfather. I came here today to express my grandfather's gratitude for your life-saving grace. Tell me, what do you want?" Ling Yun could hear Morong Feishua's bad tone, but he didn't take it seriously at all. Everyone said that he had come here to express his gratitude. Naturally, he would not refuse. Ling Yun also saved Lin Minghan's life. This morning, at Lin Minghan's place, he received a promise to give him a pair of glasses. His sense of loss has not yet eased. So, Ling Yun decided to take it back from Morong Feishue, driving a car that is even more aggressive than the little demon girl xuanhuan, who will kill you if you don't. Ling Yun smiled slightly, and stared at Morong Feishue with interest. Oh? You have a big tone? Ask me what I want. Do you give me what I want? Morong Feishue was a little timid when he looked at him with his suddenly dark eyes. She didn't know how the young man in front of her changed his eyes, and it seemed like he had changed his mind immediately. As long as your request is not too much, I think I can still satisfy you. Morong Feishue just wanted to hurry up and take care of her grandfather after finishing this matter. She didn't have time to work with a high school student here. Okay, but before that, I want to ask, how much is your grandfather's life worth? Since he wanted to make an offer, Ling Yun naturally had to find out the bottom line of the other party. You. Morong Feishue's face became angry. She didn't expect the high school student in front of her to be even more straightforward than her. It's so unpleasant to ask. I'm sorry, my grandfather's life can't be measured by money. Tell me quickly, what do you want? Morong Feishue's tone became even colder, and she said angrily. She doesn't want to be greedy with this lust for a minute now. Stay with the unscrupulous guy. When she came, she brought a check. Now, as long as Ling Yun offered the price, she would write a check to him without hesitation, and then directly ask him to get off the bus. Ling Yun is not afraid of this. What happened to the beauty? What I saved was your grandfather's life. Since you are so rude to me, why should I be polite to you? He smiled lightly. I want you. He deliberately pulled a long note. Morong Feishue's face changed horribly, thinking that Ling Yun wanted her, and Huarong suddenly turned pale and said, You are wishful thinking. What are you panicking about? I haven't finished speaking yet. What Ling Yun wanted was this effect. He continued with a smile, I want you to give me $1 million. Morong Feishue let out a long sigh of relief. Although this Ling Yun was not greedy, his demands were not too much. Perhaps $1 million was the limit of imagination for this shameless fellow. A pie from the sky hit you on the head that day, the wealth that ordinary people can't earn in a lifetime. Morong Feishue's mouth curled up with contempt, and took out the check. Plus the car you're driving now. What? Morong Feishue stopped for a moment when she was about to write the check. She turned her head to look at Ling Yun in astonishment. What is the big mouth of the lion? This kid is young, but he is not too brave. Morong Feishue's Maserati was originally produced in Italy. It was bought and used in China. All the costs add up to more than $4 million. Ling Yun actually asked for her car? I've seen a gutsy fat, but I've never seen a gutsy so fat. Ling Yun saw that she wanted to speak. How could he let Morong Feishue speak at this time? He made an indifferent expression and smiled leisurely. It doesn't matter if you don't want to give it. It seems that your grandfather's life is in your heart, and it can't be worth you. What a broken car. You. Morong Feishue's face was flushed red, and her delicate body was trembling, but she couldn't refute it at all. Ling Yun had no doubts. He had caught Morong Feishue's dead end. Ling Yun didn't even bother to look at her again. He raised his hand and pushed the door to get out of the car, without turning his head. Let's go, remember later. Don't say such big words if you can't afford it. I haven't seen this kind of broken car. Eyes, cut. Ling Yun raised his right hand, stretched out his middle finger and pointed to the sky. Then he pulled his leg and walked away without turning his head. You stop for me. Morong Feishue was enraged by Ling Yun's cold hand. She also got out of the car and shouted at Ling Yun. Ling Yun stopped, but still didn't look back, said indifferently, what else? Of course he couldn't turn his head, and now he had a scheming smile on his face. It was really uncomfortable to hold back. He was afraid that if he turned around, he would be completely exposed. Ling Yun smiled inwardly. Let you pretend to me. Aren't you rich? Aren't you repaying your kindness? I asked you to repay your kindness, but you are still so arrogant. Morong Feishue forcibly suppressed the anger in her heart, and tried her best to keep her tone calm. 1 million plus a Maserati, right? It's all for you, here's the car key. Ling Yin turned back suddenly, the wicked smile on his face had disappeared, and replied with that indifferent expression. Morong Feishue threw the car key into Ling Yin's hand, then took out the checkbook from the car, swiped a check for 1 million, and tore it off and gave it to Ling Yun. This is a check for 1 million. You can get the same amount of cash immediately when you go to the issuing bank. When I go back, I will complete the transfer procedures for this car. You can go to Tianqi Pavilion in Qingshui City Antique Market at any time. Transfer procedures. Ling Yan held the car key in one hand and the check in the other. His face was hesitant, thinking that such a piece of paper can be exchanged for 1 million? He didn't quite believe it. Seeing what Ling Yan meant, Morong Feishue smiled disdainfully. If you don't believe it, we can go to the bank to withdraw money now. Ling Yan's thoughts turned, suddenly raised his head and smiled and said, Of course I believe you. By the way, is your grandfather better now? Ling Yan felt that the value of this car must be more than 1 million. Since Morong Feishue was willing to give him this car, of course he would not lie to him on this check. Besides, when he rescued Morong Wencher that afternoon, he never thought about getting anything in return. Now that the pie is falling from the sky, even if there is no 1 million, it is already very good to get such a good car. As for the transfer of ownership, Ling Yin didn't take it to heart at all. No one could snatch away from him what already belonged to him. Well, it's just right for my sister Ning Lingyu. Morong Feishue didn't want to say a word to Ling Yun anymore. She said coldly, Now, I have already repaid my grandfather for your life-saving grace, and we will not owe each other from now on. My grandfather's affairs, don't worry about it, bye. When Ling Yun saw that Morong Feishue was about to leave, he hurriedly smiled and waved, Hey, beauty, I don't know how to drive this car. Could you help me drive to school first? Morong Feishue's pretty face was cold and her eyes were sharper than the blade of a blade. She glanced at Ling Yun like an idiot, but she didn't say the word, go away, after all. She raised her hand to stop a taxi, got in without hesitation, said provincial hospital to the taxi driver, and left with infinite anger. Really, I don't know what it means for a good person to do it to the end and send Buddha to the west. Do you really think that you won't be able to get this car back if this young master leaves you? Ling Yun muttered to the taxi that Morong Feishue was riding in, and then sat down in the Maserati's driver's seat with a smile. Is he really cool? 1 million plus a Maserati is so easy to come by. This is probably a sports car, right? Ling Yun said in her heart that she didn't believe in her soul during the calamity period. She watched Shui Mining and Tang Ming drive for 2 days, and they still couldn't drive such a crap. But he sweated profusely for a long time, but he still couldn't start it. Hey, hard work, come on, brother has strength, push it back. It's good to practice your body. Then, passers-by and drivers on the road to the school were shocked to see that a fat man pushed a windy Maserati and ran. To be continued. To be continued.